A tale of dual strength, a space-transcending romance of rebirth. She is an extraordinary martial genius, soul transcended from the 22nd world, while he is the revered demon lord, bound by a childhood curse. Their first encounter unfolds dramatically. She is cast off a precipice, inadvertently transforming him into a mere child. From that moment forward, she takes on the responsibility of raising the child and vanquishing the wicked, while he indulges in the comforts of life. They enter the academy, join the divine camp, and forge contracts with divine beasts. She excels in every real man, all-encompassing genius, a master of spiritual runes, and the foremost alchemist of her youth. Indeed, it is she, and only she, who embodies all these accolades. One day, the continent's prodigies unite in exasperation, declaring, "Is there anything you cannot accomplish? Can we not find a moment of respite?" With a playful glimmer in her eyes, Yanshi replies earnestly, "Does not knowing how to love count?" The demon lord, pinning her against the headboard, proclaims, "Allow me to teach you properly." A mischievous demon lord and Yanshi, the all-encompassing genius who dreams of a leisurely life. Chapter 1. The Extraction of Spiritual Roots. In the distant realm of Yuanqi, within the secluded courtyard of the marshal's residence in the northern kingdom, a piercing scream echoed. Yanshi found herself crucified in the center of the courtyard, a cruel incision carved into her flesh, blood flowing profusely. Servants callously pried apart her torn flesh, delving deep to extract her spiritual root. The blade wielded against her was merciless, the technique barbaric, as they unearthed the glimmering root pulsating with a faint crimson glow. Having just traversed into this world, the pain was overwhelming, eliciting a cry from Yanshi. Sweat matted her hair against her forehead, her visage contorted in agony, while curses brewed within her mind. What on earth was happening? Hadn't she merely fallen while attempting to climb over a wall? With immense effort, she opened her eyes, only to be met with an entirely foreign environment and unfamiliar faces, her mind flooded with questions. Before she could voice her bewilderment, a girl clad in green stood before her, an unsettling smile adorning her face. "Sister, do not blame me for my heartlessness. Your innate incompetence awakened the rare fire phoenix spiritual root. This predicament is hardly my fault. The fire phoenix spiritual root, a rarity that could grant the ability of rebirth through the phoenix's resurrection, was indeed coveted. However, you should thank me," the girl continued. "For it was I who expended considerable resources to procure the essence of the fire phoenix, nurturing it within your body, through your heart's blood. For the past 2 years, I have trained you relentlessly to cultivate this root." Yanshi, bewildered and in excruciating pain, scrutinized the girl before her. With memories flooding her consciousness, rage ignited within her. She had traversed into the life of Yanshi, the daughter of the Northern Kingdom's esteemed marshal. This girl shared her name and age, yet her fate could not have been more disparate. While Yanshi was a prodigy of ancient martial arts, cherished by her mentors and family, this counterpart was scorned for her perceived inadequacies. Indeed, aside from a father who seldom graced her with his presence, she was met with disdain from all, particularly from the girl before her, Reincarnated, who took pleasure in belittling her and relished in their combat encounters, often leaving Yanshi grievously injured. Now, this vile creature had severed the very root that had finally awakened within her. Reincarnated, reveling in Yanshi's fury, smirked as a blue aura materialized in her palm. "Rest assured, I shall make good use of this spiritual root on your behalf." In an instant, the azure energy enveloped the fire phoenix root. Moments later, the vibrant root transformed into wisps of red mist, drawn into Reincarnated's being. Witnessing this heinous act, Yanshi's eyes brimmed with disgust and an overpowering hatred. Such malevolence was unprecedented. Murdering your sister and forcibly extracting her spiritual root, Yanshi's gaze turned frigid. "Are you not concerned that you might one day meet a similar fate?" The original Yanshi had finally awakened her spiritual root, securing her right to cultivate. Now, due to this wicked woman, all was lost. Reincarnated paused, seemingly taken aback by Yanshi's response. A triumphant smile crept across her face as she retorted, "Do not fret, your fate is of no concern to me. The Wuwang Cliff shall be a fitting resting place for you." Fists clenched tightly, Yanshi's heart raced with fury. Reincarnated dismissed her, instructing the 2 women nearby, "Dispose of her at Wuwang Cliff. Ensure it is done discreetly, we wouldn't want father to find out." "Yes," "Second miss," the women replied respectfully, unbinding Yenshur from her restraints. With her spirit wounded and her meridians obstructed, Yenshur was left in a perilous state. Just yesterday, 5 of her ribs had been broken, and now the extraction of her spiritual root had left her severely weakened. Despite her exceptional skills, she found herself utterly powerless. As the grim reality of her impending fate settled in, an unyielding resolve ignited within her. Enduring the searing pain, she seized the bloody dagger from one of the women, aiming it toward Yankanjayo. If she was to perish, she would at least attempt to strike back.
Bang!
Before she could reach her target, Yankanjayo delivered a swift kick, sending her sprawling. With a tone of impatience, Yankanjayo commanded, "Hurry and dispose of her." "Yes," the women responded, wrapping Yenshur in a straw mat and carrying her from the marshal's residence. Yenshur's mind spiraled in turmoil. As a prodigy of ancient martial arts with a complete spiritual root, she had never lost a match in her 17 years. Yet, to be so easily thwarted by this sinister woman was infuriating. Without hesitation, Yenshur was taken to Wuwang Cliff, where she was unceremoniously cast down. Cursing under her breath, she felt the rush of descent. As gravity took hold, a sudden force drew her downward, amplifying her desperation. Startled by the sudden sound, the handsome man opened his sharp, deep-set eyes, his displeasure evident as he frowned slightly. His flowing black hair and regal demeanor made it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze directly. With a subtle movement of his slender fingers, a surge of violet energy shot toward Yenshur, causing the surrounding stones and foliage to stir violently as if to echo the man's irritation. Confident that his attack would obliterate the insignificant nuisance disturbing his tranquility, he closed his eyes again, resuming his final meditative retreat. However, a dull thud interrupted the silence. Yenshur's body collided forcefully with the man. As her gray eyes opened slowly in the pitch-black darkness, she felt the warmth of the object she was sitting upon and began to explore it with her hands, trying to discern what it was. The memory of the violet light that had turned the mat to ash sent her heart racing. Had it not been for her gray eyes, she feared she would have been reduced to mere dust. At this realization, her hand abruptly froze on the man's arm, her body stiffening imperceptibly. Shock coursed through her. That attack had been a human spiritual energy assault, which meant the person she was now touching was likely the very one who had attacked her moments ago. Yenshur thought, what a predicament. With her gray eyes having only a brief duration of effectiveness, and given her current state where her meridians had yet to recover, the prospect of confronting him was utterly ludicrous. What to do? Solemnly sensed the spiritual energy within him dissipating, the impending rupture of his rejuvenation spell swiftly, healing instead. An overwhelming aura of rage enveloped him. How dare this madwoman ruin a century's worth of effort? Just as he prepared to retaliate, he noticed a shift in his own body. Opening his violeting eyes, he felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He quickly raised his hand to perform a seal, preventing his body from reverting to that of a child. If the rejuvenation spell could not be dispelled, its sustaining magic would fade in a matter of moments, transforming him into a mere child. How could he seek vengeance on that bastard or participate in the imminent life-and-death battle a year hence? In the midst of his thoughts, he suddenly became aware of a hand resting on his chest, his expression darkening as a terrifying killing intent surged within him. "Remove your filthy hand from my person," he commanded, bewildered at how this woman had managed to breach his barrier and land in his embrace. His barrier was not easily penetrable, even by the strongest individuals on this continent. What an extraordinary person she was, possessing both high cultivation and a tempestuous temperament. "Forgive me, I was inadvertently thrown down," Yenshur quickly apologized, valuing her life above all else. "I beg your pardon for landing upon you." Zhong Limo's brow twitched. Had it not been for the imminent transformation into a child, he would have certainly eliminated her without hesitation. Receiving no response and unable to make sense of her surroundings, Yenshur tentatively called out, "Sir." Silence. Zhong Limo barked, his mood souring further. Yenshur, recognizing his displeasure, fell silent. She was perplexed as to why this man was cultivating in such a place, where the spiritual energy was evidently inferior to that above. As this thought crossed her mind, a sudden thrill coursed through her, her heart racing with excitement. Spiritual energy. She could sense it. Did this mean that the blockages in her meridians had been cleared, allowing her to cultivate once more? She quickly assessed her own cultivation level. Peak 9th tier. Not only had she regained her cultivation, but it seemed all her injuries had healed at that moment. This continent had a clear ranking of cultivation levels from 1 to 9, followed by innate, acquired, foundation establishment, earth level, and heavenly level. Though her 9th tier cultivation paled in comparison to her former self before transmigration, the ability to cultivate was indeed a blessing. Yet when had her meridians been unblocked? Before she could ponder further, a hand suddenly seized her throat, the surrounding darkness dissipating to reveal a faint light above. Daring to intrude upon my barrier, you must seek death, Zhongli Mo seethed, his long fingers tightening around her. Yenshi gasped inwardly, panic flooding her. As the darkness receded, she finally discerned the visage of the man who held her captive. He was strikingly handsome, especially with those vile-thud eyes that seemed capable of drawing one in, exuding an air of unapproachability. It's a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. Yenshi hurriedly explained, her eyes pleading. I was thrown down here. I did not intend to trespass upon your domain. Zhongli Mo chuckled coldly, a menacing pressure swirling around him. His gaze locked onto her small face, ready to end her life, but as his eyes met her gray ones, he felt a jolt of recognition. Gray eyes. Yenshi could not fathom the man's thoughts. All she knew was that if she did not placate him soon, her life would be forfeit, for her gray eyes would lose their power in mere moments. Perhaps if you release me, we could discuss this calmly? She suggested, noticing his gaze still fixated on her eyes, while his outward demeanor remained composed, though turmoil stirred within. After millennia, he had once again encountered those eyes. Sir? Yenshi tentatively probed. Zhongli Mo, observing her unfamiliar face, relinquished his grip on her throat, his expression now one of cold detachment as the fury dissipated. Yenshi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was reasonable. While her gray eyes granted her an immortal body, this man's cultivation was undoubtedly superior to anyone she had encountered, including her fellow disciples. Engaging him in combat would certainly lead to her demise once her gray eyes lost their efficacy. In the end, flattering him was her best course of action. Thank you, esteemed sir, for your magnanimity, Yenshi said, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Individuals like you, possessing both the appearance of an immortal and a compassionate heart, are truly rare in this realm. Chapter 3. The forced gray eyes. Zhongli Mo's face displayed unmistakable disdain. He raised his gaze, intending to mock her before inquiring about her origins. However, upon seeing her eyes shift to a shade of black, his brows furrowed sharply. Yenshi touched her face, puzzled. What was happening? Before she could react, Zhongli Mo, with his long fingers imbued with violet spiritual power, pressed his fingertip against her forehead. Instantly, her originally lustrous black eyes transformed into a stark, desolate gray, imbuing her with an air of aloofness and indifference to the world. Yenshi gasped in shock. How could he manipulate her gray eyes? As her emotions surged, Zhongli Mo's heart was equally tumultuous. Those eyes were too familiar. The master had mentioned that only she could control her gray eyes. How could this be? Zhongli Mo remained silent, his thin lips pressed tightly, and his violet eyes swirling with inscrutable emotions, his robe adorned with golden threads accentuating his formidable presence. With the emergence of the gray eyes, the stakes were high, and the battle for supremacy ensued. What was the connection between this girl and that individual? Do you wish to live? Zhongli Mo suddenly spoke, an aura of chilling dread surrounding him. Without hesitation, Yenshi replied, yes. In the next moment, Zhongli Mo drew a drop of blood from her fingertip, merging it with his own, and softly uttered, Heavenly Tao contract, established. Yenshi's pupils constricted. Before she could utter a curse, visions of their contractual relationship flooded her mind. She would assist him in breaking the child reversion curse, and in return, he would ensure her safety during this period. Through the contract, she learned his name, Zhongli, with the given name Mo. It seemed not such a bad deal after all. Arriving in this foreign realm, it was indeed wise to cling to a powerful ally. The contract established, the violators would face the wrath of the Heavenly Tao. Zhongli Emo sensed the spiritual energy controlling his body dissipating, aware that he would soon revert to childhood. He cautioned her, if you wish to live, adhere to the contract. With a flash of violet light, before Yan Shi could comprehend, the strikingly handsome figure before her transformed into a 5-year-old child. Stunned, Yan Shi could not process the sight. What are you staring at? Zhongli Mo's childish voice, tinged with anger, pierced through her daze. Dare to lay a hand on me, and I shall have your eyes. How infuriating. He had anticipated this outcome. Yan Shi blinked, her hand instinctively reaching to caress Zhongli Mo's face, her eyes curving into crescents. You're just a child? She exclaimed in disbelief. Was this place truly so perilous? Even 5 or 6-year-olds were formidable. At this moment, she completely overlooked the implications of Zhongli Mo's curse. Remove your filthy hands, he shouted, his anger surging. I could be your ancestor. Zhongli Mo, fuming, was unable to use his spiritual power freely due to the curse that transformed him into this state. Yan Shi, wide-eyed, replied, Is that so? I am the demon lord of the demon realm. Should you dare to insult me, once I regain my strength, I shall feed you to the beasts. Zhongli Mo's youthful voice was fierce, yet he had not considered the necessity of being cared for. The reason he had chosen this girl to sign the contract was not only because she might assist him in breaking the curse, but also because gray-eyed individuals were known for their integrity and righteousness. Yet now he had reason to doubt the authenticity of her gray eyes. Enough jesting, Yan Shi said, genuinely finding him endearing. Rising, she glanced at the seemingly endless Wuwang cliff. Let us ascend. With hopeful eyes, she turned back to him. Zhongli Mo, cold and unyielding, replied, Do not gaze at me. Your intrusion into my domain has rendered a century of my efforts null and void, and I can no longer wield spiritual power. It was untrue that he could not use his power, but in his current state, it was best to refrain. Minor spells posed no issue. Yet should he draw upon more than 1/10 of his power, the curse would reactivate, leading him back to infancy. Once he reached 0 years, he would perish. Yan Shi's expression stiffened. Given that sword flight required innate cultivation, she promptly seated herself to meditate, wasting no time. Days passed. Yan Shi trained diligently while Zhongli Mo studied nearby, engrossed in his research. Finally, on the 10th day, Yan Shi achieved a breakthrough, successfully advancing from the pinnacle of the 9th stage to the mid-stage of innate cultivation. She couldn't help but feel fortunate, perhaps due to Zhongli Mo's presence. Her blocked meridians had opened, and her injuries were fully healed, revealing her innate talents and spatial abilities. This rapid advancement was indeed remarkable. Let us go. Yan Shi summoned a sword and reached for him. Sister will take you out. Zhongli Mo looked at her with evident disdain. Ignoring her hand, he snapped his fingers, and a vermilion bird appeared, soaring him upwards towards Wuwang Cliff. Yan Shi was taken aback, a myriad of questions racing through her mind. Weren't you unable to use spiritual power? How are you ascending? As they ascended, the previously tranquil Wuwang Cliff erupted with terrifying howls and gales, revealing the source of its fearsome reputation. Meanwhile, outside, General Yan had led a team to the edge of Wuwang Cliff. Just as Yan Shi and Zhongli Mo had taken a few steps forward, they heard exclamations from others. General! General! Look! A group of people pointed towards Yan Shi's direction. General Yan, with a fierce countenance, despite nearing 40, still possessed a chiseled beauty, barked, What are you staring at? I instructed you to find the young lady, not dawdle. It's her, the young lady, the guards exclaimed. General Yan followed their gaze and saw Yan Shi standing at the edge of Wuwang Cliff, her tattered white clothes stained with blood. A pang of alarm gripped his heart, and without a second thought, he dashed forward like the wind. What had happened to his precious daughter? Remember to tell them I am your apprentice. Yan Shi quickly instructed Zhongli Mo, lest they withhold food from him. Chapter 4. Returned to the Marshal's residence, Zhongli Mo shot her a disdainful glance. Did the esteemed demon lord require sustenance? Sure. Marshal Yan rushed over, concern etched on the face of the middle-aged gentleman who was her father. The other guards followed closely, their voices a cacophony of inquiries. "Young miss, what are you doing here? How did you sustain such injuries? This is Wowang Cliff, the most perilous place on the continent. How did you end up here?" Amidst their questions, it became evident that while their concern was genuine, their admiration lay with Yan Qingyao, the prodigy who had reached the pinnacle of her cultivation at the tender age of 16. Clearly, this was not the appropriate moment to disclose the truth. "Enough with the questions," Marshal Yan bellowed, his love for his daughter evident. "Do you not see that Shir is injured? If she is further frightened, I shall hold you accountable." The crowd fell silent, intimidated by his outburst. After silencing them, Marshal Yan rubbed his hands together, a mixture of anxiety and apprehension evident on his face. After a pause, he finally inquired, Shir, how did you come to this place?" Yan Shi hesitated. "All right." She nodded. Thus, under the protection of Marshal Yan and the guards, she made her way toward the Marshal's residence. Zhong Liemo, in a sudden burst of initiative, called out, "Sister Yan." His voice was crisp and sweet, ringing out clearly for all to hear. Yan Shi halted in her tracks. How could she have forgotten about this individual? With a glance from Marshal Yan, the guards promptly escorted Zhong Liemo to their side. Observing the exquisitely crafted child, Marshal Yan was taken aback and cautiously asked, Shir, who is this child?" "He is." Before Yan Shi could respond, Zhong Liemo interjected, leaving her speechless. When did she ever utter such words? The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Zhong Liemo gazed up with an innocent expression, plotting his next move. He had already devised a plan. He believed that if he established another layer of identity, it would pressure her family into ensuring that she took proper care of him. After all, the closest relationship in the human realm is that of a couple. Sure, Marshal Yan hesitated, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet refraining for fear of hurting his daughter's feelings. "It's a misunderstanding," Yan Shi quickly clarified, eager to dispel any notion of impropriety. "I never said that. He is merely a child I found at the base of Wowang Cliff. The area is fraught with danger, and anyone who ventures there could easily become a mere pile of bones." This girl, she didn't even bother to craft a believable lie. Upon returning to the Marshal's residence, Marshal Yan first ensured that Zhong Liemo was settled comfortably and instructed the staff to provide him with some toys and snacks before summoning Yan Shi to the study. Faced with her father, Yan Shi felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he was the one who knew the original owner of her body best, and one misstep could reveal her true identity. Yan Shi struggled to find her words. While Marshal Yan had previously shown concern for the original owner, she had always brushed him off, claiming she was fine, even going so far as to distance herself from him due to Yan Qingyao's threats. This had only emboldened Yan Qingyao further. "Who has bullied you?" Marshal Yan pressed, noticing her silence. "Rest assured, father will seek justice for you." "Yan Qingyao," Yan Shi blurted out. Marshal Yan paused, his brow furrowing as he processed her words. "Your sister, Yan Qingyao?" "Yes," Yan Shi confirmed. A look of confusion washed over Marshal Yan's face. If he recalled correctly, she had previously told him that Yan Qingyao treated her well and showed her concern. How could things have changed so drastically? "She has destroyed my awakened fire phoenix spirit root," Yan Shi recounted, detailing her grievances. "She ruined my dantian and frequently bullied me, often beating me to the point where my ribs would break." Marshal Yan, he cleared his throat, cautiously inquiring, "Have you had a disagreement? Do you not believe me?" Yan Shi retorted, "It's not that I don't believe you, but you previously stated that Qingyao treated you quite well," Marshal Yan pointed out, his brow furrowing in confusion. Why the sudden shift in her behavior? Listening attentively, Marshal Yan occasionally nodded. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization, as if he had uncovered explosive news. "You say you can cultivate now?" Yan Shi nodded. Marshal Yan immediately seized her wrist to check her pulse. Upon sensing the gentle and warm spiritual energy flowing through her meridians, his eyes sparkled with profound astonishment and excitement. His precious daughter could cultivate. Releasing her wrist, he was visibly moved, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. When did you gain the ability to cultivate such significant news, and you didn't tea right to inform your father? Marshal Yen fell silent, coughing lightly. His gaze scrutinized Yen Shi closely. What is it? She asked, slightly bewildered. Father is not the type to be stern and rigid. As long as you enjoy it, I will support you, Marshal Yen said earnestly, attempting to guide her. There was no need to fabricate lies about that child, especially ones that could be easily seen through. Chapter 5. Slapping Ynqing's face. I did not lie, YNSH emphasized, standing her ground. General YN inquired, what is the matter? Do you not trust me? YNSH's gaze was resolute. After careful consideration, he responded with a heavy heart. It is not that I do not trust you, but rather, your words are difficult to believe. The place known as WW Cliff is perilous. Even the most formidable individuals from the continent face certain death there, let alone a mere child like you. YNSH pondered for a moment, unable to provide a reasonable explanation. Regardless of whether you believe it, I was indeed thrown off WW Cliff by Ynqingeo, and my injuries and cultivation were restored at the moment of my fall. With that, she took her leave without the slightest hesitation. General YN did not impede her. Lost in thought over her words, his brow furrowed. After a brief moment, he called out to someone. MQ, present, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows. Investigate what SH just mentioned, and also look into how Qingeo has treated her over the past few years. General YN ultimately believed YNSH. Despite the absurdity of her claims, do not merely inquire, conduct an investigation. I demand a truthful outcome. Understood. General YN's mood was far from pleasant. He would rather it be the case that SH was lying than the unsettling truth of her words. If her claims were indeed accurate, he, as her father, had been grossly negligent over the years, failing to honor his late wife's wishes. Reflecting on this diminished his joy over YNSH's ability to cultivate. YNSH walked towards her residence. Halfway there, she encountered Ynqingeo, surrounded by a throng of servants and maids. Ynqingeo's expression was grim, as if she had encountered some distressing matter. YNSH did not sidestep, but came to a halt. Still preoccupied with her recent troubles, Ynqingeo noticed someone blocking her path and prepared to scold. Those behind her whispered cautiously, "Second miss." ISNT that the eldest miss? She was thrown down WW Cliff, wasn't she? Could this be her ghost? The murmurs spread a sense of fear among the crowd. Ynqingeo froze, disbelief etched across her features. Her grip tightened around her whip. What are you doing here? In a fit of fear, she lashed out at YNSH, genuinely perceiving her as a ghost. If you stand in my way, I shall strike you down. Even if you are a spirit, I will ensure you are scattered to the winds. She was eager to unleash her pent-up frustrations. Crack. With the force of her pinnacle cultivation, she struck at YNSH. In response, YNSH summoned a talisman from her spatial ring and cast it before her. Boom. The whip collided with the talisman, which erupted with tremendous force, sending Ynqingeo reeling and causing her internal injuries. Cough. She spat out blood, staggering back several steps. Second miss. Are you all right? The crowd expressed their concern. YNSH pocketed the talisman, standing with her hands clasped behind her back, her tone laced with provocation. Did you not wish for my soul to be shattered? You have yet to demonstrate such capability. Ynqingeo's trembling hand clutched the whip, her eyes blazing with fury. Why did her attack have no effect on YNSH? My lady. Ynqingeo's maid stammered, pointing at YNSH's shadow on the ground. The eldest miss does not appear to be a ghost. She is indeed alive. Ynqingeo followed her gaze, the shock of the revelation nearly overwhelming her. Alongside her astonishment was a deep-seated anxiety. Ynqingeo's fists clenched tightly. YNSH stepped forward and gently patted Ynqingeo's shoulder. Just so you know, Father is already aware of this matter. Think carefully about how you will explain it to him. With that, she turned and walked away. Out of Ynqing's sight, Ynsh clapped her hands, feeling a slight lift in her spirits. How disappointing! Zhlm appeared at the entrance of her secluded courtyard, his voice laced with disdain. Ynsh raised an eyebrow. Had she offended him? Zhlm tossed her a vial of poison. Administer this to her. The lethality is immediate. The poison you placed on her shoulder is not fatal and poses no threat. It would be quite dull to simply let her die. Ynsh accepted the vial, stroking its surface with a sly smile. Isn't it far more enjoyable to torment her slowly? The agony of severing one's dantian is a memory I still vividly recall. Oh! How I wish for Ynqingeo to experience that pain countless times. Zhlm's sparkling purple eyes displayed further disdain. Childish. Stop right there. Ynsh approached him, ready to settle a score. Aren't you going to explain to me what a child bride is? Zhlm evaded the topic, leisurely sipping his tea like a miniature adult. Ynsh ground her teeth in frustration. Just as she was about to frighten Zhlm, General Yn suddenly appeared, accompanied by a physician. Father. Ynsh rose to her feet. Zhlm remained indifferent, his purple gaze unyielding. General Yn, unfazed, first had the physician examine Ynsh. Only when it was confirmed that she was indeed unharmed did he feel a measure of relief. They retreated to an inner room. After sending the physician away, General Yn regarded Ynsh with a complex expression, his hands tightening slightly as if grappling with unspoken words. Ynsh sensed his unease. What is it? There is something I have contemplated for some time, and I have decided to tell you now, General Yn said, handing her a sandalwood box, his voice laden with gravity. Inside is a jade pendant left for you by your mother. Open it and see. Ynsh accepted the box, remaining silent. General Yn continued. Your mother instructed that if you were destined never to cultivate, you should live a joyful life. If you could cultivate, you were to receive this jade pendant. Chapter 6, Discovering Her Origins. Where is she? Yenshi inquired. The general remained silent. After a considerable pause, he sighed deeply. You need to search for her. Yenshi blinked in surprise. Like a tadpole looking for its mother? As she pondered this, she opened the box that the general had given her. Upon seeing the slightly familiar jade pendant, her brows involuntarily knitted together. This pendant, why does it seem so familiar? It is not that I want you to search aimlessly. The general took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to her, his mood growing increasingly somber. The letter contained clues for her search. Yenshi took it without tearing it open immediately. The general, his voice low and hoarse, continued. Though you're not my biological daughter, to me, you are still the child of Yenjanbei. Yenshi paused in her actions, surprised. In the original owner's memories, the general had always treated her exceptionally well, yet she had not anticipated that she was not his biological daughter. Sure. The general appeared somewhat anxious. Yenshi raised her gaze. Will you not recognize me as your father? The general's hands fidgeted, feeling somewhat out of place. Or perhaps, once you find your biological father, you will no longer need me? The affection and care that the general showed were no less than what she had received from her master and family in the 22nd century. In other words, even a biological father might not love his daughter as much as the general did. The general exhaled a deep breath, his heart finally easing. All right. Yenshi smiled faintly. Why does this feel so much like my master? What is it? The general asked with concern. Father. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Yenshi. Holding the letter in her hand, she questioned, Are you certain this letter was left for me by my mother? Absolutely. The general affirmed with unwavering certainty, recounting the situation from that time. Your mother left the letter and the jade pendant behind before being taken away by an ethereal old man. An ethereal old man? The image of her master flashed in Yenshi's mind. She hurriedly pressed, Do you remember what that old man looked like? Feeling as though the heavens were turning against her, she focused her thoughts and retrieved a photograph of her master from her spatial pocket, presenting it to him. Is this what he looked like? Yen de General leaned in closely. After a moment of scrutiny, he nodded emphatically. Yes, that's him. Yen Shi momentarily lost her ability to respond. She could now be 100% certain that her crossing into this world was undoubtedly related to her master. What a crafty master, leading his disciple on a wild goose chase. How do you possess a portrait of that old man? Yen de General finally noticed. After being thrown off a cliff by Yen Qingao, I found it below, Yen Shi replied casually, feeling a headache coming on. She then asked, aside from this jade pendant and the letter, did my mother and that old man leave anything else? Yen de General shook his head. No, after giving birth to you. Your mother was taken away by the old man. Dejected, Yen Shi rested her head on the table. She sighed weakly. Yen de General wanted to console his daughter, but was uncertain how. After about 15 minutes, Yen Shi gradually regained her composure and calmly said to Yen de General, you may go about your business. I need some time to think. Very well. If you require anything, just call for your father. I will be in the capital for the next month. Yen de General stood up, adding, as for the matter regarding Qingyao, once I uncover the truth, I will ensure you receive justice. Yen Shi perked up slightly. Do you believe me? You are my daughter. Who else would I believe? Yen de General's eyes brimmed with affectionate tenderness. However, Qingao is also my child, and matters require evidence. I have already sent someone to investigate. Understood. Yen Shi smiled gently. Yen de General offered her several more words of comfort before departing the courtyard. Once he left, Yen Shi rested her head back on the table. She scrutinized the letter intently. The letter began with her mother's concerns for her child, included clues in the middle, and ended with a few friendly remarks. In summary, to find her mother, she would need to enter the academy, infiltrate the divine spirit camp, and work her way into its upper echelons. She let out a heavy sigh. You brought me to this foreign world, yet you didn't send any senior brothers or sisters along. What kind of nonsense is this? As she contemplated, a sudden thought struck her. She spread the letter flat on the table, made a backup copy, and concentrated a flame in her palm, directing it toward the letter. Her master had once told her that if he had secret matters to convey, he would write a formal letter and secretly inscribe another. By burning it with her own life fire, the real contents would manifest. And that jade pendant, which felt exceptionally familiar yet elusive, she could not believe it had no connection to her master. As she observed the letter burning for a while without any reaction, she murmured, "Why isn't there any response?" No sooner had she spoken than all the words on the letter vanished, replaced by crimson text. Her eyes brightened with excitement as she extinguished the flame and picked up the newly appeared letter, her heart racing with uncontainable exhilaration as she read the words Little Yen. It was her master. It truly was him. She continued reading, and though the letter was brief, her frown deepened with each line. Indeed, she had been sent here by her master with the mission to save the continent and find her mother. Save the continent? What on earth is this? Yen Shi pondered. In the previous life? Holding the letter, her emotions became a whirlwind of complexity. Was she unhappy? Perhaps not entirely, for it was her master who orchestrated her crossing. And she would treat this as an opportunity for cultivation in another realm. However, if this was merely a cultivation trip, why did she have to undertake such tasks? Had she grown accustomed to being lazy? With a creak, the door swung open. Zhongli Mo entered, cradling his juke and extending it toward Yen Shi, his tender, soft voice uttering just one word, roast. Chapter 7. Roast it. Yen Shi was utterly perplexed by the words. Roast what? Roast it, Zhongli Mo replied, placing the vermilion bird upon the table, his youthful face bearing an air of seriousness. What purpose does roasting serve? Yen Shi was increasingly bewildered. The vermilion bird seemed to be beckoning her to roast it, further deepening her confusion. Has it angered you? If you wish to roast it, then do so without all this chatter. Zhongli Mo's childish voice was both innocent and fierce. Yen Shi no longer feared him. She reached out to pinch his cheek and squatted before him. Though you were once the demon lord, a formidable figure, do not forget you are merely a child now. Children ought to behave. Do you understand? With a swift motion, Zhongli Emo swatted her hand away. Yanshi chose not to hold a grudge. She lifted her chin, gesturing for him to play on his own. Vermilion bird, he uttered coldly, his voice unusually childlike as he directed it towards her. The vermilion bird emitted a burst of flame directed at Yanshi. In a panic, she hurled her own fire back at it, managing to extinguish its flames and spare herself from a fiery fate. The vermilion bird ceased its assault. Zhongli Emo. Yanshi glared at him menacingly, threatening, if you do not behave, I might just spank you. Zhongli Mo's lavender eyes remained indifferent, completely ignoring her. He tilted his head slightly, engaging in silent communication with the vermilion bird. What do you think? The vermilion bird responded with a sweet, girlish voice. It is a unique divine fire. I only utilized 1% of its power earlier. While it is not overwhelming, it cannot be easily countered by ordinary flames. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Mo's gaze fell upon the jade pendant on the table. Although his cultivation was low, the presence of divine fire within him, combined with the jade pendant, suggested a potential connection to that person. The vermilion bird's eyes wandered. Shall I investigate? Zhongli Mo declined. No need. If you were to investigate, those individuals would inevitably take notice, and regardless of whether she is that person or not, she may face unforeseen dangers. The vermilion bird contemplated this, preparing to speak when it noticed Yanshi pinching its master's face once again. This girl was truly courting disaster. Sister is speaking to you. What is your response? Yanshi teased, squeezing his chubby cheeks. Did you hear what I just said? Release me, Zhongli Mo replied, his tone both proud and aloof. Yanshi, undeterred, retorted, I want to let go. What can you do about it? With a flick of his wrist, a beast egg materialized in his palm, maintaining his indifferent yet haughty demeanor. Release me, and I shall give you this beast egg. If you do not, I will drop it to the ground. Yanshi paused, realizing the value of the beast egg. Such creatures were exceedingly rare on this continent. Demi-beasts were already scarce, let alone divine beasts. All right, she exclaimed, relinquishing her grip and eagerly accepting the beast egg. With the sensation of his cheeks gone, Zhongli Mo frowned, instructing. In one day it will hatch. At that time, you may establish a blood contract. Understood, Yanshi replied, cradling the beast egg. She leaned in and pecked his soft cheek. Thank you, Mo. Afterward, she took the letter and jade pendant left by her master, clutching the beast egg as she exited to another room, leaving behind a flustered Zhongli Mo and a terrified vermilion bird. Zhongli Mo was aghast. This impudent girl has tarnished my purity. The vermilion bird was in a state of panic. Master's purity is lost. That girl will surely face dire consequences. Zhongli Mo ground his teeth, touching the spot where she had kissed him, his expression darkening. Burn this place, he commanded. The vermilion bird gulped nervously. But you live here now. Burning it would be unwise. Zhongli Mo was exasperated. Burn it. Yes. The vermilion bird unleashed a burst of flames, shocked to the core. For millennia, no woman had dared approach the master, let alone kiss him. This girl was audacious beyond measure. Zhongli Mo clenched his fists tightly. His lavender gaze fell upon the now ablaze room. Yet the lingering sensation of Yanshi's kiss remained, soft and cool, infuriating him all the more. Once the child transformation spell was broken, he would ensure she paid for this affront. The vermilion bird anticipated his order and swiftly extinguished the flames, realizing that the earlier fire had not truly set the room ablaze. Inside the room, Zhongli Mo was still fuming, his cherubic face scrunched in anger, his lavender eyes flashing with danger. The vermilion bird was acutely aware of his foul mood. Why not summon her for a drop of blood? It suggested tentatively. Its tone lively. She possesses gray eyes, divine fire, and that jade pendant. There's a 70% chance she is connected to that person. And if she isn't? Zhongli Mo was still irate. the image of the earlier incident replaying in his mind. How frivolous. The vermilion bird deliberately provoked him, reasoning that trying wooden tea cost her life. Zhongli Mo furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long moment. Finally, he made a decision. Go fetch her. The vermilion bird complied without delay. Moments later, Yanshi entered, immediately noticing Zhongli Mo's less-than-pleased expression. Her curiosity piqued. What trouble has befallen the esteemed one? She inquired. Zhongli Mo glared at her. What is it? She pondered, then suddenly realized, Are you upset because I kissed you? Zhongli Mo's anger flared anew. Impudent girl. Little Mo, did you forget that you claimed to be my childhood husband? What is wrong with a kiss on the cheek? Zhongli Mo was left speechless. Yanshi leaned closer. Feeling shy? Yanshi. Zhongli Mo erupted, his cheeks puffed in indignation, his fists clenched tightly. Do not be so quick to anger, she retorted, unperturbed. I called you my disciple, yet you insisted on being my childhood husband. You cannot blame me. You are even worse than a beast, not sparing even a child. Zhongli Mo spoke with conviction, his eyes brimming with fury. Someone like you is unworthy of those gray eyes. Whether I am worthy or not is irrelevant. They are already mine. Yanshi stood, moving closer to him, audaciously continuing. As for the earlier incident, it was merely a kiss on the cheek. How does that make you worse than a beast? My childhood husband, little Mo? She leaned in tantalizingly, a playful smile gracing her lips, her fragrant presence wafting into his senses. Zhongli Mo was on the verge of losing his composure. Chapter 8. The emotional fluctuations of the demon lord Zhongli Mo had yet to calm his breath, perplexed by the peculiar behavior of the individual before him. How could this person switch from jovial conversation to a serious demeanor, sipping tea with such composure in the blink of an eye? Observing the situation, Zhuke discreetly slipped away. Wary of becoming a pawn in the unfolding drama, it was becoming evident that the young lady named Yanshi would be deeply entwined with the Lord's fate. The only one capable of so effortlessly destabilizing the Lord's emotions, aside from his sworn enemy, was this very woman before him. All right, can I offer you an apology? Yanshi cooed, treating him like a child. Zhongli Mo turned his gaze away, embodying a proud aloofness. After a lengthy pause, he finally exhaled, his lips parting to address the matter at hand. I require your heart's blood. Heart's blood? Yanshi echoed, her brow furrowing. There is a 70% chance that your heart's blood can dispel my rejuvenation curse. Zhongli Mo momentarily set aside his anger, adopting a serious tone to test the waters. Yanshi nodded without hesitation, conjuring a dagger in her palm. In a swift motion, she plunged the blade into her own chest, crimson droplets flowing forth and staining her garments. Surprisingly unfazed, she enveloped a single drop of her heart's blood in spiritual energy and extended it toward him. Here you go. Zhongli Mo's hand faltered above the table, his gaze fixating on her blood-soaked chest, taken aback by her resolute nature. In that instant, he was at a loss for words, his throat constricted, unsure how to react. What are you waiting for? Yanshi urged, effortlessly withdrawing the dagger. I am quite committed to our agreement. Do see if it works. Zhongli Mo's fingertips brushed against the heart's blood encased in spiritual energy, his violet eyes revealing a flicker of emotion. Does it not hurt? Yanshi inquired, noticing his prolonged silence. Concealing his feelings, Zhongli Mo accepted the heart's blood, his lips barely parting. It's nothing. He infused the blood into his being, directing it towards the rejuvenation curse. If she had any connection to that person, even without her bloodline awakening, there would likely be some effect. Drip. The blood fell onto the curse, the previously dense incantation thinning under its influence. As he observed this phenomenon, Zhongli Mo's heart surged with astonishment, rendering him momentarily speechless. Yanshi, having swallowed a healing pill to staunch her bleeding, inquired, How is it? Nothing apparent at the moment, Zhongli Mo replied, fabricating a lie. His tone more awkward than usual. Try again when your cultivation improves. Very well, she acquiesced, rising to depart. Yen Shi, Zhongli Mo called after her. This pill will hasten your recovery. I do not owe anyone a debt of gratitude. He tossed a vial of pills her way, suppressing the words that lingered on his lips. Turning his gaze away stubbornly, he added, and refrain from kissing my face casually. I am not a mere child. Understood. Yen Shi replied with a mischievous smile, addressing him with a teasing tone. Little Mo Zhongli Mo's irritation flared anew, but Yen Shi had already exited. It matters not, he muttered dismissively. Regardless of whether Yen Shi was that person's reincarnation or had any ties to them, she was merely Yen Shi now. Moreover, her character bore little resemblance to that of the individual in question. Jike, oblivious to the deception the Lord had just spun, remarked, how could that be? The gray eyes and divine fire are traits of that individual, and the jade pendant symbolizes their former lineage. How could it all coincide? Zhongli Mo shot him a glance, prompting Juke to retract his statement. You are correct, it is not related. Thus, Yen Shi found herself compelled to independently fulfill her master's directives. Sighing, she cradled the divine beast egg, lost in thought throughout the afternoon. As mealtime approached, she called for Zhongli Mo to join her for dinner. General Yen had already prepared a feast awaiting their arrival. Upon entering, they noticed only a handful of others present, with Yan Qingyao conspicuously absent. Curiosity piqued, Yen Shi asked, Father, where is Yan Qingyao? As she settled down, she was interrupted by Aunt Zhou, Yan Qingyao's mother, who cast a scornful glance at Zhongli Mo and Yen Shi. My lord, I have heard rumors that this child is Yen Shi's betrothed. If this gets out, it could tarnish the reputation of our general's household. Eat in silence and refrain from idle chatter, General Yen retorted sternly, his displeasure evident. Do I need to instruct you further? Aunt Zhou's expression soured immediately as she bristled. Is your favoritism not a bit excessive? You searched high and low for Yen Shi, yet you neglect to check on Qingyao, who is unwell. One might think we found her abandoned. Boom. General Yan's fury erupted, his face darkened, flames of rage radiating from him. Eat if you wish, if not, leave. Father, please do not be angry, Yen Shi interjected, sensing the urgency of the situation. I propose to check on Sister Qingyao. Aunt Zhou scoffed, finding Yen Shi insufferable. Who knows if Qingyao's condition was caused by you? Your words are nonsensical, Yen Shi countered, her tone sharp. The accounts of any substantial expenses taken from the treasury would be documented by the steward. I wonder, Aunt Zhou, can you withstand scrutiny? Aunt Zhou stood suddenly, her gaze locking onto Yen Shi's, her hands instinctively clenching. She had not anticipated that this audacious girl had not only survived, but transformed into someone unrecognizable, sharp-tongued and resolute. Of course, Yen Shi quickly shifted her approach, proposing another possibility. You might have used your own dowry to purchase for Yan Qingyao. Considering that the term large sum implies a considerable amount of wealth, which the steward may not readily approve. Chapter 9. Yen Shi's calculations even if given. It would certainly be reported to grandfather. To prevent any exposure, there is over a 90% likelihood that you will purchase with your dowry. What nonsense are you spouting? Aunt Zhou felt a twinge of panic and hastily shifted the topic. Master, are you not concerned about Yen Shi? Look at her current attitude towards me. During my absence, how have you treated Qingyao and Shi? Marshal Yen did not initially wish to inquire, given that Qingyao's mother was linked to the Empress's family. However, with matters reaching this point, he could no longer afford to be cautious. What kind of question is that? Aunt Zhou began to lament, clutching her handkerchief. Do you not know how I have treated her? Everyone in the Marshal's residence is aware that although she is not my biological daughter, I have diligently cared for her. It is she who has distanced herself from me. Should I bear the blame for that? Yen Shi clicked her tongue. Such words were indeed hard to refute. This Aunt Zhou appeared to treat the original owner quite well, putting on a facade in front of the servants. Yet, in private, there was almost no interaction between them. After all, she had remained in her secluded abode, frequently troubled by Yan Qingyao, never experiencing a moment of peace. Naturally, Aunt Zhou had no need to trouble the original owner further. Sure? Marshal Yen inquired. It is quite good, Yen Shi replied, unable to find fault, adding casually that if she could be a bit more attentive in educating her daughter, it would be even better. Master. Aunt Zhou resumed her lamentation. Enough. Marshal Yan interrupted, feeling agitated. The thought of Yanshi suffering in silence troubled him greatly. He was uncertain when Mo Qi would conclude his investigations. Yanshi felt slightly more at ease. Just as they were heading towards Yan Qingyao's room, Qingyao's personal maid, Ling Huan, rushed over in a panic. Madam, Master, something is amiss. What is it? Aunt Zhou asked, stepping forward. Miss has suddenly developed many rashes on her face, and her meridians are blocked, Ling Huan said anxiously. Just now, while circulating her spiritual energy, she sustained severe internal injuries. Go fetch a physician at once. Aunt Zhou was instantly alarmed, filled with dread. How could this happen so suddenly? The group hurried toward Yan Qingyao's chamber. Upon entering, they saw a pool of red blood on the floor. Qingyao. Aunt Zhou's eyes quickly reddened as she rushed forward. What has happened? Why have you vomited so much blood? I am fine, Yan Qingyao replied weakly, her complexion pale and devoid of color. Marshal Yan furrowed his brow and glanced a few times, seemingly recalling something. He nudged Yanshi's arm and whispered, Did you do this? Yanshi's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her composure. What? You little girl, Marshal Yan said helplessly, his voice low. I overheard your conversation with Zhong Liemo. After you left, I was concerned you might be upset, so I kept my spiritual sense attuned. Little did he know. He had heard about Qingyao and her situation, as well as Zhong Liemo's advice to her. Yanshi's eyes widened, feeling as though she had been caught in a wrongdoing, unsure of how to respond. How could she have forgotten that her father had reached the 3rd rank of Earth-level cultivation? With focused concentration, he could ascertain all that transpired within a radius of 1 mile, should he wish to know. It was I who did it, Yanshi finally conceded. Your father will undoubtedly investigate the matter thoroughly and restore your justice, Marshal Yan emphasized, his eyes glistening with emotion. But before that, can you promise your father not to act recklessly again? Yanshi pondered briefly before responding, I will give you 3 days. If I do not receive justice within that time, I will resolve it in my own way. Very well, Marshal Yan consented. Their conversation remained unheard by anyone else. During their discussion, the physician had already examined Yan Qingyao. This situation indicates that there is a rejection between your spiritual root and body. May I ask, miss, did your spiritual root awaken on its own? Yan Qingyao's pupils constricted. This spiritual root poses a grave threat to your health, the physician cautioned, advising its removal, lest it impede your future cultivation. Impossible. Yan Qingyao countered, a hint of panic crossing her features. Just a few days ago, everything was fine. How could this sudden rejection occur? I do not know, the physician replied candidly, but your current condition indeed indicates an anomaly with the spiritual root. If not removed promptly, it may not only jeopardize the spiritual root but also your ability to cultivate. Yan Qingyao felt a chill creeping into her heart. Marshal Yan instructed the physician to wait aside, furrowing his brow as he approached. Yanshi naturally followed at his side. Upon her appearance, a deep-seated hatred flickered in Yan Qingyao's eyes, though she restrained her expression in deference to Marshal Yan's presence. Marshal Yan sat beside her, taking her wrist to check her pulse. Your spiritual energy is in disarray, and your meridians are severely blocked. You must heed the physician's advice and remove the rejecting spiritual root to avoid future cultivation issues. No. Yan Qingyao's eyes reddened. I have only just awakened the fire phoenix spiritual root with great difficulty. If I give it up now, it would be better to never cultivate again. Yanshi watched her performance with amusement, curious about how such audacity could be cultivated. Father, could you please find the best physician for me? Yan Qingyao cried, tears streaming down her face. I truly do not wish to have the fire phoenix spiritual root, which I worked so hard to awaken, removed. It means everything to me. Father, may I give it a try? Yanshi suddenly interjected. Yan Qingyao halted her actions, while Aunt Zhou and Marshal Yan were momentarily taken aback. The latter, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, inquired, Do you possess medical knowledge? Yes, Yan Shi nodded, smiling. When you were away, I often studied medical texts and have gained some knowledge. Very well, Marshal Yan agreed. Yan Qingyao clenched her fists tightly. Others may not know, but she was well aware Yan Shi harbored ill intentions. Yan Shi had long prepared for this moment. She sat beside Yan Qingyao, took her hand, and began to check her pulse. Observing her deft movements and the standard pulse-checking technique, Yan Qingyao involuntarily furrowed her brow, confusion stirring within her. Could it be that Yan Shi truly had medical skills? The situation indeed mirrored the physician's earlier assessment. A rejection between the body and spiritual root was causing the disruption in cultivation. Yan Shi diagnosed the condition. Yan Qingyao suppressed her emotions. Aunt Zhou, displeased, remarked, "Isn't that obvious? I have a way to avoid the removal of the spiritual root." Yan Shi released Yan Qingyao's hand, her lively eyes glimmering with a hint of mirth. I wonder if Sister Qingyao can endure the torment of the process. Chapter 10. The first step of revenge. Yan Qingyao inquired, what method? She was acutely aware that Yan Shi could not possibly be so benevolent. It was implausible to think she genuinely intended to assist her in healing. Extract half a bowl of heart's blood, dissect the dantian, and then pour the heart's blood over the spiritual root. Yan Shi articulated each word with clarity. Thus, the spiritual root and heart's blood would merge, naturally eliminating any possibility of rejection. However, what? General Yan asked. Yan Qingyao's hands suddenly clenched tightly. Yan Shi. Surely, her body's sudden affliction was also her doing. Otherwise, how could it so perfectly mirror what she had once inflicted upon her? The dissection of the dantian without anesthesia, only the extraction of the spiritual root remained. Sister, are you serious? Yan Qingyao feigned a hopeful demeanor before General Yan. Yan Shi smiled slightly, indeed. Yan Qingyao tightened her fists, her gaze shifting to Dr. Zhang, who had previously diagnosed her. Dr. Zhang, is my sister's method feasible? It is, Dr. Zhang nodded, his brow furrowed with concern. However, extracting heart's blood would be excruciating, and enduring the pain of dissection was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. That was precisely why he had initially suggested removing the spiritual root. This method could utilize anesthetics, sparing the individual much suffering. I can endure, Yan Qingyao asserted, her fists clenched tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. I implore you, sister, to assist me. Yan Shi glanced at General Yan, feigning hesitation. This. Father, please allow my sister to help me, Yan Qingyao pleaded, her eyes brimming with hope. I have exerted great effort to awaken this fire phoenix spiritual root. If it is removed, all my years of toil will be for naught. As you wish, General Yan relented, aware that this was merely a dispute between two young girls. Please protect me, Father, Yan Qingyao decisively stated, casting a glance at Yan Shi. She was certain that Yan Shi aimed to extract her fire phoenix spiritual root, and she would not grant her that satisfaction. General Yan turned to Yan Shi, ultimately acquiescing to Yan Qingyao's request, his heart heavy. Very well. That night, Yan Qingyao left Yan Shi alone in the room while General Yan stood guard outside. I know what you are thinking, Yan Qingyao spoke softly, her gaze locking onto Yan Shi's. But today, with Father present, you shall not take the fire phoenix spiritual root. It is mine alone. Yan Shi nodded, holding a knife as she began to heat it. Yours. A surge of anger coursed through Yan Qingyao. Yan Shi approached her bedside, her smile radiant. It will hurt quite a bit, dear sister. You must endure. Fear not, for the sake of the fire phoenix spiritual root, I shall endure. Yan Qingyao replied, her hands clenched tightly, sweat beading on her brow. She would not allow Yan Shi to have her way. She would resolutely protect this fire phoenix spiritual root. By the way, allow me to remind you, Yan Shi's lips curled into a seemingly harmless smile. You must control your spiritual energy. If it goes out of control, your spiritual root will be damaged. Yan Qingyao swallowed hard, forcing bravado. No need for your needless worry. Very well then, Yan Shi replied, satisfied. As the knife descended upon her dantian, having merely opened a small incision, Yan Qingyao could not help but scream. Ah! It hurts. She tightened her grip, a fierce determination rising within her. Control your spiritual energy, Yanshi remarked, her eyelids lifting slightly. It was now all converging to obstruct my knife. Yan Qingyao was on the verge of collapse. She had never anticipated that the dissection of her dantian could be this agonizing. Typically, injuries would automatically heal and numb due to her spiritual energy, but this time, she had to endure the pain entirely, unable to channel her energy. Yanshi, remember this. She repeated her threats, using her hatred as a means to stay alert and endure the pain. Is this all you can withstand? Yanshi pressed the knife deeper. Her smile gentle yet chilling. When you had those two women dissect my dantian and extract my spiritual root, it was far more brutal than this. The original host had died from the sheer agony, and she herself had nearly fainted from the pain upon her arrival. Without spiritual energy, the brutal dissection memories flooded her mind. Did you cause my meridians to block and my spiritual root to reject? Yan Qingyao ground her teeth. You brought this upon yourself. Yanshi retorted coldly, the spiritual root I awakened will forever be beyond your reach. Yan Qingyao clenched her fists. She refused to believe that this matter was unrelated to her. Now that it was just the two of us, why act oblivious? She was desperate to understand how she had wronged Yanshi. With father having set up a barrier, no one could hear their conversation. Yanshi made another incision. Yan Qingyao could not suppress a moan, this time stronger than before, but she did not scream. Yanshi. Yan Qingyao's frustration boiled over as she sought answers. I advise you to remain calm, Yanshi spoke slowly. If this continues, your fire phoenix spiritual root will be destroyed by your own energy. Yan Qingyao took several deep breaths. Yanshi continued her precise incisions. Unlike the two women, her technique was genuinely aimed at helping treat the rejection of the spiritual root. Yan Qingyao could no longer contain herself, crying out in agony. It hurts too much. Yanshi observed the small incision, kindly asking, shall we continue? No, Yan Qingyao shook her head, unable to bear the pain any longer. Yanshi had anticipated this outcome. She withdrew the knife and applied a healing ointment to the wound. Rest well, I shall take my leave now. Yan Qingyao, having endured the tension and pain, fell into a deep sleep as the pain subsided. Yanshi glanced back at the bed, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Yan Qingyao, this is merely the beginning. Without a moment's hesitation, she strode towards the door. As she opened it, General Yan looked over and inquired about the situation. How is it? She could not endure it any longer. She asked me to stop, Yanshi replied honestly. Chapter 11 I had mentioned before that it did not belong to you. Yanshi nodded and departed. Very well. Yanshi left. That night, she experienced an unprecedentedly sweet slumber. Such was her nature. Vengeance was inevitable. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Yan Qingyao was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. Awakening, she noticed the scar on her abdomen, which was gradually healing. And her eyes blazed with intense hatred. Yanshi. She never anticipated that Yanshi, before her departure last night, had employed medicine to mend her wound. Was this not rendering her suffering from the previous night utterly futile? Miss, Ling Huan entered. Find a way to slip this into Yanshi's tea, ensuring that father remains oblivious. Yan Qingyao produced a porcelain vial containing poison, her gaze fierce. Yanshi must pay the price. Ling Huan accepted the vial with a nod. Yan Qingyao clenched her fists tightly, her heart yearning to see Yanshi suffer 1,000 deaths. The excruciating pain she endured last night, devoid of spiritual power for relief, had nearly shattered her spirit, compelling Yanshi to cease her torment. But now, gazing at the already healed wound, fury surged within her. She would have to relive the agony she had experienced last night. Go summon father and Yanshi. Yan Qingyao commanded, her resolve hardened. This time, she would persevere. She would claim that she was ready and request Yanshi's assistance once more to resolve the rejection of her fire phoenix spiritual root. Understood. Ling Huan departed swiftly. Yan Qingyao took several deep breaths, her mind filled with memories of the unbearable pain she had endured the night before. She had to endure. Only by withstanding this could she retaliate against Yen Shi and fully awaken her fire phoenix spiritual root, attaining immortality. A quarter of an hour later, Yen Shi and General Yen arrived. Upon their entry, Yen Qingyao immediately apologized, displaying exceptional decorum. "I must trouble father and sister once more today. I found the pain of last night insufferable, causing you both unnecessary burden. Perhaps we should remove the spiritual root," General Yen suggested, his brow slightly furrowed. "Your innate talent is already exceptional. There is no need to endure the agony of being dissected for this fire phoenix root. Many possess great talents across the continent." Yen Qingyao spoke persuasively, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "However, those who possess a fire phoenix spiritual root are exceedingly rare. I wish to bring honor to our Yen family and the marshal's residence." General Yen hesitated, ultimately refraining from further counsel. Yen Shi inquired, "This time, are you certain you can withstand it?" "I can," Yen Qingyao replied, her gaze resolute. "Very well." Yen Shi acquiesced, turning to General Yen to request, "Please protect me once more, father. If you cannot endure, do not force yourself," General Yen cautioned as he departed, reminding her that for now, the younger generation need not bear the weight of the world. Despite their autonomy, he would always feel a pang of concern for his own flesh and blood. The agony of dissection was a torment that even seasoned soldiers might struggle to endure. Once he left, Yen Qingyao unfastened her garments and reclined on the bed, her voice cool. "Please proceed." "First, rise." Yen Shi smiled slightly. Yen Qingyao furrowed her brow, clearly exhibiting her displeasure. "What do you intend to do? Did I not mention before? To resolve the rejection of your spiritual root, it is necessary to use heart's blood as nourishment." Yen Shi reminded her, offering a dagger. "Will you do it yourself, or shall I?" Yen Qingyao seized the dagger from her hand, resolute in her determination. "I will do it myself." "Just a small bowl will suffice," Yen Shi said, handing her a bowl, her demeanor relaxed. With a swift motion, Yen Qingyao plunged the dagger into her chest, heart's blood flowing forth. This time, she seemed to endure a greater degree of pain than before. As Yen Shi dissected her dantian, she merely stifled her cries, never calling for a halt. Yen Shi delicately lifted the fire phoenix spiritual root, which glimmered faintly with crimson light, and began to pour the heart's blood from the adjacent bowl. As the heart's blood fused with the root, Yen Qingyao could no longer contain herself. "Ah!" she cried out in agony. Yen Shi continued her task. The torment of dissection was unbearable, and the forced infusion of heart's blood into a foreign spiritual root was even more excruciating. "Endure for a quarter of an hour," Yen Shi urged. "My fire phoenix spiritual root shall truly belong to you." Yen Qingyao, on the brink of fainting from the pain, concentrated all her strength to resist. However, life is unpredictable. Before even 15 minutes had elapsed, her tolerance reached its limit, and her spiritual energy surged uncontrollably towards her dantian, seeking to alleviate the pain and stabilize her condition. Boom! The gathered spiritual energy exploded forth, scattering the heart's blood Yen Shi had poured onto the fire phoenix spiritual root. In that moment, the glimmering root dissipated under the impact of the spiritual energy, vanishing entirely from Yen Qingyao's dantian. Yen Shi maintained her pouring motion, and upon witnessing the root's disappearance, her emotions became inexplicably complex. The original owner had endured so much suffering to awaken the fire phoenix root, and now it was gone. My spiritual root. My fire phoenix spiritual root. Yen Qingyao felt the loss acutely and attempted to rise to inspect. "No need to look." Yen Shi set down the bowl containing the heart's blood, standing up with a detached tone. "You lost control of your spiritual energy, and your fire phoenix spiritual root has been utterly destroyed by it." "Yen Shi." Yen Qingyao glared furiously. Yen Shi met her gaze without flinching or retreating. "I have said it before, it does not belong to you." With a swift motion, Yen Qingyao grasped the dagger beside her and lunged at Yen Shi. In her emotional turmoil, she did not even employ her spiritual power, merely wielding the dagger in a fit of rage. Yanshi effortlessly seized her wrist, calmly reminding her, "Father is right outside the door. Do you wish for him to know? I will certainly kill you." Yan Qingyao's red lips formed a straight line, her beautiful eyes now filled with hatred and fury. Yanshi was no easy target. "I return your words to you unaltered." Yan Qingyao clenched her fist tightly. "My spiritual root rejection, and now its destruction, was all meticulously orchestrated by you, wasn't it?" Yan Qingyao forced herself to regain composure, confronting her adversary. Chapter 12. Little thing. Do you think your sister cannot see through you? Yanshi retorted without answering. Yan Qingyao, suppressing her pain, let out a cold laugh. "I truly did not anticipate that after all these years of concealing your brilliance, you have cultivated such a venomous skill in medicine and poison. You have far more surprises in store," Yanshi thought to herself as she tossed a vial of medicine to her. Remembering the original owner, she added, "I have informed father, apply this yourself. It is of no concern to me." Yan Qingyao flatly rejected it. "I simply do not wish to add to father's worries." Yanshi spoke the truth, leaving the decision to use it up to her. Having said that, she exited the room. Had she not promised father a 3-day grace period, she would have been unable to restrain herself from obliterating Yan Qingyao's spiritual roots just now. Taking several deep breaths, she momentarily quelled her previous emotions. The agony of being dissected and the vengeance for her spiritual roots had been repaid. Now, only life remained. With a creak, Yanshi opened the door. Before Marshal Yan could inquire, she voluntarily informed him of the situation. At the moment of blood sacrifice, Yan Qingyao's internal spiritual energy went awry. "And the Fire Phoenix spiritual root has been lost." Marshal Yan's throat felt constricted. He was at a loss for words. "Please go in and speak with her." "She is not in a good state," Yanshi suggested, her eyes devoid of emotion. Noticing her intention to leave, Marshal Yan called out to her, Sure. When their gazes met, he added, "I will seek you out shortly." "Understood," Yanshi replied before departing. Upon returning to her courtyard, she immediately lay down on her bed, pulling the covers over her from head to toe. She had lost control again. Her senior brothers had previously remarked that true vengeance should be executed with calmness. Yet, she was still too young. As she pondered, the door creaked open. Yanshi took a deep breath to compose herself, sitting up from her bed. Instinctively assuming it was Marshal Yan, "Father, I have no daughter as large as you." Zhong Liemo shot her a sidelong glance, his tone icy. "Yanshi." She got off the bed and approached him, pinching his face. "You didn't knock." "I'm hungry." Zhong Liemo swatted her hand away and produced a tiny tiger cub from his cloak, offering it to her without any intention of feeding it. Yanshi furrowed her brow slightly. "What is this?" Zhong Liemo's displeasure was evident as he pressed the cub into her hands before turning to leave. Yanshi was baffled. Why was he angry again? If he was hungry, why not just feed it? She chased after him, blocking his path at the door. What childish temper is this? Zhong Liemo grew angrier, an aura of chill radiating from him. Yanshi felt utterly perplexed. "If you did not want what I offered, you could have simply refused from the start." Zhong Liemo's voice was cold, his violet eyes reflecting discontent. "There is no need to sacrifice such a life." Yanshi remained in a state of confusion. This time, she refrained from asking, her mind searching for anything that might have upset him. What had he given her? Poison? A divine beast. The divine beast egg. Her gaze instinctively darted to the spot where the divine beast egg had been, only to find it had vanished, leaving behind only shattered shells. Was that the divine beast egg meant for me? Zhong Liemo averted his eyes, tacitly confirming her suspicion. "It's not that I didn't want it. I simply didn't realize it at the moment," Yanshi explained. "Tigers are viviparous. How was I to know it hatched from the divine beast egg?" "Sister apologizes. Will you forgive me?" Zhong Liemo brushed past her, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Yanshi rushed to intercept him, acknowledging her oversight in not considering the esteemed one's feelings. "I will make you something delicious. Will you forgive me then?" "I do not require sustenance," Zhong Liemo replied as he walked away, proud and indifferent. Yanshi chuckled. Little one, you are rather proud. After feeding the little tiger, she proceeded to prepare a meal for Zhongliemo. Although she was unsure how a viviparous tiger could emerge from a divine beast egg, she chose not to dwell on it. A divine beast was a divine beast, after all. Unbeknownst to her, the little tiger was originally an adult divine beast. Severely injured and on the brink of death, it had made a pact with Zhongliemo. He would save it, and it would submit to his will. Zhongliemo had initially been indifferent, but, by some twist of fate, saved it. Due to its grave injuries, its beast soul was nearly shattered. Thus, he created a divine beast egg to allow it to recuperate, and now it had transformed into a little tiger following its recovery. Half a stick of incense later, Yanshi completed various snacks. Although the demon lord himself was an adult, now that he had become a child, certain things would be perceived through a child's sensibilities. For instance, encountering delicious food would naturally invoke a desire to eat. Come, Yanshi approached with a food box, presenting 4 types of delicacies, all lovingly prepared by her sister. Give them a try. Don't be shy. She offered him a piece, bringing it close to his mouth. The aroma wafted through the air. Zhongliemo's violet eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. Why was he still interested in food? Though his heart stirred, as the proud and aloof demon lord, he would not easily yield. Remove it, he commanded coldly. Yanshi had already seen through his little thoughts. She teasingly poked him, and he shot her an annoyed look. Do not compel me to unleash Juke upon you. In a swift motion, Yanshi stuffed the food into his mouth. The flavor spread across his palate, awakening taste buds that had long lain dormant, prompting him to unconsciously chew. It's already in your mouth. You mustn't spit it out, she threatened playfully, then seized the opportunity to excuse herself. I must go feed the little tiger now. Finish all this. Do not waste my sister's efforts. As she stepped out of the room, her gaze flickered back inside, a smile gracing her lips. Little one, do you think your sister cannot see through you? Upon her departure, Zhongliemo's gaze uncontrollably fell upon the 4 plates of exquisite snacks. Recalling the flavors he had just experienced, his taste buds ignited with craving. I shall have just 1 piece, Yanshi will surely not notice. Thus, he decided to indulge. The little demon lord's small hand reaching for a piece to pop into his mouth. After savoring that morsel, his eyes shifted to the remaining 3 plates. He mused, those 3 plates seem to contain more than this one. Yanshi will undoubtedly catch on if she sees I've eaten from her behind her back. I might as well take 2 pieces from each of the other 3 plates. That way, the difference will be negligible. With that thought in mind, he set down his book and began to feast. Chapter 13. Marshal Yan discovers the truth unbeknownst to him. The 4 plates of snacks had been completely devoured. It was only at the moment he popped the last morsel into his mouth that he noticed the 4 gleaming, empty plates. Zhongliemo paused momentarily, feeling a fleeting suspicion that the plates might have consumed the food themselves, for how else could they have become so empty so quickly? Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Upon sensing the arrival of Yanshi, he hastily finished the morsel in his mouth. Yanshi entered with a smile. Well done. You've cleaned your plate. Zhongliemo, maintaining his composure, cast a casual glance and replied coolly, it was not I who ate it. Then who else could it be? Yanshi raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by the demon lord's empty plate antics. Zhongliemo snapped his fingers, summoning Juquebec. The bird, bewildered by the commotion, inquired, Master, what is it? Zhongliemo pointed at Juque, his violet eyes shimmering. It was it who ate. Juque, perplexed, replied, Huh? Yanshi's smile deepened as she cleared her throat. It seems you've raised a rather gluttonous Juquebec. Zhongliemo continued perusing his book, his gaze unwavering. Indeed. Juque confirmed, it was I who consumed it. Very well. Yanshi neatly packed the box and, retrieving a handkerchief from her pocket, wiped the remnants of food from Zhongliemo's lips. Next time you lie, remember to tidy up the scene of the crime. Zhongliemo was taken aback. Yanshi chuckled softly, withdrawing her hand to leave. Zhongli Emo stared at the handkerchief now stained with snack remnants, his brow furrowing deeply. Master, I'm curious. May I ask what I have eaten? Are you quite idle? Zhongli Emo was not in the best of moods, as no one relishes being caught in the act of sneaking a snack. Should you require me to take the blame again, do summon me. Zhu Kei flashed away. Leaving a lingering remark, I shall go cultivate now. It would have been better not to mention it at all. The very thought of Yan Shi's knowing smile from her entrance to her departure gnawed at him. She was undoubtedly mocking him in her heart. The more he pondered, the more a vague, indescribable emotion welled within the demon lord. Meanwhile, Yan Shi cheerfully carried the plates to the kitchen. Upon her return, she encountered Marshal Yan, who had been waiting outside for her. Father? Marshal Yan's brows were tightly knitted, indicating something troubling had occurred. Do you have a moment? I wish to discuss a matter with you. There is. Yan Shi nodded. Marshal Yan led her to his study. Once she was seated, he took his place behind the desk, perusing the documents before him. Is there something you need? Yan Shi inquired. Regarding what you mentioned, I have investigated. Marshal Yan replied gravely, as if something was lodged in his throat. Indeed, everything is as you said. Yan Shi paused, surprised by the swiftness of his findings. Marshal Yan felt a heavy weight in his heart. I never imagined someone like Qing Yao could. It is only natural you would not expect such a thing. Yan Shi responded calmly. What you witnessed was merely the facade she wished you to see. Sure, Marshal Yan felt a pang of guilt towards his daughter. This matter is not your fault. You need not feel responsible, Yan Shi stated plainly. I simply wish to know how you plan to handle it. Marshal Yan was silent for a long moment. Each side bore a child he had nurtured from infancy, one being his biological daughter. The plight of either would weigh heavily on him. I had intended to spare her life, Marshal Yan finally spoke, but I understand that this is unfair to you. Yan Shi remained silent. Marshal Yan pressed his lips together. Should you wish for me to act, I will have her handed over to the Ministry of Justice. For her crimes against her sister, usurping her spiritual roots, she would be sentenced to death according to our laws. No need, Yan Shi interjected. Marshal Yan's gaze met hers. Yan Shi, feeling uneasy, after much deliberation, expressed her thoughts. If you permit, I wish to take my own vengeance. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. If you allow yourself to be the one who delivers her to the gallows, it may haunt you for life. Moreover, the concubine Zhou and the Empress will not let this matter rest, which could jeopardize your future. It is unnecessary. Yet Marshal Yan's words faltered. She wishes to kill me, and I wish to kill her, Yan Shi stated plainly. Consider this a matter of life and death between us. Either I die, or she does. Your cultivation is not as advanced as hers. Marshal Yan felt a heaviness in his heart. You would be at a disadvantage. Fear not. Yan Shi reassured him. I am well aware. Though her cultivation was inferior to Yan Qingyao's, her treasures were plentiful, with spirit talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts filling nearly half her space. She would not exhaust them even in a lifetime. After a lengthy silence, Marshal Yan finally hoarsely acquiesced to her decision. Very well. This moment marked the alleviation of Yan Shi's greatest concern. Rising, she knelt before Marshal Yan, bowing her head. There will be a resolution between Yan Qingyao and myself. When the time comes, I ask you to take care of your health. Sure. I must first apologize to you. With a resounding thud, she bowed deeply, filled with utmost sincerity. Marshal Yan loved her dearly, treating her as his own daughter. To kill his progeny was something she could not bear. Yet, the original owner had perished due to Yan Qingyao's actions, and she must avenge that death. She could only apologize to her father. You, my child. Marshal Yan's eyes glistened with tears as he helped her to her feet. What need is there for an apology? It is only just that you seek retribution for the life she owes you. Though he was reluctant and pained, he could not be selfish. Justice must be served for sure. Father Yan Shi's emotions were complex, finding herself for the first time in such a dilemma. The enmity between you and her is yours alone. Marshal Yan's eyes reddened as he spoke solemnly. It is my responsibility as a father that I did not guide you well. Although you plan to resolve this without involving the Ministry of Justice, she must still face the family's judgment. Yanshi did not respond. Marshal Yan's demeanor grew more serious. You should accompany me. Very well, Yanshi agreed. The two exited the study and made their way to the courtyard where Yan Qingyao resided. After a day of rest and recovery, coupled with the medicine Yanshi provided, Yan Qingyao had regained about 50 to 60% of her strength. Chapter 14. Yan Qingyao's excuse. Had Yanshi utilized her spiritual power during the procedure to dissect her dantian, Yan Qingyao would not have recuperated so swiftly. Upon their arrival, they found Yan Qingyao seated in the courtyard, engrossed in her reading, her complexion slightly pallid. Aunt Zhou stood nearby, urging her to take her medicine. Hearing the footsteps, both Yan Qingyao and Aunt Zhou turned towards the entrance of the courtyard. Upon seeing Yanshi, Aunt Zhou's expression soured. She whispered to Yan Qingyao, "This person surely has no good intentions." "Father." Yan Qingyao rose from her chair, bowing respectfully. "Sister." Aunt Zhou remained silent, casting a disapproving glance at Yanshi. Yan de Yuanshui furrowed his brow, exuding an air of severity. "Sit." Yan Qingyao complied. A moment of silence enveloped them. Noticing Yan de Yuanshui's unsatisfactory demeanor, Yan Qingyao inquired, "Father, is there something you wish to discuss? How have you treated Shi over the past 2 years?" Yan de Yuanshui asked, his voice low after a brief pause. He raised his cold gaze to meet hers. Yan Qingyao's heart sank. She subtly questioned, "Did sister say something to you? Repeatedly beating your elder sister and bullying her with servants. Is this how you treat her?" Yan de Yuanshui enumerated her transgressions, dissecting her spiritual roots and casting her into the abyss of misfortune. "This is how you regard your sister?" Yan Qingyao's throat tightened, her mind momentarily blank. She attempted to explain. "Father, since I have come to see you today, it is not without purpose," Yan de Yuanshui declared, adopting a more authoritative tone. "I have already dispatched someone to investigate your actions, and I know everything clearly." Yan Qingyao's heart raced. Aunt Zhou sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly intervened to buy her daughter some time. "My lord, what are you saying? Everyone in the marshal's residence is aware of how Qingyao treats Yanshi. She could not possibly commit the acts you allege. Let us not be deceived." As Aunt Zhou spoke, she cast a glance at Yanshi, who remained silent, attentively observing the exchange between her father and Yan Qingyao. Silence. Yan de Yuanshui's fury erupted. "My lord, you..." Aunt Zhou's face began to show signs of distress. "At this juncture, whether you confess or remain silent." "I already know everything," Yan de Yuanshui thundered, his voice imbued with authority. Yan Qingyao raised her eyes, her previously clear gaze now tinged with red and sorrow. "I do not understand, father, how these accusations have fallen upon me." Tears streamed down her face, yet her countenance bore a stubborn resolve. "For years, you have been away from home. I have been the one protecting my sister. May I ask, who told you these things?" "Qingyao." Yan de Yuanshui was taken aback that she still would not speak. "Do not let me down." Yan Qingyao froze. Before she could respond, Yan de Yuanshui pulled out the evidence he had gathered, slamming it onto the stone table before her. "Look for yourself and see if your father has misunderstood you." Aunt Zhou and Yan Qingyao exchanged glances. Upon seeing the densely packed characters, an ominous premonition surged within Yan Qingyao. With a trembling hand, she picked up one of the papers, and as her eyes scanned its contents, her heart plummeted. How could this? The information contained therein was unequivocally truthful. Yan de Yuanshui had dismantled her lies completely. All the information was derived from their mind control. Yan Qingyao's grip on the paper quivered. The interrogation via mind control. "Father, did you employ military resources for Yanshi? What else do you have to say?" Yan de Yuanshui fixed his gaze upon her. Yan Qingyao felt a tightness in her scalp, her downcast eyes no longer willing to read the content, but rather deep in thought. Aunt Zhou, sensing the dire situation, attempted to soothe. "This must be a misunderstanding. Even under mind control, not everything is." Before she could finish, Yan de Yuanshui's icy gaze fell upon her. She realized that for Qingao this time, it was over. With a thud, Yan Qingao sank to her knees, her already pale face now resembling that of a ghost. I admit my fault. Qingao, Aunt Zhou exclaimed in distress. Conspiring against your elder sister and seizing her spiritual roots. Yan de Yuan Shui looked down at her, his hands trembling slightly from anger and sorrow. According to our law, what should be done? Decapitation, Yan Qingao stated calmly. Aunt Zhou was horrified. Just as she was about to act, Yan de Yuan Shui's spiritual energy restrained her, rendering her immobile. Why would you do such a thing? Yan de Yuan Shui pondered, unable to comprehend why the sisters, who had once shared a close bond, were now at odds. I did this for my sister's sake. Yan Qingao had already crafted a justification. As long as sister can clear her meridians and cultivate, even if it means decapitation, I will accept it. Yan Shi interjected. You still have an excuse? Yan de Yuan Shui furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Send me to the Ministry of Punishment. Yan Qingao offered no further explanation. The rest was inconsequential. Don't. Yan Shi stepped forward. You should clarify this. I do not wish to bear an unjust blame. Yan Qingao met her gaze. Sister. Do you truly want me to explain? Speak, Yan Shi commanded decisively. She was curious to see what excuses could arise from such a dire situation. Yan Qingao lowered her gaze, but when she lifted it again, her demeanor was more rational. Over the years, due to sister's inability to cultivate, I have sought various methods. A few years ago, I stumbled upon a risky remedy that could potentially allow sister to cultivate. Yan Shi scrutinized her closely. Before she could respond, Yan Qingao continued. Addressing Yan de Yuan Shui, if I recall correctly, father once stated that he would pay any price as long as sister could cultivate. Indeed. Yan de Yuan Shui nodded after a moment of contemplation. He then commanded that efforts be made to find a solution. As long as it enables Shi to clear her meridians and cultivate, I am willing to pay any price. What does this have to do with you beating her and taking her awakened fire phoenix spiritual roots? Yan de Yuan Shui inquired sternly. I did all of this solely to enable sister to cultivate, Yan Qingao asserted with conviction, her composure fully regained. According to the remedy, for those whose meridians are blocked, if the blood of the fire phoenix is infused into their body and periodically nourished with heart's blood, they can awaken the fire phoenix spiritual roots. Afterward, the roots can be dissected, utilizing the spiritual energy from beneath the abyss of misfortune to clear the meridians, allowing one to cultivate. Chapter 15. A beautiful excuse. Yan Shi lifted her gaze slightly, surprise flickering in the depths of her eyes. She never anticipated that this person could concoct such an excuse at this critical juncture. She was torn between praising her intelligence or admiring her depth of character. Where's the remedy? Grand Marshal Yuan inquired. In my room, Yan Qingao replied deliberately. I have kept it under my pillow since I obtained it years ago. Grand Marshal Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Go fetch it. Yes, she responded, rising to bow before the Grand Marshal and then stepping away to retrieve it. Aunt Zhou, having regained her freedom, followed closely behind. Glancing back, she whispered in Yan Qingyao's ear, how could you fabricate such a grand lie? How does one acquire a remedy? Is it a lie if I already possess it? Yan Qingao replied lightly, casting a sidelong glance. Aunt Zhou was taken aback. As for Yan Shi and Grand Marshal Yuan, the former gazed at Yan Qingyao's departing figure, her mind filled with questions. She was certain that Yan Qingyao's actions were not intended to aid the original owner in unblocking her meridians. But what do you think? Grand Marshal Yuan asked her. Remedy? Yan Shi replied. Grand Marshal Yuan nodded. I do not know. Yan Shi furrowed her brow, feeling that the situation was deviating from her expectations. She thought she would understand once it was presented to her. Grand Marshal Yuan felt a weight on his heart. He secretly hoped the remedy was genuine. After all, that would signify a harmonious relationship between his two daughters, and Shi could continue her cultivation. Moments later, Yan Qingao returned, standing before Grand Marshal Yuan and presenting a folded piece of paper. This is the remedy I found during my excursion. Please, father, have a look. Grand Marshal Yuan took the paper, unfolding it. But is there a problem? Yan Qingyao's palms were clammy with sweat, yet her demeanor remained composed. Be honest with me. Where did you obtain this remedy? Grand Marshal Yuan's voice held a note of intensity as he regarded Yan Qingyao more seriously. Yan Qingyao bit her lip. After careful consideration, she nodded. It was given to me by an old man while I was out training to find a solution for my sister. An old man? Grand Marshal Yuan asked. Yes, Yan Qingyao affirmed. He was gravely injured, and I saved him, and in return, he provided me with this remedy. A surprising thought blossomed in Grand Marshal Yuan's mind. Could it be? Yan Qingyao and Yan Shi both lifted their gazes. Sure. Grand Marshal Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that Yan Qingyao's words might indeed hold truth. What's that supposed to mean? Yan Shi interjected. To be able to snatch someone from the hands of the King of Hell? Grand Marshal Yuan sighed deeply, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Yan Qingyao's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light, contemplating something. Old Bai? Yan Shi took the remedy from Grand Marshal Yuan's hands, noticing the paper's age and the handwriting's antiquity, her brow instinctively furrowing. This doesn't make sense, she remarked. Look. Grand Marshal Yuan probed tentatively. He turned his gaze. Yan Qingyao nodded. This remedy was specifically sought for my sister. If she wishes for it, she may take it. Then thank you, sister, Yan Shi replied, emphasizing the word sister distinctly. Grand Marshal Yuan acquiesced. Very well. As she turned to leave, Grand Marshal Yuan called out to her. Sure. He hesitated, wanting to say more. Rest assured. Yan Shi stated formally. Since this matter is a misunderstanding, what I previously mentioned does not count. All right, Grand Marshal Yuan nodded. As she departed, he could not help but admonish, next time, such matters must be reported to me first. Do not act on your own accord. Yes, father, Yan Qingyao replied obediently. Take care of yourself. I still have some official duties to attend to. Father, what is it? Could you perhaps show me a little more concern in the future? Just a little will do, Yan Qingyao requested, biting her lip, her calm gaze now replaced by a hint of grievance. It seems you have always been more concerned about my sister. Grand Marshal Yuan was taken aback. Reflecting on it, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Hearing his father's words, it seemed old Bai was a highly respected figure, a prominent presence on the continent. Hey, Zhong Li Mo nudged her arm. Zhong Li Mo shifted her gaze from the book, annoyance evident in her expression as it landed on her hand. Yan Shi, undeterred, continued. How long have you lived beneath the Wuwang cliff? 100 years, Zhong Li Mo replied tersely. Have you heard that the spiritual energy there can heal meridian blockages? Yan Shi inquired, genuinely curious about the matter, having sought treatment after excavating her spiritual roots. Zhong Li Mo's violet eyes glinted with derision. What kind of look is that? Yan Shi asked. The place is rife with malevolent energy. Ordinary people who come into contact with it would suffer a gruesome fate, Zhong Li Mo responded coldly, her youthful tone making the warning less intimidating. Healing? Why not say it could help you ascend to the heavens? Yan Shi was momentarily speechless. Is it really as exaggerated as you say? When I was cultivating down there, I was perfectly fine. Zhong Li Mo's mockery intensified. If it weren't for my presence, you would have long since been reduced to nothing. Then help me take a look at this, Yan Shi said, handing over the remedy. With your vast experience of over 10,000 years, could you determine if there are any issues? Though Zhong Li Mo's expression was one of disdain, her hands moved swiftly. As soon as her fingers brushed the paper, her brow furrowed sharply, her violet gaze deepening unnaturally. Yan Shi noticed. What is it? This item, where did you acquire it? Zhong Li Mo scrutinized the paper, flipping it over repeatedly. Yan Qingyao gave it to me, Yan Shi explained, recounting the prior events, mentioning how she had interrupted her rib, excavated her spiritual roots, and cast her down the Wuwang cliff, all supposedly to facilitate her cultivation. Chapter 16. The fire cannot be concealed. Where did she acquire it? Zhong Li Mo seemed quite concerned about this. His brow furrowed slightly as he held the paper. His deep purple eyes now tinged with a hint of gravity. A few years ago? Yan Shi nodded. Impossible, Zhong Li Mo stated with utmost conviction. This item has only appeared for 2 days. Yan Shi exclaimed, 2 days? She swiftly snatched it away, studying it intently. Are you certain? Zhong Li Mo's aura shifted. Just because she cannot obtain it does not mean no one delivered it to her. He had not anticipated that the filthy organization had extended its reach here. What do you mean? Yan Shi was bewildered by his words. This matter is beyond your current capacity to investigate. Zhong Li Mo's purple gaze darkened, reminding her that if she wished for a peaceful life, she should refrain from disturbing Yan Qingyao. Yan Shi blinked, neither angered nor agitated. She would not doubt the benevolence of the Great One, who had previously urged her to poison Yan Qingyao to death. However, can you tell me why? It is not information you ought to know. Zhong Li Mo, unable to focus on his reading, furrowed his brow deeply, instructing her to concentrate on her training and assist him in unraveling the rejuvenation curse. The rest is of no concern to you. Sigh. Yan Shi exhaled, resting her chin in her hand, looking rather dejected. Zhong Li Mo? Yan Shi stared out the window at the setting sun, musing. The elders often say, one who eats from another's hand is bound by that hand. Sigh. Zhong Li Mo appeared on the verge of frustration. Always talking about eating. Enough. Yan Shi feigned a dramatic performance, rising in exasperation, as if her sincerity was wasted on a dog. Yan Shi. Zhong Li Mo was incensed. This impudent girl had the audacity to liken him, the dignified demon lord, to a mere dog. What is the matter? Yan Shi feigned sorrow. The reason I do not disclose information to you is to keep you from danger. Zhong Li Mo found her utterly unperturbed. If she truly desired to know, she must be prepared to risk her life at any moment. Yan Shi smiled. Sitting back down to face him, speak, I am listening. Do you genuinely wish to know? Not afraid of losing your life? Not afraid. Observing the girl's candid and innocent expression, Zhong Li Mo felt a weight settle upon his heart. His gaze fell upon the prescription, his brow still furrowed. Snapping his fingers, you shall inform her. Zuke? Inform her of what? Wait. Zuke, noticing the prescription, stepped excitedly upon it, sensing the aura of that organization. Yan Shi, intrigued, inquired, that organization? The very one that was vilified and hunted in Shang Xiantian, Zuke chattered. Yan Shi became even more curious. What connection does Shang Xiantian have with this place? What Yan Qingyao presented must surely have been fabricated by that organization. Zhong Li Mo spoke, his voice carrying a youthful timbre. Since she has obtained something from that organization, it signifies her collaboration with them has commenced. Yan Shi listened for a long while, yet failed to grasp the crux. So, what exactly does this organization do? Why did they approach Yan Qingyao? And why would they aid her? Zhong Li Mo's purple eyes reflected displeasure. Yan Shi touched her nose, sensing she had not spoken incorrectly. I am not affiliated with that organization, Zhong Li Mo retorted impatiently. Clearly irritated, how could I possibly know? Yan Shi chuckled. I merely thought you were all-knowing and omnipotent. Zhong Li Mo averted his gaze. At least that remark was somewhat pleasing to hear. I will remind you once more, do not provoke Yan Qingyao for the time being. Zhong Li Mo resumed his reading. Yan Qingyao was their connection on this continent, and should she be harmed, it would undoubtedly invite relentless pursuit. If you truly desire to eliminate her, first strengthen yourself. After Zhong Li Mo finished speaking, his purple eyes carried a scrutinizing gaze. Understand? Understood, understood, understood. Yan Shi casually replied. After conversing for a while longer, she departed for the library, attempting to uncover any information about the organization they mentioned. Upon reaching the library, she realized she had forgotten to inquire about the organization's name. After Zhong Li Mo left, he frowned deeply, his thoughts burdened. Zuke cautiously probed several times, still contemplating that organization. Their sudden arrival here cannot be without purpose. Zhong Li Mo's eyes darkened. Have Fifth investigate. Zuke? It paused for a moment. Are you not going? Zhong Li Mo admonished in a low voice. Must we involve Fifth for such a trivial matter? Zuke was taken aback, astonished, and inquisitive, Master, you cannot possibly have feelings for that girl named Yenshi. Zhongli Mo maintained a calm demeanor. I require her assistance to lift the rejuvenation curse. She must not come to harm. Oh, I see. Zhu Ke elongated its tone. Then fifth S involvement isn't necessary. Zhongli Mo raised an eyebrow. Is your skin itching? Zhu Ke, I will go immediately. It did not wish to be plucked again. But let us hope the members of that organization are not targeting Yenshi. Yenshi remained oblivious to these matters. She spent a considerable time in the library, finding nothing, and thus resolved not to waste any more time. Just as she exited the library, she encountered Yan Qingyao. Yenshi pretended not to see her, ignoring her as she stepped away. Do you truly despise me so, sister? Yan Qingyao smiled with a hint of mockery in her tone. I have just rendered you significant assistance. Yenshi offered a slight smile. She stood with her hands behind her back, revealing a small stone resembling a seed in her palm. This stone was known as the memory stone, capable of capturing images and sounds. Are you upset because father did not punish me? Yan Qingyao began to provoke her. Are you unwilling? What do I have to be unwilling about? Yenshi's emotions remained remarkably steady. What goes around comes around, and paper can never truly conceal fire. Even if it is temporarily hidden, it merely means the fire is burning slowly. Chapter 17. The Demon Lord is embraced. Yan Qingyao smiled, her words exuding an unwavering confidence, as if she had everything under control. Whether the fire burns slowly or rapidly is of no consequence. My father now believes that all my actions are aimed at facilitating your cultivation. No amount of protest before him will yield results. Is that all you've got? Yenshi responded with an air of indifference. What a pity. You have no more chances. Yan Qingyao reveled in her triumph. Yenshi chuckled, a glint of coldness dancing in her eyes. If I were in your position, I wouldn't celebrate prematurely. Do you still harbor thoughts of revenge? Yan Qingyao raised an eyebrow slightly. You may not be aware, but I just... Yenshi leaned closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I have poisoned you. Yan Qingyao's pupils constricted. Instinctively, she recoiled several paces, her brow furrowing. You dare? You'll find out tomorrow, Yenshi replied merrily, deliberately attempting to unsettle her. By the time you awaken, your cultivation will plummet from peak to mere 9th tier, and by evening, it may dwindle to a single tier. Let us hope you can still flaunt your power before us then. With that, Yenshi departed. A wave of trepidation washed over Yan Qingyao. The recollection of her previous, unnoticed depletion of spiritual roots sent her heart racing. Yenshi, she called out, halting her. Yenshi turned, her demeanor still composed. Fear not. As long as you open all your meridians, it is possible to prevent your cultivation from falling. Give me the antidote. Yan Qingyao advanced, a whip appearing in her hand. Yenshi merely glanced at her, remaining unmoved. Unease gripped Yan Qingyao. If you do not comply, I shall inform father this very moment. Go ahead. Yenshi said dismissively as she turned to leave, her movements decisive. Panic gripped Yan Qingyao, recalling the excruciating pain of having her dantian forcibly opened. She wasted no time informing General Yan. The general dismissed her fears, offering only words of comfort. Amidst her tears, Yan Qingyao pleaded with him to retrieve the antidote from Yenshi. Reluctantly, the general set off in search of Yenshi. The following morning, Yenshi raised her brow playfully. Such audacity from a venomous woman. Yenshi, how dare you toy with me? Yan Qingyao seethed, flames of fury igniting within her. She had never anticipated that Yenshi would dare to intimidate her. The notion of poisoning was utterly unfounded, yet she found herself chastised by her father that morning. Is it forbidden to jest? Yenshi replied, her tone light, as she strolled inside. Don't sisters often engage in such playful banter? Yan Qingyao's eyes glimmered with frost. Why had Yenshi changed so drastically? With their father still at home, it was best to maintain appearances. Once he departs the capital, you may play however you wish. I shall indulge you, Yenshi remarked, a flicker of understanding crossing her gaze. Hand over the item you used to block my whip. Otherwise, I shall have this child rendered incapable, Yan Qingyao threatened. That item had indeed been formidable, able to withstand a strike from her peak cultivation. Let them be incapacitated. Yan Shi replied indifferently, casually taking a seat nearby. Hurry it up. Yan Qingyao's expression darkened. What are you waiting for? Do not think I would hesitate, she retorted. Yan Qingyao tightened her grip on the whip. What is there that the second Miss Yan cannot accomplish? Yan Shi smirked lightly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Killing a legitimate sister and severing spiritual roots without a flicker of emotion. What a model for our generation. With a surge of malice, Yan Qingyao signaled to her two guards. Immediately, one seized Yanji's hand while the other drew a blade, poised to sever it. Yan Qingyao, considering you are your father's daughter, I offer you one last piece of advice, Yan Shi warned, her gaze piercing. Do not court death. Yan Qingyao dismissed the warning, issuing a brisk command. Proceed. With a swift motion, the guard's blade descended towards Yanji's hand. Yan Shi unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, sending both guards crashing to the ground. Yan Qingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Both men were of 7th-tier cultivation. Ji, come here, Yan Shi beckoned. Yan Ji, with a hint of disdain in his violet eyes, approached with small steps, a taunt escaping his lips. You finally know how to defend yourself. How remarkable. Yan Shi smiled gently, pulling him into an embrace. How dare you? He exclaimed, his youthful face scrunching in indignation. Sit still, Yan Shi instructed, her tone akin to soothing a child. Otherwise, that fearsome sister of yours may devour you. Yan Shi. Yan Qingyao fumed, her chest aflame with rage. Yan Ji's disdain grew more pronounced. As if struck by an idea, he leaned closer to Yan Shi, speaking in a soft, yet mature tone. Find a way to make me touch Yan Qingyao's hand. Yan Shi blinked. Yan Zi was perplexed by her reaction. What sort of gaze was that? Yan Shi whispered to him, bewildered at his interest in such a malicious woman. She just attempted to sever your hand, and you now wish to hold hers? Have you become addicted to torment? How dare you? Yan Ji seethed, his teeth grinding. Yan Shi chuckled lightly. You seek to clear your name, yet you are vexed. I merely wish to ascertain whether she has practiced the techniques of that organization. Do not presume that I am interested in women just because you are. Good grief. Seeing Yan Shi engaged in conversation with a child, neglecting her entirely, ignited a fury within Yan Qingyao. With a fierce swing of her whip, she aimed for Yan Shi. Crack. She was determined to make Yan Shi understand. As long as Yan Qingyao existed, there would be no place for Yan Shi in this family. Chapter 18. The extremely fastidious Momo. What has prompted such a confrontation? Yan Shi swiftly evaded her attack. When will you be able to cultivate? Yan Qingyao was particularly concerned about this matter. Yan Shi rose, speaking in a serious yet nonsensical manner. It was the very moment you cast me off the Wuwang cliff. To be honest, your remedy is indeed effective. Yan Qingyao raised an eyebrow. To express my gratitude, I wish to turn our conflict into peace. Yan Shi approached her. Under Yan Qingyao's bewildered gaze, she grasped her hand firmly, maintaining a proper handshake. Simultaneously, she called out to Zhongli Mo. Come over and greet your second sister. When your sister is not home, you will rely entirely on her to look after you. Zhongli Mo felt a wave of disdain. He never anticipated that Yan Shi would resort to such a foolish method. He slowly approached Yan Qingyao. And just as he was convincing himself that he was only touching a stone, Yan Shi abruptly pulled him, making him grasp Yan Qingyao's hand. Zhongli Mo. He felt an immediate discomfort, as if he had touched something filthy. What are you trying to do? Yan Qingyao yanked her hand away from the two of them. Her eyes filled with suspicion. Nothing at all. Yan Shi stood her ground, adding, if there's nothing else, please take your leave. Then, Yan Qingyao found herself at a loss for how to vent her frustration. She had intended to teach a lesson, but to her astonishment, Yan Shi's cultivation had already reached the innate stage. From being a waste to attaining innate prowess. Miss, are we still going to fight? The guard stood up, looking somewhat disheveled. Investigate what transpired after Yan Shi was cast off the Wuwang cliff. I want to know everything, down to the last detail, Yan Qingyao commanded. her eyes glinting with determination. The two guards responded, yes. Ultimately, Yan Qingao departed from the courtyard, concerned that a fierce altercation might damage the premises, which would lead to troublesome inquiries from her father. Meanwhile, inside the room, Zhongli Mo had washed his hands a dozen times. Yanshi raised an eyebrow, genuinely perplexed. What are you doing? Why did you make me touch that disgusting person? Zhongli Mo's youthful face was filled with questions and displeasure. Yanshi blinked innocently. Did you not say you wanted to touch them? How else can you do that without bringing them together? Zhongli Mo turned away, sulking as he repeatedly scrubbed his hands. Enough, stop washing. Yanshi pulled his hands from the basin and dried them with a clean towel. At this rate, your skin will be gone. Zhongli Mo shrugged her off and resumed washing. Disgusting. Utterly disgusting. Yanshi fell silent, resting her head on her hand as she watched him, honestly feeling fatigued by the sight. Zhu Ke suddenly appeared, shedding light on Zhongli Mo's behavior. Once, a demoness accidentally tugged at his arm, and he washed it for 3 days and nights. Yanshi raised an eyebrow. Is it really that exaggerated? Indeed. Zhu Ke replied earnestly. Then why didn't he wash his face for 3 days and nights when I kissed him? Yanshi pondered casually. And when I fell into his arms during our first meeting, shouldn't he have soaked himself for 3 days and nights? Zhu Ke, in his arms. You fell into his arms. It was visibly excited. You really fell into the Lord's arms? Zhu Ke seemed to be in shock. Yes, Yanshi nodded. Not only did I fall into his arms, but I even placed my hand on his chest and touched it twice. Zhu Ke, why has such a monumental event never been mentioned by the Lord? Are you certain your account is completely accurate? Zhu Ke asked eagerly, its mind swirling with gossip, envisioning the Lord and his companion in a romantic setting. Oh! Yanshi responded, is it really necessary? I have an idea that might persuade the Lord to cease his current actions, Zhu Ke whispered conspiratorially. You should take his hand, kiss each of his hands, and sweet-talk him a bit. Perhaps he will stop washing. Yanshi's lips twitched in refusal. I don't want to play the role of a little wife. My only aspiration is to be a carefree spirit. Zhu Ke. Zhongli Mo was completely absorbed in washing, intent on erasing the feeling of disgust from his hands, oblivious to the exchange between Yanshi and Zhu Quebec. After another quarter of an hour, he commanded, Zhu Ke, change the water. Yes. Zhu Ke obediently went to comply. Yanshi observed Zhongli Mo's hands, now flushed from the scrubbing, and felt an inexplicable complexity in her heart. She unconsciously approached him, clasping his small hands in hers. They're red already. Are you still going to wash? Disgusting. Zhongli Mo replied softly yet coldly. Shall I give you a kiss, dear sister? Yanshi placed gentle kisses on each of his hands, feeling an undeniable twinge of sympathy. Is it still disgusting now? Zhongli Mo paused, his violet eyes fixating on the spots where Yanshi had kissed him, a strange sensation surging within his chest. Realizing his feelings were amiss, he abruptly withdrew his hands from Yanshi's grasp, his face a picture of annoyance as he turned away. Zhu Ke at the door was taken aback. Wasn't he refusing? Why is he allowing a kiss? Bring in whoever you like. Yanshi sensed Zhu Ke had returned with water. Observing that the Lord showed no signs of anger, Zhu Ke dutifully placed the water down. Yanshi took Zhongli Mo's somewhat stiff hand and placed it in the basin, gently pouring water over it, washing it with tender care. Sister has washed away all the disgust from your hands. As she dried his hands, a smile graced her lips. Are you satisfied now, Mo? Zhongli Mo maintained his cold demeanor, offering no reply. Yanshi recognized that he was feeling better and did not press him to speak. Did you uncover anything earlier? She casually chatted. If you haven't, just tell me the method and I'll investigate myself. Zhongli Mo's curt and awkward response came, not yet cultivated. Yanshi nodded, feeling somewhat weary from her stroll the previous night. Zhu Ke is hungry, Zhongli Mo suddenly stated, his tone still cold. Yanshi? Zhu Ke? He can feel hunger? Chapter 19. The emergence of the 9th rank elixir stirs up a storm. Zhongli Mo lifted his gaze, his violet eyes reflecting a hint of aloofness and indifference. his tone still laced with arrogance. "It has just fetched water for me numerous times and is now weary and famished." Juke instantly understood. There exists a hunger that stems from the master feeling it. Without hesitation, it nodded to express its desire. "Indeed, I am hungry. Can Miss Yen prepare some of those delightful snacks for me?" "Very well," Yen Shi replied. She was aware that this was a moment of pride for a certain demonic sovereign. She quickly made her way to the kitchen to personally prepare several snacks, considering he had likely skipped breakfast, and also cooked him a bowl of noodles. By the time she finished, half an hour had passed. As she approached with the fragrant and visually appealing noodles accompanied by several snacks, Zhongli Mo's eyes sparkled. Juke leaned in closer, its gaze fixated on the bowl of noodles. "Those noodles appear exceedingly delicious. Do try them." Yen Shi slightly parted her red lips. Juke flapped its wings, seemingly eager. Zhongli Mo shot it a sidelong glance, his words icy. "Do you not know to express gratitude?" Juke. It wasn't as if it would truly eat them. "Very well," Yen Shi observed with a knowing smile. "I shall take a nap. Just leave the dishes there, and I will call someone to clean up when I awaken." Juke replied, "Understood." As Yen Shi departed, Juke's mouth nearly watered. The aroma was undeniably enticing. "Master, will you not partake?" It noticed Zhongli Mo remained immobile for a long while, swallowing hard. If the noodles were to clump together, the flavor would be significantly diminished. Zhongli Mo was in a foul mood, suppressing his irritation, his voice chillingly sharp. "Since when have you and Yen Shi been so close?" "What?" Juke was taken aback. Zhongli Mo cast a glance at the noodles, an aura of frost emanating from him. Previously, when he had been hungry, she had prepared only a modest snack for him, yet upon mentioning Juke's hunger, she prepared a bowl of noodles. "You refer to this bowl of noodles?" Juke, having honed its perceptive abilities over millennia, replied, "These were all prepared for you by Miss Yen." Zhongli Mo's demeanor grew even colder. Juke felt wronged. Why should a charming, beautiful, and kind little girl endure such treatment? If you think about it, in Miss Yan's heart, I am merely a Juke. Or in other words, just a bird. Even if she intends to prepare food for me, it should be something suitable for a bird, not a warm meal. Zhongli Mo's gaze shifted to the steaming noodles. Juke, with great effort, urged, "Please eat quickly, if it is to your liking. Next time you can use me as an excuse to have Miss Yen prepare food for you again." Zhongli Mo shot a cold glance in its direction. That was a slip of the tongue. Juke chuckled awkwardly. With a stern expression, Zhongli Mo picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. The moment the noodles touched his lips, his pupils flickered. The exquisite flavor spread throughout his mouth. How could such delectable food exist in this world? He ate mouthful after mouthful, and before long, the bowl was nearly empty. He even drank the broth to the last drop. Juke had swallowed several times, and upon seeing him finish the broth, it cautiously inquired, "Master, how do the noodles taste?" "Ordinary," Zhongli Mo replied, placing the dishes aside, delicately wiping his mouth as if he had merely consumed a bowl of plain water. Juke's lips twitched. "Ordinary? Then why not leave some for me? Next time, when you are hungry, remember to tell Yen Shi that you do not enjoy scallions." Zhongli Mo stood up, changing his position, and settled into a chair to read. "Juke, I heard that. Bring the snacks over and set them here," Zhongli Mo commanded, his authoritative presence palpable. "Once you are done, feel free to entertain yourself." Juke's eyes wandered over the snacks multiple times. It longed to eat, but respecting its master's dignity, it dutifully carried all the treats over to Zhongli Mo. The young boy read while munching on the food, living a life that could only be described as blissful. Master Juke felt that such an overly relaxed demeanor did not suit him. "Will you not prepare for the return to childhood spell? In a year, you must participate in that life and death battle. If leave." Zhongli Mo snapped impatiently. Juke, feeling mistreated, took several deep breaths before transforming into a beam of red light and departing. It was one thing to be used as an excuse, but it was another to be scolded while diligently considering his affairs. "Humph. Let us see if it would help him again next time. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. While Yen Shi was peacefully napping, an enormous event unfolded outside. The 9th rank spirit restoration pill appeared at the auction. In the distant Qi continent, alchemists were numerous, yet those above the 5th rank were exceedingly rare, and those of the 9th rank were even scarcer, with only the legendary 5 great alchemists achieving such a level. However, the elixirs crafted by these 5 great alchemists were valued yet rarely available. It was said that they only concocted 10 batches of elixirs per year, which were snapped up by mysterious individuals before they even circulated. Suddenly, news broke of the appearance of a 9th rank spirit restoration pill, and the capital city erupted in excitement. Naturally, Yan Qingyao also attended. At the auction venue, the earlier items had been nearly sold, and finally, the 9th rank elixir was set to be the grand finale. The immense popularity of the 9th rank elixir stemmed from its life-saving properties. Possessing it equated to gaining an additional life. Elixirs below the 9th rank could restore only up to 50% of one's cultivation level, while lower-tier elixirs might merely allow a person to take a single breath. However, the 9th rank was different. The moment one consumed it, their spiritual power could be restored by 70%. 70% was akin to a lifeline in the midst of battle. The 10th auction item, the 9th rank spirit restoration pill. The auctioneer began to introduce it, outlining the rules as well. The owner stated that this 9th rank spirit restoration pill would not be auctioned for gold leaves. Whoever could find the misty blood lotus would claim the elixir. Upon hearing this, the auction venue erupted in chaos. The misty blood lotus was a flower that grew deep within the Xian beast forest. It thrived in a humid environment teeming with venomous insects, and most importantly, it was guarded by a 9th rank Xian beast. A 9th rank Xian beast was equivalent to a master of the earth-breaking stage among humans. I must go, everyone. I will take the lead. Stop. That misty blood lotus is mine. Chapter 20. Do you want me to keep my distance from Zhongli Mo? A multitude of individuals surged towards the exit. Although the blood lotus was guarded by a 9th-tier mystical beast, amongst those attending the auction were not without their own formidable cultivators. As the crowd dispersed, Yan Qingyao, accompanied by her maid, sought out the proprietor of the auction house. The proprietor, recognizing her, greeted her with a standard, courteous smile, addressing her as Miss Yan. I have a query for you, esteemed proprietor, Yan Qingyao stated, presenting a small pouch of golden leaves into his hands, her tone icy. I would appreciate your assistance. The proprietor's smile widened, and with a genial demeanor, he gestured for her to follow him. Yan Qingyao entered a relatively secluded chamber, and once the door was closed, she bluntly posed her question. Might I inquire as to who provided the 9th-tier elixir? Miss Yan, I. The proprietor hesitated, words caught in his throat. Yan Qingyao signaled to her maid, who produced a larger pouch and handed it over. This is merely a deposit. Should you be willing to divulge this information, I assure you I will reward you handsomely. That is not permissible, the proprietor declined, recalling the figure in black who had delivered the 9th-tier elixir. Our auction house has its rules. Disclosing the identity of the owner could tarnish our reputation. Yan Qingyao pressed on. The maid produced a 1,000 gold note. The proprietor's gaze lingered on it, contemplating before he spoke. While I cannot reveal the owner's appearance, I can tell you she is from the capital. The capital? Yan Qingyao echoed, her curiosity piqued. If you share this information, it shall be yours. She then retrieved a 2,000 gold note, adding, if someone arrives before me tomorrow to collect the blood lotus, would you kindly inquire if they would part with it for 2,000 taels of gold? Very well. The proprietor accepted the note. Approximately an hour after her departure, Yan Shi, cloaked in black, entered the auction house and took a seat in the proprietor's chamber. Upon entering with the gold notes, the proprietor greeted her immediately. Mississippi. How did it go? Yan Shi inquired lightly. It has been conveyed, the proprietor replied, handing over 3,000 taels of gold and the 2 pouches of golden leaves. This is what Miss Yan left behind, inquiring about your identity. I only disclosed that you hail from the capital, as you instructed. Yan Shi accepted the items, a smile gracing her lips. Ah, who would have thought my sister would be so generous? She then presented a porcelain vial containing a 9th-tier elixir. Another 9th tier. The proprietor gasped, accepting it with a mix of confusion. But once the first person delivers the blood lotus, you shall give them this elixir, Yan Shi calculated, envisioning her profits. When Yan Qingao inquires, simply state that the seller demands 5,000 taels of gold. I shall pocket this 2,000 taels as a courtesy. 5,000 taels. Isn't that rather excessive? The proprietor questioned hesitantly. Just say 5,000. It's not as if you truly intend to sell it for that, Yan Shi replied. Her mind racing. She would undoubtedly bargain, aiming for at least 3,500 taels. If she chooses not to purchase, so be it. Understood. The proprietor swallowed hard, pondering how Yan Qingao had offended this individual. Yan Shi withdrew the 2,000 gold notes intended for Yan Qingao, leaving the remainder with him. Ensure the 9th-tier elixir is given to the first person who acquires the blood lotus. Keep the rest. And no, the proprietor declined, recognizing the value of maintaining a good relationship with someone capable of presenting a 9th-tier elixir. It is best to retain your goodwill for future dealings. Very well. Yan Shi accepted the other gold note and the large pouch of golden leaves, leaving behind a smaller pouch. Please do not disclose my identity or gender. Rest assured, miss. The proprietor bowed respectfully. In his eyes, Yan Shi was undoubtedly connected to one of the 5 great alchemists. Otherwise, she could not possess such a precious elixir. Cultivating a positive rapport with her equated to establishing ties with one of the great masters, ensuring the auction house's future fame. Unbeknownst to Yan Shi, her thoughts were far removed from such considerations. She simply sought to avoid the perils of venturing into the mystical beast forest in search of treasures, opting instead for a trade of goods. Upon returning to the marshal's residence, her spirit soared. 3,000 taels of gold, coupled with a large pouch of golden leaves, far exceeded her father's lifetime salary. She found herself curious about the origins of Yan Qingyao's wealth. Do we know each other? She inquired, her gaze filled with uncertainty. The girl before her was strikingly beautiful, exuding an innocent charm. Despite her crimson attire, accented with matching eye makeup, it only enhanced her allure. Even Yan Shi, accustomed to various beauties, could not help but be captivated. Do you not recognize me? The girl pointed to herself, her entire being radiating vitality. Yan Shi's confusion deepened. A girl so lovely, I surely would remember if I had met her. We see each other daily. What? Yan Shi gasped in surprise. Zhu Ke transformed into the enchanting maiden, exuding a captivating allure. You. Yan Shi was at a loss for words. Zhu Ke conversing was not unexpected, given her status as one of the 4 divine beasts in Yan Shi's previous world. Yet, seeing her take human form was an entirely new experience. I have a small request. Zhu Ke approached slowly, grasping Yan Shi's hand and giving it a gentle shake, uncertain if Yan could oblige. A myriad of melodramatic tales flooded Yan Shi's mind. Do you wish for me to distance myself from Zhongli Mo? In the novels she had previously read, the divine beasts often exhibited a strong possessiveness over their masters, frequently displaying dissatisfaction toward the female leads. Chapter 21. Who does not know that Yan Shi is a good-for-nothing? Could it be that this one before me is as well? Zhu Ke blinked in confusion. Why do you say that? You have been with Zhongli Mo day in and day out for countless years. Yan Shi spoke earnestly, with conviction. Is it not entirely normal for him to dislike the company of other females? Zhu Ke responded hastily, No. A hint of surprise flashed across Yan Shi's eyes. I did not come to discuss matters concerning the esteemed one. Zhu Ke, with a voice as melodious as a lark, said, I have a minor issue I wish to consult with you. What is it? Yan Shi inquired curiously. Is it something that requires Zhu Ke to transform into a human? Well, Zhu Ke hesitated, scratching her head awkwardly. Could you perhaps cook a bowl of noodles for me? Noodles? Yan Shi was taken aback. The same noodles you previously prepared for the esteemed one. Zhu Ke was truly craving them. Otherwise, she would not have transformed into a human to seek out Yan Shi. I would like to taste them if that is permissible. Juke remained rooted in place, her expression revealing some internal conflict. Yanshi noticed this. Could I possibly eat them right here? Juke asked cautiously, glancing towards the room where Zhongliemo was. I am not afraid of the heat. And I do not require a table or chair. Yanshi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. A flicker of understanding crossed her eyes. Please wait in my room. Is that acceptable? Juke felt a surge of joy. She cheerfully agreed. Thank you, Miss Yen. I am not picky. I will eat scallions as well. Yanshi nodded and departed. While cooking the noodles, she recalled Zhou Qiue's words. Scallions? Could it be that Zhongliemo does not consume scallions? Reflecting on it, she remembered that when she had someone clear the bowls earlier, there were indeed quite a few scallions in the bowl. Quite picky. In just a short span of 15 minutes, Yanshi prepared a bowl of noodles that was not only delicious, but also aromatic, and promptly delivered it to Juke. Zhou Qiue's eyes sparkled as she took the chopsticks, unbothered by the heat, and began to eat, the delectable flavors awakening her long-dormant appetite after thousands of years. Miss Yen. Juke finished the broth, licked her lips, and said, If you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. As long as the esteemed one has not given orders or tasks, I assure you I will be at your beck and call. Very well. Yanshi replied with a gentle smile. By the way, Juke thought of what she had previously mentioned. Yanshi lifted her gaze. What is it? I have no other feelings for the esteemed one. Juke expressed, giving a meaningful glance. We few would be delighted if the esteemed one were to find a partner soon. So he would not keep issuing commands to us. Miss Yen, I have faith in you. Good luck. With that, Yanshi was left speechless. Juke, feeling quite satisfied after her meal, approached Zhongliemo with a much improved mood, and even if she were to be enslaved by him, she would likely have no complaints. Juke. Zhongliemo suddenly called her, his voice carrying a hint of maturity. Juke immediately responded, Esteemed one. Have you been sneaking snacks? Zhongliemo's gaze fell upon her mouth, his violet eyes narrowing. Juke? Zhongliemo coldly reminded her, Do I need to remind you that you are one of the 4 divine beasts? Gluttony is a taboo. Esteemed one, I was wrong. Juke quickly admitted her mistake. She knew very well that arguing while in the presence of the esteemed one was futile. Swiftly acknowledging her error was the way to go. What news from the 5th? Zhongliemo inquired. There has been no word yet. Tell them to hurry. Yes. Juke reluctantly went to convey the message. That afternoon, throughout the Northern Kingdom, the Academy served as the cradle for nurturing the nation's talents. Many officials and military leaders were graduates of this esteemed institution. If one was a genius among geniuses, after rigorous selection, they could enter the Northern Kingdom's most mysterious divine camp. The Northern Kingdom is rich with legends. The unbeaten war god Yan Zhanbei, the gathering of geniuses at the Academy, and the elusive and extraordinary divine camp. The unbeaten war god is General Yan. In every battle he has faced, he has never known defeat. Even when left with only a few hundred men, he could repel the enemy forces. The Academy is inherently a gathering place for the Northern Kingdom's prodigies, and each year, only the most gifted are admitted. As for the elusive and extraordinary, it refers to one individual. He arrives and departs without a trace, and no one has ever been able to uncover his identity. Even the Emperor knows only that he is a member of the Divine Camp. Then there is the Divine Camp. Each year, selections are made from the Academy with no limit on the number of admissions, as long as one can endure the trials and tribulations they set forth. They may join the Divine Camp, gaining access to the highest level cultivation techniques and the secrets of the continent. Although there is no limit on admissions. Each time hundreds of candidates compete, only a few remain, and sometimes all may be eliminated. Yet, it is this rigorous selection process that instills fear in the hearts of all across the continent regarding the Divine Camp of the Northern Kingdom. Whenever the Divine Camp is mobilized, many feel a chill run down their spine, filled with dread. Now, with the Academy's people and General Yan arriving, it is likely to notify Yan Qingyao about her admission time. With this in mind, Yanshi tidied herself and went to greet General Yan, also inquiring whether she could enroll as a transfer student. After all, the task assigned by her master must continue. In the main hall, General Yan was welcoming the elders responsible for admissions at the academy. Noticing that Yan Qingyao had yet to appear, Yanshi approached with a bright smile, greeting, "Father." Sure. General Yan was slightly taken aback, immediately beckoning her to greet the others. "Come, say hello to Elder Zhou. He is in charge of admissions at the academy, personally screening all students each year." "Elder Zhou," Yanshi politely greeted. "Elder Zhou, To Elder Zhou, only prodigies could capture his attention. For anyone else, he remained indifferent, not engaging in unnecessary conversations or wasting time. "Elder Zhou." General Yan, aware that his daughter sought clues about her mother at the academy, cleared his throat and said, "I wonder if the academy is still accepting students? My daughter has quite a good talent." Elder Zhou's lips twitched. Were it not for the fact that the one speaking was the unbeaten war god, he would have wanted to slap her. Good talent? Who in the entire Northern Kingdom does not know that Yanshi is a hopeless case? Chapter 22. The 4 Attributes of Genius. What could this mean? Marshal Yan feigned ignorance to his refusal. If I recall correctly, it was either the year before last or the year before that when the academy began its formal lectures, and there were students who joined as transfer students. Elder Zhou was nearly choked by his own indignation. This individual is a genius of 4 attributes. Can Yanshi possibly compare? The reason for the special admission was the child's exceptional talent. Elder Zhou maintained his composure once more. What kind of talent is required for such an exception? Yanshi inquired, her expression genuinely innocent, as she wished to assess her own capabilities. Elder Zhou was momentarily speechless. "Do you not have any self-awareness?" He took a deep breath, disregarding Yanshi's words, and shifted the topic. "Marshal Yan, do you have any idea when Yan Qingyao will arrive? I still have messages to deliver to other students." It was a royal decree that required him, as an elder, to personally deliver letters to those with reputable backgrounds in the capital. This was to ensure that the nobles felt the emperor's concern. As for the others, most would receive notifications from the academy detailing the results, including the time, location, and class assignments. Elder Zhou cast a reproachful glance at him. "Truly, you are quite ungracious." "Elder Zhou?" Marshal Yan called out. Sighing internally, Elder Zhou resigned himself to be granted special admission by the academy. One must possess at least a single attribute root. Anything less would not suffice. If your daughter truly wishes to enroll in the academy, she may apply next year when admissions open. Reluctantly, Elder Zhou provided an answer due to Marshal Yan's influence, stating that as long as one possesses a single attribute root, admission is possible. That's fine. Yanshi was unconcerned. "Let us test it now. What if I can?" Elder Zhou. Marshal Yan. At this point, not only was Elder Zhou infuriated, but even Marshal Yan felt a tinge of uncertainty. For attribute roots, these are exceedingly rare. Even Qingyao possesses only 3, wind, fire, and earth. Perhaps it would be better to wait until next year. Marshal Yan's lack of belief in her was not the issue. Rather, he feared she might be disheartened by any potential setbacks. A year of diligent practice would serve her well before we apply. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou sensed something amiss. He furrowed his brow and regarded Yanshi with newfound seriousness. Can she truly cultivate? Of course, Marshal Yan nodded. Elder Zhou scrutinized Yanshi again. Suddenly, as if compelled by fate, he retrieved a talent assessment orb from his spatial ring and placed it on the table. You must channel your spiritual energy into the orb and maintain it for 3 breaths before withdrawing. All right. Yanshi was momentarily taken aback but complied. As her hand rested upon the talent assessment orb, a thought flashed through her mind. If she were to reveal her full attribute roots, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Perhaps she should settle for showcasing just the 4 attributes. Gaining admission to the academy was her primary goal. Having resolved this, she focused her consciousness on her roots and directed her energy into the orb. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. She withdrew her energy, Elder Zhou and Marshal Yan fixed their gazes upon the orb. The former was curious about what roots a person who could not cultivate might awaken, while the latter simply wished to ascertain his daughter's talent. Colors swirled within the orb. Moments later, two characters appeared, 4 attributes. Elder Zhou. Marshal Yan's pupils narrowed. Both were rendered utterly astonished. 4 attributes, my goodness. The two characters lingered for 3 breaths before dissipating, only to be replaced by 4: metal, wood, water, fire. This indicated that Yan Shi's 4 attribute roots were indeed metal, wood, water, and fire. This Elder Zhou stammered, his eyes wide with shock. 4 attributes. She actually possesses 4. Yan Shi sighed in relief. She had nearly lost control of her talent. Fortunately, only the 4 attributes were revealed. Child. Elder Zhou's demeanor transformed dramatically, adopting a warm tone. Come with Grandpa Zhou to the academy, and I will immediately arrange your transfer procedures. You may choose any class you wish. A genius indeed. A genius of 4 attributes. It had been ages since he encountered such talent. Yan Shi instinctively glanced at Marshal Yan, unsure of the procedures and apprehensive about being taken advantage of. If Elder Zhou were to discover this, he would surely swear an oath in her presence. Wait. Marshal Yan called out to Elder Zhou, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Since when did you become her grandfather? And why are you calling her child? I, her father, have never addressed her so affectionately. I simply find this girl quite endearing, Elder Zhou explained. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking advantage of you, nor do I wish to assume the role of your father. Marshal Yan maintained a stern expression. Very well. You intend to take my daughter and exploit her talents. Sure, it would be wiser for us to wait a year and follow the proper procedures. Marshal Yan spoke earnestly. Transfer students inevitably face scrutiny. If anyone claims you received preferential treatment, it would cause you distress, and your father would not take kindly to that. Yan Shi blinked, beginning to understand. All right then. Elder Zhou grew agitated. What do you mean, all right? If you wait, that cooked duck might just fly away. I apologize. It was not my intention to pressure you. Elder Zhou was flexible, demonstrating his complete sincerity to secure such a genius. I can assure you, once Yan arrives at the academy, nobody will know she is a transfer student. Even if rumors arise, I will personally clarify matters with the dean. Elder Zhou spoke with utmost honesty. Marshal Yan scoffed, seeking Yan Shi's opinion. Sure, what do you think? Perhaps it would be beneficial to visit the academy and gather some information. Yan Shi had her own thoughts. Let us go, Elder Zhou urged, gripping her hand as if fearing she might escape. Once we arrive at the academy, I will provide you with all the details you wish to know. At the moment they vanished, a letter appeared on the table, intended for Yan Qing'ao. At this juncture, Yan Shi held far more allure to him than Yan Qing'ao. Not long after they departed, Yan Qing'ao arrived, having tidied herself up. Upon noticing only Marshal Yan, she scanned her surroundings. Father, where is Elder Zhou? Her brow furrowed slightly. Whereas Yan Shi? She glanced around, her eyes narrowing with a hint of suspicion. What business does Elder Zhou have with Yan? Chapter 23. The conversation between Marshal Yan and Yan Qing'ao. Marshal Yan hesitated as he considered the strained relationship between the two sisters, opting to alter his words. Elder Zhou felt that Shi possessed considerable talent and took her to assess her abilities. Does the talent assessment require a trip to the academy? Yan Qing'ao pondered, yet refrained from asking further. Marshal Yan handed her a letter, saying, "This is the admission letter brought by Elder Zhou. Take a look." "Thank you, father." Yan Qing'ao accepted it with a nod, intending to leave. However, Marshal Yan called her back, feeling a lingering sense of guilt towards Shi. "Qing'ao, is there something else, father?" She replied obediently. "Although everything you have done was intended to enable Shi's cultivation, the harm you inflicted upon her is very real." Marshal Yan deliberated before expressing his thoughts, even acknowledging the potential for dire consequences. Yan Qing'ao tightened her grip, sensing what her father was about to say. "We are all aware of what the abyss of despair entails. According to the interrogation results, you had someone throw Shi directly into it. which differs from your claims about needing the spiritual energy from below. Yan Qingyao's heart sank. She feigned ignorance. What do you mean, father? Father, she trembled internally, never expecting such disbelief from him. With the facts laid bare, how could he still doubt her? If Shirshir were to perish in the abyss, you would present your remedy and justify your actions. Marshal Yan continued, maintaining his composure. Even if I wished to punish you, I must also consider your good intentions toward Shirshir. Qingao. Marshal Yan called her once more. Cold sweat filled her palms, and her words caught in her throat. With a sigh, Marshal Yan furrowed his brow. You are my daughter, and I know your character well. I assure you, I have never harbored any intention to harm your sister. Yan Qingao earnestly sought excuses, claiming the decision to have her thrown into the abyss was upon the advice of the elder who provided me the remedy. He said it was a method of placing one in a desperate situation to compel survival. Marshal Yan sighed again, his gaze laden with complexity. You are inherently proud and dislike being overshadowed by others. While Shirshir may have struggled with cultivation, her knowledge of literature and etiquette surpassed yours. Society's prejudice against her abilities has led people to deem her worthless. Yan Qingao felt uneasy. Am I so inadequate in your eyes? She continued, her brow knitted. What I wish to convey today is that Shirshir is still alive. Whatever has transpired, you owe her an apology or an act of atonement. Having been overly excited by Elder by S remedy, she had neglected to consider the situation's intricacies. Upon reflection, she realized that matters were not as simple as they seemed. Qingao. She thought to herself, I have genuinely aided her. Why must I apologize? Her tone was filled with accusation. She destroyed my spiritual root and made me endure excruciating pain. Why should she not be the one to atone? Marshal Yan met her gaze, exuding a quiet yet formidable intensity. The spiritual root is intrinsically hers. Even if the remedy's efficacy is true, you have ultimately lied about the matter of the spiritual root. Since childhood, you have favored my sister. In your eyes, whatever she does is justified, while my actions are always seen as self-serving. Yan Qingyao's eyes brimmed with disappointment. If you despise me so much, why did you even choose to have me? Do you truly believe I am that kind of person? Marshal Yan's eyes locked onto hers. Yan Qingyao averted her gaze, feeling guilty. Though he seemed to show greater concern for Yan Shi, he had never neglected her. Now, make a vow to the heavens, Marshal Yan demanded, his gaze unwavering. If you have ever wished harm upon Shirshir, may I suffer eternal misfortune and my cultivation be lost. Father. Yan Qingao was taken aback. Swear it. Marshal Yan was resolute, for he loved each of his children. If you swear, I shall believe you. Yan Qingao clenched her hands tightly, biting her lip in silence. The atmosphere became tense, with both parties waiting for the other to speak. After what felt like an eternity, Yan Qingao finally spoke. I have indeed wished harm upon Yan Shi and did not want her to remain in the Yan family, but that is a matter between us. You need not concern yourself. With that, she turned to leave, her emotions undergoing a profound transformation. Stop. Marshal Yan called out. Yan Qingao paused, facing away from him. In this family, it is either her or me. She dropped the pretense, her demeanor radiating aloofness and indifference. If you are truly unwilling to see her harmed, you may render me powerless right now. Marshal Yan's expression darkened. After a long pause, he closed his eyes and spoke solemnly. I promised Shirshir I would not interfere in your affairs, but if she is in danger, I will come to her aid. This is merely to make amends for past transgressions. Very well. Yan Qingao grasped the letter and departed decisively. Their conversation remained unknown to anyone. Marshal Yan reflected on his previous request for Shirshir to forgive everything, feeling a sense of discomfort in his heart. After much contemplation, he wrote a note and placed it on Yan Shi's desk, indicating that he would not intervene in matters regarding Yan Qingao, allowing her to act as she wished. Meanwhile, Yan Shi was entirely unaware of the significant events that had transpired since Elder Zhou took her away. Following him to the academy, she was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility and elegance, which brought her immense joy. At that moment, She felt her own bottleneck loosening. Yanshi began to speak. Before she could explain, a surge of energy enveloped her. Peak of innate. Elder Zhou exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. As if Yanshi were an otherworldly being. You have broken through? Yes. Yanshi nodded. Isn't this a common occurrence? Why does it seem so surprising? In her previous life, she and her fellow disciples would break through upon arrival, only needing to meditate and stabilize themselves for significant leaps in cultivation. Chapter 24, Choosing Class C1. Such a genius. Truly remarkable. Elder Zhou exclaimed, growing increasingly fond of Yanshi. Child, come with me to complete your enrollment. Yanshi blinked in surprise and followed him. As they walked along the pebble path, her curiosity piqued upon seeing a tower behind the academy. Elder Zhou, what is that? That is the library tower, Elder Zhou explained, generously sharing information with Yanshi. First-year students can access the first through third floors for their reading, while second-year students have access to the first through sixth floors. And third-year students can use the first through ninth floors. But isn't there a 13th floor? Yanshi queried, puzzled. The 10th to 13th floors are off-limits to students, Elder Zhou clarified. Only the madmen from the Divine Spirit Camp can enter. Madmen? Yanshi echoed, but Elder Zhou chose not to elaborate further. Let us proceed with your enrollment. Upon reaching Elder Zhou's study, he immediately presented the enrollment register and class assignments for her review. Rather than making the decision for her, he asked, which class do you wish to join? Class A consists of students with 3-element spiritual roots. Classes B1 to B5 contain those with dual roots, while classes C1 to C6 cater to students with single roots. As you possess 4 elements, you may choose freely. May I inquire about the distinctions among classes A, B, and C, aside from the spiritual roots? Yanshi pondered. Elder Zhou elaborated, Class A offers the most extensive curriculum and even prioritizes resource allocation for training. Following them are classes B and C, with differences primarily in the volume of coursework. Which class has the most courses? Yanshi asked. Class A, Elder Zhou responded. Then I will remain in Class C1, Yanshi declared. Elder Zhou furrowed his brow, taken aback and confused. Class C1? Are you certain? Yes, Yanshi nodded. That is not advisable, Elder Zhou quickly countered. Your exceptional talent would be wasted in Class C1. Class A would be more suitable. I have a small request, Yanshi tentatively offered, uncertain of Elder Zhou's response. Go ahead, he encouraged. You wish to bring someone to the academy? Elder Zhou quickly grasped her intention. Yanshi nodded. Is that permissible? Elder Zhou hesitated, acknowledging the crux of the issue. Male and female students are separated. Though he is a child, it is still somewhat inappropriate. I can have a room to myself, Yanshi suggested, without much thought. If space is limited, I can cover the costs for construction. Elder Zhou contemplated for a moment. The academy has several small courtyards available for rent at 1 gold leaf per month, suitable for those who prefer not to reside in dormitories. You may rent a small courtyard and visit him when you can. Wonderful. Yanshi sighed in relief. Thank you, Elder Zhou. Now, which class will you choose? He inquired again. C1, she replied without hesitation. Elder Zhou nearly lost his composure, almost scolding her for her lack of ambition, yet he restrained himself, considering her youthful disposition. Taking a deep breath, he stated, the curriculum in Class C1 is designed for single-element roots. With your 4-element root, you would only gain vital knowledge in Class A. You might not be aware, Yanshi interjected. One of my unique abilities allows me to break through any bottleneck naturally, without the need for meditation, by maintaining a relaxed state of mind. If I were to join Class A, the tension could stifle my progress. Is that so? Elder Zhou's demeanor shifted to seriousness. To him, Yanshi was a sweet and innocent girl, incapable of deceit. Yanshi furrowed her brow and affirmed, indeed. Then, you may remain in Class C. Elder Zhou conceded, adding, should you change your mind, you can always come to find me. If you have questions, feel free to consult the elders in Class A. I will inform them of your situation. Thank you. Yan Shi expressed her gratitude profusely. After settling her class assignment, Yan Shi handed Elder Zhou 12 gold leaves for the rental of a small courtyard for a year. Her choice of Class C1 was straightforward. She had already learned much of what she needed in the modern world. By mastering the techniques bestowed upon her by her master to their 12th level, she could reach her master's level. What she sought now was ample free time to pursue the tasks assigned to her by her mother and master. Upon returning to the marshal's residence, she sought out Zhongli Mo to inform him of her impending journey to the academy. However, Zhongli Mo displayed no reaction whatsoever. Xiao Mo, Yan Shi gently poked the book he was engrossed in. I am speaking to you. Zhongli Mo remained fixated on his reading. Yan Shi, perplexed, turned to Zhu Ke and inquired, what is wrong with him? Perhaps. Zhu Ke hesitated, clearly embarrassed. He's rather hungry. Hungry? Yan Shi echoed in disbelief. Receiving a glance from her master, Zhu Ke added, Miss Yan, my master is currently in a child's body. He cannot go without food for even a meal. Would you be so kind as to prepare a bowl of noodles for him? How embarrassing! Yan Shi exclaimed, shaking her head. Fine. Her master remained as prideful as ever. She was tempted to ask, wasn't he just refusing to eat before? Yan Shi scrutinized the note for an extended period, puzzled by its content. Did her father not believe that Yan Qingyao was helping him? Why the sudden change in tone? Though confused, she did not dwell on it. She had resolved to settle the score with Yan Qingyao in a secluded location after leaving the marshal's residence. Regardless of her father's interference, the outcome would remain unchanged. The original host was gone, and Yan Qingyao would pay with her life. After incinerating the note, she proceeded to the kitchen. To ensure her master could look after her once he regained his strength, she requested the kitchen to prepare 3 of her signature dishes. Once completed, she brought the meals to Zhongli Mo eat. Yan Shi placed the dishes before him, adding the rice. After you finish, I will take you to the market to buy some supplies, in case you need anything later, and I am unavailable. Zhongli Mo lifted his gaze. Yan Shi encouraged him to eat. Yet, Zhongli Mo continued to stare at her, unwavering. Yan Shi felt bewildered. She had not said anything inappropriate. Chapter 25. Encountering Gossip. Wait. What she just said seemed to imply, in case you need me later and I am unavailable to accompany you. What a brazen declaration. What is it? She feigned ignorance in her inquiry. Such a stoic figure, one who seemingly has no interest in women, should be oblivious to the concept of need. Zhongli Mo's gaze was as deep as a frigid pond. Averting his eyes as his thin lips coldly declared, I am not accustomed to being watched while I dine. Yan Shi exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling reassured, call me when you finish. The day is growing late, and I shall take you to the market tomorrow to purchase some goods. No sooner had she departed than Zhongli Mo sent all the dishes to Zhu Ke. What's happening? Finished. Zhongli Mo's curt response was devoid of warmth. You're not eating? Zhu Ke was taken aback. Not eating. Zhongli Mo's tone was chillingly indifferent, his eyes reflecting a hint of anger. Although Zhu Ke was salivating at the sight, it dared not indulge recklessly, but this was prepared by Miss Yan herself. Wasn't it? If you don't eat, wouldn't it be a waste of her heartfelt effort? How do you know it was she who prepared it? Zhongli Mo's words dripped with derision. Zhu Ke paused, then realized. It gazed at the beautifully presented dishes, then back at its master. Concluding, are you implying that this was not made by Miss Yan? Do you want me to feed you? Zhongli Mo's displeasure grew increasingly evident. Zhu Ke was not picky about food. As long as it was delicious, it would relish it. No need. I shall eat this at once. Who would have thought that the master would refuse to eat simply because the food was not prepared by Miss Yan? TSK. In a mere quarter of an hour, it had devoured every last morsel on the table, licking its tongue in satisfaction. After another quarter of an hour, it delivered the remnants to Yan Shi. Zhongli Mo cast a disdainful glance, his aversion more pronounced. Zhu Ke once again found itself perplexed. Zhongli Mo rose. A small hand clutching a book, his thin lips coolly uttering a few words. I do not dine with such rudeness as you display. Nor could I consume all of this within a quarter of an hour. Zhuke. The following day, after finishing her breakfast, Yanshi took Zhongli Mo out shopping. Walking through the bustling market, vendors lined the streets, hawking their wares. Zhongli Mo detested such places. It was far too noisy. Master, Yanshi addressed him with a change in tone. Would you like to choose a few outfits? No need, Zhongli Mo coldly refused. Your cultivation is still low, and you cannot use spiritual power. Yanshi had long wished to voice this, but hesitated due to his pride. Wearing the same outfit for too long could lead to an unpleasant odor. Zhongli Mo shot her a disdainful glance. Yanshi smiled. You may choose freely. I will cover the cost. The robes upon my person are of divine quality. Even without the use of spiritual power, they cleanse the impurities from my body automatically. Zhongli Mo maintained the fade of being unable to wield spiritual power, displaying ignorance. After mocking her, he strode ahead with his short legs. Yanshi ground her back teeth, her eyes filled with a desire to teach him a lesson. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead, resembling an argument. Slap. I am so scared. The girl named Xing Su feigned fear, declaring, I uphold my family's rules thrice daily. Have you ever seen me absent? Yanshi raised an eyebrow. This girl is quite amusing. Today, I will lay my words down here. Xing Su spoke with an air of arrogance. Unrestrained, Bai Yuan stole my belongings and placed poisoned silver needles on my bed, conspiring to kill me for wealth. Even if I were to kill him, no one would dare utter a word against me. Young master, second miss is wronging me. Bai Yuan, the guard, tumbled to the ground. Clutching the black-robed young master, I have never committed such acts. Xing Su scoffed coldly. She raised her whip, delivering a lethal strike towards Bai Yuan. Boom! The black-robed young master retaliated. The whip clashed with the spiritual energy, and Xing Su was immediately injured, spitting out blood. Pfft. At that moment, the dart she had thrown accurately pierced Bai Yuan's chest. A sure kill. Xing Su seemed impervious to pain, a smile tugging at her bloodied lips. Her competitive spirit ignited. Xing Ku ran. I have still triumphed. Xing Ku ran's hands, hidden in his sleeves, clenched tightly, his icy gaze flashing with barely contained fury. In the next moment, he gathered his spiritual energy, observing the crowd parting around him, a thought forming in his mind. Xing Su must die. Xing Su wiped the blood from her lips, clearly perceiving his intentions. Scanning the surroundings, she spotted a delicate little boy and, offering an apology in her heart, immediately used her spiritual power to draw him closer. Zhongli Mo? Yanshi, watching from the crowd, rushed forward. Wait, young lady. Xing Su and Zhongli Mo turned their gazes simultaneously. The latter's impending fury gradually subsided, while the former's attention landed on Yanshi. Her tone laced with arrogance. What, do you wish to kill me too? No, you have misunderstood. Yanshi quickly waved her hands, casting a glance at Zhongli Mo. I kindly remind you, whether you wish to kill or maim, it is entirely your choice. But do not lay a hand on him. He has a severe cleanliness obsession. Zhongli Mo's previously immersed gaze suddenly turned cold. Dog girl. Truly deserving of the title. Oh! Xing Su regarded Yanshi with renewed interest, finding her unexpectedly agreeable. Yanshi nodded earnestly. Xing Su acquiesced. Very well. Yanshi exhaled in relief. As long as the master was not touched by the opposite sex, he would not obsessively wash himself, thus sparing her the trouble of soothing him. Xing Ku ran. The life of this child is now in your hands. Xing Su ensnared Zhongli Mo with her spiritual energy, declaring, if you dare to move, I shall take his life. Xing Su. Xing Ku ran's expression darkened. Xing Su, as long as you swear that you will not kill me within the next 3 years, I shall release him. Otherwise, he will perish because of your decision. A young master like you, praised by all, would not want to stand by and watch this little boy die at my hands, would you? Xing Su spoke languidly, seemingly indifferent to her reputation. Xing Keren's heart blazed with fury. Were it not for the crowd, he would surely rid the world of this oblivious wretch. Chapter 26. The Anger of the Demon Lord. Young Master Xing, have mercy. Yanshi began her act, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the girl before her. My younger brother is still quite young, and our parents dote on him. If anything were to happen to him, our entire family would be heartbroken. Zhongli Mo. The crowd. Everyone could see through Yanshi's words and performance. They knew she was speaking falsehoods. Just moments ago, she had spoken of killing without hesitation, and now she uttered such contradictory sentiments. Yet, these very contradictions held sway over Xing Keren. As the eldest son of the Xing family, he was regarded as a beacon of hope and received accolades from countless admirers. Those who knew him would invariably praise his kindness and willingness to help. Such a person could not afford to make a single mistake. Although he was aware that the onlookers did not believe Yanshi's words, should he disregard the child today, future discussions would inevitably stray from the truth, potentially painting him in a negative light. For the sake of the young child you have taken hostage, I shall concede. Xing Keren relented, a storm of anger brewing within him. For the next 3 years, I shall spare your life, but I will still inform my father of your indiscriminate slaughter today. Deal. Xing Su nodded in agreement. You must not agree to this. Indeed, this girl is clearly in cahoots with the second Miss Xing. They are deliberately putting you in a difficult position. The second Miss Xing has always acted with arrogance and malice, and she has even resorted to unnecessary violence. She should not be easily forgiven. The crowd protested vehemently. Oh, young Master Xing is truly a good person. If it were me, I wouldn't care about that child's fate. I would first teach this sister of mine, who holds human life so lightly, a lesson on behalf of my father. Young Master Xing possesses a character that we cannot compare to. In that moment, Xing Keren's reputation was firmly established in the hearts of the onlookers. Xing Su, having anticipated this outcome, used her spiritual energy to carry Zhongli Mo away from this tumultuous place. Yanshi hurriedly followed. That was just a joke. I hope you don't take it seriously. In the empty alley, as Yanshi caught up, she found Xing Su already waiting with Zhongli Mo. Despite the blood lingering at the corner of her mouth, there was an unbreakable pride about her. Here is your companion, Xing Su said, using her spiritual energy to lift Zhongli Mo and send her towards Yanshi. Yanshi caught the esteemed one, while Xing Su appeared disinterested in further conversation and turned to leave. Miss Xing, Yanshi called out, her intuition telling her that there were countless stories behind Xing Su, and she had always favored girls with rich tales. Shouldn't we get to know each other? There's no need, Xing Su flatly refused, leaving no room for negotiation in her gaze. I do not enjoy making friends. With that, she departed. Yanshi let out a sigh. Oh dear. After taking a moment to reflect, realizing she had purchased nothing for the esteemed one, she took his hand and led him toward the marketplace. Come. Let us buy other things you may need. Shouldn't you offer an explanation to the one in charge? Zhongli Mo, filled with suppressed anger, gazed at her with bottomless purple eyes. Yanshi felt a warning signal in her mind. The esteemed one was truly upset. I merely couldn't resist helping that girl, as she was quite beautiful and her character resonated with me. It is only natural to assist those in distress, particularly such a lovely maiden. Zhongli Mo was disgusted by her words, casting her a disdainful glance. What a pity you are not a man. I think so too, Yanshi replied brazenly. Zhongli Mo. Yanshi continued to pull him along, believing the matter had come to a close, but to her surprise, he stood rooted to the spot. You must prepare a grand feast, Zhongli Mo stated, his tone serious, and I shall overlook today's events. Yanshi's lips twitched. You actually dare to say that? Perhaps you should still hold onto your grievances. Realizing her defeat, she released his hand and plopped down onto the ground. Will you kill me or maim me? Or perhaps you wish to sever my hands and feet, or even sever my meridians. Why are you leaving? Aren't you supposed to hold onto your grievances? Before she could finish, Zhongli Mo had already turned to depart. He had truly never encountered such a shameless person. Yen Shi sighed, standing there as she went off to buy things for him alone. Little did she know at that moment, she was not the indifferent person she had been earlier. As she watched Yen Shi disappear around the corner, she silently whispered, "Thank you, unknown maiden." No one desires to be friendless. She too yearned for companionship. Yet, she remained resigned to her fate. Her life was destined to tread upon the edge of a blade, and any association with her would inevitably result in endless troubles. A person like her, mired in darkness, should not bring that radiant girl, untouched by worldly corruption, into her life, nor should she allow her to be tainted. At the marshal's residence, she disguised herself to attend an auction. Upon learning that Yan Qingao had spent 3,500 taels of gold to acquire a 9th-grade elixir in exchange for the mist blood lotus, she genuinely believed Yan Qingao to be foolish. 3,000 taels of gold for a single 9th-grade elixir, anyone with a sound mind would not make such a decision. That evening, thinking of a certain individual still sulking in the courtyard, Yen Shi took it upon herself to prepare several dishes: steamed fish head with chopped chili, 3 delicacies soup, ginger rabbit, minced meat eggplant, sweet and sour ribs, and crispy fried meat. After an hour of labor, she finally completed the dishes. She had someone deliver the food to Zhang Liemo. Upon seeing him still in a haughty mood, she approached him. "While I cannot prepare a grand feast, our dear Mo has been of great help today, so I personally cooked a few dishes. Would you care to try?" "I will." Zhu Ke eagerly leaned forward. Chapter 27. The birth of the poetry and Su combination. With a single glance from Zhang Liemo, Zhu Ke instantly withered. Altering her previous words, "I suppose my attempts may not be adequate. After all, this is something meant for the esteemed one." "No matter," Yen Shi reassured. "Having successfully catered to the demon lord's preferences, we shall dine together." "Is that your way of expressing gratitude?" Zhang Liemo retorted, displeasure evident in his tone. "Do you really serve others with meals intended for me? Will you eat or not?" Yen Shi raised an eyebrow, undeterred. Reluctantly, Zhang Liemo acquiesced, though he would never admit to being tempted by Yen Shi's culinary skills. After the meal, he chose not to dwell on past grievances, considering her satisfactory behavior in recent days. He retrieved an object from his spatial realm and handed it to her. "Take this." "What is it?" Yen Shi inquired, examining a rod approximately the length of an arm. "A useless trinket," Zhang Liemo remarked, his words sharp as always, "perfect for your resourceful endeavors." Yen Shi was taken aback. As she sensed the immense power contained within the rod, she found it hard to believe it was truly a worthless item. "Utilize your spiritual energy to activate it, and its true form will reveal itself," Zhang Liemo added, maintaining his aloof demeanor. "I require rest. You may leave now." Yen Shi cast him a skeptical glance before exiting the room with the rod in hand. Zhu Ke was astonished, staring incredulously at their master. "Isn't that the item you painstakingly acquired from that person? You are just giving it to Miss Yen?" "Indeed, it is a treasure, a magnificent one at that." "Do you have any objections?" Zhang Liemo's eyes narrowed, exuding an icy aura. "None at all," Zhu Ke replied, glancing at him with curiosity ignited. "I simply did not anticipate that Miss Yen held such significance to you, that you would bestow upon her such an important item. It seems an exceptional object that cannot fulfill its potential is, in essence, worthless," Zhang Liemo declared arrogantly, his tone frigid. "Together, they form a duo of discarded treasures." "Continue your prideful demeanor," Zhu Ke retorted. "Just wait until Miss Yen captures someone else's affection. I wonder how you will react then." Time flew by, and 7 days had passed. The academy opened on the first day of July, requiring all first-year students to report on this day. Yen Shi awoke early. Ensuring Zhang Liemo was settled in the small courtyard she rented at the academy before placing her belongings in her dormitory. Once her tasks were complete, she proceeded to Class B1 to report. Upon her arrival, over 20 students had already gathered in the classroom designated for Class B1. She chose a seat near the edge, awaiting the arrival of the elder instructor. 15 minutes later, 32 out of 33 students had assembled, and the elder instructor stood at the front of the classroom. He surveyed the room, his brows furrowed with seriousness. My surname is Zhao, and I will be your instructor for the herbal medicine and elemental energy courses, as well as your chief elder. Greetings, elder. The students enthusiastically responded. Elder Zhao appeared somewhat pleased with their enthusiasm. Just as he was about to deliver some motivational words to inspire them in their future cultivation, a figure in pink entered the room. The young girl's right cheek was noticeably swollen, and her complexion appeared pale. Seemingly unaware of her condition, she stood at the doorway and said, "I apologize, elder, for my tardiness. Please find an empty seat," Elder Zhao replied, slightly frowning. Xing Su scanned the room and spotted an empty seat next to Yan Shi. Without hesitation, she hurried over to sit down. Yan Shi blinked in surprise. The first lesson was brief, merely outlining the academy's history, notable alumni, and the rules of the institution. After the class concluded, Elder Zhao departed first, and the classroom erupted with chatter. Isn't that the second young lady of the Xing family, Xing Su? How did she end up in our class? What terrible luck! Indeed, why would the academy accept someone like her? She is bound to tarnish our Class B1's reputation. As the rumors spread, many engaged in gossip. Xing Su was not one to be easily intimidated. She coolly retorted, "If you find it unlucky, go request a class change from Elder Zhao. Stop squawking like a bird." "What do you mean by that?" Other students retorted angrily. Xing Su dismissed them. And while some contemplated confronting her, they were held back. Forget it. Don't stoop to her level. Someone like her will inevitably choose to withdraw from the academy due to her inability to fit in. Yes, let's not get upset. How about we step outside for a bit to clear our heads? As discussions ensued, many left the classroom to wander outside. Yan Shi remained the most unfazed of all, glancing at Xing Su's swollen face. "What happened to you?" she inquired. The head of the Xing family, Xing Su, replied casually, feeling a dull ache throughout her body. "The head of the Xing family? Isn't that your father?" Yan Shi mused, puzzled as to why a father would treat his daughter in such a manner. "In light of your previous assistance, I kindly advise you to keep your distance. My reputation is quite poor, and it could bring misfortune to those around me." "Not a problem," Yan Shi replied nonchalantly. "My reputation isn't exactly stellar either." Xing Su raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Yan Shi. With peak innate cultivation, a likable personality, and an endearing appearance, how could she possibly have a bad reputation? "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yan Shi," she stated confidently, summarizing the information she had gathered. "Your target is Xing Keran, while mine is Yan Qingyao. Both are in Class A. Would you be interested in collaborating?" "You are Yan Shi?" Xing Su exclaimed, astonished. Yan Shi smiled. "What? Do I not fit the image?" Rumors depicted Yan Shi as incapable of cultivation, universally acknowledged as a waste of talent. Xing Su recounted what she knew. "But you, at 17 you have reached peak innate cultivation? How can you be considered a waste?" "Most rumors are unreliable," Yan Shi responded meaningfully, her gaze fixed on Xing Su. "Isn't that so?" Xing Su was taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a remark. "Are you truly willing to collaborate with me?" she asked after careful consideration. "Absolutely," Yan Shi confirmed with a nod. Her decision was not impulsive nor solely based on Xing Su's likability. She genuinely believed in her worthiness as a companion. Moreover, with Yan Qingyao situated in Class A and having garnered numerous admirers throughout her life, she often found herself targeted without needing to lift a finger. Having an ally at this juncture would prove invaluable. "Very well," Xing Su agreed, clarity dawning upon her. "From now on, I shall protect you." Initially, she had refrained from entangling herself with Yan Shi, wishing not to disrupt anyone's life. However, the circumstances had changed. She had heard whispers of Yan Shi and understood the nature of Yan Qingyao. Chapter 28. How could he manage this? If Yan Shi were to face Yan Qingyao alone, she might not be able to hold her own. Yan Qingyao was exceptionally skilled at putting on an act. Over the next few days, Yan Shi and Xing Su spent nearly every moment together. Xing Su thought simply, Yan Shi's cultivation was not as high as hers, and her character was innocent and straightforward. Having her as a friend meant that Xing Su could protect her in times of trouble. Thus, amidst the various speculations of their peers, Yan Shi and Xing Su spent 5 days together. One day, as Class B had just finished their lessons, the elder instructor assigned their tasks and departed from the classroom. As usual, Yan Shi lay asleep on her desk when suddenly, Yan Qingyao approached. "Excuse me. Is my sister Yan Shi here?" Yan Qingyao, the daughter of the undefeated war god, General Yan. What fortune it was to encounter her here. "Is Yan Shi in your class?" Yan Qingyao inquired with a smile, her demeanor notably polite, clad in the black and red uniform of their class. Upon hearing her question, the crowd immediately nodded and pointed. Yes, over there. Maintaining her polite yet distant demeanor, Yan Qingyao asked, "May I go in to find her? I have something to discuss." "Of course, please enter." "Yan Shi, Miss Yan is here to see you." "Miss Yan, please." The group treated Yan Qingyao with utmost reverence, as if she were a revered ancestor. To them, they were merely practitioners of single elemental roots, the most common type in this realm, while Yan Qingyao possessed a triple elemental root, truly a genius among geniuses, an object of their admiration. Yan Qingyao walked towards Yan Shi's desk. The classroom was not enclosed. Aside from a wall at the front, the other 3 sides were supported by a few pillars. All classes in B were situated together, allowing a clear view of the teaching activities in other classes. "Sister," Yan Qingyao said as she reached Yan Shi, "I have something I wish to discuss with you. Is it convenient?" "There's nothing to talk about," Yan Shi replied, offering no regard and resting her head on one hand. Yan Qingyao anticipated this reaction. She leaned closer and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Tonight at Sunset Peak in the Xian Beast Forest, I will be waiting for you." Yan Shi glanced over. "Was this a challenge?" "Whether you can kill me depends on your skill," Yan Qingyao smirked, her voice still low. "Fine," Yan Shi readily agreed. Yan Qingyao straightened and feigned seriousness, saying, "Then it's settled. Just don't go back on your word, sister." Yan Shi didn't even look at her, thoroughly displaying her indifference. Yan Qingyao, unfazed, turned and left. "Miss Yan, want you stay a bit longer?" "Miss Yan, I have a few cultivation questions to ask you. Do you have time?" "Miss Yan." A group of boys hurried after Yan Qingyao. She paused, turned to meet their gaze, and replied, "I'm sorry, I have matters to attend to. Let's discuss cultivation another time." "All right," they replied in unison. "Miss Yan, take care." Yan Qingyao nodded slightly and departed. As she left, the several youths who had been particularly enthusiastic towards her moments ago raised their voices, expressing their dissatisfaction with Yan Shi. Some lacked the talent of Miss Qingyao, had less cultivation, yet were exceedingly rude. Indeed, how could one of General Yan's daughters be so lackluster? One remarked, "If I were General Yan, I would be tempted to cast away such an unworthy and ill-mannered daughter. What a disgrace. That's why General Yan is an undefeated war god." While you can only bark like a dog here, Xing Su entered, coldly mocking with disdain. One of the offended youths, Lu Yuanping, bristled with anger. "Xing Su, what do you mean by that?" "What I mean is..." Xing Su elongated her tone, stepping closer. "You are a dog that only knows how to bark when something happens." "You..." Lu Yuanping clenched his fists, ready to retaliate. Xing Su showed no fear. "What are you doing?" "Fighting is prohibited within the academy grounds." "Do you wish to be punished by the instructor?" Lu Yuanping's fists tightened. "This damned woman. No wonder you are not favored in the Xing family. Even your own father doesn't recognize you as his daughter." His words stung. "People like you, who are arrogant and reckless and disregard human life, will never deserve love. Besides, if I recall correctly, you were fooling around in a grass hut when you reached your coming of age, and even bore an illegitimate child. You're asking for death." Before Xing Su could strike back, Yan Shi's attack arrived. She landed a punch on Lu Yuanping's face, knocking out a tooth. "Dare to say another word?" Boom. "Yan Shi," Xing Su called out. I'll tell you this. Yanshi stepped forward, her gaze imposing as it met Lu Yuanping's. Xing Su is under my protection. If anyone dares to utter a single word against her, not only will I knock your teeth out, but I shall also ruin your life. The crowd gasped. Xing Su was left speechless. Everyone was taken aback by her declaration, and the boys instinctively tightened their legs. Fighting is against the academy rules. Lu Yuanping felt a sharp pain in his mouth, glaring at Yanshi. Your fear does not imply my own, Yanshi shot back. Lu Yuanping stumbled to his feet, filled with indignation, and rushed to the instructor's office to report Yanshi's threats and assault. Having been in the academy for less than half a month, such an incident prompted the instructor to decide on severe punishment immediately. Before class even began, the serious-faced instructor approached with Lu Yuanping, who was holding his face. Yanshi, the instructor said sternly, his voice laden with gravity, come here. Yanshi moved closer. The instructor continued, I made it clear during your first lesson about the academy's regulations, and you have knowingly broken them. How should this be dealt with? Yanshi showed no signs of defiance and casually replied, lock me in the small black room for 3 days. The instructor was taken aback. Have you admitted your mistake so quickly? No defense at all? Excuse me, elder. Do we start the confinement now, or does it commence this evening? Where's the small black room? Should I go myself, or will someone accompany me? The crowd fell silent. The instructor was at a loss. Her sudden admission of guilt and the barrage of questions had utterly disrupted his carefully prepared response. He had expected her to argue and was prepared to demonstrate his authority, but now, how was he to manage this? Chapter 29. Xing Su's Confession. Elder? Yanshi called out as she received no answer for a long time. The teaching elder furrowed his brow slightly, opened his mouth, and finally uttered, Are you truly willing to accept the punishment? It was quite normal to face punishment for violating the academy's rules. Yanshi spoke earnestly, all the while scheming in her mind. If she was aware that she had breached the academy's regulations, why did she still proceed? The elder was genuinely perplexed. He could not fathom what thoughts occupied the young girl's mind. Did she not realize that 3 days in the confinement room without food or drink awaited her? Having reached the peak of her innate cultivation, she had only just begun her fasting. Yanshi, at present, was merely at the pinnacle of her innate cultivation, and confinement would undoubtedly lead to hunger. Someone insulted my friend. I must take action to teach him a lesson, Yanshi articulated beautifully. I will bear the consequences of my actions, but should anyone dare to speak ill of my friend again, I shall retaliate. Elder Zhao. Yanshi showed no sign of remorse. Lu Yuanping could not tolerate this threat and insisted on punishing her severely. 3 days in the confinement room was far too lenient. Yanshi's gaze fell upon him, unhurried. Lu Yuanping shuddered. He had never anticipated that a so-called waste would possess such strength, overpowering him. The academy prohibits fighting, Elder Zhao emphasized, his brow furrowing with a hint of gravity. If you truly wish to spar with someone, you may apply to me. Once both parties agree, a match can commence. Thank you, Elder. Yanshi expressed her gratitude. Elder Zhao cast a displeased glance at Lu Yuanping, likely understanding that this predicament was of his own making. Considering the rules could not be broken, he instructed Yanshi, follow me. Yes, she complied. Yanshi. Xing Su hurried after her, grasping her arm. Before Yanshi could speak, she explained to Elder Zhao, Elder, this matter does not concern Yanshi. She did it for Xing Su, Yanshi called her. Xing Su, used to being solitary, felt an unfamiliar discomfort at being cared for and defended for the first time. Understanding her character, Yanshi leaned closer and lowered her voice. I did it intentionally. What? Xing Su was bewildered. Yan Qingao invited me to Sunset Peak in the Xian Beast Forest tonight. I accepted, Yanshi clarified, seeking to ease her friend's mind while secretly wishing to avoid the appointment, using it as an excuse. Overhearing the conversation, Elder Zhao remarked. Xing Su furrowed her brow, feeling for the first time a warmth in her heart. Don't worry, Yanshi reassured her. Wait for me to return. All right, Xing Su replied. secretly resolving to regard Yan Shi as a friend from then on, an irreplaceable friend. Lu Yuanping clenched his fists, an intense fury radiating from him. How dare a waste speak to him in such a manner? Shortly after, Yan Shi was taken by Elder Zhao to the confinement room, locking her inside. Lu Yuanping had never endured such humiliation, especially at the hands of a woman. Xing Su, you. Bang. Xing Su swiftly delivered a punch, not granting him the chance to speak. Before Lu Yuanping could react, Xing Su summoned her whip, channeling her full cultivation into a powerful strike. Crack. The sharp sound resonated as Lu Yuanping's body was instantly lacerated, causing him to scream in agony. Had she gone mad? Yan Shi had just been confined for her actions, and now this? Lu Yuanping, also known for his loose tongue, had brought this upon himself. You. Lu Yuanping had never anticipated that Xing Su would strike him. Did she truly believe herself to be easy prey? Xing Su was no soft target. Previously, she had merely been caught in a moment of self-doubt when reminded of past events. If you dare to utter another word, I won't hesitate to leave you languishing in bed for half a month. I haven't said anything wrong, Lu Yuanping protested, clutching the spot where the whip had struck. He had misbehaved and still expected not to be reprimanded. Bang! Xing Su seized him by the collar and slammed him to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As Lu Yuanping attempted to speak, Xing Su forcefully slammed him down again, her movements precise and unyielding. In the end, she compelled Lu Yuanping to plead for mercy, no longer daring to provoke her. I was wrong. I was wrong. If this continued, he would surely end up bedridden for a month. Xing Su tossed him onto the ground and wiped her hands, seemingly disgusted at having touched something vile. She paid no mind to the gazes of those around her, standing tall and stepping outside, voluntarily recounting her confrontation with Lu Yuanping and her confinement alongside Yan Shi. Yan Shi? She looked at the person locked in with her, doubting her own eyes. Xing Su? Xing Su casually sat on the ground. How did you end up here? Yan Shi approached and sat down beside her. Xing Su rested her hands on her knees. Speaking nonchalantly, I took issue with Lu Yuanping and gave him a beating. Did he speak ill again? Yan Shi guessed accurately. A flicker of discomfort crossed Xing Su's eyes. Perhaps it was the darkness surrounding them or the fact that they were alone in this space, but Xing Su unconsciously opened her heart. With a feigned ease in her tone, she continued, it wasn't entirely unfounded. What he said, while unkind, held some truth. Yan Shi turned her gaze. I have never been well regarded in the Xing family, not as a child, nor as I grew older. Xing Su spoke lightly, as if recounting another's tale. When I turned 15 and went out to train, I sought refuge in a thatched hut during a downpour and unexpectedly. At this point, a surge of emotion overwhelmed Xing Su. Xing Su. Yan Shi felt a heavy weight in her heart, a dull ache. At that time, I wanted to break free, but the other party's cultivation, strength, and stature were all far superior to mine. Xing Su raised her head, her voice trembling slightly. I couldn't escape. I could only endure the agony. Do you know who it was? Yan Shi grasped her cold hand. No, Xing Su shook her head. That person was far beyond my cultivation. Their aura was likely not from our continent. Not from this continent? Yan Shi gasped. For some reason, the face of Zhongli Mo flashed in her mind. If she recalled correctly, the esteemed individual had mentioned before that he was not from this continent, but had come here solely to recuperate. Chapter 30. The Lord of Demons experiences extreme emotional turmoil. What is wrong? Xing Su inquired. Do you still remember what that person looked like? Yan Shi asked. With a gaze filled with hatred, Xing Su spat out the words one by one. Even if he turned to ashes, I would recognize him. Why don't you try drawing a portrait of that individual? Yan Shi suggested, considering that the esteemed figure had little interest in women, thus dismissing him from her thoughts. I know someone with extensive information channels. Perhaps he could assist you in locating him. Really? Xing Su's hope ignited. Only a possibility, Yan Shi replied cautiously, leaving the matter open-ended, dependent on the man's abilities. All right. Xing Su suddenly became energized, retrieving a luminous pearl, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone from her spatial ring. As long as your friend can help me find him, I will comply with any request. I am determined to turn him to dust. Yan Shi agreed. As Xing Su poised to draw, she hesitated. Her eyes darting towards Yan Shi, caught between her thoughts. What's the matter? Yan Shi probed. Do you ever feel embarrassed to have a friend like me? Beneath her boisterous exterior, Xing Su grappled with insecurity when it came to those she cared about. Stop talking nonsense, Yan Shi gently tapped her on the head. This is nothing to be ashamed of. The shame lies with the one who forced you. You are the victim, understand? But Xing Su still had her concerns. Enough with the buts, no more foolish thoughts, Yan Shi reassured her. I also had a child. Xing Su lowered her head, genuinely fearing Yan Shi's reaction. Yan Shi paused, recalling the absurd claims made by Lu Yuanping earlier. Where's the child? At the Xing family? She asked. No. Xing Su lifted her gaze slightly, biting her lip before slowly continuing. The moment I gave birth, someone took the child away. Who took him? Yan Shi's brows furrowed. I don't know. Even now. Recalling the incident brought discomfort to Xing Su. Initially, I thought it was someone from the Xing family who took him away because they found me shameful. But later I investigated and found that no one had come that day. Yan Shi's brow unconsciously knitted. Didn't you notice anything unusual? Not at all. Xing Su shook her head. When I discovered I was pregnant, the child was already 3 months along. I considered terminating the pregnancy, but I hesitated, knowing this was a life, and perhaps the only person on this continent who might care for me. So, I kept the child. Only to find, is there a possibility? Yan Shi ventured cautiously. What? Xing Su inquired. Your child was taken by the man who forced you, Yan Shi hypothesized. Xing Su stiffened. You must have conducted your own investigation in secret over the past year. Yan Shi continued, analyzing seriously. Since you haven't been able to uncover any news, it can only mean that a highly skilled individual took him. Don't forget that your Xing family is one of the 5 prominent families in the capital. If it were anyone else, they would surely have discovered something. Most likely. The child was taken by that man, Yan Shi concluded. I will accompany you, Yan Shi declared. Xing Su began to sketch the man's likeness. In that moment, she realized the profound joy of having a friend. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The confinement in the small room posed no pressure for Yan Shi and Xing Su. Both possessed luminous pearls and had provisions stored, making these 3 days a rare respite. Good, Xing Su remarked, not probing further. Yan Shi held the portrait in her hand, making her way to the dedicated courtyard of the academy after traversing the dormitory loft. Although each had a small courtyard, it was more accurate to say that 6 individuals shared a larger compound, subdivided into 6 smaller courtyards. Zhongli Mo resided in courtyard 1. Upon entering, she found him seated, sipping tea while Juke babbled on about something, though the words were indistinct. Let us discuss this later, Zhongli Mo set down his teacup, offering a brief reminder to Juke. Yan Shi understood immediately why her esteemed master had suddenly ceased speaking. She hid the portrait behind her back and bounced over to them, casually inquiring, What are you discussing so seriously? Nothing much, Zhongli Mo replied, reluctant to elaborate. Is there something you need? Nothing urgent, Yan Shi smiled. I just wanted to see how you've been since we last met. Have you been eating well? She knew him too well. Had she claimed to have something important, he would have teased her. Zhongli Mo calmly continued drinking tea, while Juke remained silent, observing with his eyes. Speak if you have something to say, Zhongli Mo's voice carried a youthful tone, tinged with maturity that belied his years. I have no time to waste. Yan Shi cleared her throat, standing and moving to his side, contemplating, Well, there is a matter I would like your assistance with. Speak. Zhongli Mo responded tersely. I need your help to locate someone, Yan Shi stated, presenting the portrait before him. This person possesses formidable abilities and is likely not from the Yuanqi continent. Could you assist me in identifying him? As she spoke, she unfurled the portrait. Do you think I am? Zhongli Mo's words trailed off as his gaze was drawn to the figure depicted in the portrait. Suke gasped in shock. Wait, This person isn't? Do you know him? Yanshi observed their expressions, daring to ask. Bong Li Mo clenched his small fists, his violet eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Where did you obtain this portrait? First, tell me if you recognize him. Yanshi refrained from directly answering, fearing the implications for Xing Su if she revealed too much. Zhu Ke instinctively glanced at his master. Zhong Li Mo's violet gaze remained fixed on the portrait, his icy demeanor intensifying. I know him. Are you enemies or friends? Or perhaps Yanshi probed further. When did you become involved with him? Bong Li Mo's suppressed fury was palpable, his eyes radiating danger as he demanded to know how she acquired the portrait. Yanshi sensed the shift in his demeanor and thought quickly, do you have a grudge against him? I obtained this portrait from someone I know, she stated ambiguously, explaining that the individual claimed to have a vendetta against him and sought to find him, hence her inquiry. Chapter 31. The Destruction of Heaven. Zhong Li Mo's violet eyes scrutinized her, seemingly contemplating the veracity of her words. Yanshi settled beside him, her sparkling eyes brimming with curiosity. What is your relationship with him? Archenemies. Zhong Li Mo locked his gaze onto hers, articulating each word with precision. Yanshi. She was overwhelmed with excitement, her voice filled with relief. That's splendid. I was slightly worried earlier, fearing that Zhong Li Mo's relationship with that person might be one of both enmity and camaraderie. Thank goodness. Zhong Li Mo? Zhu Ke? Both wore expressions of bewilderment, as if caught off guard. Zhu Ke's curiosity ignited fervently. May I inquire what animosity exists between your friend and this individual? Logically, those from your continent should have no ties to him. Had it not been for the Master's need for recuperation, breaking the childhood spell, he wouldn't be here. Yanshi hesitated. I need to ask my friend if she's willing to share. A man? Zhong Li Mo inquired. Yanshi shook her head. A girl. Bong Li Mo exchanged glances with Zhu Ke, the former's cherubic face rarely revealing a subtle, imperceptible curve. A woman? His gaze settled on Yanshi as he spoke softly. Bring her to me. All right. Yanshi contemplated briefly before agreeing. She conveyed the situation to Xing Su, who, upon learning that someone indeed recognized the individual, disregarded everything else and eagerly consented to meet. Observing the child seated there sipping tea, Xing Su whispered curiously, is the person you mentioned the one acquainted with that scoundrel? Him? Yes. A child? Yes. Yanshi refrained from disclosing that the figure was the demon lord. He had previously instructed her not to reveal his identity. Xing Su furrowed her brow, murmuring, I can't shake the feeling that this is somewhat unreliable. Trust me, Yanshi replied, her brows slightly raised. He possesses immense skill. Though Xing Su harbored doubts, she resolved to extend some courtesy since he was introduced by Yanshi. Upon their arrival, Zhong Li Mo acknowledged them, while Zhu Ke automatically placed 2 cups of tea before them. Once they were seated, he spoke, elucidate the grievances you harbor against this person. As long as you reveal them, I shall ensure your vengeance is fulfilled. Xing Su instinctively glanced at Yanshi. Receiving a nod of affirmation, she hesitantly recounted her tale. A quarter of an hour later, Zhong Li Mo remained momentarily stunned by Xing Su's narrative, his grip on the teacup frozen in place. He had considered the possibility that this was a consequence of Tian Hui's reckless affairs. Yet, he had never anticipated that he would forcefully take a young girl and steal her child. Is it certain that the child was taken by this person? Yanshi pressed. Indeed, Zhong Li Mo replied without hesitation. That family would never allow their bloodline to remain outside. Moreover, it is Tian Hui. What connection do you have with him? Xing Su's skepticism lingered. Despite the child's formidable aura, she felt it was still implausible. As she pondered, a question arose. Is he your uncle? Or your father's adversary? A direct hit. Bong Li Mo's grip on the blanket tightened, his violet eyes swirling with coldness. Do you believe this scoundrel is worthy of being referred to as my uncle? Your esteemed self? Xing Su murmured. Zhong Li Mo retrieved a cultivation manual from his spatial realm, presenting it to her. This technique is suitable for you and counters him. Take it and practice diligently. In the future, should your cultivation match his, you will easily vanquish him. Fire and water, forever incompatible. Tianhui, this is your own doing. Xing Su glanced through it, her brow slightly furrowed. I seem to find it incomprehensible. Yanshi leaned in to take a look. Xing Su handed it to her. It may be rather obscure for you at present, Zhongli Mo elucidated, his mood surprisingly buoyant, but should you grasp it, you will be able to decipher the techniques of this continent with a mere glance in the future. Xing Su. She might not even comprehend the simplest concepts, let alone grasp something so unfathomable. Yanshi remained fixated on the technique. Stop looking, Zhongli Mo teased lightly. This requires a calm mind for gradual comprehension, not merely a cursory glance. Yanshi pointed to the first sentence in the manual. Channeling her spiritual energy as she began to practice. Isn't this quite simple? As her words fell, a small water sphere the size of a thumb suddenly materialized in her hand. First move, water drips stone through. Jukei's eyes widened in disbelief. This. How is this possible? This technique, even the master took considerable time to master it. How can someone possess comprehension surpassing that of the master? Zhongli Mo was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that Yanshi would grasp it upon a single glance. The technique only presented a slight challenge at the 9th move. Yanshi scanned it all, finding the rest manageable. Are you jesting? Xing Su inquired. Yanshi glanced again. Her expression tinged with skepticism. You truly cannot comprehend? Xing Su nodded. Yanshi fell silent. She scrutinized the technique several times, her thoughts a tangled mess. When Xing Su claimed she could not understand, Yanshi had assumed it was due to the wording. How is it that you can comprehend? Zhongli Mo questioned. A hint of suspicion in his gaze. I'm not sure, Yanshi replied candidly, reflecting for a moment. Perhaps it's related to the fact that I have been exposed to similar mental techniques throughout my life. The more one reads, the more innate understanding one acquires. In the past, her master had her reciting mental techniques with her seniors daily. If she failed to finish or comprehend, she would face punishment. To avoid being beaten, she had become the fastest learner among her peers, swiftly grasping concepts, so much so that when her master later presented her with particularly difficult material, she could effortlessly understand it. This is an unparalleled technique, Zhu Ke exclaimed, astonished. Even among countless realms, it ranked within the top 10. Yanshi, is it truly that remarkable? Just as this thought crossed her mind, memories surged forth. Could it be that her master was a superlative figure among elites? Perhaps it's a matter of heightened comprehension, Yanshi explained, then turned to Xing Su to change the subject. It's not overly complex. I'll explain it to you later, ensuring you quickly grasp and practice it. Great. Xing Su agreed. Zhongli Mo remained awestruck by Yanshi's remarkable understanding of the technique. Even the original practitioner had not possessed such extraordinary talent and capability. By the way, Xing Su fixed her gaze on Zhongli Mo, her expression earnest. May I know that person's name and identity? Tianhui, Zhongli Mo disclosed. Chapter 32. How did you know? Yanshi and Xing Su exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly astonished that someone bore such a name. Yanshi pondered for a moment, carefully choosing her words. Is the name Tianhui, or is it Tianhui? Tianhui, the head of the Tianhui clan, Zhongli Mo clarified. His mastery over fire manipulation unparalleled, making him a formidable opponent few can match. Such a remarkable individual, why would he come to the Yuanqi continent? Yanshi found herself at a loss for understanding. Xing Su nodded in agreement, yet a hint of uncertainty lingered in her heart. Despite the child's impressive techniques and commanding presence, she could not shake the feeling that he was merely a child, leading her to perceive him as somewhat unreliable. Zhongli Mo inclined his head slightly. As she departed, Yanshi, ever the whimsical thinker, suddenly proposed a bold hypothesis. Mo. Could it be that the child's youthful curse was cast upon you by Tianhui? Zhongli Mo's demeanor grew abruptly cold. How do you know? The usually self-assured and narcissistic individual could not conceal his emotions at the mention of another, indicating that he had indeed stumbled in his encounters with this person. Yenshur seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read minds. Taking delight in his misfortune? Zhongli Mo ground his teeth in irritation. How could that be? Yenshur smiled faintly, shifting the topic. Do you think it will take Xingsu years to defeat Tianhui? A lifetime, Zhongli Mo stated bluntly, offering no mercy in his assessment. Yenshur frowned, muttering to herself, Xingsu has great talent. Yet no amount of talent can surpass one who has already reached the pinnacle, Zhongli Mo retorted callously, acknowledging that while Tianhui may be a wretched individual, few could rival his innate abilities. Yenshur regarded him skeptically. Then why do you say you can assist Xingsu in defeating him? Her inability does not equate to my true self's incapacity, Zhongli Mo calculated, confident that with his original self present, Tianhui would surely fall. Yenshur pursed her lips, unconvinced. You can ponder over that defeat at your leisure. Rising, she waved her hand dismissively, signaling her intent to leave. Zhongli Mo made no effort to detain her. As she stepped out of the courtyard, Zhu K's previously inquisitive expression turned serious. Master, do you truly intend to use Miss Yen's friend to vanquish Tianhui? Am I such a shameless person? Zhongli Mo's face remained impassive. Zhu Ke hesitated. You are indeed at feigned ignorance. Then why did you provide Xingsu with the technique to counter Tianhui? The heads of the Tianhui clan have always been romantics, Zhongli Mo reflected. Though Tianhui had long acted carefree, the bond he shared with Xingsu, having produced a child, would inevitably plant seeds of emotion within him. Even if no immediate change was apparent, their encounter would surely influence him. Do you wish for Tianhui to perish at Xingsu's hands? Zhu Ke suddenly grasped the implication, realizing that Tianhui, who had wronged a young maiden yet to be wed, deserved such fate. Zhongli Mo caressed his teacup, his tone calm. I can only hope that Xingsu's talents are indeed exceptional. Zhu Ke swallowed hard. If Tianhui were to be slain by Xingsu at a moment when he had developed feelings for her, it would be a most fitting retribution. Truly, the master was remarkable. Barely had Yenshur exited the courtyard when she encountered Yan Qingyao, gripping a whip in her right hand. Yan Qingyao regarded Yenshur with a cold, displeased gaze. What is your intention, Yenshur? Yenshur was taken aback. What's wrong? You promised to meet yet did not show up. Yan Qingyao's words dripped with derision, her tone unmistakably scornful. You were detained in the small black room after getting into a fight. I just got released. Yenshur retrieved a pre-prepared note from her palm, tossing it toward her. Here is the new time and place. Yan Qingyao caught it, her eyes widening in shock upon reading the location. Have you lost your mind? The Bai Shui pool in the depths of the Xian Beast Forest? Even a master at the Yuan establishment stage wouldn't dare venture there. Whether you go or not is entirely up to you, Yenshur replied nonchalantly, her demeanor utterly relaxed, and with ample time before the appointed hour, she declared. You have plenty of time to consider. With that, she turned to leave, dismissing Yan Qingyao entirely. Yan Qingyao clenched her fists tightly. I hope you arrive as promised. Yenshur stepped away, feeling confident in her response. Yet, as she examined the techniques, she found herself genuinely perplexed. Xingsu. I truly cannot comprehend this method. Xingsu scrutinized the text, sighing, it's far too difficult. Yenshur took the technique from her and, retrieving a modern pencil from her storage, annotated the first level of techniques and mental methods, simplifying the convoluted concepts into terms Xingsu could grasp. An hour later, she handed the revised technique back. Here, can you understand it now? Wow, Xingsu exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. How did you manage that? When I was unable to cultivate, my master taught me many esoteric methods. They were all just as perplexing. Yenshur half-lied, blending truth with fiction in time. I gradually came to understand them. Your master? Xingsu blinked in curiosity. He's not here anymore. I'm not quite sure where he has wandered off to. Yenshur explained, adding, if you have any questions regarding this, feel free to ask me anytime. All right, Xingsu agreed readily. A surge of sentiment welled within Yanshi, as she reflected on why her master had insisted on their rigorous studies of complex subjects, along with various trials and tribulations. It seemed he had always known she would eventually be brought here. Thus, he had diligently prepared her with the necessary skills. Oh! A voice laced with sarcasm suddenly interrupted. As a girl in a pink dress strode in, you two seem quite leisurely, skipping class after just being released from the small black room. What do you suppose would happen if the elders found out? Yanshi raised her gaze, immediately recognizing her as one of their roommates, He Xian. Chapter 33, Xing Su. Do you really think it's your turn? He Xuan's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of disdain. What bad luck to share a dormitory with you two. Why should I be the one to move out? It should be you. Her displeasure was palpable, her expression fierce. Clearly, your poor reputation has dragged me down with you. Then you should be grateful to us, Yanshi replied with unflappable poise. If it weren't for our tarnished names. How could you stand out? He Xuan shot her an indignant glare. Yanshi shrugged it off, unfazed. This is a task assigned by the elders. Despite her distaste, He Xuan did not resort to sabotage. The task was to be completed within 2 days, with checks scheduled for the day after tomorrow's class. Yanshi and Xing Su received a piece of paper that He Xuan tossed their way. Upon reading its contents, both raised their eyebrows in intrigue. Xing Su's tone was somewhat relaxed. A second-grade supplement elixir? During your 3-day confinement, the elders have already taught how to refine first- and second-grade pills. He Xuan crossed her arms, looking down with a hint of arrogance. If you want to learn, beg me. Beg you? Yanshi chuckled immediately. He Xuan lifted her chin, brimming with pride. Yanshi smirked, her tone gentle yet mocking. And we would actually need to beg you for second-grade pills? Just Dan? He Xuan was stunned by her audacity. Do you not realize that pill refining is 1,000 times more difficult than cultivation? Rapid progress in cultivation does not equate to talent in alchemy. She had to toil extensively after school to finally refine a second-grade pill herself. This Yanshi was simply too arrogant. Second-grade supplement elixirs are nothing to fuss over. Xing Su stood up, having already put away her techniques. He Xuan's lips twitched. These two were far too self-assured. Give me the medicinal herbs. Xing Su extended her hand confidently. I'll refine your share of the pills too. Dream on. He Xuan instinctively covered her spatial storage pouch, a look of wariness on her face. Those herbs were bought by my father at a high price. Why should I give them to you? How much? Yanshi asked, her tone carefree. I'll buy them. 300 silver leaves, He Xuan blurted out. Xing Su frowned slightly. That's too expensive. I can't afford it. Yanshi pulled out a bag of silver leaves from her space, counted out 30 gold leaves, and offered them to her. I'll buy them. He Xuan? Xing Su. Not for sale? Yanshi pressed. You. He Xuan stared at the gold leaves in her hand, swallowing hard. Are you really buying them? She deliberately inflated the price by 50 silver leaves. You must be a fool to buy at this price. If you sell, I'll buy, Yanshi said, showing no remorse. All of this was funded by Yan Qingyao's money, and she felt no attachment to it. He Xuan handed over her spatial storage pouch, eager to secure the deal, saying as she took the gold leaves, once sold, there's no return. You can't back out. Understood, Yanshi replied, accepting the offer. He Xuan shot them a reluctant glance, producing a spirit talisman. This is a memory talisman. It contains the teachings from the elders over the past 3 days. If you need it, feel free to borrow it. Thank you, Yanshi said without hesitation. The memory talisman was quite similar to her own memory stone. I'm not trying to be friendly, He Xuan quickly clarified, still harboring resentment. Consider it a thank you for extorting 50 silver leaves. She left the second half of her sentence unspoken, puzzled by her own feelings. Despite her dislike for the two, their attitudes were not as detestable as the rumors suggested, prompting her to give them something after all. Saying nothing more, He Xuan turned and departed. Xing Su furrowed her brow, feeling a pang of regret for the money just spent. Are you out of your mind? Spending 30 gold leaves on those herbs? We could gather a lot just by visiting the outskirts of the mystic beast forest. There's no issue. I have plenty of money. Yanshi replied nonchalantly. Xingsu? She grasped her arm, intervening for the first time. Do you have no concept of money? What do you mean? Yanshi asked. Confused. Your father, the undefeated war god, is a legendary figure on the continent, earning only about 1,200 gold leaves a year. Roughly equivalent to 120 taels of gold, Xingsu explained. In other words, you just spent nearly 30% of your father's monthly salary. Yanshi blinked in surprise. Reflecting on her own wealth of 3,500 taels of gold, she felt a bit lightheaded. Can I ask you a question? Yanshi ventured. Xingsu nodded. Holding the memory talisman that He Xuan had just given them, Yanshi inquired, if this item were to be sold, how much could one piece fetch? As an idea struck her, she continued, what if there were a talisman capable of recording indefinitely? Aside from the fact that recorded events cannot be altered, it could have a table of contents like a book, allowing for quick reference by date and event. How much would that be worth? Xingsu? She reached out to check Yanshi's forehead. What has gotten into you with such whimsical ideas? What is it? Yanshi asked, puzzled by her gesture. Is it really that impressive? Yanshi saw the allure of gold beckoning to her. Currently, major sects can only record techniques and methods in books. Xingsu was well-versed in the continent's situation, but written records are too rigid. And they cannot leave their images and techniques for future generations to use. Consequently, many sect leaders and elders are troubled by this dilemma. If what you propose truly exists, combining it with techniques and methods would undoubtedly strengthen the sect in no time. Xingsu analyzed the situation. Yanshi cleared her throat. After much contemplation, she raised her hand to cover her mouth and whispered in Xingsu's ear, I can refine that item. Xingsu? She regarded her with skepticism. Really? Yanshi affirmed her statement with a nod. Here, take this. Xingsu produced a gold leaf and handed it to her with a sigh. Although it was only a little over 20 gold leaves, it would help her out for now. Yanshi? She glanced at the gold leaf, bewildered, and looked back at Xingsu. What is going on? Chapter 34. Do you think I believe you? In the future, refrain from impulsively purchasing items. Xingsu continued to sigh, recognizing the numerous instances during their cultivation journey where money would be essential. Thus, it was prudent to conserve it. Yanshi grew increasingly perplexed. She weighed the purse in her hand, utterly bewildered by this behavior. You do not believe what I say? I do. Xingsu responded with a reassuring glance. I truly can refine it. Yanshi became earnest, asserting that the knowledge imparted by her master was not in vain. If you doubt me, I shall create one right now and present it to you. I genuinely believe you. Xingsu wished to spare her feelings, recalling her own stubbornness in wanting to prove herself. Yanshi shot her a look. Do you think I believe you? Xingsu fell silent. After a moment of tension, she sighed in concession. I understand that spending 30 golden leaves at once is painful for you, and your eagerness to earn is palpable. But please wait a moment. Yanshi felt compelled to showcase her abilities. She casually retrieved a blank spiritual talisman from her spatial pouch. Envisioning her master's instructions to create a memory stone, she effortlessly infused spiritual energy into the talisman, gradually perfecting its functionality. Her master had once stated that everything could serve as a memory stone. The refinement method remained consistent, requiring only the final fusion of the crafted function with its carrier. Xingsu observed her earnest demeanor, anxiety creeping into her heart. She was never adept at comforting others, nor was she skilled with kind words. How would she soothe Yanshi later? All right. Yanshi, slightly fatigued from channeling her spiritual energy, handed the memory talisman to her. Take a look. With a cultivation level at the peak of the innate stage, completing this required considerable mental effort. It seemed imperative to break through to the next realm and elevate her master's techniques to the pinnacle of the first layer. Otherwise, earning money would prove challenging. Xingsu accepted it, feigning meticulous scrutiny, and then exclaimed, You You truly made this? How impressive. Yan Shi retorted without reservation. You could be a bit more genuine. I am giving you face, she added with a touch of pride. Xing Su, feeling equally proud, decided to revert to her usual demeanor. Pay attention. Yan Shi took back the talisman, activating it with her spiritual energy, and began recording the present scene. Upon completion, she renamed it and annotated the date. After a series of actions, she navigated to the directory and displayed the recorded scene. Once finished, to showcase all functionalities, she demonstrated the conceal and reveal features, erasing the footage with her spiritual energy afterwards. Xing Su was left in a daze. Did you remember how to use it? Yan Shi inquired. Xing Su nodded slowly. She never anticipated that Yan Shi would indeed succeed. Yan Shi let out a satisfied hum, adopting a coy attitude. Do you now believe in my abilities? Genius, Xing Su gave her a thumbs up. Yan Shi felt a sense of triumph. Xing Su placed the upgraded memory talisman into Yan Shi's hands, her earlier joy replaced by a more somber tone. This matter is known only to the heavens, the earth. You and me. It must never be revealed that you possess this refining skill. Why? Yan Shi was puzzled. Are you truly naive or merely pretending? Xing Su's concern grew, fearing that Yan Shi might be exploited. If anyone discovers your talent, those from the sect will inevitably swarm to seize you. At that point, no matter where you go, you will offend someone. The consequences are unimaginable. The academy would not risk its reputation for a single student. Isn't it possible for me to go everywhere? Yan Shi blinked, expressing her thoughts, one after another, slowly in line. As long as they offer enough, I can refine for them sequentially. This is not a matter of life and death. It's of no consequence. Here, take this. Yan Shi returned the talisman to her. Once I rest and refine another, we will take it to the auction house and have someone help spread the word. Xing Su declined, but ultimately, due to Yan Shi's insistence, she reluctantly accepted it. As their connection deepened, so too did their feelings, unbeknownst to them. Such is the rapid nature of young women's emotions. 2 hours later, Yan Shi refined another talisman and, alongside Xing Su, attended the auction house to present the upgraded memory talisman to the manager. To ensure promotional success, she deliberately demonstrated its capabilities. Upon learning of the talisman's remarkable functions, the manager was filled with excitement, never having anticipated such a development. Within just a month, after the 9th grade elixirs had been auctioned here, now this divine memory talisman had appeared. Truly, the heavens favored the Qingyun auction house. Yan Shi instructed the manager to schedule the auction for half a month later, and he readily agreed. Half a month would be ample time for various sects to gather. Time flew, and in 2 days, Xing Su had used the herbs she purchased from He Yishuan to refine 10 second-grade spirit recovery pills, keeping 2 for herself, giving 1 to He Yishuan and handing the rest to Yan Shi. Yan Shi retained 1 for herself, and trusting the others to Xing Su for future needs. After careful consideration, Xing Su accepted them. On the following day, before the attending elder arrived, lively discussions filled the classroom. Have you heard? The Qingyun auction house has introduced a divine memory talisman. I know. The news from the Qingyun auction house claims that this talisman can record infinitely and allows for spiritual energy modifications of anything aside from the recorded events. It can also easily access multiple occurrences. What genius conceived such a creation? It's astonishing. I've made up my mind. From now on, this person is my idol. My father is quite close with the manager of the Qingyun auction house. I'll ask him to find out who submitted this item for auction. The chatter grew louder. Xing Su and Yan Shi, seemingly unfazed, rested their heads on their desks, sound asleep, resembling 2 slumbering deities. Ahem. The attending elder entered the classroom, clearing his throat twice, casting a knowing glance in Yan Shi and Xing Su's direction, and calmly declared, "Silence." Instantly, the classroom fell into complete quietude. Yan Shi and Xing Su quickly straightened their postures, striving to remain alert. The elder, with an inscrutable gaze, scrutinized them once more. This time, 5 students have excelled in their elixir making. Chapter 35. Yan Shi faced yet another reprimand. Tang Xiu, Yuan Yi, and Bai Qiu, the lecturing elder, paused briefly as he glanced subtly in Yan Shi's direction. The crowd remained unresponsive at first, but the mention of Xing Su and Yan Shi raised eyebrows. Elder Zhao, could you be mistaken? How could Yan Shi possibly be involved in alchemy? One is a recognized failure, while the other is merely arrogant and incompetent. What connection do they have with the art of alchemy? The pills concocted by Yan Shi and Xing Su are the finest among all of you, the lecturing elder declared gravely, surveying the room. However, the subsequent words drew the attention of Yan Shi and Xing Su. The elder's gaze fixed upon them. Shouldn't you explain to this elder why your pills emerged from the same source? Who among you is the true alchemist? She. Yan Shi and Xing Su spoke in unison, momentarily taken aback as they exchanged glances. You two, come forward and recreate a second-tier replenishing pill before this elder, the lecturing elder commanded, placing a heap of medicinal materials on the table, standing with arms crossed. Yan Shi hesitated, suggesting, "Is that really necessary?" "What do you mean by unnecessary?" The elder's tone grew stern. "This elder's assignment is to gauge your knowledge, not to allow you to muddle through." Yan Shi scratched her head, contemplating before admitting, "The pills were all made by Xing Su. I merely cut corners." Bang! The lecturing elder slammed his hand on the table, producing a resounding noise that drew the attention of many onlookers. Xing Su furrowed her brow, pulling Yan Shi aside. "Why would you say that? It will be exposed eventually. It's better to admit it now," Yan Shi reasoned with a calm demeanor. "Stop mumbling," the lecturing elder exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. "I cannot tolerate students who attempt to deceive. I hear you were specially recruited by Elder Zhou. I will certainly inquire about this. With your unruly nature, what merit did you possess to warrant such an invitation?" Yan Shi remained silent. Gasps filled the room. He Xian, Tang Xiu, and others turned their attention to her, astonished to learn that she had been specially recruited. Xing Su also appeared momentarily stunned. "Come with me." The elder's fury was palpable. Initially, upon learning that Yan Shi was specially recruited, he believed she possessed some extraordinary talent. For Elder Zhou would not admit someone solely on the basis of Yan de General's reputation. However, he saw no remarkable qualities in her, only her talent for trickery. Yan Shi pursed her lips. "Is it really necessary to disturb Elder Zhou?" "Come along," the elder insisted sternly. Yan Shi sighed inwardly and followed. As they departed, whispers filled the classroom, their astonishment and curiosity palpable. Yan Shi, the specially recruited student? The last one was said to be a four-element genius. Could Yan Shi be the same? It seemed implausible. She had been a born failure. Even if she could cultivate, could she truly master all four elements? Moreover, if she were indeed a four-element genius, wouldn't she have already entered Class A instead of remaining in their class? Yet, how did she gain admission? Yan de General, an undefeated war god, would surely secure his daughter's place in the academy. After all, how could Yan Shi compare to the likes of the second Miss Yan? The discussions continued unabated. Xing Su felt a twinge of concern, but could do little more than wait anxiously. The lecturing elder took Yan Shi to Elder Zhou's study, his anger boiling as he knocked on the door. Elder Zhou was busy organizing his belongings and casually invited them in. Upon seeing Yan Shi, Elder Zhou's eyebrows arched in surprise. "Yan Shi? Greetings, Elder Zhou," Yan Shi replied politely. "Shouldn't you be teaching at this hour?" Elder Zhou inquired, looking curiously at the lecturing elder. "What brings you and this girl here?" "This girl?" The lecturing elder was taken aback. He stepped forward, pent-up anger evident in his demeanor. "What do you think I'm doing here? Enrollment has already concluded. Why was she specially recruited? Do you have any idea how many errors she has made in less than half a month since her admission?" "Errors?" Elder Zhou appeared genuinely surprised. Yan Shi felt uncertain, for she was the type who felt compelled to reciprocate kindness and did not wish to bring trouble to others. It was not as if she had committed serious transgressions. Elder Zhou dismissed the elder's anger. "Is it truly necessary to raise such a ruckus?" "Not a big deal," the lecturing elder retorted. Elder Zhou set down his work and approached, patting the elder's shoulder. In your old age, learn to be magnanimous. Do not dwell on trivial matters. Elder Zhou. The lecturing elder snapped back. Trust me, Elder Zhou reassured him, perceiving the elder's excessive reaction. This girl possesses boundless potential. With proper guidance, she is destined to achieve great things. The lecturing elder scoffed, his skepticism evident. Trust you? She has violated academy rules, engaged in clandestine duels, and I had to confine her for 3 days. His frustration was palpable. She had only just emerged from confinement, yet she resorted to deceit, presenting pills crafted by other students as her own. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou's expression darkened. The elder felt some of his irritation dissipate, finally finding some relief. Now you see how troublesome it is that this girl, who was specially recruited, is so unruly. What were you thinking? Elder Zhou's anger flared as he chastised the lecturing elder. How could you confine her upon her arrival? If anything were to happen in there, could you bear the responsibility? The lecturing elder's eyes widened in shock, not expecting to be the target of such ire. Elder Zhou was genuinely furious. If you truly dislike her, I will transfer her to Classa right now, and she will be their pride. Have you lost your mind? The lecturing elder retorted angrily. You are the one who has lost your mind. Elder Zhou exclaimed, exasperated. He revealed Yan Shi's remarkable talent. She is a 4-element genius. What harm is there in committing minor infractions? It does not reflect on her character. Is it necessary to treat her so harshly? Moreover, the lecturing elder began, only to suddenly realize. He halted, his eyes filled with a mixture of suspicion and restrained elation. What did you just say? Had he indeed heard the mention of 4 elements? Elder Zhou, with a hint of pride, coldly retorted, nothing of importance. Chapter 36. The incident with Xing Su. I just heard you mention the 4 systems. Elder Zhou abruptly pulled him closer, his heart brimming with excitement. Isn't that so? Elder Zhou replied, no. Elder Zhou insisted, old show. Elder Zhou retorted, I haven't said anything. It's teaching time. Don't dawdle here. Is that girl Yanshi really of the 4 systems? Elder Zhou's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Which 4 systems? Elder Zhou displayed evident impatience, clearly disinterested. Elder Zhou persisted. Metal, wood, water, and fire. Elder Zhou reluctantly shared the information. Metal, wood, water, and fire? Elder Zhou murmured, I embody metal, wood, and fire. This girl is truly in harmony with me. In harmony, indeed. One wonders who locked her in that little dark room. Elder Zhou lightly mocked, showing no courtesy. Now, over some trivial matter regarding elixirs, you bring her here during teaching time. You truly are something. Elder Zhou's sarcasm remained unabated. Elder Zhou cleared his throat. Tempering his previous anger, I was unaware of the reason for her special admission. Had I known she was a genius of the 4 systems, I would have treated her differently. Get lost. Elder Zhou was unrelenting. There's only this one talent in this cohort. Take good care of her. Rest assured. Elder Zhou smiled. Throughout the exchange, Yan Shi remained silent, only greeting others, understanding that Elder Zhou's comments on her talent were ultimately for her own benefit. In this ruthless continent, many matters are steeped in unfairness. For instance, those with exceptional talents receive preferential treatment from the elders of the academy, while minor transgressions are often overlooked. Of course, the academy does maintain principles concerning certain matters. If a person, despite their exceptional talent, becomes arrogant due to the elders' favoritism, they will also face consequences. The Academy's principle is that exceptional talents may be granted some leniency, provided they are deserving individuals. Yan Shi, being a paragon of talent and avoiding conflict, naturally earned the affection of the elders. On the way back, Elder Zhou occasionally cast sidelong glances, hesitating to speak. Yan Shi noticed and proactively inquired, Is there something on your mind, Elder? Cough, cough. Elder Zhou lightly cleared his throat. Did you think I was too stern with you earlier? Do you find me rather old-fashioned? Not at all, Yan Shi replied candidly. Your strictness is for my benefit. I have been unruly. Elder Zhao exhaled in relief. Thankfully, to avoid any stark contrasts in perception, he refrained from further comments. Upon returning to the classroom, everyone was puzzled. According to the Academy's usual rules, anyone who had been taken out for a mistake would invariably face a lecture in front of the entire class afterwards, serving as a lesson for all. Even Elder Zhao's earlier fury seemed to have vanished. Xing Su was eavesdropping on Elder Zhao's teaching and asked Yan Shi, "How is it?" "No problem," Yan Shi offered her a reassuring glance. Xing Su felt at ease. If Yan Shi said there was no issue, it was indeed true. After the lesson concluded, Elder Zhao addressed a significant matter. On the first day of August, there will be a competition among the new students, where participants will venture into the Academy's secret realm to gather medicinal herbs. First-tier herbs are worth 1 point, second-tier 2 points, and so forth. The top 10 scorers among the new students will, on the 15th of August, be granted the opportunity to visit the Divine Spirit Camp under the guidance of the Vice President. At his words, the classroom erupted in excitement. The Divine Spirit Camp? Elder, can the top 10 truly go to the Divine Spirit Camp? The entire class buzzed with enthusiasm. The Divine Spirit Camp is a coveted destination for countless practitioners, renowned for its superior treasures and cultivation resources, where every individual is a prodigy among prodigies. To enter there is akin to embarking on a legendary journey. Amidst the fervor, some regained composure, their brows furrowing with concern. With so many talents in Class A, securing a spot in the top 10 may prove to be quite challenging. Let alone Class A, their S-Class be following right behind. I truly wish to go to the Divine Spirit Camp. If we unite and work together, Class A, no matter how formidable, is merely human. Indeed, the extinguished confidence was rekindled in that moment. Elder Zhao nodded, pleased with their self-encouragement, his gaze sweeping across the students before lingering on Yan Shi for a brief moment. My class also boasts super geniuses, even surpassing those from Class A. On the 19th of July, it happened to be a break period at the Academy. The Academy observes rest days on the 9th, 10th, 19th, 20th, 29th, and 30th of each month, while the remaining days are dedicated to study. Yan Shi was lounging in her dormitory, enjoying a leisurely day. Unexpectedly, members from Class A arrived, dressed in their uniform black attire, accented with red collars and sashes, exuding an air of bravado. One of them, with 2 braids and holding a sword in her left hand, asked, "Is Yan Shi here?" Yan Shi looked up and instantly recognized the girl who often accompanied Yan Qingao. Her name was Luoji. Luoji spotted her and stated coldly, "I have something to discuss with you. Step outside." "Let us talk right here," Yan Shi replied, propping herself up against the bed, her tone lazy and nonchalant. It was clear without guessing that she was summoned by Yan Qingao. Previously, the note she received indicated a meeting place at the Whitewater Pool deep within the Xian Beast Forest, scheduled for the evening of the 18th after their training. She hadn't attended last night, and Yan Qingao was likely furious. "I'm not here on my own accord. It's Yan Qingao who wants to see you," Luoji straightforwardly conveyed. "She's waiting for you at the back mountain. You should go quickly. Please inform her that I'm quite tired and prefer not to attend." Yan Shi yawned, her demeanor relaxed. "If she has urgent matters, she can come find me herself." Luoji did not seem offended. Instead, she infused some spiritual energy and tossed a jade pendant toward Yan Shi. Yan Shi caught it steadily. "Qingao said that if you don't go, the owner of this pendant might encounter some unfortunate mishap." Luoji's eyes held a barely perceptible hint of mockery, her tone remaining cool. "The choice is yours." Yan Shi's expression darkened. She tightened her grip on the pendant, realizing that they had resorted to threatening her with Xing Su to compel her to attend. "Where is she?" Yan Shi demanded. "You will find out when you arrive," Luoji replied, knowing she was inquiring about Xing Su. She did not answer directly, adding, "Qingao also mentioned that if you have not arrived at the back mountain by noon, your friend will experience the same fate as her brother." Chapter 37. You must be mad. That belongs to the Academy. Yan Shi ground her molars, truly a venomous woman. She understood now. Clutching the jade pendant, she swung herself off the bed, her mind a tumult of thoughts as she made her way towards the back mountain of the academy, pondering how to approach the impending conflict. Yan Qingyao was on the cusp of a breakthrough, while Xing Karen was either at the pinnacle or still at the first level of qi condensation. And what about that Luoji from earlier? She was uncertain if there were others lurking in the shadows. This was going to be complicated. At the edge of a cliff, she spotted Xing Su bound to a cross, flanked by Yan Qingyao and Xing Karen. "Hurry!" Xing Su barked. Yan Shi lifted her gaze. Before she could make a move, Luoji had already positioned herself behind, cutting off her retreat. Yan Qingyao's eyes blazed with suppressed fury. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Yan Shi sat down as if preparing for a protracted battle. "How would I know? The agreement at the white water pool, don't tell me you've forgotten?" Yan Qingyao articulated each word with precision, her injuries still fresh. "There's a year left. Why the rush?" Yan Shi replied casually. But then her voice faltered as a thought struck her, her expression transforming into one of shock. "You didn't go last night, did you?" Yan Qingyao. Yan Shi continued to feign innocence. "This isn't my fault. I scheduled it for the evening of July 18th next year, not last night." "You didn't specify the time," Yan Qingyao seethed internally. A person of sound mind would know the appointment was for next year. According to the continent's customs, the invitee should clarify with the inviter if there was any uncertainty. Yan Shi possessed a sharp tongue. "Besides, what would I gain from this year's meeting? That you're more skilled than I? That you would leave me battered? Or perhaps you intended to kill me? Use your brain for once." Yan Shi was unyielding in her retorts. Yan Qingyao's fists tightened, nearly succumbing to rage. "You. What about me?" Yan Shi pressed boldly, refusing to cower. Despite Yan Qingyao's evident frustration, Yan Qingyao's grip on the whip tightened, almost swinging it at Yan Shi. Yan Shi shifted her focus to another target. "And you? As her elder brother, binding your sister at the edge of a cliff, do you have no conscience?" "Miss Yan," Xing Karen interjected, ignoring Yan Shi. His gaze fixed on Yan Qingyao. "What are your intentions?" "Disable their meridians and throw them off the cliff," Yan Qingyao replied coldly, her eyes devoid of warmth. Wishing for their self-destruction. Xing Su's heart sank. She could not afford to scold them. All she wanted was for Yan Shi to escape. "Yan Shi, you must go. Don't worry about me." Swish. A sword was drawn against her neck. Xing Karen threatened Yan Shi, "If you dare to leave, I will kill her now." Wait. Yan Shi raised her hands in a placating gesture, stepping cautiously towards him. "Let's talk this out. It's dangerous to resort to blades and guns over a disagreement." Xing Karen? Yan Qingyao, Luoji? Xing Su? Everyone in the vicinity wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed by her calm demeanor. "Is it simply a matter of severing our meridians for you to toss us off?" Yan Shi approached him, a subtle fragrance wafting from her. Yan Qingyao remained silent, sensing something was amiss in Yan Shi's behavior. "That's a relief," Yan Shi sighed. "No need to sacrifice your life." Xing Su? She genuinely wished she could pry open Yan Shi's head to see what thoughts resided within. With a gentle smile, Yan Shi approached Xing Su, speaking softly, "It will hurt a bit when I sever your meridians. Bear with it." Xing Su was even more confused. She signaled with her eyes. "What are you doing?" Yan Shi, "Severing your meridians." Xing Su, "Speak plainly." Yan Shi, "Guess." Xing Su nearly wanted to hit her. A small black pill appeared in Yan Shi's palm as she simultaneously coaxed it into Xing Su's mouth. "This will alleviate the pain when I do it." Xing Su was unsure of Yan Shi's intentions, but trusted her not to harm her, swallowing the pill. Moments later, Yan Shi assessed the stance of Xing Karen and Yan Qingyao, decisively lowering Xing Su from the cross. Seeing that Xing Karen did not intervene, Xing Su appeared puzzled. "Hurry," Yan Shi urged, grasping her hand and whispering, "I sprinkled some illusion powder on myself. They are currently ensnared in a hallucination." "All right," Xing Su replied, not asking further questions. Yan Shi intended to leave, but was unable to suppress her irritation at Xing Karen and Yan Qingyao's earlier arrogance. Approaching Yan Qingyao, she kicked her off the cliff. Take that. Simultaneously, Xing Su kicked Xing Karen off as well. From a distance, Luoji finally realized that something was amiss and rushed towards the cliff to save Yan Qingyao and Xing Karen, attempting to prevent Yan Shi and Xing Su from escaping. Xing Su was nearly breathless, gasping, "When did you apply the illusion powder?" "I did it as soon as I arrived," Yan Shi explained, for the umpteenth time feeling that the more she learned, the safer she became. "It was the fragrance you just detected." Xing Su's eyes widened in realization. She had noticed a faint, refreshing scent on Yan Shi earlier, and now it had transformed into a delightful aroma. "Your jade pendant." Yan Shi returned it to her, inquiring, "Weren't you just out for a stroll? How did you end up captured?" Inside the academy, even if Yan Qingyao and Xing Karen were bold, they would not dare to directly abduct her. Xing Su lifted her gaze, hesitating before speaking. "Someone sent me a message saying you were caught at the back mountain for standing up Yan Qingyao. I didn't think much of it and went. Little did I know it was a trap. 3 individuals with superior cultivation joined forces. I was no match for them, especially that ruthless elder brother of mine. It seems we must intensify our training," Yan Shi remarked as they walked, her eyes gleaming with cunning. "I've heard the Academy's secret realm is filled with treasures for cultivation. We could make off with a few." "Xing Su." She stared wide-eyed. "You're insane. That belongs to the Academy. Chapter 38. Will you wait for others to find your money? Do not tell me that you do not desire it." Yan Shi discerned her subtle intentions with clarity. Desires are desires. Xing Su also harbored thoughts about those treasures, but considering they belonged to the Academy, would we not face dire consequences if the elders discovered our schemes? Over the years, no one had ever sought after the secret realm. Everyone followed the elders' instructions, entering to complete tasks, whether it was capturing mysterious beasts or gathering medicinal herbs. No one dared to pursue anything beyond that. Not at all. Yan Shi had thoroughly studied the Academy's regulations, which did not prohibit taking items from the secret realm, but merely cautioned about its dangers. "All right," Xing Su readily agreed. Yan Qingyao and Xing Karen had not appeared again. On the night of July 30th, Yan Qingyao met Xing Karen by a lotus pond within the academy. Clad in their class uniforms, they stood with hands clasped behind their backs. Yan Qingyao was the first to speak. "Do you remember how you suffered at Yan Shi's hands last time?" "I do not know," Xing Karen replied, still haunted by the memory. His voice was heavy. At that moment, I saw Yan Shi sever Xing Su's meridians. Her scream still echoes in my mind. Then, I suddenly felt a dizzying sensation of falling, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself plummeting toward the cliff. I was just like you. Yan Qingyao had never anticipated stumbling repeatedly at Yan Shi's hands. Xing Karen furrowed his brow. Yan Qingyao continued, however, according to Luoji, Yan Shi did not sever Xing Su's meridians. In fact, she lowered her from the platform in your presence. I suspect we have fallen victim to an illusion. After much contemplation, Xing Karen spoke. An illusion? Yes, I remember clearly, Yan Qingyao affirmed. At that moment, I sensed something was off about Yan Shi. Yet, I could not articulate why. Xing Karen elaborated. Her words were likely a ruse to buy time for her illusion to take effect. Impossible. Yan Qingyao replied with conviction. I have been watching her closely. Since we encountered trouble, she has not utilized any spiritual power. Illusions require spiritual energy to manifest. Then why? Xing Karen pondered, unable to comprehend. They had not consumed anything from Yan Shi, nor had they exchanged significant glances. There should be no reason for an illusion to exist. Yan Qingyao was also deep in thought. Suddenly, her gaze lifted, and she confidently uttered 2 words, fragrance. What? Xing Karen turned to her. The scent emanating from Yan Shi, Yan Qingyao deduced. In my recollection, she seldom uses perfumes. Yet, she was fragrant the last time she appeared. What if she wore that fragrance deliberately to attract attention? That is unlikely, Xing Karen responded. I believe I know Yen Shi well enough. She is not the type to crave the attention of others. The issue must lie with the scent she exuded. Xingke Ran did not elaborate further, so what do you intend to do? The new student competition is tomorrow. It is the best opportunity to act within the secret realm. Yan Qingyao had already made her decision. The secret realm is under surveillance, Xingke Ran cautioned. Every move you make will be scrutinized by the elders, and if discovered, the consequences could range from punishment to expulsion from the academy. Who says I intend to act alone? Yan Qingyao smiled mischievously. Yen Shi, I will ensure you pay the price. Achoo. Yen Shi sneezed heavily, rubbing her nose. She mused, who is speaking ill of me behind my back? Zhongli Mo cast her a disdainful glance. Yen Shi, undeterred, informed him, tomorrow. I shall venture into the secret realm for 10 days. During this time, you will need to fend for yourself and procure some food. With a flourish, she handed him a bag. This contains 50 silver leaves. It should suffice for you to buy provisions. Zhongli Mo? His inscrutable gaze fell upon the silver leaves, and as he contemplated something, his expression suddenly darkened. Did you hear me? Yen Shi demanded fiercely. You need not worry about me, Zhongli Mo retorted coldly. At that moment, he failed to realize that since he had transformed into a child, although his awareness and thoughts remained the same, his temperament when dealing with Yen Shi had unconsciously reverted to that of a child, exhibiting childish sulks and arrogance. Yen Shi began to scold him, Zhongli Mo. He met her gaze, his purple eyes deep and imbued with a softness that made one feel tender-hearted. We are now like grasshoppers tied together on the same string. Yen Shi sought to reason with him. Even a powerful figure like you cannot be overly indulged. If you have concerns, you can discuss them with me. We must communicate and not sulk or throw tantrums, understood? Who gave you the impression that I would sulk with you? Zhongli Mo scoffed, his demeanor icy and sharp-tongued. Yen Shi was unrelenting, you. Zhongli Mo. Yen Shi did not linger on the matter. Now, speak. What is bothering you? Zhongli Mo remained silent. Yen Shi gently coaxed. Is it because I will be gone for 10 days that you will miss me? Zhongli Mo remained silent. He continued to be silent. Every new student must participate in the competition. There is no way to avoid it. Yen Shi spoke tenderly. As for the reversal spell, I have been researching relevant texts during this time. Once I find information, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. This statement was genuine. Although she spent most of her time studying and cultivating, whenever she had a moment, she would peruse books on spells. Zhuke could no longer hold back. A flash of red light appearing. Miss Yen. Both Zhongli Mo and Yen Shi turned to look. The former's eyes conveyed a strong warning, causing Zhuke to shiver. The master gives everyone golden leaves, but you only silver. Zhuke began to blurt out, but was abruptly seized by the throat. Ugh. I'm doomed. I've angered someone. Yen Shi was momentarily taken aback. She had contemplated numerous reasons, but had never considered this one. You are truly upset because of this? She inquired. Bang. Zhuke was thrown to the ground by Zhongli Mo with a loud thud. Zhuke felt no pain. It was a divine beast, and since the master had not used spiritual force, even such a forceful throw merely resulted in a gentle contact with the ground. However, it could not accept its master being so prideful. No, Zhongli Mo replied coldly. The reason I gave you silver leaves instead of gold is that the food you need typically costs between 2 to 5 silver leaves. Yen Shi explained. You are not fond of speaking. If I gave you gold leaves, would you wait for others to return the change? Chapter 39. The vermilion bird can be slain, but its feathers must not be plucked. No, he would not. The thought resolutely emerged in Zhongli Mo's mind. He had never been concerned with wealth. Any money he spent was never expected to be reimbursed. He was not lacking in resources. However, their current financial situation was tenuous. Yen Shi began to feign hardship, leaving the impression that he was impoverished. If he were to pay with a single gold leaf at a time and visited several shops in a day, it would accumulate to multiple leaves, perhaps even exceeding 10 by day's end. They needed to economize. Yen Shi spoke with profound emotion. stirring a hint of guilt within Zhongli Mo, who instinctively tightened his grip on the book in his hands. Yanshi playfully struck his palm and then offered him a small pouch of gold leaves. "This is all that remains of my gold leaves, for you." Zhongli Mo raised his gaze, feeling as though the pouch was a scalding potato, uncertain whether to accept it. "After I compete, you may purchase whatever you desire," Yanshi said with a smile, having deftly grasped the intentions of the esteemed individual. "If the money runs out, I will earn more." "No need," Zhongli Mo coldly rejected. He felt the weight of the pouch in his hands. Though it was light, it felt burdensome. He wished to express that he had merely fallen under a youthful curse and was not truly a child, that his weight and height remained unchanged. Yet, inexplicably, faced with her gentle words and that slightly displeasing smile, he found himself unable to refuse. "Thank you, Miss Yan." The vermilion bird flew over, snatching the pouch with its claws. Yanshi smiled softly. Zhongli Mo and the vermilion bird watched her depart until her figure vanished at the doorway. In an instant, the coldness in Zhongli Mo's eyes transformed into a dangerous glint as he turned his gaze towards the vermilion bird. "Have you been acting up again recently?" "And no, never." The vermilion bird shook its head vigorously. It understood all too well that the master's notion of acting up was not merely to scold it, but to pluck its feathers. The vermilion bird can be slain, but its feathers must not be plucked. That was merely to test your standing in Miss Yan's heart. The vermilion bird explained earnestly, spinning a web of nonsense. "Miss Yan has given you all her remaining gold leaves, which clearly indicates your importance to her." Zhongli Mo's lips curled slightly, yet his demeanor remained as aloof as ever. "It is of no concern to me." The vermilion bird shot him a glance. "It truly has nothing to do with you, so do not throw a tantrum. Go." Zhongli Mo set down his book and rose to his feet. "Go where?" The vermilion bird looked at him in confusion, awaiting further instruction. "You are to earn 1,000 taels of gold before her competition concludes," Zhongli Mo commanded, standing with an air of authority despite his diminutive stature. "Me?" The vermilion bird was taken aback, flapping its wings in disbelief. "Yes." Zhongli Mo's indifference deepened. "She has run out of money," he casually remarked, recalling her previous words. The vermilion bird was left speechless. "Are you not going?" "How can a mere vermilion bird earn money?" It pondered, utterly perplexed. For millennia, it had engaged in battles, vanquished ferocious beasts and malevolent beings, yet had never earned a single coin. This concept was entirely foreign to it. Zhongli Mo cast a cold glance. "If you genuinely wish for Miss Yan to possess ample wealth, you could auction off your treasures," the vermilion bird suggested. "Even the items you consider trivial would be regarded as exceptional treasures on this continent." Zhongli Mo remained silent, seemingly contemplating. After a moment, he produced one of his swords. "How much can this fetch at auction?" The vermilion bird gasped, nearly losing its composure. "That cannot be sold. There are only 3 in existence within the entire demon realm, coveted by countless powerful beings. If it were to be sold here, those drawn by its aura would undoubtedly swarm in. It would spell disaster. What about this?" "No." "This?" They could not manage those either. With a crush, Zhongli Mo flung the item onto the table, a chilling aura emanating from him, brimming with impatience. "This will not do. That will not do. Is there no end to this?" "You may attempt to select from those items you deem useless," the vermilion bird kindly suggested. It had adapted to the continent far better than its master. A flicker of emotion crossed Zhongli Mo's brow. "Useless?" He turned inward to his spiritual realm and spotted a collection of items he deemed useless. With a casual gesture, he retrieved one. "This one?" The vermilion bird's lips twitched. "Is this truly deemed useless?" With a gentle squeeze, Zhongli Mo snapped the item in 2. The vermilion bird's eyes widened in shock. It nearly scolded him for being wasteful. "You choose," Zhongli Mo said, lacking patience. As long as he could secure 1,000 taels of gold, anything aside from his true name's treasure was fair game. The vermilion bird complied obediently. Shortly thereafter, it emerged with 2 swords, a folding fan, and a flute. "These will suffice," it declared earnestly. Zhongli Mo's expression darkened abruptly. an icy aura radiating from him. Who are you trying to silence? The vermilion bird understood its master all too well. These are indeed suitable. The highest cultivation level on this continent is merely heavenly class. Should they possess treasures of a higher tier, they would not only be unable to wield them, but they might also be subjugated by the treasures themselves. Zhong Limo's mood soured further. Trading a pile of worthless items for money? His current thought was akin to a modern person attempting to exchange a worn-out broom and a bag of trash at a gold shop for 1,000 taels of gold, impossible to comprehend. As he pondered, he recalled the item he had previously given to Yen Shi. That is different, the vermilion bird hastily clarified. That treasure is unique in the world. Even those devoid of spiritual energy can handle it without issue. It belongs to the same tier as your true name's treasure. Zhang Liemo felt slightly reassured. He had never paid attention to such matters, nor had he considered how high-tier treasures could impact those of lower cultivation. Then I shall proceed? Indeed. Zhang Liemo replied coolly. The vermilion bird transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing from sight, ready to attend the auction in human guise, adorned with a veil to avoid recognition. Unbeknownst to Yen Shi, she had unwittingly prompted the aloof and awkward demon lord to devise a means to earn for her. In the dormitory, Yen Shi, Xing Su, He Xuan, and another roommate, Li Manxi, gathered together, discussing their impending journey to the secret realm. Chapter 40. Is this quite unsatisfactory? He Xuan's attitude towards the two of them has always been unpredictable, oscillating between fondness and disdain. Li Manxi grasped He Xuan's arm, speaking candidly, I don't care. I want you to team up with me. I refuse to pair with them. However, all other dormitories formed groups of 4. He Xuan pondered the situation. If they did not join forces with them, they would inevitably suffer disadvantages. Yet, she felt they could not team up with them either. Li Manxi was particularly adamant about this matter. He Xuan found herself in a dilemma. She did not harbor any fondness for the two girls, but Yen Shi and Xing Su lounged carelessly, showing no reaction to their outright declaration of dislike. You may deliberate at your leisure, Yen Shi said, disinterested. Just inform us once you've made up your minds. Li Manxi, accustomed to being pampered since childhood, was quite petulant. What are you doing? The discussion isn't over yet. Her fists were clenched tightly. Just as she was about to retort, Xing Su interjected. Her words sharp and unyielding. If you truly don't wish to team up with us, then don't. It suits me just fine. I hardly enjoy being burdened by someone like you. Who are you calling a burden? Li Manxi retorted angrily. You, came Xing Su's blunt reply. Li Manxi's fists tightened, her eyes ablaze with fury. Xing Su, are you looking for a fight? Xing Su, known for her brash demeanor, shot back, calling me a burden? Have you forgotten who you are? Li Manxi seethed, unleashing a tirade. Besides Yen Shi, everyone in the academy despises you. Teaming up with you would merely invite scorn. You are the biggest burden, Li Manxi exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Xing Su was unfazed. On the contrary, she seemed pleased by the remark that everyone disliked her. Aside from Yen Shi, her calm demeanor starkly contrasted with Li Manxi's agitation. Are you finished? You do realize how unlikable you are, don't you? Li Manxi's expression was one of displeasure. I know, Xing Su replied indifferently, but what does that have to do with you? You. Li Manxi was taken aback by her indifference. Li Manxi, let us not argue, He Xuan interjected, her brow furrowed. If we don't team up with them, we may end up isolated and vulnerable to other teams. What if? Do you think teaming up with them would spare us from being targeted? Li Manxi insisted, unwavering in her stance. Do not forget that Xing Su is the type who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Xing Su raised an eyebrow, surprised to find herself labeled as someone who preys on the weak. Rather than risk being ambushed by them midway, why not take a chance? Li Manxi voiced her thoughts further, suggesting they could choose to form a team with others, avoiding them altogether. He Xuan appeared conflicted. Yen Shi and Xing Su were among the most capable in their class. Teaming with others might mean losing the opportunity to enter the Divine Spirit camp entirely. However, Joining forces with Yan Shi and Xing Su would undoubtedly displease Li Manqi. In that case, everyone would assume she had a close relationship with them, which would not benefit her in the slightest. Do you truly wish to team up with them? Li Manqi challenged. How could that be possible? He Yixuan quickly retorted, her gaze wavering. I'm merely contemplating which group would be more advantageous. It seems we have few strong practitioners in our class. Perhaps we should seek out Tang Xiu and his group. Li Manqi had already devised a fallback plan. He Yixuan glanced at Yan Shi and Xing Su again, still uncertain. She felt that Tang Xiu did not possess the same prowess as the two girls. Let us go, Li Manqi urged, her tone decisive. We shall consult them immediately. He Yixuan agreed, all right. As they departed, Xing Su settled back in her chair, leisurely sipping tea. She took a delicate sip and raised her gaze meaningfully. What do you think of He Yixuan? She seems rather scheming. Yan Shi rested her head on one hand, holding a book in the other, clearly concerned about her reputation and how to benefit herself. The same goes for you, Xing Su expressed her thoughts. Yan Shi smiled faintly. Shall we truly act as a duo tomorrow? Xing Su inquired. Are you worried about being targeted? Yan Shi asked. Preposterous, Xing Su replied with pride. No one is capable of stealing from me. Xing Su nodded in agreement. Before long, a second-year student arrived, first knocking on Yan Shi's door, then asking, Is Yan Shi here? Yes, Yan Shi responded. Elder Zhou requests your presence in his study. The girl at the door spoke clearly, her voice melodious. He has something for you. All right. Yan Shi rose from her bed, thanking her senior. After exchanging a few words with Xing Su, she proceeded to Elder Zhou's study. Upon seeing her, Elder Zhou beamed with warmth, welcoming her enthusiastically. Come in, come in. Please have a seat. Elder Zhou, Yan Shi replied politely. Call me Grandpa Zhou when no one else is around. Elder Zhou was genuinely fond of Yan Shi. The reason I called you here today is simply to offer you some special guidance, ensuring you perform well in the freshman competition. Is this quite overt? She hesitated, questioning the propriety of such favoritism. What is wrong with that? Elder Zhou dismissed her concern. You are a student I specially admitted. Granting you certain privileges is well within reason. However, this seems rather unfair to others, Yan Shi tentatively suggested. There is no such thing as fairness, Elder Zhou stated bluntly. If your talent were lacking, someone else would be in your position today. Because of your exceptional talent, you stand here. Or do you not wish to visit the Divine Spirit Camp? Elder Zhou inquired. Of course I do, Yan Shi responded decisively. She was determined to attend the Divine Spirit Camp. Then that settles it. Elder Zhou retrieved a map, placing it before her. Take a look, the entrance is here. Once inside, do not be distracted by the nearby herbs. You must head this way. He pointed at the map, continuing, follow this unmarked path, cross a river, and you will find a thatched cottage behind which lies a plethora of high-tier herbs. Chapter 41. Approaching the secret realm. How high is the level? Yan Shi inquired. At least level 4, at most level 9, Elder Zhou replied candidly, without any concealment. However, there are restrictions. Each person may only harvest a maximum of 20 plants. 20 plants? That's a minimum of 80 points and a maximum of 180, Yan Shi calculated in her mind. Her gaze returned to the map, which seemed vaguely familiar to her. Let me share another secret with you, Elder Zhou continued, after ensuring no one was eavesdropping. The secret realm contains many valuable items that you may take. Yan Shi looked up. This is an unspoken rule of the academy, though no one has dared to act on it over the years. Anything can be taken? Yan Shi felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as you can obtain it, you may take whatever you desire, Elder Zhou cautioned, but this must remain a secret. You cannot tell anyone. Not even your close friend Xing Su. Yan Shi cleared her throat, feeling somewhat uneasy. Elder Zhou, puzzled, did not understand her hesitation. Just as he was about to inquire further, a thought struck him, and he asked incredulously, You didn't plan to do this before coming, did you? Elder Zhou was taken aback. He had worried that this young girl would be at a disadvantage against others. All right. He had no intention of lecturing them. You two go ahead, but remember, all your actions and words within the secret realm will be observed by us. Even if you have grievances with someone, you must not act upon them inside. He was aware of certain matters, but it was best for the elders to turn a blind eye to the students' affairs. Yenshur paused and then responded, "Thank you, Elder." "Go now," Elder Zhou said, feeling quite pleased, as if his own child was achieving success. "Grandpa Zhou is waiting for you two to earn your ranks." "Understood," Yenshur replied. She stood up, bowed, and turned to leave. Elder Zhou seemed to remember something and called out to her, "Girl, your father has already set off for the battlefield again," he said, his feelings somewhat complex. "He asked me to tell you that no matter what you do, he is on your side, and you need not feel guilty about it." Yenshur's heart trembled. She expressed her gratitude and hurried out of the academy. Although she was not the biological daughter of General Yen, she could feel his deep concern and affection for her. She summoned her sword and took to the skies, swiftly heading towards the direction her father had departed. An hour later, she caught up to him and called out from a distance, "Father." General Yen, riding on his warhorse, turned to his deputy, exchanging pleasantries upon hearing Yenshur's voice. "We've just left the capital, and I can already hear my daughter's voice. I wonder how long this trip will take." "You must be quite anxious for your daughter," the deputy remarked. General Yen smiled. Yenshur rushed forward a few steps and raised her voice again, "Father." General Yen paused, gripping the reins of his horse. "It seems it truly is my daughter's voice." He quickly turned towards the source and saw Yenshur, dressed in a blue gown with a simple hair ornament, running towards him. "Poetry, I called you so many times, yet you didn't respond," Yenshur said breathlessly, nearly out of air after flying for so long. Without the aid of spiritual pills to replenish her energy, she would have been unable to continue. General Yen immediately dismounted and hurried towards her, his words filled with concern. "Why are you here?" "I heard from Elder Zhou that you left again," Yenshur said, her breathing steadier now, laced with dissatisfaction. "You should at least inform me when you leave." "That old rascal!" General Yen was extremely displeased. "I told him to wait a few days before telling you. Why couldn't he keep it to himself?" Yenshur frowned. "I sent it because you were worried about me?" General Yen quickly changed his tone. "Here, take this." Yenshur produced a small pendant from her spatial ring and handed it to him, her demeanor serious. "From now on, you must wear it at all times. It will protect you in my stead." This pendant was one of many treasures gifted to her by her master. It possessed formidable defensive capabilities, and in a life-or-death situation, it would automatically activate to safeguard its wearer. In other words, with it, her father would be shielded from mortal peril. "All right," General Yen accepted it, donning it in her presence. "May you achieve victory and receive good news," Yenshur earnestly wished, her clear, bright eyes reflecting his image. General Yen smiled, his handsome face lighting up. "Thank you. I will wait for your triumphant return at home." "Good," General Yen said, affectionately ruffling her hair. This parting felt tinged with more complex emotions than usual. General Yen remounted his horse and, accompanied by his troops, set off. He gazed at the setting sun, a gentle smile gracing his face. His precious poetry had grown up. She wanted him to know that there were those who loved him too. Back at the academy, Yenshur shared with Xing Su everything Elder Zhou had told her, and Xing Su accepted it without question. In the dead of night, Yenshur lay in bed, pondering the map's familiarity. She was unsure whether it felt familiar because she had dreamed of something similar or if she had truly seen it before. Lost in thought, she gradually fell asleep. The following morning, the vice president gathered all the new students in the academy's square. To the right of the square stood a white, swirling entrance. Everyone knew it was the gateway to the secret realm. The new student competition would last 10 days. The vice president got straight to the point without any superfluous words. "If anyone cannot endure, feel free to leave." "Vice President," someone called out. The vice president, clad in a white robe with a serious expression, responded, "What is it? Is it dangerous inside the secret realm?" The questioner asked, "What if we encounter danger?" Chapter 42. Entering the first instance, the perilous forest of mystic beasts, the Vice-Dean informed us that the danger level at the periphery of the mystic beast forest was quite similar. He cautioned us about the events within. Should you encounter ferocious mystic beasts and fall victim to their might, the realm would automatically transport you out. Within the confines of this realm, any injury sustained is accompanied by real pain, yet once you exit, all wounds will miraculously heal. Do you all understand? Li Manchi raised her hand and adjusted herself. So, does that mean if we are killed by others or by mystic beasts within the realm, we won't actually die? Everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. To put it simply, this is a training experience where no real harm can befall us. The results for the top 10 will be announced on August 11th. With a wave of his hand, the Vice-Dean enlarged the entrance of the previously modest white vortex, now several times its original size. The competition begins now. As his voice faded, a throng of individuals surged towards the entrance of the realm. Yanshi and Xingsu, however, remained unhurried, waiting until the majority had entered before they ambled forward. Inside the realm, Yanshi and Xingsu found themselves enveloped by towering trees forming a dense forest. Xingsu surveyed their surroundings, noticing some individuals frantically snatching at first-tier medicinal herbs scattered on the ground. Yuan Qingao and Xing Karen are watching us from the shadows. No need to worry. Yanshi replied calmly, this is the mystic realm. They wouldn't dare act recklessly. Xingsu nodded in agreement. The two refrained from competing for the first-tier herbs and strolled leisurely towards a small path indicated by Elder Zhou, their demeanor far from that of competitors. Yuan Qingao watched them depart and inquired, should we go now? No rush, Xing Karen said, a calculating glint in his eyes. He had delayed enrolling in the academy for a year solely to be in the same grade as Xingsu, intending to annoy her a bit longer before seeking to trouble them and take their possessions. Fine, Yuan Qingao acquiesced. The two parted ways. Yanshi and Xingsu soon arrived at the small stream Elder Zhou had mentioned. Noticing Yanshi standing still, Xingsu called out, what are you doing? Let us go. Xingsu, Yanshi stared at the stream, one she recognized all too well, her mind buzzing. Xingsu approached, what's wrong? Yanshi intended to explain, recalling Elder Zhou's reminders about what to do and say, but instead leaned closer to Xingsu's ear and whispered in the faintest tone, I've been to this place countless times in my dreams. Xingsu was taken aback. What? Walk 50 steps forward, jump on a white pebble, and it will trigger the first instance of the realm, Yanshi stated earnestly. There are many precious herb seeds and a divine beast egg within the instance. And wait. Xingsu was puzzled, her understanding wavering. What do you mean by instance? Yanshi hesitated, choosing her words carefully. It refers to something that is well hidden. You mentioned the first one. Does that imply there are second, third, and fourth instances? Xingsu adeptly grasped the crux. There are 7 in total, Yanshi confirmed, 6 of which are similar to the first, and the last is the ultimate instance, containing treasures far surpassing the combined riches of the 6 instances. Then let us head straight to that ultimate instance, Xingsu declared, eager to proceed. No, the ultimate instance can only be accessed after completing all 6 instance tasks sequentially. Without fulfilling them in order, it cannot be opened. Shall we go to the first then? Xingsu queried. Yanshi hesitated. There's another issue. What is it? I'm uncertain whether we can take the items from the instance with us. Yanshi's voice faltered, recalling her previous experiences where the treasures within vanished upon exit. That was the simplest map her master had sent her to explore. Every time she ventured into that realm, whatever she acquired would disappear completely upon her return. Now, she found herself unsure. Meeting Xingsu's gaze, she conceded, all right. The two advanced 50 steps, and indeed, they found a white pebble. Without hesitation, Xingsu leaped onto it. In an instant, she vanished from sight. Yanshi felt a jolt in her heart, her pulse racing. As an unavoidable yet increasingly vivid suspicion emerged, could it be that the 13 maps her master had her traverse in modern times were all experiences she was meant to relive here? The more she pondered, the more complex the situation appeared. She quickly followed suit and jumped down. Inside the first instance, Xing Su gazed at the enchanting stone chamber. Upon Yen's arrival, she immediately embraced her, exclaiming, "Wow! Your dream feels so real." "Be cautious," Yen's replied, her mood far from cheerful, laden with gravity. Once they entered the stone chamber, they would confront the stone deity, a being of formidable prowess at the Foundation Establishment stage. Foundation Establishment. Xing Su was taken aback. A wave of concern washed over her. Can we defeat it? Let us find out, Yen's fighting spirit surged. This was a rare opportunity to face a formidable opponent in practice. If they truly could not prevail, they could always use a drop of their own blood to feign death, prompting the stone deity to vanish. All right, Xing Su agreed. Moments later, the two stepped into the stone chamber simultaneously. A towering stone figure, approximately 10 feet tall, emerged, exuding a powerful aura. With a thud, it took a step toward Yen's and Xing Su, causing the entire cavern to tremble, nearly knocking them off balance. Yen's quickly formed a seal with her palm, channeling most of her spiritual energy into an attack aimed at the stone deity's head. At that moment, Xing Su tightened her grip on her whip, swinging it forcefully at the stone deity. Two attacks surged forth. The stone deity blocked Yen's strike with one fist while using the other to grasp Xing Su's whip, yanking her forcefully against the stone wall. Such strength would surely inflict severe injury upon Xing Su. Yen's soared into action, channeling her energy into her foot and targeting the hand that held Xing Su's whip. Sensing the impending danger, the stone deity raised its other hand to strike Yen's. Quick as a flash, she evaded the attack and landed a kick on the stone deity's arm. Thud. The creature leaned back slightly, loosening its grip on Xing Su's whip. Seemingly enraged, it bore down on Yen's with great force, both hands poised to unleash a devastating blow. Yen's heart raced. Xing Su swung her whip around Yen's waist, pulling her away just in time. Bang! The stone deity's attack crashed against the stone wall. Yen's and Xing Su narrowly avoided the blow, finding themselves in a precarious situation. Chapter 43. A Major Incident. Yen's, shortly, you will attack its left side while I engage its right. Xing Su observed quickly, noting its sluggish speed and clumsy movements. I shall restrain it with spirit power. Yen's, what? A hint of confusion flickered across her face. Would spirit power? Would counters earth? Xing Su explained earnestly. The spirit power is its natural nemesis, which will enhance our odds of victory. Yen's cleared her throat, unsure of how to respond. What is the matter? Xing Su inquired. The stone god belongs to the metal element. Yen's elucidated, stating that only fire spirit power could effectively restrain it. Before she comprehended the 5 elements' spirit roots, she too believed stone was earth, but later learned that stone is metal, which is generated from earth and can be countered by fire. Xing Su paused, just as Yen's was about to mention her previous ignorance. Xing Su calmly interjected, No worries, I will use fire spirit power to restrain it. Yen's. She suppressed her excitement and joined forces with her to confront the stone god. After a fierce battle, through their combined efforts, the stone god was vanquished, and both of their cultivations advanced to the mid-stage of the acquired realm. Bang! The stone god crashed heavily to the ground and soon vanished. Xing Su sat down to recuperate, still shaken by the recent encounter. Xing Su, Yen's, my curiosity is piqued. What element do you belong to? And you? She asked. All elements. Yen's did not conceal the truth from her, as friends should be genuine with one another. However, during the aptitude test, she had kept it hidden. Only Elder Zhou was aware that she was a 4-element cultivator. No wonder. Xing Su exclaimed in realization. I suspected Elder Zhao's sudden change in attitude towards us after he took you to Elder Zhou. It all makes sense now. Yen's smiled faintly. Xing Su assured her, Rest assured, I will keep your secret safe. Love you. Yen's unabashedly expressed her admiration and declared her own commitment. I will also guard your secret. My master once said there are 3 types of geniuses in this world. The first type, like her, is born a multi-elemental cultivator, able to practice any technique and grasp concepts swiftly. The second type, like Xing Su, sees their talent grow with their cultivation, a genius whose abilities compound layer upon layer, with boundless potential. The last type possesses lower innate talent, but diligently cultivates their inherent spirit root to its utmost. She believed that Xing Su would surely shine brightly at the pinnacle of the cultivation path in the future, basking in her own glory. Let us go. Xing Su and Yan Shi's synergy grew stronger as they set off to seek treasures. Yan Shi, all right. The two of them stood up and pushed open the door behind the stone chamber. Beyond the door lay a vast cavern, simply adorned with 4 shelves of wood, each with 4 tiers, and above a round stone floated a beast egg. The walls of the stone chamber were embedded with 12 luminous pearls, making the underground cavern as bright as day. Gazing at the floating egg, Yan Shi urged, Xing Su, quickly retrieve it. You go ahead. Xing Su would not snatch her friend's possession. I already have one, look. Yan Shi straightforwardly summoned her previously obtained beast, a small brain tiger. The small brain tiger was quite proud. Fool. Who would ever complain about having too many divine beasts? Xing Su, not wishing to linger, approached and took down the beast egg. As her hand brushed against the egg, she was pricked, and a drop of blood completed the contract with the egg. Before long, a tiny fire phoenix emerged from the shell, circling around Xing Su. Meanwhile, in the array monitoring room, Elder Zhou finished his tasks and came to check on the situation, eager to see how Yan Shi was faring. To his surprise, he searched the entire map but found not a single trace of her. Old bye. Elder Zhou felt a tinge of anxiety as his brows furrowed, his voice heavy. Has Yan Shi exited the secret realm? How could she be out so quickly? Vice Dean Baiyuecheng remarked, most of his attention focused on Class A. It had only been an hour. Even the slowest and fastest should not have emerged by now. Not out? Then where could they be? Why are you so concerned about Yan Shi? The Vice Dean was curious. That's none of your business. Elder Zhou only confided in the Dean and the Grand Elder of Class A, along with Elder Zhao, not the Vice Dean. Please help me locate Yan Shi and Xing Su. I have searched for ages without a single sighting. The Vice Dean casually shot him a glance, unconcerned. He summoned his spirit power, activating the monitoring array in the secret realm to automatically search for individuals. Then why is there no one? The Vice Dean was taken aback. He tried again, but still found no one. Elder Zhou grew anxious. Are you even capable? If I am not, then what about you? The Vice Dean huffed, giving him an annoyed look. Step aside. Don't obstruct my efforts. Elder Zhou. He changed his position. To ensure Yan Shi had not truly exited, he checked the number of individuals within the secret realm, 411 people. 411. Elder Zhou's eyes widened in shock. That's exactly 2 fewer than Yan Shi and Xing Su. Old bye, come here. In no time, he found the answer. What are you looking for? The secret realm currently has only 411 people. Both Yan Shi and Xing Su are missing. Elder Zhou's voice was grave, his expression filled with concern. Impossible. The Vice Dean approached, his tone leisurely, stating that such a situation had never occurred in all these years. How could they vanish without a trace? When he saw the number was 411, he froze. It truly was 2 fewer. How could this happen? The Vice Dean frowned slightly. I wanted to ask you the same. Elder Zhou was not in a good mood, scolding him. I asked you to keep an eye on them, and this is how you did it? The Vice Dean. Moments later, a scene appeared of Yan Shi and Xing Su by the creek, prompting Elder Zhou to lean in closely, focused intently. As time ticked away, Yan Shi and Xing Su concluded their hushed conversation and walked towards the white pebbles. Observing this scene, the Vice Dean and Elder Zhou exchanged incredulous glances. Disbelief etched in their eyes. Could it be? Oh no, old bye. A disheveled old man in coarse linen burst in, panic-stricken, exclaiming, a major incident has occurred. The Vice Dean and Elder Zhou turned in unison. The former furrowed his brow, his expression serious. What happened? The fire phoenix egg has been contracted by someone. The old man was beside himself with excitement, his voice rising. Moreover, all the rare medicinal seeds have been taken. Chapter 44. The second subcopy. What? The Vice Dean exclaimed, his eyes wide open while Elder Joe's gaze mirrored his astonishment. Both were utterly taken aback, seemingly having never contemplated such a possibility. The old man's face was etched with anxiety. What shall we do now? Do we know who forged the contract and took it? Vice Dean Bai Wechung inquired, his heart laden with complexity and gravity. Did the monitoring array catch anything? Where would that place have a monitoring array? The elder was incensed by their questions. The 7 small treasure vaults were bequeathed by the Academy's ancestors, and not a soul has set foot in them for countless years. The Vice Dean and Elder Joe exchanged glances, and the earlier notion resurfaced. The Vice Dean was filled with dread. Could it possibly be that those 2 children, Yan Shi and Xing Su, are involved? What Yan Shi and Xing Su? The elder pressed, concern etched on his features. Seal off the other treasure vaults immediately. The Vice Dean commanded decisively. The elder remained rooted in place, and Elder Joe urged him, what are you dawdling for? Hurry. It's impossible to seal them, the elder replied, his mood heavy. If it weren't for this urgency, I wouldn't have rushed over. I tried every method, and by the time I arrived, the second vault was already destabilized. The Vice Dean gasped. Elder Joe was equally astonished. 2 innate children? Do they possess such capabilities? The only course of action now was to summon the Dean for an enforced lockdown. The Vice Dean's expression darkened. Old Joe, you and Old Luo monitor the situation at the second vault while I fetch the Dean. Understood, Elder Joe responded swiftly. In a short while, the Academy sprang into action. 2/4 of an hour earlier, after acquiring the little fire phoenix, Xing Su named it Huang Huang, and the 2 continued to scour the cavern. Seeds of the 10,000-year snow lotus, Xing Su exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of the seeds, along with lingji, snow velvet grass, and fast-growing fruit. Yan Shi, can we really take these? Xing Su was astounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Just a single seed could cause a stir across the continent. With so many treasures in one place, it was clear the Academy was a veritable trove. Having seen these items countless times during her training, her initial shock and excitement had long since dulled, leaving her relatively calm. Why don't we just take one of each? Xing Su suggested, concerned about potential trouble from the Academy if they took too much. No need for that, Yan Shi replied, dividing all the seeds in half like an unfeeling scavenger. If we truly cannot take them, the elders will seek us out afterward. But if we can take them and realize we've left some behind, we might regret it. Yan Shi met her gaze, a slight smile gracing her lips. Then let us take them. All right, Xing Su agreed. They divided the seeds equally, with Yan Shi taking 1/2 and Xing Su the other, both accepting their share without further argument, knowing well the rarity of these ingredients. For instance, the 10,000-year snow lotus could perhaps only be found in a few blooms across the entire continent, and obtaining them was nearly impossible, as they required an extremely harsh environment to thrive. To the second subcopy, Yan Shi declared, moving swiftly. Having entered the painting so many times before, she was well acquainted with the paths inside, where even greater treasures awaited. Xing Su followed closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance of the second subcopy, they were met with a river of flames. Yan Shi's eyes sparkled as she turned to Xing Su. I will create an ice bridge over the fire river. You must cross it with utmost speed. Can't we fly? Xing Su asked. Flames roared from beneath the river, but as long as she avoided them while flying, it should pose no issue. No, Yan Shi explained. One cannot use spiritual energy above the fire river. It can sense the flow of spiritual energy. If you fly above it, the flames will surge towards you. But if you create the ice bridge, one T that also. Xing Su furrowed her brow. Have no fear, Yan Shi reassured her. I know this area well. The flames cannot reach here. Xing Su did not press further, replying, all right. Yan Shi positioned herself 10 steps from the riverbank, forming seals with her hands to gather the ice bridge. Now, run. Okay. Xing Su dashed forward. At that moment, The ice bridge was only partially formed, merely a work in progress. With each step Xing Su took, the bridge materialized beneath her feet. And by the time she reached the opposite bank, the bridge behind her had entirely melted away, flames surging toward Yanshi. Xing Su's heart raced. Seeing Yanshi about to be engulfed in flames, she shouted, "Yanshi!" The flames roared as they swept forward. Yanshi calmly conjured a water curtain before her, dissipating the flames before they could reach her. Xing Su finally relaxed. "How did you cross?" she shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth. Yanshi retrieved a water spirit talisman from her space, channeling her spiritual energy to suspend it in midair. In the next moment, the water spirit talisman suddenly formed an ice bridge, and Yanshi raced across it, her feet landing as the bridge appeared beneath her. In mere seconds, she reached the other side. "You scared me to death," Xing Su exclaimed, anxiously inspecting Yanshi, relieved she was unharmed. Yanshi raised an eyebrow playfully. Xing Su, filled with curiosity, glanced at the water spirit talisman that had been singed by the flames, asking, "How do you know so much?" "I've been here many times in dreams," Yanshi explained. "The first time I entered the painting, I thought I could fly past. But as soon as I took off, the flames chased me. Had I been any slower back then, I would have surely been burned. After several attempts, I learned it would ignite spiritual energy, so I developed the water spirit talisman to aid my passage." Xing Su said nothing further, patting her shoulder. "You truly are remarkable. We should go in." Before Yanshi could finish her sentence, a beam of white light suddenly enveloped them. Xing Su instinctively looked at Yanshi. "What is this?" Yanshi, her gaze flickering with confusion, coughed lightly, "I don't know either." In the next moment, their bodies were uncontrollably whisked away by the beam of light. Yanshi was filled with immense shock, her mind racing with possibilities. Could it be that entering together triggered something different from entering alone? No, that couldn't be right. The master had clearly stated that these 7 subcopies were fixed. A profound sense of weightlessness caused them to scream involuntarily. Chapter 45, What you obtain is rightfully yours. The words echoed in Yanshi's mind. And Xing Su felt a surge of panic. Unbeknownst to them, the entire situation had been orchestrated by the dean, who had forcibly sealed 7 treasure vaults, thus naturally allowing the individuals within to be transported out. In the vault's guardroom, the dean, the vice-dean, Elder Zhou, and Elder Luo stood together, their gazes fixed solemnly upon the newly materialized Yanshi and Xing Su, each face reflecting a measure of gravity. As the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, Yanshi shook her dizzy head and opened her eyes to survey her surroundings. "What the Elder Zhou?" she exclaimed. Xing Su, still dazed, pressed his temples, inquiring, "What has happened to us?" "Nothing much," the dean replied, his voice grave and his eyes sharp. "It was I who forcibly brought you out." Xing Su's gaze darted to the unfamiliar faces nearby, instinctively seeking Yanshi's reassurance. "What is going on?" Yanshi was equally perplexed. She took the initiative to ask, "May I inquire who you are?" "This is the dean of the academy," Elder Zhou interjected to alleviate the awkwardness. "And this is the vice-dean. The gentleman is Elder Luo, the guardian of the treasure vault." "Greetings, dean." "Greetings, vice-dean." "Greetings, Elder Luo," they both responded in unison. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense and awkward, with Yanshi and Xing Su bewildered about how they had been transported. Meanwhile, the dean and his companions were puzzled as to how these 2 youngsters had entered the vault when the trials had not commenced. Had the new student competition concluded? Yanshi broke the silence. "Oh, I see." The others were taken aback by her calm demeanor. The dean, burdened with concern, deliberated before stating, "You will come to my study. I have questions to pose." Understood, they complied obediently. As they made their way, the dean and vice-dean led the way, with Elder Zhou accompanying them. Elder Luo remained behind to continue guarding the vault, ensuring no unforeseen incidents occurred. Noticing the distance between herself and the dean and vice-dean widening, Yanshi quietly asked Elder Zhou, "Elder Zhou, what transpired? Why has the dean been so alarmed?" It wouldn't be related to the instance, would it? You shall soon find out, Elder Zhou replied cryptically. Yan Shi and Xing Su exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of trepidation. In the dean's study, he sat in a chair, flanked by Elder Zhou and the vice dean, all wearing serious expressions. Yan Shi and Xing Su exchanged a glance, deciding to take the initiative. Dean, is it because we took the items from the stone chamber that you summoned us from the secret realm? Are those items not meant to be taken? Yan Shi continued, her tone earnest. We still possess the items. We shall return the seeds immediately. There's no rush, the dean responded coolly. Yan Shi fell silent, and Xing Su obediently followed suit. The vice dean and Elder Zhou fixated their gazes upon them, amplifying their sense of pressure. The dean's piercing stare bore down on them, his demeanor gentle yet intimidating. How did you enter that stone chamber? We're not entirely sure, Yan Shi began to fabricate. We went to the creek and noticed a white pebble and thought to jump in to retrieve it. However, as soon as Xing Su dove in, she vanished. And I followed her, only to find myself inside the stone chamber. Xing Su quickly corroborated. Yes, exactly. You are lying. I can see through your deceit. The dean's voice deepened, growing increasingly stern. I advise you to be forthright. Yan Shi's gaze was clear, her tone sincere. What we say is the truth. The dean remained silent, and the vice dean and Elder Zhou exchanged glances, puzzled. Was the first occurrence merely a coincidence? And the second? The dean's incredulity was palpable. Yan Shi, realizing Elder Zhou's intent, hesitated. What if I said I had been here in a dream? Would you believe me? What? The dean sprang to his feet, while the vice dean and Elder Zhou stood momentarily stunned. None had anticipated such an answer. Yan Shi, startled by their reactions, blinked in confusion. Is there a problem? You truly saw this place in a dream? The dean pressed. Yan Shi nodded, yes. What else did you see? The dean's hands trembled uncontrollably as his unwavering gaze remained fixed upon her. There were 6 minor challenges. She almost let slip the term instance, but quickly corrected herself. And 1 major challenge, which contained treasures even more abundant than the 6 minor ones. The dean's excitement was palpable. His hands clenched tightly, trembling slightly. His voice now hoarse. What treasures were within that major challenge? Many treasures. Just one could cause a stir across the continent, Yan Shi replied, recalling vaguely. She could not remember the specifics, only that her master had tasked her with finding a piece of dragon skin with an emblem on it within that map-like object. Completing that task had led her to enjoy leisure with her senior brothers afterward. I see, the dean murmured, his demeanor suddenly lightening. Yan Shi and Xing Su exchanged puzzled glances. What of the seeds? Yan Shi inquired. The dean waved his hand dismissively. What you have obtained is rightfully yours. Yan Shi and Xing Su breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Shi then asked, and the new student competition? I will negotiate with the divine camp concerning this matter. The quota will now be adjusted to 12 individuals, the dean explained, informing them of their inclusion in the new arrangement. Chapter 46. The divine beast scavenger Yan Shi and Xing Su stood motionless in place. The dean cast several glances at them while Elder Zhou intervened, inquiring, Is there anything else? No. Xing Su shook her head. Having already acquired such a plethora of rare medicinal seeds, it would be unwise to express any lingering desire for the herbs within the secret realm, lest they be accused of insatiability. Yan Shi shared her sentiment. One could harbor such thoughts, but it must not be outwardly displayed. Elder Zhou urged, if you have something to say, just speak. There is nothing we 3 cannot assist you with. Alchemists are never one to complain about an abundance of herbs. Elder Zhou raised an eyebrow. The dean and vice dean exchanged perplexed glances, utterly bewildered by the nature of their thoughts. Yan Shi and Xing Su exchanged a glance, yet neither spoke. The atmosphere grew a tad awkward. At that moment, Elder Zhou pondered a rather improbable answer and asked uncertainly, Do you wish to collect herbs from within? Yan Shi and Xing Su simultaneously raised their eyes, as if to say, How did you know? Elder Zhou fell silent. The dean and vice dean averted their gazes. With so many rare herbs in their possession, they still yearned for the ordinary herbs within the secret realm. What were these two girls thinking? Reopen the passage for them. The dean sighed inwardly, reminding the pair that upon their entry, they must not behave as they had previously understood. The vice dean opened an entrance on the spot, and Yen Shi and Xing Su stepped inside, embarking on their journey to scavenge herbs of levels 1 through 9. It wouldn't be long before the dean and others regretted allowing them entry, rather than merely sharing the academy's resources. Yen Shi and Xing Su were poised to deplete it entirely. Regrettably, the three remained blissfully unaware. She is not the person we are waiting for, remarked the vice dean. Not her, Elder Zhou echoed. The dean furrowed his brow. How can it not be her? That task is beyond us, let alone Yen and Xing. Elder Zhou instinctively denied it, unwilling to entertain the notion that Yen Shi was the one in question. She was simply fortunate, a mere product of chance. Can mere chance strike twice? The dean countered. Elder Zhou's confidence wavered. There is a possibility. Perhaps her extensive experiences have allowed her to navigate these minor obstacles proficiently? Elder Zhou continued to defend his stance. Enough, the dean dismissed further discourse on the matter, resolutely declaring, it is undoubtedly Yen Shi we await. The pressing issue is her naive disposition and lack of worldly knowledge. When is the right time to inform her? Perhaps once she ascends to the heavenly level? Elder Zhou suggested. The vice dean and dean shot him disdainful looks. With a furrowed brow and a hint of curiosity, the vice dean pondered. What qualities does Yen Shi possess that so endear her to you? Is it not rare to encounter a girl proficient in all 4 elemental systems? How could I not be fond of her? The dean replied without a second thought, his tone steady. Yet, fondness aside, one must sometimes prioritize the greater good, he added. The vice dean gasped, for elemental systems? You are unaware? The dean appeared slightly taken aback. How is it that you, Zhou Chongfeng, managed to keep such significant news from me? The vice dean was irate, grinding his molars in frustration. Who told you to be so loose-lipped? Elder Zhou retorted. The dean, observing the two unreliable figures, sent them away to ponder this perplexing issue alone. In the secret realm, Yen Shi and Xing Su were transported back, this time not to the previous entrance, but to the stream where they had vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, they made their way towards a nearby thatched cottage, traversing the small thicket behind it, where they discovered a vast expanse of herbs of the 4th tier and above. Delicious! A soft, childlike voice suddenly exclaimed. The fiery phoenix that Xing Su had just contracted emerged, eagerly gazing at the herbs. Xing Su raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised that this little creature could speak. In the next moment, the phoenix transformed into a gust of wind and sped towards the herbs, swiftly consuming 1/10 of the entire harvest. Xing Su. Yen Shi. Dumbfounded, Yen Shi marveled, your divine beast is truly remarkable. Suddenly, a white shadow appeared. Before Yen Shi and Xing Su could react, another 1/5 of the herbs had been harvested from the opposite side. A small tiger stood proudly amidst the herbs, chin raised, as if to declare, I am even more impressive. Xing Su, your creature, seems even more extraordinary. Yen Shi, wide-eyed, murmured, I didn't expect this either. Since their contract, the little beast had ignored her completely, refusing to respond to inquiries about its appetite, disregarding attempts at conversation, and even neglecting to acknowledge the name she tried to bestow upon it. Yet here it was, harvesting herbs. Sister, I gathered these. Can you give me some jelly beans? The phoenix flapped its wings, sweetly asking Xing Su. Xing Su retrieved some jelly beans from her storage pouch. This? No, the phoenix shook its head. This? No. The phoenix continued to shake its head. Xing Su fell silent. The little tiger, observing this ineffective communication, haughtily interjected, the jelly beans the divine beast speaks of are elixirs. Yen Shi? Xing Su? The two exchanged incredulous looks, as if hearing something utterly unbelievable. Elixirs? Jelly beans? What we consume daily can only be elixirs, herbs, or other rare treasures. The little tiger recalled how Yen Shi had once fed it human food, feeling somewhat irked that it was not what they perceived as food. This? Xing Su presented the elixir she had previously concocted. The phoenix swooped in to taste one, and upon savoring its delightful flavor, nodded vigorously, "Yum. Delicious." Xing Su, utterly enamored with the little creature, offered several more. Seeing it enjoy the treat, the little tiger strutted proudly to Yen Shi, amber eyes fixed upon her. "What about mine?" Yen Shi understood its meaning. "You wish to eat as well?" "The divine beast has no such desire." The little tiger haughtily turned its gaze away. Chapter 47. The proud little brain tiger. Yen Shi calmly nodded. "Oh." The little brain tiger responded, "Oh? Just a no? Is there anything else?" Seeing it standing still while glancing occasionally at the harmonious duo, Yen Shi inquired nonchalantly, "I can gather all these herbs for you." The little brain tiger, in a haughty manner, declared, "On one condition, you must please me." It was doubtful that this condition would not entice the foolish girl. Yen Shi glanced at it, smiled slightly, and replied with tranquility, "No need. I have no particular desire for the quantity of herbs." The little brain tiger was taken aback. What? It reminded her. Many elixirs require these as fundamental ingredients. "That's all right," Yen Shi dismissed, knowing how to keep it in check. "I rarely use elixirs." The little brain tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. How infuriating. "Wow." Yen Shi gazed at Xing Su's divine beast, involuntarily praising, "Xing Su, your divine beast is remarkable. It has gathered so many herbs in such a short time." Xing Su felt a surge of joy. The herbs, thousands of them, had all found their way into her storage space. Whoosh! The little brain tiger sprang into action, determined to demonstrate its superiority and make the foolish woman regret not enlisting its help sooner. Xing Su approached Yen Shi with a smile, whispering in her ear, "Your divine beast is quite proud, isn't it?" "Not just proud," Yen Shi mused. "It still thinks it can manipulate me." Xing Su chuckled softly. In less than 10 breaths, the entire vast patch of herbs had been thoroughly scavenged, with the two divine beasts collecting nearly the same amount. As if finding the haul insufficient, the two little ones activated their respective skills and darted off, commencing a grand search throughout the entire secret realm. Thus, for the following day, the scene was as such. Whoa! Where did the herbs I just saw disappear to? Me too. A white shadow flitted by, leaving nothing behind. I saw a red shadow. There were clearly many herbs detected nearby. How could not a single one remain? This makes no sense. The little brain tiger and the phoenix were busily foraging. The former's motivation stemmed from a desire to make Yen Shi regret not recognizing its prowess as a herb collector. It had no idea that its current actions were indeed aiding Yen Shi in gathering herbs. The latter was solely motivated by hunger. Candy beans, candy beans, candy beans. Eat. Eat, eat. Before long, the area was suffused with a refreshing herbal fragrance. Xing Su's situation was similar, however, lacking a spiritual space. She only possessed several storage bags and rings. Except for Yen Shi, others had to attain celestial rank before gradually cultivating their own spiritual space. Yen Shi, take these, Xing Su said, handing over herbs that could not fit in her storage space. My herb storage is full. Keeping them here would only ruin them. Herbs require special storage to maintain their vitality. Otherwise, collected herbs become useless. Xing Su's herb storage could only accommodate a few thousand plants, and she had not prepared for more. She had never anticipated possessing such a quantity one day. This is a spirit rune for storing herbs. Yen Shi casually handed over 10 sheets, generous in her offering. Each can hold about 5,000 plants. Let me know if you need more. Xing Su stood there momentarily dumbfounded. Yen Shi urged her, take it. You made these? Yes, Yen Shi nodded. Rest assured, they will maintain the herb's vitality. Just add a drop of this once a month, and it will even help the herbs evolve. As she spoke, Yen Shi handed her a small vial of life essence. This essence was the source of all vitality. Just a single drop could rejuvenate withered herbaceous plants and elevate the herb's quality. The higher the grade of the herbs, the better their properties. This is life essence? Xing Su inhaled, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yen Shi affirmed, yes. I cannot accept this. Xing Su quickly returned it. Overwhelmed and touched, she had not expected Yen Shi to gift her such a treasure, far too precious. Keep it for yourself. I have plenty, Yen Shi insisted. Use it discreetly. This item can attract deadly attention. In modern times, her senior brother had used it outside and was pursued by a mob. That scene was unforgettable. Since we're friends. Take it, Yen Shi feigned a threatening tone. Xing Su felt the weight of the item. Yet, as a highly gifted alchemist, she understood how immensely beneficial this would be for her. After some contemplation, she accepted it, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Should there be a time I can assist you? Yen Shi, do not hesitate to command me. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Xing Su smiled, playfully tapping her shoulder. Yen Shi accepted the gesture with a grin. With the herb spirit runes she had received from Yen Shi, Xing Su quickly stored the herbs. Surprised to discover that the storage effect of Yen Shi's runes surpassed that of the herb storage space she had previously purchased. Just as she intended to place the runes into her storage space, Yen Shi presented her with an exquisite water droplet pendant. Yen Shi genuinely cherished Xing Su. Appreciating her straightforward and unpretentious nature, I crafted this storage pendant. It's a sister piece, bound by a spiritual contract, and cannot be taken by others. All right. Xing Su graciously accepted it. On that day, Xing Su truly recognized the vastness of Yen Shi's abilities. Throughout the continent, she had never encountered a pendant with such an expansive storage capacity, capable of containing everything, including herbs. What she did not know is that, during the initial crafting of the sister pendant, Yen Shi had nearly risked her life. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the new life competition began. Yen Shi and Xing Su found a tall tree, leisurely lounging on its branches with their eyes closed, drifting into slumber. The others continued their fruitless search throughout the secret realm, returning empty-handed. What's going on? We've been searching for 2 days and haven't found a single herb. Voices murmured beneath the tree. Could it be that the Weisstein is hiding the herbs out of fear that we might gather too many? It's not impossible. If they can't handle the game, they shouldn't play at all. What kind of nonsense is this? Keep it down. If the Weisstein is currently monitoring the secret realm, we're finished. Chapter 48. Is the true self being polite? The agitated Weisstein happened to see and hear this, his face alternating between shades of blue and purple, clearly displeased. Elder Zhou internally reveled in the situation, yet feigned concern, advising, do not take offense, as a dignified Weisstein. You ought not to lower yourself to the level of these young ones. Would you not be vexed in my place? The Weisstein shot him an irritated glare. What is there to be angry about? Elder Zhou, standing with an air of nonchalance, suggested that once the competition concluded and the top 10 were announced, he could reprimand them then. This only intensified the Weisstein's ire. This man. I would love to thrash him. The Weisstein chose to ignore him, uninterested in who achieved what. At that moment, second-year students appeared outside, responsible for welcoming the new students emerging from the secret realm. Among them were Xing Su and Yen Shi from Class C of the first year. Elder Zhou was taken aback. Those 2 girls came out so quickly? Indeed. One of the second-year students replied, pausing slightly before adding, they asked us to relay a question to you. Pray, tell, Elder Zhou inquired with curiosity. They wished to know if the medicinal herbs harvested in the secret realm belong to them, or if they must be submitted to the academy, the second-year student asked. Naturally. They belong to them, the Weisstein interjected, his voice low and heavy. I stated this before we entered the secret realm. The second-year student responded respectfully, understood. Once he departed, the Weisstein's expression revealed his dissatisfaction. How could these be the individuals we were waiting for? They even need to ask such a fundamental question. It must be a misunderstanding. Yen Shi and Xing Su would not inquire without reason. Elder Zhou pondered this, while the Weisstein shot him a glance. Elder Zhou continued to contemplate. Suddenly, a bold thought struck him. Could it be that those 2 girls harvested hundreds of them? Impossible, the Weisstein asserted with certainty. Historically, the most harvested has been just over 200. How could they surpass the prowess of Class A? Though they were 4 elemental types, their cultivation level was far from that of Class A. However, given time, they might indeed have a chance at first place. Elder Zhou believed Yan Shi to be the most formidable. He approached the surveillance array and channeled his spiritual power, revealing the number of herbs harvested by Yan Shi and Xing Su. 47,831 herbs, Yan Shi reported. 39,998 herbs, Xing Su added. Elder Zhou was stunned. He cancelled the result and rechecked with his spiritual power, initially thinking he had misread. Upon the second verification, 47,831 herbs. 39,998 herbs. Elder Zhou gasped. His brow furrowed in disbelief, murmuring, "This cannot be." Combined, they had harvested 87,829 herbs, nearly emptying the entire secret realm of its resources. No, wait. With over 400 students, it would indeed be emptied. Nothing is impossible, the Vice Dean approached. Casting his gaze upon the data revealed by Elder Zhou's spiritual power, continuing to speak, they must have been delayed. It is normal if they did not collect many afterward. Before he could finish, the Vice Dean froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. How is this possible? The two young girls had apparently gathered nearly 90,000 herbs. Step aside. The Vice Dean waved his hand, erasing Elder Zhou's data, determined to reevaluate it himself. Frustrated that such an absurd result was even possible, Elder Zhou, for once, refrained from bantering. He stood to the side, using his spiritual power to inspect the area behind the thatched cottage in the herbal patch. It was empty. He nearly spat blood in shock. No wonder. Even after the announcement that all items obtained from the secret realm belonged to them, they still felt the need to confirm. How could this be? The Vice Dean was left dumbfounded. Elder Zhou exited the monitoring room to locate Yan Shi and Xing Su. The Vice Dean, wishing to discuss matters, was met only with his departing figure. In the small courtyard, Yan Shi had gone with Xing Su. They brought some treats for Zhongli Mo. Yan Shi purely wishing to please him and show she still cared. As the two presented the offerings, Zhongli Mo coldly accepted Yan Shi's gift, leaving Xing Su's untouched. Yan Shi understood his intent and explained, "This is a gift from Sister Xing Su. She is not an outsider, so there is no need for formality." Zhongli Mo replied, "Is the true self simply being polite?" Yan Shi insisted, "Just take it." "I won't," he retorted. "I do not accept gifts from everyone." Yan Shi smiled slightly, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "If you refuse, I will prepare delicious treats for other children and cease to make any for you." Zhongli Mo's violet eyes darkened with displeasure. Yan Shi handed him Xing Su's gift and added, "Shouldn't you thank Sister Xing Su? Do not forget. You are still a child, and children should behave as such." Reluctantly, Zhongli Mo accepted the items gifted by Xing Su, his tone softening yet maintaining his aloofness. "Thank you. There is no need," Xing Su replied with a smile. "In the future, we shall need your assistance for revenge." "Agreed." Zhongli Mo's mood lightened at this. At that moment, a knock echoed. Elder Zhou entered, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions upon realizing they were aware. Yan Shi and Xing Su immediately stood and bowed. Elder Zhou. "Please sit," Elder Zhou bid, his heart a whirlwind of thoughts. Yan Shi and Xing Su exchanged glances, understanding the purpose of his visit, though they recognized the need to feign ignorance. "What brings you here, Elder?" Yan Shi inquired. "Did you too truly clear the medicinal herbs from the secret realm?" Elder Zhou probed directly. "Not sure." Yan Shi blinked innocently. "We merely gathered a few." Elder Zhou was momentarily speechless. "A few? The entire secret realm's herbs are gone, and you call that a few? What is it?" Yan Shi asked, her eyes clear and innocent. "Is there a limit on the number of herbs one can harvest?" Elder Zhou replied, "There is none." "Then why do you seek us?" Yan Shi began. Elder Zhou hesitated. "I merely wished to confirm." "Confirm?" he echoed, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. Those herbs were painstakingly cultivated, seed by seed. "By the way, can you store them properly? If they wither, their efficacy will diminish significantly. Do you require my assistance?" Elder Zhou trailed off, harboring a glimmer of hope. Chapter 49. Exploiting Opportunities to Amend the Academy's Regulations. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. Yen Shirley politely declined with a gentle demeanor. We have ample storage for medicinal herbs and shall not allow any to wither. Xing Su interjected. Indeed. Elder Zhou, somewhat exasperated, replied. Do you think I am concerned about your storage? I require the herbs. Is there anything else, Elder? Yen Shirley refrained from further questioning, prompting Xing Su to ask again. Safe travels, Elder Zhou. They both bid him farewell. Elder Zhou stifled a breath, nearly choking on his frustration. What if? The Vice Dean suggested boldly that you inform them of a hidden rule, that there is indeed a limit on the number of herbs one can possess, no more than 1,000 per person. It has simply never been enforced because no one has ever collected so many. The Dean shot him an incredulous glare, exclaiming, How could you even suggest that? The Vice Dean pouted, I am merely considering the Academy's interests. The Dean's mood was complicated. Had he known better, he would have refrained from allowing those 2 young girls in. This was far too costly. What do you think, old Zhou? He asked as Zhou arrived. Initially, he had intended to take some herbs under the pretense of their insufficient storage space, concerned about the herbs losing their potency. Elder Zhou sighed faintly, his heart heavy. The Vice Dean's eyes brightened slightly. Why didn't I think of that? Those 2 girls surely lack adequate storage for the herbs. We could assist them in safeguarding their collection. Indeed, it was a splendid idea. Not only would it spare him embarrassment, but it would also present them as considerate. Quite so. Elder Zhou remarked with a disdainful glance at the Vice Dean, bluntly stating, just because you lack storage does not imply they do. The Vice Dean raised an eyebrow in confusion. The Dean, equally baffled, questioned, They have sufficient space for the herbs? Elder Zhou nodded affirmatively. The room fell into a swift silence, each individual wearing a complex expression filled with unspoken grievances. Could they really allow those thousands of herbs to be taken? The Vice Dean felt a pang of regret. Those were seeds they had painstakingly sown. According to the rules, what they harvested rightfully belonged to them. The Dean, suppressing his own inner turmoil, made a decision. Vice Dean, before the next new student competition, we shall announce a new rule. Each individual may only harvest up to 1,000 herbs. The Dean, a person who could accept defeat, believed that with the previous number of participants, limiting them to 1,000 would suffice to clear the entire stock of herbs. The Vice Dean suggested a limit of 100 herbs per person instead. The Dean's gaze fell upon him, pondering the validity of his proposal. The Vice Dean hesitated, wondering if he had misspoken. Given the current difficulty, it should not be insurmountable. However, if every herb was guarded by a mystical beast, the Dean resolved to elevate the challenge of the secret realm. With herbs ranging from levels 1 to 9, each protected by beasts from levels 2 to 10. Both the Vice Dean and Elder Zhou were taken aback. This was excessively harsh. Since Yen Shirley and Xing Su had earned their places by merit, the original allocation of 10 slots to the Divine Camp would remain unchanged. The Dean swiftly reached a decision, his tone grave. Neither of the 2 had objections. What no one anticipated at that moment was that, many years hence, this regulation would be shattered by a young girl, and the Academy's herbs would once again be plundered. That evening, as Yen Shirley and Xing Su were about to retire, Zhuke mysteriously sought out Yen Shirley, insisting she visit Zhongli Mo. I am quite sleepy. Can this not wait until tomorrow? She protested. Not possible, Zhuke conveyed Zhongli Mo's message. The master insists you go at once. Reluctantly, she complied. Zhongli Mo awaited her, presenting a box, his purple attire and cherubic face, lending him an air of cuteness. Upon her arrival, he adjusted his expression, feigning aloofness. Master, Miss Yen has arrived. Zhongli Mo shot him a disapproving glance. Am I blind? He seemed to think. Yen Shirley yawned, feeling rather weary. Why did you summon me at this late hour? Open it, Zhongli Mo replied, pushing the box forward with a mix of pride and haughtiness. Yen Shirley, perplexed, took the box without much ceremony. Upon discovering 3 gold notes of 10,000 each within, she furrowed her brow slightly. Gold notes? Zhongli Mo maintained his indifference, though a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his expression. "Is this why you called me over so late?" Yen Shirley's response was rather deflating, as she failed to grasp their enthusiasm. "I have seen gold notes before." Zhongli Mo's expression faltered, and he became visibly displeased. "You do not like them? Who does not appreciate gold notes?" Yen Shirley replied, yet her demeanor showed no trace of joy, overshadowed by her fatigue. "Yet, there was no need to summon me just for this. I am quite tired." Zhongli Mo's chilliness began to seep through, his purple eyes growing colder. Juke shivered in response. "Alas, the master is angry again. Leave." Zhongli Mo commanded coldly. Yen Shirley, startled, felt her drowsiness dissipate. Zhongli Mo's gaze turned frosty, his demeanor radiating an impenetrable distance. "Did I not instruct you to leave? Are you deaf?" "Fine," Yen Shirley retorted, her patience wearing thin as she turned to leave. She had initially intended to teach him the importance of maintaining a consistent temperament and communicating properly. But now it seemed unnecessary. Juke, in a panic, darted towards Yen Shirley. Anxious about facing the master's wrath alone, "Miss Yen." Zhongli Mo's voice, laden with pressure, pierced through the air, emanating a palpable danger. Juke trembled. This time, Yen Shirley refused to indulge him, striding out with purpose. Zhongli Mo clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixated on the 3 gold notes in the box, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. "Burn these 3 gold notes for me." "That cannot be," Juke interjected. "What? Even you wish to defy me?" Zhongli Mo's temper flared. Chapter 50, Such Treatment, "You are truly unique, of course not," Juke exclaimed, shaking her little head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. Striving to explain that this was your heartfelt gesture towards Miss Yen, how could it possibly be burned? "It is a useless item. Why keep it?" Zhongli Mo, aloof as ever, was not pleased. "Misunderstanding." Juke spoke hastily, fearing that if she lingered too long, her esteemed master might indeed incinerate the gold tickets. Zhongli Mo's violet eyes glimmered coldly, his displeasure growing with Shu Chue's repeated defiance of his wishes. "You did not clarify things with Miss Yen at the outset," Juke continued. "Fortunate to possess a silver tongue. Consider this. Between the food prepared by Miss Yen herself and that which was purchased, which would you prefer?" "You have already stated that you favor her cooking." Juke, undeterred, continued her monologue. Zhongli Mo raised an eyebrow. "When did I say that?" Before he could question further, Juke hastily continued, "You feel this way, and surely Miss Yen does too." A flicker of confusion crossed Zhongli Mo's brow. "What nonsense is this?" "You summoned Miss Yen late at night, at a time when she was most fatigued," Juke insisted. "She sacrificed her rest for your sake. Such treatment is indeed unparalleled." Listening to this, Zhongli Mo's anger diminished considerably. Even so, how could she disregard the gifts I have bestowed upon her? In the myriad of realms, only she received such treatment, yet she treated it with such indifference. "She does not realize these are for her," Juke asserted, her analysis striking a chord. Since Miss Yan's arrival, he had merely shown her the items without mentioning they were specifically earned for her. "It is akin to Miss Yen inviting you over when you are most distressed, only to present you with food gifted to her by another. How would that make you feel?" Juke spoke, carefully observing his expression. "Naturally, I would be infuriated," he replied without hesitation, the thought springing forth unbidden. "This is a misunderstanding," Juke reiterated. Fortunately, her earnest counsel had not been in vain. Despite his reluctance, Zhongli Mo recognized that he was indeed at fault in this matter. Juke, in a moment of despair, collapsed onto the table. "Just end me. Serving you is far too taxing. Why are you lying there? Get up." Zhongli Mo snapped, his temper flaring. "Esteemed master," Juke sighed in exasperation. Miss Yen had just stormed off in anger, exhausted. Was seeking her now not inviting reprimand? Zhongli Mo's frustration grew. Why is it so difficult to manage? Juchue's inner thoughts. Is it really that hard to please you? Tomorrow, you shall deliver the gold tickets to Miss Yen and apologize for your words tonight, Juke suggested. Such a good-tempered person as she would surely not hold a grudge against you. Delusions. Zhong Liemo stood, his sleeves swishing as his imposing presence became apparent. Zhuge sighed yet again, countless times. That night, the esteemed demon lord tossed and turned in bed, his mind filled with Xu Qiue's words and his conversation with Yan Shi. Had he truly been a bit too harsh? The more he pondered, the more he felt that perhaps he had indeed overreacted. That little girl was quite wonderful, cooking for him and often bringing him joy. Forget it, he resolved. He would overlook the minor grievances and speak with her tomorrow, hoping she would act sensibly. The following morning, Zhong Liemo placed the gold tickets within his spatial pouch and exited the courtyard to seek out Yan Shi. Zhuge, her face alight with satisfaction, transformed into a small bird, fluttering alongside him, her heart swelling with pride at her master's growth. Upon reaching the female dormitory, he fortuitously spotted Yan Shi and Xing Su laughing as they walked out. Zhong Liemo adjusted his appearance and made his way over, his short legs carrying him swiftly. Yan Shi and Xing Su were oblivious to his approach, both heading to the academy's library. Yan Shi intended to peruse tomes on spells, while Xing Su sought merely to broaden her horizons. Yan Shi, a youthful voice interrupted suddenly. The newcomer was handsome and exuded warmth, with gentle eyes brimming with kindness. He appeared to be a second-year student. Who are you? Yan Shi inquired coolly. My name is Xiao Yu, a second-year student at the academy. I would consider myself your senior. He introduced himself with ease, his brown eyes radiating warmth. What can I do for you? Yan Shi asked, her tone indifferent. Nothing much. I heard you have begun cultivating and came to take a look, Xiao Yu replied casually. My father is an old acquaintance of your father. I wonder if you would honor me with a meal sometime. Yan Shi raised an eyebrow. Xing Su played the role of an invisible observer. A short distance away, Zhong Liemo's fists clenched tightly, his violet gaze darkening. Esteemed master, Zhuge whispered. Zhong Liemo pretended not to hear. He inhaled deeply, steeling himself. And in a few strides, he reached Yan Shi's side. Before anyone could react, Zhong Liemo, with an air of maturity, took Yan Shi's hand. His voice soft yet serious as he declared, every meal prepared for Yan's sister has already been reserved by me. Everyone was taken aback. Xiao Yu, unfamiliar with him, turned to Yan Shi and asked, Who is this? He is my younger brother, Yan Shi explained casually. I am her betrothed, Zhong Liemo blurted out, his earnest tone laced with a hint of softness. Xing Su gasped. Xiao Yu was equally astonished. Betrothed? Little brother, you possess quite the sense of humor. I am not joking. Zhong Liemo locked eyes with him, enunciating clearly, I am indeed her betrothed and intend to marry her when we grow up. Yan Shi ground her teeth in frustration. You dog. She forced a smile, attempting to clarify, Forgive me, my brother is too young to understand our relationship. Not a problem. Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile, appearing entirely unconcerned, which was rather endearing. Zhong Liemo's displeasure was palpable. How could the mighty demon lord be described as adorable? Since today is not ideal, I shall not impose, Xiao Yu said graciously, attired in a white robe that accentuated his refined demeanor. We shall dine together again when time permits. Very well, Yan Shi agreed politely. Zhong Liemo was not pleased. How is that acceptable? As they watched him walk away, Xing Su, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, inquired, Yan Shi, is he truly your betrothed? Go away. Yan Shi immediately dismissed the notion. Do you really believe the words of a child? Why not just accept him? Xing Su's gaze lingered on Zhong Liemo, increasingly convinced of his good looks. He was such a good child. He couldn't have grown up poorly. Do I appear to be a beast? Yan Shi retorted. Xing Su shook her head. Not at all. Then why would you have me pursue a child? Yan Shi countered. Xing Su fell silent. Zhong Liemo was increasingly unhappy. Did the foolish girl not realize he was no child? Why was she so eager to distance herself from him? Chapter 51. The High Emotional Intelligence of Zhuge Yanjie. Do you not want me anymore? His violet eyes quickly filled with mist, yet he feigned strength on his face. Yan Shi? Zhong Liemo's violet eyes dimmed further. His tone subdued, I have no home left. If you do not want me, I do not know where to go. Yencher felt as though she were in a surreal dream. Can the esteemed ones really be this adept at feigning emotions? Rest assured, your Yanjie would never abandon you. Xing Su, observing the child's despondence, felt her heart soften. If she dared to forsake him, I would be the first to confront her. Xing Su. Which side are you on? Yencher was taken aback. Zhongli Emo lifted his small head, his expression unchanged, but his words grew considerably warmer. Xing Su, you are truly wonderful. Good. Xing Su gently coaxed him. The three views of Juke shattered. It stood on the ground, taking in the entire scene, utterly astonished. Is this really their esteemed one? Does it need to remind him that he is merely under a childhood spell, not truly a 5-year-old child? Zhongli Emo. Yencher held no affection for those who tarnished her reputation. Grinding her back teeth, she warned him, if you dare speak such nonsense again, believe me, I will sew your mouth shut. Yencher. Before Zhongli Emo could respond, Xing Su interjected. Yencher? Xing Su, with a serious demeanor, stated. You cannot threaten him like that if you do not wish to admit it publicly. What? Yencher was puzzled. I found it strange how you brought the child to the academy, Xing Su analyzed seriously, coincidentally hitting upon Zhongli Mo's heart. She had never thought too much about it until now. What did you understand? Yencher was bewildered. He is your childhood husband, is he not? Xing Su remained calm. Persuading her. This is not a new matter. I assure you, I will not breathe a word to anyone. You both can be at ease together. How could I? She exclaimed. Where is her 40-meter-long knife? Xing Su. You need not explain. I understand. She patted Yencher's shoulder, conveying a no-words-needed sisterly sentiment. Yencher held back for a moment before uttering, You understand nothing. You are nothing? Xing Su articulated slowly. Yencher found her words caught in her throat. Where's my knife? Ah. Xing Su, I have something I wish to discuss privately with Yanjie. Zhongli Emo was obedient, perfectly leveraging the advantages of childhood. Xing Su, now the greatest supporter, replied, All right, I will wait for you over there. Thank you. Zhongli Mo's youthful face appeared innocent. Yencher's eyes burned with a fierce flame. You little rascal. What exactly do you intend to do? I am merely assisting you in rejecting those suitors, Zhongli Emo stated earnestly. The previous gloom entirely vanished. You are meant for great things. Do not allow these trifling affections to bind you. Yencher shot him a disdainful glance. I do not require your meddling. I understand the principle of being unfettered by men, drawing the sword and becoming divine. Zhongli Emo, what nonsense. Zhongli Emo called after her, wait. Yencher's displeasure was evident in her gaze. Zhongli Emo retrieved a box containing silver notes from his space and handed it to her, clarifying, This is for you. Yencher? Last night I did not express myself clearly, causing you to misunderstand. These notes are because I felt pity for your poverty, so I had Juke earn them. Zhongli Emo maintained his aloofness, altering the meaning of his words. You should accept them. Zuke slapped its forehead. Clearly, it was concerned about Yencher suffering and lacking funds. How did it transform into pity for her poverty? Yencher accepted the box, and upon discovering 30,000 silver notes inside, she promptly stored them away. Then, she approached Juke with a gentle smile, saying, Thank you, little Juke. Mua. Yencher kissed Juke on the forehead. Juke was instantly soothed, feeling a hint of shyness. If it were in human form, its cheeks would undoubtedly be flushed, full of bashfulness. I will prepare something delicious for you when I have time. Yencher affectionately ruffled Juchua's head, exuding warmth. I must be off now. All right. Juke nodded. Ah, Yencher is so gentle. Yencher smiled tenderly as she departed, casting a final glance at Zhongli Emo, whose face was ashen and displeased, accompanied by a slight smile at the corners of her lips. Perfectly executed, indeed. Zhongli Emo rubbed his back teeth, his gaze upon Juke imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Are you happy? Juke shivered all over. This is bad, Juke stammered. How could be happy? Not happy? Zhongli Mo's pressure intensified. Juke was on the verge of tears. I'm not happy nor unhappy. In truth, Yencher was intending to kiss you. It quickly spun its thoughts, its heart racing, but you let me take the credit, so she kissed me. Zhongli Emo wore an expression of disdain. If one were to observe closely, they would notice a flicker of emotion in the depths of his violet eyes, one he himself had not perceived. Seeing the initial progress in gaining his favor, Juke continued, Yencher has only known you for a short time. She cannot immediately discern your feelings and emotions. If you wish for her to understand you, you must wait until you have spent more time together. Or you should express yourself more clearly. Low emotional intelligence. Not everyone is like us, able to comprehend your capricious nature. High emotional intelligence, as Juke has stated. Does this esteemed one not know? Zhongli Emo replied coolly, a hint of pride evident. Juke forced a smile. You certainly do. Know nothing. If it weren't for me, Yencher would have been angered by you countless times. Juke flew before him, inquisitively asking, do you admit to liking Yencher? Like? Zhongli Emo shot at a disdainful look, his lips remaining silent. I am merely concerned that she may jeopardize my grand plans due to trivial affections, with only a year left to break the childhood spell. If she delays, I will surely fail in the life and death battle. Juke saw through his hidden thoughts. Continue to be stubborn, then. Did you hear what I said? Zhongli Emo noticed it had not responded and reiterated his command. Juke nodded. I heard. Take these to auction. Zhongli Emo produced some items of the same rank as before, and after receiving the silver notes, he handed them to Yencher, ensuring to say they were from him. Understood. Juke accepted them, determined to ensure the esteemed one was only trying to deceive Yencher into giving that kiss. Chapter 52. The Unwitting Scapegoat in the Blink of an Eye. The new student competition had concluded, and within 10 days, the participants began to emerge one after another. At the exit, lively discussions ensued. How many herbs did you collect? Over 20, and you? I managed only a little over 10, and that was just from following Class A on the first day. I heard from the senior students that the herbs inside were plentiful. It should have been easy to harvest dozens. Why did we see nothing in the following days? Some say the Vice-Dean intentionally concealed certain herbs this year because last year's seniors overharvested. What? That's outrageous. The murmurs continued, though they were distant. The Vice-Dean overheard their chatter. Elder Joe stood nearby, relishing the moment, patting the Vice-Dean's shoulder with a smirk. Don't be upset. It's not a big deal. Of course, you think that because you're not the one being discussed. The Vice-Dean seethed, growing increasingly agitated. If it weren't for you admitting Yencher, we wouldn't have this mess. He directed his ire at Elder Joe. It's all your fault. Elder Joe took it in stride, unfazed. Yes, it's all my fault. The Vice-Dean's frustration only intensified. Just then, the Dean emerged, ever composed, as if the prior events had been set aside. He handed a list to the Vice-Dean, stating solemnly, the top 10 have been determined. Tomorrow, take this and announce it. The Divine Spirit Camp has some matters to attend to, so let us take them on August 16th. Why don't you go? The Vice-Dean retorted, reluctant. This is your responsibility, the Dean replied coolly, fully aware that this time things had not gone as smoothly as before. As the Dean, I only make appearances when necessary. Yencher and Shang Su completely cleaned out the secret realm. Was that not a significant issue? The Vice-Dean, however, remained oblivious. Elder Joe patted him on the shoulder. Old bye, we must see the bigger picture. The Dean is testing your abilities. When he steps down, you will be well prepared to take his place. Get lost. The Vice-Dean snapped in anger. Elder Joe and the Dean exchanged glances, relieved to have deflected the blame. Soon, August 11th arrived, the day of the announcement. All the new students gathered, standing in neat rows. The competition had officially concluded. The Vice-Dean's voice, infused with spiritual energy, resonated, ensuring all could hear. Now I shall announce the top 10. Vice-Dean, I have something to say. So do I. A flurry of hands shot up, eager to voice their concerns before the rankings were revealed. Anticipating this, the Vice-Dean stood with hands clasped behind his back. Speak. Vice-Dean, May I inquire if this secret realm competition was conducted fairly? A student from Class C asked with a casual gaze. Naturally, it was fair, the Vice Dean replied. Except for the first day, we hardly reaped any rewards on the second, and by the end of the third, our harvest was 0. A Class A student interjected with a steady tone. Such an occurrence has never been recorded in the history of our academy. Might I ask, Vice Dean, were the herbs hidden by you? Questions rained down. If it weren't for his immense self-control, Bai Yuecheng would have felt the urge to strike someone. Who cares about the Vice Dean? Let anyone who wishes to take that role do so. Regarding your inquiries, I can only say that if your skills are lacking, do not blame fate, the Vice Dean articulated, his steady voice laced with authority. This competition was indeed fair. Skepticism clouded the faces of many. Yan Qingao echoed the doubts, asking, Vice Dean, may I inquire if someone harvested all the herbs from the secret realm in the first 2 days? The question ignited a wave of discussion. Impossible. The secret realm is vast. Even if we did nothing, we couldn't finish it all in 2 days. Exactly. Yan Shi and Xing Su exchanged worried glances, biting their lips. They suddenly feared that if everyone discovered they had cleared out the herbs, it might lead to a scramble for possession. A profound silence fell. So quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Is that true? Questions filled the air like storm clouds. May we know who was responsible? Xing Karen stepped forward with an inquiry. Once I announce the rankings, you shall know, the Vice Dean thought of what he had to say next. Feeling a wave of discontent wash over him. The top 10 would visit the Divine Spirit Camp on August 16th alongside me. The crowd fell silent, patiently awaiting the announcement. The first place, undoubtedly, goes to the one who collected the most. The Vice Dean's gaze swept the assembly, momentarily lingering on Yan Shi and Xing Su before he began to declare the results. The first place, Yan Shi. Yan Shi. The supposed waste from the marshal's residence? How can that be? Gasps of disbelief filled the air, with Yan Qingao even questioning her very existence. Students from Class C rushed over to inquire. Silence. The Vice Dean barked, his voice laced with spiritual energy and authority, silencing the crowd instantly. This result has been verified by both the Dean and me. There is no deception here. The crowd dared not speak further. The Vice Dean felt a slight relief as he continued. Second place, Xing Su. Third place, Tang Xiu. Fourth place, Hu Ling. Fifth place, Yan Qingao. Sixth place, Xing Karen. Seventh place, An Zichen. As the list unfolded, a tempest of astonishment erupted. All eyes converged on Class C. Was this ranking not too far-fetched? Class C had 3 individuals in the top 10, sweeping the first, second, and third places. What did that leave for Class A? Indeed, the murmurs grew louder. Yan Qingao and Xing Karen exchanged glances, both instinctively sensing something amiss. Vice Dean, we wish to know how many herbs Yan Shi and Xing Su collected in total. The students of Class A, their pride wounded, hastily posed this question. Yan Shi collected 47,831 herbs and Xing Su, 39,998. The Vice Dean stated, recalling the Dean's earlier reminder, adding, due to the sheer volume, they lacked sufficient storage space for all the herbs, which will remain temporarily at the Academy. They may retrieve them whenever needed. Yan Shi and Xing Su exchanged surprised glances, now relieved. Initially, they had feared that the announcement would incite others to claim their herbs. To their astonishment, this was the outcome. Meanwhile, those unaware of the circumstances began to revel in schadenfreude. Chapter 53, Custody or Seizure Indeed. Suddenly, I found that taking the last few names was not such a bad idea after all, as it spared me the trouble of having my herbs confiscated. Ha ha ha. A group of people mocked and sneered, their words dripping with disdain. Yet, amid these contemptuous individuals, there were some who pondered how Yan Shi and Xing Su managed to collect such an abundance of herbs without anyone noticing. If it were them, they simply could not accomplish such a feat. The vice principal offered little explanation, merely stating that each individual was responsible for their own herbs, and those lacking space could register to have the Academy assist in their custody. Following this announcement, the vice principal departed with the others. Seething with anger as he made his way to the principal's study, his mind filled with resentment. What were you thinking? Why should the academy bear the blame for Yan Shi and Xing Su? They took nothing from them. Yan Shi's identity is special. The principal's voice was grave. Had he not said so, her possession of tens of thousands of herbs would certainly attract covetous eyes. Covetousness is merely covetousness. It is not a matter of great consequence, the vice principal retorted, feeling that the principal was overly cautious and that this provided her with a valuable opportunity for growth. The principal shot him a glance. The vice principal continued, saying that if she truly was the one we were waiting for, should she not undergo more rigorous training? Her current cultivation was lacking. The principal expressed his concerns, stating that if she encountered someone far superior, her safety would be at risk. The vice principal responded with silence. The principal urged, "You may go and attend to your duties. A flower that has not weathered the storm cannot endure any turbulence." Before leaving, the vice principal reminded him not to be overly protective. Those we await shall not be weak. With that, he departed, leaving the principal in a state of contemplation, pondering the complexity of his feelings. Was it truly his mistake? After the list was announced, the new students dispersed. Yan Shi and Xing Su walked side by side, and after only a few steps, Yan Qingao approached with Xing Karen and Luoji. Yan Shi and Xing Su halted, their demeanor frosty. "What do you want? How did you secure the first place?" Yan Qingao scrutinized her, utterly perplexed. With so many present, it was impossible for her to achieve this unnoticed. "What does it have to do with you?" Yan Shi retorted casually. Had it not been for the big shot advising her not to act against Yan Qingao for the time being, she might have stirred up some trouble. Xing Karen, noticing the gathering crowd, smiled warmly and displayed remarkable grace. "We are merely curious. If you prefer not to share, we shall not press further." Just as Yan Shi was about to respond, more people encircled them. Unaware of what they were hiding, the Class A students criticized her for being so ungrateful. Indeed, it was best not to press. Unperturbed, Yan Shi smiled faintly and added, "Please step aside, we are heading to dine." The crowd fell silent. Yan Qingao and Xing Karen were taken aback by her unexpected reaction. Hadn't young Master Xing just vowed not to press further? Seeing him block her path without moving, Yan Shi questioned his intent with a nonchalant tone. "Why are you blocking the way?" Bystanders began to support Xing Karen, questioning why he could not simply take a detour on such a wide path. "Indeed, did your family pave this road?" Xing Su manifested a whip in his palm. Surveying the crowd, who dares to continue speaking? Miss Xing need not shout at them, Yan Qingao interjected, her tone icy, acknowledging that they were not entirely wrong. The academy's path was broad, and if they disliked them, they would feel obstructed no matter where they went. "Xing Su, it is one thing to embarrass yourself at home, but now you bring that disgrace to the academy," Xing Karen added, intensifying the pressure on Xing Su. "I possess little patience." Yan Shi stepped forward, her tone languid. As the saying goes, a good dog does not block the path. If a dog insists on barking while obstructing the way, I would have no qualms about giving it a lesson. Yan Qingyao's grip on the whip tightened suddenly. Luoji, vexed, exclaimed, "Who are you calling a dog?" "Anyone who obstructs my way," Yan Shi replied, unperturbed. "You." Luoji's right hand hovered over her sword hilt, poised to draw it against her. "What are you doing? Looking for a fight? Do you know the consequences of brawling in the academy?" Yan Shi spoke casually, deliberately provoking them. "Aren't you the geniuses of Class A? The idols in everyone's eyes? Aren't you afraid of being discussed?" Flames of indignation ignited within Yan Qingyao and Xing Karen. The rules of Class A were stricter than those of Class C, especially regarding private brawls, which were taken very seriously. "Do you truly believe you can act like a dog?" Yan Shi had never been courteous to them and insisted, "Step aside." She raised her hand, sweeping Yan Qingyao and Xing Karen aside. This action left Yan Qingyao and Xing Karen humiliated. Had there not been so many onlookers, they would have surely attacked Yan Shi and Xing Su. "Sister," Yan Qingyao suddenly called out. Yan Shi continued walking, disregarding her entirely. Unfazed, Yan Qingyao addressed her back, I will bring up the matter of a duel with the elders. I wonder if you dare to accept? What is the wager? Yan Shi halted to inquire. Yan Qingao was momentarily taken aback. What? The crowd also paused. Yan Shi patiently elaborated, since it is a competition. There will be winners and losers. How can there be no stakes? What do you propose? Yan Qingao asked, understanding her intent. If I win, you shall stand on the highest platform of the academy and loudly proclaim 10 times that Yan Qingao murdered her legitimate sister and usurped her spiritual roots. That she is a wicked and malicious woman. How does that sound? Yan Shi articulated with a serious tone. A chill flickered in the depths of Yan Qingyao's gaze. Yan Shi continued, as long as you agree, I will immediately accept your challenge. And if you lose, what then? Yan Qingao inquired. You decide. Yan Shi replied with utter nonchalance, showing no concern. If you want me to shout 10 times that Yan Shi murdered her sister and usurped her spiritual roots, calling her a wicked and malicious woman, I would have no objections. In stark contrast to Yan Qingyao's simmering anger and repressed fury, Yan Shi's demeanor remained remarkably calm, as if she were entirely indifferent to the matter. This very fact made Yan Qingyao realize something. The more she acted as if she cared, the more apparent her issues became. Chapter 54. The arrival of those seeking the divine memory talisman. All right, she replied. Xing Su glanced back. A hint of concern in her heart. Yan Qingao has reached the peak of the postnatal stage. Can you handle it? I can withstand her attacks even at the peak of the innate stage, let alone now that I am at the mid-postnatal stage. Yan Shi felt quite confident about this. Reassuring herself, don't worry, I will definitely win. The main reason for agreeing to the sparring session was that she had never truly fought anyone before. In the modern world, she often sparred with peers and seniors, even those with higher cultivation levels. She could fight beyond her rank. But here, she was uncertain. The concentration of spiritual energy here was significantly higher than in modern times, and without using auxiliary treasures, she had no idea of her true strength. Just be cautious, Xing Su advised, worried for her. Yan Qingyao's talent was widely recognized among the younger generation, and those who had sparred with her typically lost. Don't overthink it. Yan Shi comforted her. Even if I do lose, it's not a big deal. It's just a few words exchanged. It won't cost me anything. Her indifference, however, did not reflect Yan Qingyao's feelings. Though she appeared calm on the surface, her emotions clashed within her, leaving her in a rather irritable state. What are you up to? Xing Karen inquired. Yan Qingao walked swiftly, her tone icy, meditating. Isn't it just Yan Shi? Do you really need to meditate? Xing Karen questioned, perplexed. Your cultivation level far exceeds hers. Defeating her should be a breeze. Yan Qingao halted, and Xing Karen and Luo Ji followed suit. Do you know that the Yan Shi you look down upon? Yan Qingao turned, her words sharp, defeated me without using any techniques, merely by producing a spiritual talisman. Xing Karen's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Luo Ji was also taken aback. My sister is not as simple as we perceive. Yan Qingao seemed to mature in that moment. Xing Karen struggled to imagine such a scenario, remaining skeptical. Are you sure there wasn't a master aiding her in secret? How could a single talisman withstand an attack from the peak of the postnatal stage? Absolutely certain, Yan Qingao stated emphatically. She remembered the sensation of the whip striking the talisman, a jolt that left her hand numb. She needed to break through to the foundational stage quickly, as that would give her a slight chance of victory against Yan Shi. If there are any important lessons in the coming days, please take notes for me. Yan Qingao resolved to meditate and break through to the foundational stage before emerging. Xing Karen and Luo Ji nodded in agreement. All right. In contrast to the seriousness here, Yan Shi and Xing Su were in a rather casual state. Initially discussing cultivation, their conversation shifted to talismans. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Xing Su asked. The memory talisman has been auctioned for several days. Why has no one sought me out yet? Yan Shi furrowed her brow, puzzled. Isn't it as exaggerated as you say? Consider the previous discussions and the sect's gathering in the capital. You'll see it's not an exaggeration, Xing Su explained plainly. Then why hasn't anyone come looking for me? Yan Shi pressed. Xing Su shot her a knowing glance. What do you mean? Yanshi asked, confused. Have you not considered that the proprietor of the Qingyun auction house is simply tight-lipped? Xing Su remarked pointedly. Yanshi's forehead was lined with question marks. Tight-lipped? It occurred to me, Xing Su continued, that when the 9 great elixirs were auctioned, many sought the Qingyun auction house's owner, some even offering large sums of money or threats. Yet the owner remained silent. This indicates that the Qingyun auction house has a solid reputation and will not easily divulge the owner's information. How can I profit without disclosures? Yanshi stood up, her expression serious. I need to step out for a moment. You continue with your tasks. Xing Su did not press further. Be careful on your way. Okay. Yanshi headed towards the auction house. During her moments of boredom, she had crafted a few memory talismans, intending to sell them directly when someone from a sect came to seek her. Upon reaching the entrance of the auction house, she glanced up at the rooftop before stepping inside. In the shadows atop the roof, one person whispered, "We won't be discovered, will we?" Impossible. She's merely a mid-postnatal girl. How could she detect us? Another replied. Then why is she looking this way? A third questioned. A collective silence ensued. Yanshi did not notice them, but sensed something unusual about the surroundings of the Qingyun auction house, as if numerous eyes were watching. She guessed it related to the previous memory talismans. Miss Yen? The proprietor spotted her and hurriedly scanned the area. Yanshi approached with a gentle smile, asking, "How did the previous memory talismans fare at auction?" "We sold them for a total of 100,000 gold taels," the proprietor replied honestly, presenting the items. Since the auction, many have inquired about the owner of the divine memory talismans. Rest assured, I have not disclosed a word. Yanshi smiled politely. I wish you would share a little. As there had been individuals lingering nearby during the auction, I did not have anyone deliver the gold notes to you. The proprietor explained, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. Please wait a moment. I will fetch them. Yanshi nodded. All right. Before long, the proprietor returned with the gold notes. Yanshi expressed her gratitude and accepted them all. Just as she was about to leave, the proprietor rubbed his hands together, smiling. Miss Yen, if you have more valuable items next time, feel free to bring them for auction. Of course, if you need anything, I will always keep an eye out for you. Okay, Yanshi agreed wholeheartedly. She did not linger for further pleasantries and exited the auction house. If she was not mistaken, the peculiarities she sensed earlier indicated that there were indeed sect members lurking around. The people in the shadows were taken aback by the scene. The divine memory talisman was brought here by this young girl? They whispered among themselves, disbelief evident in their voices. It seems so. What do you mean seems? The proprietor just confirmed it. Should we pursue her? 3 men, cloaked in dark blue robes, swiftly departed from the rooftop of the auction house, trailing Yanshi closely. To facilitate their pursuit, she intentionally took a narrow alleyway. Not long after entering, she found herself surrounded. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sounds echoed as one stood before her while 2 flanked behind. Chapter 55. The absurd trio. Yanshi blinked in surprise, not expecting such an aggressive approach from the trio. She casually inquired, Is there something you need? The 3 responded in unison, Something we need? They exchanged puzzled glances. When did they become mute? Since they could not speak, Yanshi decided to take the lead. She suggested, If it's a yes, nod your heads. If it's a no, shake them. Does that work? Inexplicably, the 3 stood together and nodded in unison. They didn't quite understand why they complied, but found it amusing. Are you here to kill me? Yanshi boldly asked, broaching the dangerous topic. The trio shook their heads vigorously. Ridiculous. If I am not mistaken, you must have come from the Qingyun auction house, she continued, her inquiry deliberate, her gaze surveying them. You're surrounding me for wealth? They shook their heads again. Wealth was but a trifle to them. They were hardly interested. What then? Yanshi hesitated to reveal the ultimate answer. She wasn't sure if they were after the divine memory symbol. If not, mentioning it might expose her knowledge. The trio looked on in confusion. Weren't we supposed to play mute? They wondered silently. Yan Shi produced a piece of chalk from her spatial pouch and handed it to them, gesturing for them to write their intentions on the ground. The one in charge hesitated for a moment, then accepted the chalk. Although uncertain of its purpose, he began writing, leaving behind the twisted words divine memory symbol. Yan Shi felt a slight relief wash over her. So, you seek the divine memory symbol? She asked. The three nodded in unison. Without further ado, she stated her price. I can forge one for you. At this declaration, their eyes brightened with excitement. Given your cooperation, I shall offer you a lower price. Yan Shi continued nonchalantly, articulating each word with precision. 80,000 taels of gold for one. What say you? The trio's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had heard an outrageous tale. You're discussing money with us? Is it too expensive? Yan Shi queried. My lady, wealth is but an external matter. The leader finally could not contain himself, speaking earnestly. Given our relationship, it would not be excessive even if you were to gift us one. Yan Shi scrutinized them, questioning. You can speak? Then why the charade? We are not playing mute. We are merely cooperating with your little performance, the leader replied with utmost seriousness. Seeing you so engaged, we felt it inappropriate to interrupt, thus we participated in this question and answer game. Yan Shi felt her lips twitch. When did I promise to give you the divine memory symbol? After all this time spent in your question and answer game, even going so far as to become mute for you, you truly will not gift us one? They pressed, their voices resolute. Yan Shi had never encountered such absurdity. I haven't even blamed you for toying with me, and yet you come seeking credit. Toying? They appeared bewildered, beginning to feign innocence. It was you who proposed the mute act, was it not? I can attest to that. So can I. The other two chimed in. Yan Shi found amusement in their antics. So, if I do not provide you with the divine memory symbol today, you will not allow me to leave? Quite reasonable. She mused internally. If you truly do not forge the divine memory symbol for us, we shall be your personal guards for 12 hours each day, the leader continued. Wherever you go, we shall follow, never leaving your side, until you comply. Then follow me, Yan Shi replied dismissively. She strode towards the academy, knowing that without the academy's pass, they could not enter. The trio halted at the entrance. What a pity. The situation exceeded her expectations. Just as she neared the academy, the three behind her suddenly vanished. As she entered and headed towards her dormitory, they reappeared beside her, having removed their masks. Yan Shi jumped in surprise. When did you appear? How did you get in? She asked, intrigued. Before I formally introduced myself, I am Hei Yi, this is Hei Er, and he is Hei San. Hei Yi introduced himself earnestly. May I ask for your name? In an odd twist of fate, Yan Shi blurted out, Yan Shi. The trio responded in unison, greetings. Miss Yan. Yan Shi fell silent. After a brief pause, she suggested, I need to see Elder Zhou about something. Will you accompany me, or wait here? As soon as she spoke, she felt her body sway, and a dazzling scene unfolded before her eyes. When she stabilized, she found herself in Elder Zhou's study, where the three were engaged in a tense stare-off with him. Yan Shi steadied her nerves, noticing the peculiar look in Elder Zhou's eyes as he regarded the trio, instinctively sensing a story behind it. Sure enough, after a brief silence, Elder Zhou questioned them with a mix of inquiry and ire. What are you doing here? Miss Yan has business with you, Hei Yi explained, his expression unchanged. Elder Zhou paused. Yan Shi hesitated, realizing she had only mentioned needing to see Elder Zhou to have him dismiss the trio from the academy, unaware of the complexity of their relationship. You know them? Elder Zhou asked, his heart racing. We encountered them on the way, Yan Shi explained softly. Stepping closer to Elder Zhou, they forced me to give them something. If I refused, they insisted on following me. Thinking you could help, I brought them here. Elder Zhou looked at her with an oddly scrutinizing gaze. Chapter 56, do you see clearly who it is? Yan Shi felt inexplicably scrutinized by him. Did she say something wrong? Miss Yan. The boss has stated that if there are any grievances, you may voice them openly, he interjected, his tone as indifferent as ever, while secretly insinuating that her character was questionable. Am I speaking behind your backs? Yan Shi retorted. The three exchanged glances. It seemed not to be the case. Do not casually accuse the innocent. Yan Shi continued. I have important matters to discuss with Elder Zhou. Please leave for now. If you do not hand over the item to us, we shall remain by your side indefinitely, He reiterated, his gaze earnest, until you provide it. Yan Shi ground her back teeth in frustration. Is this not over yet? Elder Zhou, initially skeptical, instinctively turned to ask, what do they want from you? These individuals, along with that insufferable brat, never fixated on trifles. Was there something of interest about Yan Shi? It is not merely a talisman, but a divine-level memory talisman. He Sen clarified, if the lady provides it to us, we shall leave immediately. Wasn't that divine-level memory talisman auctioned off by the Qing Yan sect for 100,000 taels of gold? Elder Zhou questioned, perplexed, as he had rarely engaged in a calm discussion with these individuals. What do you want with her? He replied, to have it refined. Elder Zhou was taken aback. He feared he had misheard and asked again, what did you say? His eyes reflected disbelief. He glanced at Yan Shi and then posed the question that weighed on his mind. Are you suggesting that the divine-level memory talisman auctioned off by the Qing Yan sect was refined by Yan Shi? Indeed, the three nodded in affirmation. Elder Zhou fell silent, taking a few steps away, muttering, impossible. How could that item have been refined by that young girl? A mere child cannot possess such capability. Are you truly certain that talisman was refined by Yan Shi? Elder Zhou mused aloud, unable to restrain his curiosity. Absolutely. The trio responded once more. Elder Zhou turned toward Yan Shi, still skeptical. Yan Shi, did you truly refine that memory talisman? Yan Shi pursed her lips, yes. Elder Zhou remained unconvinced. Really? Is it true? It is indeed, she affirmed. Elder Zhou fell silent, standing there for a prolonged moment, as if the revelation had shattered his understanding. The trio did not rush him, displaying remarkable patience. Yan Shi remained silent, and after a quarter of an hour, Elder Zhou seemed to come back to life, seizing Yan Shi's hand and hastily heading outside. Follow me. Elder Zhou, the three blocked his path. Miss Yan has yet to give us the memory talisman. You cannot take her away. Get lost. Elder Zhou shouted angrily. The trio stood firm. Elder Zhou attempted to bypass them, but they swiftly repositioned to block his way. Yan Shi was taken aback. Elder Zhou, are they not opponents? Elder Zhou exclaimed in frustration, how infuriating. Yet, these three speak nothing but the truth. What does it matter if they are not opponents? Can you defeat the Dean? He snorted coldly, clearly displeased with them. If you do not step aside, I shall summon the Dean to deal with you. The trio spoke in perfect unison. We cannot defeat him, but our boss can. Elder Zhou was further incensed. Listening to this, Yan Shi's curiosity ignited, and she suddenly became intrigued about the identity of the boss behind these three. Elder Zhou, unwilling to waste further words on them, sent a message to the Dean. His foremost concern now was that Yan Shi could refine a divine-level memory talisman. Such ability was nothing short of miraculous. Before long, the Dean arrived, accompanied by the Vice Dean. Upon entering, they found Elder Zhou and Yan Shi confronting the three individuals, and although puzzled, they casually asked, "What was so urgent that you called me here?" Elder Zhou remained silent, merely gesturing toward the trio. The Dean inquired, "What?" The Vice Dean echoed the sentiment. The three, adhering to their boss's teachings on proper conduct, sincerely greeted, "Good day, Dean." "Good day, Vice Dean." The Dean and Vice Dean exchanged a casual glance. What do you mean, Elder Zhou fumed. Do you not recognize who they are? The Vice Dean's words faltered as he recognized the trio's appearances. His countenance darkened instantly. What are you doing here? The Dean looked on in confusion. Why do these three look so familiar? Upon a closer look, he realized they bore an uncanny resemblance to that insufferable brat's subordinates. Leave, the Vice Dean barked. We will depart immediately after Miss Yan provides us with the item. He reasoned. The Dean and Vice Dean turned their gazes towards Yan Shi, clearly sharing Elder Zhou's bewilderment. Elder Zhou transmitted the situation to them, urging the Dean to expel the three. The Dean and Vice Dean were taken aback. While they were shocked, their immediate priority was to remove the intruders. Understood. Hey, he replied, and the trio vanished from Elder Zhou's study in a flash. Silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned toward Yan Shi, each gaze more complex than the last. Wait, the dean called out. Yan Shi halted in her tracks. The dean settled into a chair, meeting her gaze. Do you truly possess the ability to refine divine-level memory talismans? This matter had caused quite a stir, aside from the various sects. He and several elders had also taken note of it, recognizing its value. Unfortunately, they lacked the funds to procure it. I can, Yan Shi admitted candidly. The one auctioned off by the Qingyan sect was refined by you, the dean stated. Yes, Yan Shi confirmed. No wonder that individual had his eyes on you. The dean mused, a hint of solemnity in his tone. That person is notoriously relentless. Your days ahead may not be easy. Chapter 57. An ordinary appearance. Yan Shi's curiosity was piqued. Who were they? Upon hearing her question, the dean, the vice dean, and Elder Zhou exchanged glances. They are members of the Black Heart Pavilion, the dean explained, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the door into the distance. The pavilion master, Su Lian. And those three individuals are all from the Black Heart Pavilion. A hint of confusion crossed Yan Shi's brow. The Black Heart Pavilion? The associated sects include the Golden Light Pavilion, the Starry Sect, the Azure Flame Sect, the Fire Gate, the Silver Feather Sect, the Beast Master Sect, the Tsongshan Sword Sect, the Ruthless Blade Sect, the Water Cloud Sect, the Flower Butterfly Sect, and the only assassin organization, the Moon Slaughter Tower. The Moon Slaughter Tower, the Golden Light Pavilion, and the Starry Sect are classified as first-rate sections. The Azure Flame Sect, the Fire Gate, the Tsongshan Sword Sect, and the Flower Butterfly Sect are second-rate. The rest fall into the third tier. As for the Black Heart Pavilion, she had never come across any information about it in the vast materials within the Academy, nor did the original owner of her memories possess any knowledge of it. This was due to the fact that the continent had very little awareness of the Black Heart Pavilion. The dean's voice carried a hint of hoarseness, revealing a complex emotion indeed. They had never been acknowledged by these sects, and thus were not included among them. Why? Yan Shi inquired, her curiosity growing. The Black Heart Pavilion does not have enough members to constitute a sect, the dean elucidated. Moreover, it lacks influence and recognition. Yan Shi immediately understood. It was akin to modern idol groups. If debuting required a certain number of members and popularity, then the Black Heart Pavilion had fallen short on both counts. According to the continent's regulations, those who do not meet the criteria cannot be deemed a sect and are considered a loose faction at best. Are they formidable? Yan Shi pondered, recalling the attitudes of Elder Zhou and the dean towards those individuals, her curiosity intensifying. The Black Heart Pavilion comprises a total of 36 members. The dean spoke with precision, stating that both the pavilion master, Su Lian, and the vice master, Bai Yu, possess celestial-level cultivation, while the remaining 34 members all have a minimum cultivation level of the 5th rank of soil breaking. Yan Shi was left utterly astounded. In other words, this seemingly obscure and unrecognized Black Heart Pavilion boasted members all above the 5th rank of soil breaking. Establishing a sect seemed quite simple under such circumstances. Simple? The dean's demeanor shifted, his tone laced with a hint of derision. With that brat's stringent requirements, he will never gather the minimum of 300 members needed to form a sect. Yan Shi blinked in surprise. What are those conditions? At least dual spiritual roots, a contracted beast, and cultivation at the 5th rank of soil breaking or above, the dean grumbled. Those capable of such feats would have long joined one of the other 11 sects as prominent figures, who would remain there as an ordinary member. Yan Shi nodded, acknowledging his point. Those above the 5th rank of soil breaking are indeed experts and would receive excellent treatment wherever they go. Yan Shi identified a key point. Do you hold him in high regard? Admire him? Nonsense. The dean could not help but curse. Elder Zhou and the vice dean remained silent. Earlier, she had heard the three mention that their leader was once a student of the academy. Yan Shi's curiosity was ignited. She had been rummaging through the academy's resources. She felt no real concern about danger. Based on the previous attitudes of the Dean and Elder Zhou, the Black Heart Pavilion and Su Lian were not malevolent individuals. If they truly became impatient, she could simply provide them with a spiritual talisman. It was not a significant issue. Before the Dean could speak, the Vice Dean erupted in irritation. They still have the audacity to say that. Yanshi remained quiet, patiently waiting for the Dean and others to vent their frustrations. After a while, she had absorbed all the gossip and made her own summary. Su Lian, 25 years old, was a student from the Academy's 30th elite class, possessing 5 spiritual roots, a genius among geniuses. In less than a year, he completed all the Academy's courses and subsequently gathered a group of friends to establish the Black Heart Pavilion. Due to insufficient cultivation resources and books, 3 years ago. After the Black Heart Pavilion had been established for 5 years, he led his subordinates to the Academy to seize herbs, books, and magical artifacts, infuriating the Dean and others. What a talent, Yanshi mused with admiration. You need not worry excessively, the Dean reassured her after finishing his explanation. Given that brat's character, his first action will undoubtedly be to raid my place, and then he will come looking for you. All right, Yanshi acquiesced. After confirming that Yanshi was leaving, Elder Zhou spoke gravely. Should we take turns protecting this girl? That lad Su Lian has never adhered to the rules. What if he decides not to seek us out and directly targets Yan? He wouldn't dare. The Dean exclaimed in anger. Whether he dares or not, you're well aware. Elder Zhou replied, his emotions a mixture of complexity. The Dean fell silent. The Vice Dean had nothing to say either, finally conceding, very well. After resolving this matter, the 3 were astonished and surprised by Yanshi's ability to craft divine-level memory talismans. They never expected that this seemingly adorable girl possessed such extraordinary skills. Meanwhile, at the Black Heart Pavilion, situated atop a lofty mountain peak, the highest location among all sects and loose factions on the continent, Su Lian believed that the higher they were, the more impressive they appeared. The Black Heart Pavilion itself was not large. Upon ascending the steps and entering the grand door, one would find a vast open space entirely paved with unyielding black iron stones. Only after crossing this expanse would one reach the main hall of the Black Heart Pavilion. You just mentioned that a little girl crafted a divine-level memory talisman? Su Lian caressed the teacup in his hands, a captivating smile gracing his lips. Yes. Hey, he confirmed with a nod. Su Lian immediately broke into a smile, and everything around him seemed to dim in comparison. Is she beautiful? Su Lian's eyes lifted slightly, his voice rich and magnetic as he inquired, how ordinary? About as ordinary as you, He replied, enunciating each word carefully. Chapter 58. Have I offended you in any way? Su Lian regarded him with a questioning expression. Am I not at least comparable to you? He replied, isn't that so? With my looks, how many on this continent can truly compare? Su Lian was particularly sensitive about this matter, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Anyone who bears resemblance to me should be deemed astonishing, akin to a celestial being. Do you understand? Heiyu cast a sidelong glance, exchanging glances with Higher and Heisen. Su Lian, amused yet vexed, retorted, What? Am I wrong? You are right, the 3 of them replied in unison. In the Black Heart Pavilion, the master's words were always deemed correct, without exception. Su Lian set down his teacup and stood up, his elongated peach blossom eyes shimmering with mirth. Since those old men wish for me to plunder their treasures, I shan't be polite. He promptly commanded, Summon the Vice Master. Without delay, Su Lian issued his orders. Heiyu and the others swiftly departed to summon him. Heisen, recalling their earlier conversation, couldn't help but comment, how does the master manage to possess such a thick skin? Heiyu nodded in agreement. Su Lian, aware of their whispered jests, remained unperturbed as he reclined in his chair, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. From a distance he resembled a captivating, otherworldly being, a sight that was simply mesmerizing. Before long, Baiyu, the vice master clad in white, appeared, moving as though traversing on clouds, enveloped in an ethereal aura. Welcome, Su Lian greeted, pouring him a cup of tea with familiarity. "Prepare yourself. We shall head to the academy." Baiyu raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. "The academy?" Su Lian smirked. "Indeed. The one in the northern kingdom?" Baiyu inquired uncertainly. "Aside from that, where else could there possibly be another?" Su Lian replied languidly, his smile hinting at mischief. Baiyu awaited his subsequent words. Su Lian took a delicate sip of tea, his enchanting eyes narrowing with delight. It would be remiss not to seize the opportunity to raid their treasures, especially since they have graciously invited me. If I recall correctly, when you established the Black Heart Pavilion, you also plundered quite a bit, only to be pursued and beaten by the Academy's dean and elders. Baiyu remarked gently, akin to a modest gentleman. "Are you not afraid this time? Isn't it fortunate that you are with me?" Su Lian replied nonchalantly. To this day, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he met Baiyu sooner and collaborated with him in founding the Black Heart Pavilion, he could have amassed far greater spoils during that previous raid at the Academy. Instead of merely acquiring useless trinkets, Baiyu lifted his gaze slightly. "Me? A gentleman like you asking them for treasures?" They would feel too embarrassed to refuse. Su Lian flashed him a smile, his thoughts already racing ahead. In the event they are truly ungrateful, we could always join forces to teach their students a lesson. They would undoubtedly comply. Baiyu smiled helplessly, choosing not to elaborate further. The two soon descended the mountain, making their way directly to the Northern Kingdom Academy without any subordinates in tow. To prepare for the intellectual and strategic sparring with the elders, they found an inn in the Northern Kingdom to rest for the night, setting off for the academy the following morning. On the morning of August 12th, it was customary to remain in the study for lessons. However, considering the competition on the 9th and 10th would take place in a secret realm, the new students were granted an extra day of rest, returning to class on the 13th. Yanshi was lost in deep slumber in her dormitory. Zhongli Mo, in the courtyard, had put down his book for the 10th time, his breathing slightly agitated. Zhu sensed his unrest and lifted his head. "Shall I brew you a pot of tea?" Zhongli Mo shot him a disdainful glance. Zhu, with a heart full of courage and a keen understanding of his master's temperament, continued, "What would you like for breakfast? I can prepare it. Aside from food, do you know anything else?" Zhongli Mo coldly rebuked, his face displaying impatience. Zhu froze in place, internally exasperated. "I know you are moody. Miss Yen said you are currently in a child's body. Even if you dislike eating, you must nourish yourself properly." Though Zhu was irked, he maintained his composure, knowing it was for his master's well-being. Zhongli Mo's violet eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. Zhu quickly realized he had inadvertently spoken the truth. "What is that little girl doing now?" Zhongli Mo inquired earnestly, resuming his reading. Zhu, confused, asked, "Little girl? Who do you mean?" He rolled his eyes several times, unable to deduce the connection. "Are you referring to Yan Qingyao?" Zhongli Mo's grip on the book tightened. "You mean Yan Qingyao?" Zhu ventured cautiously, his heart racing. Zhongli Mo's frustration soared, if not for his formidable self-control. He would have certainly roasted Zhu on the spot. His lips pressed into a thin line as he spoke deliberately. "Am I so idle?" No. Zhu realized he had misjudged and quickly corrected himself. "Miss Yen should still be asleep. I heard after the list for the Divine Camp was announced. Yan Qingyao challenged her to a duel. Presumably, Miss Yen is exhausted from a night of training." Zhongli Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Zhu discerned his master's unspoken thoughts. "If you miss her, I can summon Miss Yen right away." "I do not wish for that," Zhongli Mo replied, his tone icy and aloof. "Understood." Zhu refrained from further chatter, laying down to rest in an effort to minimize his presence and avoid disrupting his master's reading. Zhongli Mo's gaze fixed on the slumbering bird, the book in his hand crumpled from his grip, a chill radiating from him. Zhu shivered, drawing his wings closer, attempting to return to slumber. With a thud, Zhongli Mo slammed the book onto the table. Zhu jumped in fright, flapping his wings in agitation. "What happened? Is there a problem? Do you think that arriving in the mortal realm gives you the liberty to neglect your training?" Zhongli Mo's youthful voice dripped with coldness, his violet eyes glinting dangerously. Zhu Ke blinked in confusion. What? Zhongli Mo stood, his 5-year-old stature not particularly tall. From today onwards, each day at the hour of the hare, you shall crow in the courtyard, and from the hour of the hare to the hour of the rooster, practice independently. Crow? Zhu Ke's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you treating me like a chicken? Master, his heart began to race with trepidation. What have I done to displease you? How so? Zhongli Mo's innocent face displayed a serious demeanor. The spiritual energy here is vastly inferior to that of our realm. Zhu Ke was on the brink of tears, desperately wishing to escape serving his master. Training here for 100 days is less effective than training for a single day above. Chapter 59. She excels at adding fuel to the fire. Zhongli Mo remained unperturbed. Do you dare to defy my command? You misunderstand. I absolutely do not mean that. Zhu Ke replied, genuinely frightened. I was merely thinking that rather than wasting time on practice, it would be more worthwhile to engage in something meaningful. Zhongli Mo let out a light scoff. You still believe you can do something of significance? His words were icy, suggesting that Zhu Ke was utterly ineffectual here. Of course I can. Zhu Ke exclaimed fervently, quickly listing off tasks. I will send a message to the 5th to expedite the matter you entrusted him with. After that, I'll prepare your breakfast and lunch. You see, that's useful, isn't it? Zhu Ke asked, his tone humble. Zhongli Mo remained unimpressed. You have urged him for over a month, yet he has not arrived. Such inefficiency warrants your dismissal from my side. In 3 days. Zhu Ke interjected hastily. I will ensure that the 5th reports back to you within 3 days. Despite his reluctance to serve, he knew it was still worth staying by the master's side. In all of Xiantian, only the master treated his contracted beast as a true companion, rather than resorting to refining it out of anger or displeasure. Most importantly, being with the master meant no worries over cultivation resources or the risk of being bullied. That is unnecessary, Zhongli Mo replied, his voice crisp and youthful. If I send a message, he will arrive within a day. Zhu Ke was nearly driven to madness. Wait, I have an idea, he said, a spark of inspiration lighting up his mind. I can help you summon Miss Yan. For someone of your esteemed status, there are matters that are better left unspoken, and I can assist in conveying them more effectively. Wouldn't you agree? Zhu Ke whispered. Zhongli Mo cast a glance at him, surprisingly silent. Zhu Ke exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, knowing he had made the right gamble, and continued, although you may not wish to admit it. Miss Yan holds a special significance for you compared to others. Some things simply require a messenger. That is unnecessary. Zhongli Mo maintained his aloofness on the matter. Miss Yan should be awake now. I shall fetch her for a cup of tea, Zhu Ke said, employing his intellect, intending to present her with the gold tickets obtained from the auction upon her arrival. Do as you wish, Zhongli Mo coldly replied. Zhu Ke fled the courtyard as if escaping a dire fate. Remaining any longer would surely lead to his doom. Zhongli Mo's mood was far from pleasant. It had been 4 days since Yan Shi last visited to bring him food. 4 long days without a word. How delightful! Yan Shi, still engulfed in slumber, was stirred by the incessant chattering nearby. She waved her hand dismissively at her ear and turned over to continue sleeping. Zhu Ke shrank in size, whispering in a voice only he and Yan Shi could discern, Miss Yan, I'm in dire need of your assistance. Please wake up. Miss Yan? Miss Yan. Zhu Ke called out repeatedly. Yan Shi yawned, groggily opening her eyes. What is it? The master is going to roast me. Zhu Ke exaggerated, his tone laced with feigned despair. If you do not save me, I shall surely perish. Yan Shi blinked in confusion. Roast Zhu Ke? Is it really true? She asked. Her curiosity piqued. Zhu Ke was taken aback, utterly shocked that the kind and gentle Yan Shi could utter such a thing. How could she even contemplate the taste of Zhu Ke? No, wait. As a divine beast, he was not meant to be consumed. They exchanged bewildered glances, neither giving a substantial reaction. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted in the room. Li Manqi seemed to have suffered a nightmare, bolting upright in bed, her forehead drenched in sweat. The scream jolted Yanshi fully awake. Rubbing her eyes, she quietly asked, "Is he really going to roast you?" "Pretty much," Zhu Kei replied, somewhat truthfully. After all, the master would likely not throw him away. He would probably be commanded to roast himself. "It has been several days since you last visited the master. Perhaps you should go check on him?" Zhu Kei suggested, his tone desperately humble. "He even prepared a gift for you." As Yanshi got up, dressing herself, she murmured to Zhu Kei, "Speak properly. It's not like I haven't visited him in days," making it seem as if he were my consort. "Consort?" Zhu Kei exclaimed. "While I do possess a certain fondness, I am not one to accept everything from anyone." Yanshi continued, seemingly uninterested in Zhu Kei's protests. "I refuse to associate with those who are cold and contradictory." Zhu Kei's heart sank. Was even Yanshi turning her back on him? Had he truly angered her? Yanshi inquired, "Is he upset with you again?" Zhu Kei's eyes brightened with curiosity. "How do you know?" "His temperament is unpredictable," Yanshi replied, gaining insight. If he were not truly at his wit's end, he would not have sought her out. Zhu Kei rarely approached her. And he certainly would not disrupt her life unless there was trouble brewing with Zhongli Mo. Zhu Kei clasped hands with Yanshi, a kindred spirit. "Let us go," Yanshi said after finishing her preparations. Zhu Kei's heart soared with elation. Excellent. On their way, Yanshi prepared herself to defuse the situation with the master. Reflecting on how it all began to spiral, her innocent and lively face broke into a smile. Resolving the issue was unlikely. She was far too skilled at igniting flames. With a creak, she opened the courtyard door and stepped inside with Zhu Quebec Zhongli Mo, who had been keenly observing the entrance, quickly tidied his attire. With a soft hand, he picked up a book from the table, adopting a frosty demeanor as he began to read. "Mo, Yanshi called as she entered. Zhongli Mo feigned indifference. Chapter 60. Understanding the master. Knowing his heart, the emotions within Zhongli Mo gradually softened, yet his expression remained as staunch as ever. "I am not a child. There is no need for your unnecessary concern." Zhu Kei responded with a light chuckle. "Oh, is that so?" Yanshi, unfazed, remarked, "Well then. It seems that the dish I prepare will only be for me and Zhu Kei. I had originally intended to cook for you, considering I have yet to do so in this little courtyard." Zhongli Mo paused, gripping his book a tad tighter. "Food? Zhu Kei, let us go prepare a meal," Yanshi suggested, glancing sideways. Zhu Kei flapped its wings nervously. "Is it truly all right to say that?" Yanshi gave it a knowing look, her voice slightly elevated. "Zhu Kei? Here." Zhu Kei complied. "Wait," Zhongli Mo called out to them, maintaining his aloof demeanor with his purple eyes cold and distant. "If you wish to cook in my courtyard, some sincerity is required." Zhu Kei felt a wave of trepidation as Zhongli Mo's lips parted slightly, his youthful voice carrying an air of authority. "Go inquire with the academy's headmaster about how much this courtyard is worth," Zhongli Mo stated, placing his book on the table. His serious demeanor possessing an endearing quality reminiscent of a young adult. "I have purchased it." Zhu Kei was momentarily taken aback. "You truly bought it? Do you think I jest?" Zhongli Mo's pride surged to an all-time high. Zhu Kei chuckled inwardly, hesitating to act and instead seeking Yanshi's opinion. The once enigmatic Zhongli Mo had only grown more prideful after their time apart. Yanshi approached, affectionately ruffling his hair. "I was merely teasing." "Why take it so seriously?" "Remove your hand from my head," Zhongli Mo retorted coldly, his gaze frosty. Yanshi, undeterred, shifted the conversation. "What would you prefer for lunch? Something fragrant, spicy, or perhaps light and savory?" Zhongli Mo turned his gaze away, becoming even more aloof. He no longer paid heed to the warmth of her hand above him and instead contemplated seriously. "Well?" Yanshi prompted again. "Whatever you wish," Zhongli Mo replied curtly, maintaining his proud demeanor. "I have already abstained from eating. I have no interest in your mundane fare." "Very well," Yanshi accepted. "I shall oversee the preparation." Zhongli Mo noticed the hand atop his head had been withdrawn, a frown creasing his brow as an inexplicable sensation arose within him, akin to something having fallen away. He dismissed the thought and settled down to genuinely read his book. "Juke, why are you still here? What are you dawdling about for?" he inquired with discontent. "Are we still buying the courtyard?" Juke posed a rather amusing question. "Is there anything besides food that occupies your thoughts?" Zhongli Mo replied coldly, a hint of displeasure evident as he assisted Yen Shi. Juke sighed in relief. "All right then. As long as I am not stuck here with you, I am willing to do anything." After encountering Yen Shi, the once unpredictable Juke felt even more perplexed. "An hour later, Yen Shi responded while preparing the meal. "What do you think of the master?" Juke inquired. "His temperament is quite fickle," Yen Shi answered candidly as she chopped the vegetables. "He is excessively proud and concerned with his image." Juke pursed its lips, transforming into a human form to assist Yen Shi in washing the vegetables. Seeing her innocent yet slightly alluring demeanor, Yen Shi smiled. "You're not thinking of taking an interest in me, are you?" Zuke continued. "In the past, when we faced danger on Xiantian, the master would risk everything to save us, incurring the ire of many he previously wished to avoid. Please do not dislike him." Juchue's concern stemmed from a genuine fear that their master might remain unloved. "His temperament is far too unpleasant." Zhongli Mo's expression darkened abruptly as he overheard every word, contemplating how he might stew Juke for its indiscretion. "Why would I dislike him?" Yen Shi replied nonchalantly, untroubled. "No one is flawless. Gold cannot be without blemish." His pride and reluctance to open up surely relate to his past. Clang! Juke dropped what it was holding in shock. Yen Shi, startled, looked at Juke with a hint of confusion in her clear eyes. What happened? Nothing. Juke fell silent, lowering its head as it continued washing the vegetables, emotions swirling within. Initially, it found Zhongli Mo difficult to please, his mood swings erratic, but over time, it learned of his past. Once, he had been a joyful and happy person, one who shared everything with those he cared for. However, a subsequent calamity had rendered him reticent and unwilling to connect with others. No one knew what had transpired in his past. Reflecting upon this, Juke gazed at Yen Shi, who was diligently preparing the meal, and resolved to protect her fiercely. Not for any other reason, but because she was one who understood their master and knew his heart. Zhongli Mo, too, experienced a shift in emotion. He had intended to communicate with Juke, reprimanding it for its loose tongue, but was taken aback by Yen Shi's words. In that moment, warmth surged through his once icy heart, planting a seed within him, unbeknownst to him, which would take root and flourish in the days to come. Unbeknownst to Yen Shi, these thoughts occupied both of their minds. Her words were merely spoken in passing, devoid of deeper contemplation. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, aromas wafted delightfully. While the headmaster's study remained frigid, Su Lian and Baiyu sat within the headmaster's study. In contrast to Baiyu's refined elegance, Su Lian appeared more nonchalant. Reclining in his chair with one hand propping up his face, his crimson robe flamboyant and unruly. The headmaster and vice-headmaster trembled with indignation. Elder Zhou sighed from the side, seemingly accustomed to Su Lian's demeanor. "Have the audacity to repeat what you just said." The headmaster roared in fury. "Share half of your academy's treasures with me." Su Lian smirked lazily. "Or else, Baiyu and I shall wreak havoc upon all the little ones in your academy." Chapter 61. Boasting Without Recovery. Bang! The dean slammed his palm on the desk, shaking with anger. "Try hitting someone." "All right," Su Lian sat up, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips, filled with mischief. "Baiyu, let us go." "Wait." Elder Zhou stood up to intervene. Su Lian glanced at him, his elongated peach blossom eyes slightly raised. Elder Zhou maintained a polite demeanor. "The dean was a bit irritable today due to last night's meal. Don't take it to heart. Let us sit down and discuss things calmly." "Still indulging in food despite fasting. No wonder your cultivation is lacking," Su Lian retorted sharply. The dean fumed. "How infuriating." Elder Zhou replied, "Indeed." The dean and the vice-dean glared simultaneously at Elder Zhou. "What are you doing?" the dean questioned. "What's there to discuss with this brat?" The vice dean added. Calm down. Can we not be rational? Elder Zhou communicated telepathically, his gaze sweeping over the leisurely Su Lian and Baiyu. Both of them possess celestial-level abilities. If he truly decides to strike those little ones, can you both stop him? The dean and vice dean exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. They could not stop him. Their cultivation levels were similar to those of Su Lian and Baiyu, and in a conflict, the older generation would surely suffer. Su Lian's schemes were relentless. One after another. What do you propose we do? The vice dean, unable to contain his frustration, asked, Are we really considering giving him half of the treasures? Elder Zhou remained silent. How was he to know what to do? This boy was not one he had nurtured. Have the three of you reached a consensus? Su Lian spoke, fiddling with his teacup. The vice dean grew even angrier. The dean suppressed his own fury, attempting to reason with him. The academy has countless students every year. If we truly give you half the treasures, what will happen to these students? Why should I care? Su Lian replied dismissively, laughing carelessly. That is your problem, not mine. Su Lian. The vice dean could no longer hold back. Why are you so angry? Su Lian grinned, further aggravating the situation. If the dean were to lose control in anger, he alone could not restrain the two of us. The vice dean exclaimed, Where is his weapon? The dean clenched his fists tightly, suddenly shifting his approach. If I cannot give you the treasures, then if you wish to fight, go ahead. Dean? Elder Zhou was bewildered. The vice dean was momentarily stunned as well. Su Lian did not anticipate this outcome. This old man was usually protective of his students. Fine, he said, setting down his teacup. But I cannot guarantee the severity of my actions. It would be unfortunate if someone were to be severely injured or incapacitated. I will watch as you strike. The dean said, almost as if possessed, standing up and locking eyes with Su Lian. If you do not injure them, I will have you harmed by Old Bai and myself. The vice dean and Elder Zhou exchanged glances. Has the dean lost his mind? I know who you are, Su Lian. And so do Old Bai and Old Zhou. The dean suddenly understood, speaking with great conviction. If you truly lay a hand on those students today, do not think I will simply offer half. I will gladly relinquish all the treasures of the academy. Dean, you have gone mad. Elder Zhou and the vice dean exclaimed, agitated. The dean ignored them, his gaze fixated on Su Lian's indifferent eyes. TSK, Su Lian shrugged, his hands behind his back, shaking his head languidly. His tone laced with boredom. Baiyu, with a slight smile, embodied the gentility of spring. Su Lian stood up and walked outside. Baiyu, let us go. Baiyu rose, bowing respectfully to the dean and the others, embodying the modest gentleman. Elder Zhou and the vice dean were bewildered. What are they leaving? The dean's heart raced, his eyes glued to Su Lian's retreating figure, his lips pale. Elder Zhou waved his hand in front of him. Dean? The dean slumped into his chair, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. How could he have uttered the words of relinquishing all treasures? That was Su Lian. It's fine. The dean slowly regained his composure, realizing he had spoken boastfully, still trying to recover. The two others were speechless. Through this incident, the three of them understood one thing. Although Su Lian had previously plundered the academy, his nature remained unchanged. He would not harm the innocent. This was also the courage that allowed the dean to make such bold claims. Within the academy, Baiyu walked alongside Su Lian, clad in a crimson robe, gently inquiring. What are your plans? First, I'll seek that little girl for the spirit talisman, Su Lian replied, his hands resting behind him, strolling leisurely with undeniable charisma. Once I obtain the talisman, I will gradually raid the treasure vault and the secret realms for treasures. Baiyu smiled softly, knowing well that this fellow would never easily give up. Ah. Su Lian suddenly paused, sniffing the air. Do you smell something fragrant? Baiyu gently took a whiff and replied, Someone must be cooking. Their cultivation allowed them to have a heightened sense of smell, perceiving things that ordinary practitioners could not detect. Just when I'm hungry, Su Lian rarely felt the urge to eat. Striding towards the courtyard where Yan Shi and Zhong Li Emma were, intent on scrounging a meal, Baiyu raised his hand, wanting to call him back. But Su Lian moved too swiftly, disappearing before she could utter a word. In the small courtyard, Yan Shi prepared 4 dishes and 2 soups. After setting the table, she personally went to call Zhong Li Mo for dinner. Zhong Li Mo sat at the table, eyeing the dishes he particularly liked. His cool demeanor softened slightly. "I have something for you." Yan Shi did not hear clearly. Zhong Li Mo retrieved a box from his spatial realm and handed it to her. Yan Shi accepted it, asking curiously before opening, "For me?" "Yes," Zhong Li Mo confirmed. "Thank you," Yan Shi said politely, her curiosity piqued as she opened the box. Zhong Li Mo observed her closely, particularly interested in her reaction, eager to see if she would respond similarly to the way she had with Ju Quebec. Before he could finish that thought, he abruptly halted, his previously gentle expression shifting back to a frosty demeanor, resembling a cold little boy. "Gold notes?" Yan Shi counted, surprised. "Is this all for me?" 14,000 taels of gold notes, she exclaimed. "Where did you get these?" Zhong Li Mo replied nonchalantly. "Where did you get them?" She had wanted to ask previously but had not had the time. Ju Ke, knowing her master would not speak the truth, interjected before he could say anything. "The master instructed me to auction his magical treasures for these." Chapter 62. The Demon Lord's chopsticks have been stolen. What on earth? Yan Shi paused. "The esteemed one noticed your financial difficulties and thought to earn some money for you." Ju Ke spoke quickly, fearing interruption. "This way, you can devote yourself to your cultivation without worrying about life and finances." Yan Shi's lips twitched. A spendthrift. Even if it was something the esteemed one deemed worthless, it must still be a treasure among treasures. Is it truly acceptable to casually auction it off? Zhong Li Mo's brow furrowed slightly. "What is this reaction? Do you not like it?" he inquired. "Who doesn't like money?" Yan Shi, being an honest child, felt a pang of concern. "May I know what you intend to auction?" Zhong Li Mo and Ju Ke exchanged glances. "What does she mean?" Ju Ke replied, "She's worried you might auction something important." Zhong Li Mo responded, "What should I say?" Ju Ke, "Why the silence?" Yan Shi urged. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, "Items that are not needed? Are they important or not? Rare or common?" "Miss Yan, let us eat first." Ju Ke transformed into a human, linking arms with her. "The dishes will taste better warm." Yan Shi? She ceased her inquiries, feeling slightly overwhelmed by Ju Ke's enthusiasm, and sat down. "Ju Ke?" Zhong Li Mo was visibly irritated. Ju Ke shuddered, its large eyes glancing over, confused as to how it had displeased the esteemed one. Hadn't he merely tried to assist? Why not keep some of the gold notes? Yan Shi suggested, glancing between the two. "In case I retreat or get busy, you should be able to manage on your own." "No need," Zhong Li Mo coldly rejected. Ju Ke's eyes darted around, suddenly realizing something, its face lighting up. "Ah, how could I have forgotten this?" Cough, cough. It lightly cleared its throat. Zhong Li Mo and Yan Shi looked over simultaneously, the former's violet eyes warning, the latter's gaze filled with concern. Ju Ke's heart raced. "We do not require the gold notes. These are merely the esteemed one's way of showing care for you. Please accept them." "A kiss." "The esteemed one is thinking of Miss Yan's kiss." "All right." Yan Shi would not stand on ceremony. "Zu Ke?" Zhong Li Mo? Ju Ke tentatively reminded. "There's a process we haven't completed." "What?" Yan Shi asked, utterly bewildered. "Just." Ju Ke gestured to its face, glancing at Zhong Li Mo. "This." Yan Shi was lost. "What?" Zhong Li Mo understood. He turned away, adopting a haughty demeanor, awaiting Yan Shi to approach him for a kiss, so he could reprimand her about propriety. "What is this?" Yan Shi remained confused. "This plus this." Ju Ke pointed at its mouth and face. Yan Shi's face lit up with understanding, and she smiled. "A kiss?" Ju Ke was ecstatic. "Yes, yes, yes. Why didn't you say so sooner?" With a smile gracing her red lips, Yan Shi leaned in and planted a kiss on Ju Ke's cheek. Mua. Snap. Ju Ke felt as though struck by lightning. It stood frozen, unable to meet the esteemed one's gaze. All it knew was that it was doomed. "Let us eat." Yanshi picked up her chopsticks, satisfied with her culinary skills. Zhu Ke dared not move. Zhongli Mo, irritated, also refrained from action. After the first bite, Yanshi looked at the two wooden figures beside her, puzzled. Why aren't you both eating? Miss Yan. Zhu Ke could not help but convey telepathically. Her heart racing, the esteemed one might be angry because you kissed me. Yanshi was taken aback. As someone with high emotional intelligence, she quickly grasped the situation. It wasn't Zhu Ke craving a kiss, but Zhongli Mo, the proud and aloof figure who would never openly express such a desire. No wonder he had given gold notes before. He must have felt generous again. Mo, Yanshi called as if nothing had happened. Zhongli Mo shot her a cold glance. Ungrateful girl. Would you like a kiss too? Yanshi smiled, noticing the shift in his expression, her amusement deepening. After all, this was all from your precious items being auctioned. Zhongli Mo? Who asks before kissing? Yanshi stood and moved beside him, close enough for Zhongli Mo to catch a whiff of her faint, refreshing scent. Stay away from me, he warned, his tone icy, yet his body remained still. Yanshi leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, delivering a pure, untainted peck. Zhongli Mo felt a wave of comfort wash over him. But to maintain his aloof persona, he scolded, impudent. Did you forget I have cleanliness issues? Yanshi produced a handkerchief and attempted to wipe his face. Zhongli Mo swatted it away. Zhu Ke observed their exchange with keen interest, promptly pulling Yanshi away. Miss Yan, let us eat. All right, Yanshi agreed without hesitation. Zhongli Mo watched as she and Zhu Ke enjoyed their meal, hesitating before finally picking up his chopsticks to join them. Yet, compared to the taste of the food, the warmth emanating from her presence was far more palpable, lingering long after. So many dishes? Su Lian appeared in a flash, teleporting to their table, snatching the chopsticks from Zhongli Mo's hand and promptly placing a piece of meat into his mouth. After a few chews, he praised, not bad, delicious. Baiyu, you should try this. Su Lian beckoned. Yanshi, Zhu Ke, Zhongli Mo. The three shared a synchronized expression of disbelief, utterly astonished that such audacity could manifest. Zhu Ke's mind was racing. Never had it expected someone to dare snatch something from the esteemed one. A feat more perilous than pulling teeth from a tiger. Why are you dawdling? Su Lian remarked as Baiyu remained still, casually grabbing the chopsticks from Zhu Ke to hand them over. Come, eat. Zhu Ke? Yanshi tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Where did these two audacious individuals come from? Please forgive us, Baiyu bowed, his polite demeanor starkly contrasting Su Lian's thieving behavior. We happened to pass by and caught a whiff. Enough talking, come eat. Su Lian yanked him forward, thrusting the chopsticks into his hands. After you finish, we need to find that little girl. Baiyu. Zhongli Mo's fists tightened, his violet eyes glimmering with danger. Chapter 63. You must care for the rest of my life, Yanshi observed Su Lian devouring his meal with an insatiable appetite. Though undeniably handsome, his gluttonous behavior rendered it difficult for her to appreciate his striking features. Do we know each other? Yanshi challenged him. Then why are you still eating? Because the dishes are fragrant, Su Lian replied, sweeping up half of the meal in a single sitting. As if struck by a sudden thought, he paused, his gaze settling on Yanshi. Noticing her porcelain-like complexion devoid of makeup, he smirked slightly. What is your name? Ancestral, Yanshi replied with utmost seriousness, referring to the term for ancestor and master. Su Lian, not pondering deeply, retorted, Ancestral girl, you. He was interrupted by a soft cough from Baiyu. Su Lian was about to inquire about the cough when he recalled Yanshi's name, which seemed to suggest he was being taken advantage of. Yanshi raised her eyes slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Black Heart Pavilion? Isn't that the place the dean complained about before? She mused. You cannot afford to raise her, the youthful voice of Zhongli Mo remarked coldly, his violet eyes devoid of any emotion. I have yet to encounter anyone I cannot afford, Su Lian chuckled, a teasing smile gracing his lips. This morning, she requires spirit water to wash her hands. In the afternoon, she must consume soul-refining pills, and at night, she sleeps on a bed made of spirit-gathering stones, Zhong Liemo stated. Each word delivered with solemnity. Can you provide these? Su Lian and Baiyu exchanged bewildered glances. Spirit water was a legendary substance, and even in Black Heart Pavilion, they possessed only 10 drops. As for soul-refining pills and spirit-gathering stones, while not as rare as spirit water, daily consumption and using them as a bed were luxuries that no force on the continent could afford. I cannot provide them, Su Lian replied, surprised yet amused, finding the boy exceedingly interesting. But can you? Zhong Liemo ignored him coldly, his gaze shifting to Zhu Ke as he ordered in a chilling tone, burn him. Understood. Zhu Ke had long found Su Lian intolerable. Before Baiyu and Su Lian could react, a flame manifested in Zhu Ke's palm, hurtling towards Su Lian at lightning speed. She controlled the fire expertly. It would sting Su Lian, but not incinerate him. Hiss! Su Lian swiftly dodged. He glanced at the 2 large holes burned in his clothing, assessing, what kind of flame is this? It actually damaged my attire? His cultivation had reached the heavenly level, and the material of his garments was not something ordinary flames could scorch. This little girl is intriguing. He mused. It specifically targets you, Zhu Ke declared fiercely. Then you leave me quite exposed, Su Lian quipped, his tone light-hearted, though the words did not seem frivolous coming from him. I wish to be candid with you. That was your claim. Zhu Ke, oblivious to his implications, quickly conjured another flame in her palm. Yan Shi was about to intervene when Baiyu spoke up. We do not wish to disturb today. Please accept our apologies. I will not accept an apology, Zhu Ke exclaimed angrily, spilling out her feelings. This meal was specially prepared for my master by Miss Yan, and this annoying fellow has ruined it. You cannot compensate for this. Having finally calmed her master, it was now chaos with him snatching chopsticks and food, even attempting to take Miss Yan away to be a cook. Not only could the master not endure this, but she also could not. Su Lian and Baiyu's focus shifted. Both had caught the 2 words Zhu Ke had uttered, master. In an instant, their gazes fell upon Zhong Liemo. Upon closer inspection, they realized the boy possessed a pair of violet eyes. I wonder where your master resides and who your father is? Su Lian inquired, his languid, peach blossom eyes blinking at Zhu Ke, his tone low yet enticing. Anyone who speaks of spirit water, soul-refining pills, and spirit-gathering stones must have treasures in their household. Black Heart Pavilion needs such an alliance. Zhu Ke furrowed her brow. Home? Without much thought, she responded, the master has no home. Yan Shi's heart jolted. She looked at Zhong Liemo with newfound seriousness, realizing for the first time that she had always assumed he had very powerful parents. No home? Su Lian, however, had other thoughts. He approached Zhong Liemo. Resting a hand on his shoulder, I hereby declare that from this moment forth, Black Heart Pavilion shall be your home. Remove your filthy hands from my master, Zhong Liemo said, exuding an icy demeanor. Su Lian, intrigued by the boy's treasures, remarked, why act so distant with your elder brother? Zhu Ke. Boom. A flame shot forth from Zhu Quebec. This time, Su Lian did not evade it, confident that Zhu Ke would not truly set him ablaze. He had experienced the intensity of her fire and knew he could barely withstand it, let alone this young girl. Sizzle. The flame seared his hand, causing him to withdraw it in pain, glancing down at the half-burned sleeve and a small burn on his skin, a smile reappearing on his face. Little girl, do you know the consequences of burning me? What? Zhu Ke replied defiantly. Anyone who bullies Miss Yan and my master will face my wrath. Su Lian approached her with heavy steps, looking down at her. You will be held accountable. Accountable? Zhu Ke asked, bewildered, not considering the implications. You must care for the rest of my life, Su Lian whispered in her ear, his deep, magnetic laughter stirring her heart. You shall be entangled with me for eternity. All right, Zhu Ke readily agreed. Zhong Liemo? Yan Shi? Both were momentarily taken aback, not expecting Zhu Ke to consent so readily. Su Lian was also momentarily stunned before breaking into a light smile. You truly agreed? First, let me destroy your physical form, Juke stated with logic. Once you are reduced to nothing but spirit, I shall naturally take care of your remaining years. Su Lian. Baiyu stifled a laugh. Never anticipating Su Lian would find himself at a disadvantage here. He chose not to delay further, retrieving a 9th-grade pill from his space and presenting it to them. I sincerely apologize for today's events. Please accept this as a token of apology. Very well, Yanshi accepted it. Her intention simple, to avoid entangling herself too deeply with these two. Baiyu felt a slight relief and asked, Might I inquire if the lady knows where Class A of the Academy is located? Over there, Yanshi indicated a direction. Baiyu glanced and noted it was the same route Su Lian had taken upon arriving at the academy, then bowed respectfully before departing with Su Lian. The reason for inquiring about Class A was the belief that those capable of crafting such spirit talismans would undoubtedly be placed in that class. Chapter 64. Yanshi's seclusion. The 9th-grade Dan was offered as an apology, but Juke scoffed at it, finding it utterly unimpressive, arguing that this meal could easily surpass the value of a single 9th-grade Dan. The recently departed Su Lian and Baiyu were taken aback, never expecting such a precious item to be dismissed in such a manner. Is it really that unimpressive? Su Lian mused, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Baiyu glanced sideways, inquiring, What are you deciding? I have resolved to pursue that little girl named Juke, Su Lian declared, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, indicating he was not jesting. Baiyu, understanding his intentions, astutely remarked, Are you enamored with the child's treasures? A knowing acknowledgement passed between them. Su Lian strolled leisurely, seemingly unperturbed, while he thought about how challenging it would be to approach the child, who was as frigid as an iceberg. Thus, he would focus on Juke instead. Beware of emotional entanglements, Baiyu cautioned. How could a lifelong companionship be deemed an entanglement? Su Lian chuckled lightly, his demeanor half serious, asserting that in their terms, he was simply courting a wife. Baiyu questioned, Are you serious? Indeed. But you have no fondness for women, do you? It's not that I dislike them. I simply haven't encountered the right one, Su Lian retorted, maintaining his carefree tone. With so many rare treasures in that child, I could learn to appreciate women. Baiyu's gaze deepened momentarily, lingering on Su Lian without uttering a word. Su Lian leaned slightly, raising an eyebrow. You will assist me in my pursuit, won't you? I will not, Baiyu replied decisively. Are we not the best of brothers? Su Lian playfully thumped him on the chest. Baiyu took a few steps forward, his tone as warm as ever. Perhaps we are not at this moment. How boring. Su Lian clicked his tongue, following him. Zhongliemo was oblivious to the fact that his wealth was being contemplated by others. His expression soured as he surveyed the disheveled remnants of his meal, an icy chill radiating from him. Juke heart raced with anxiety. Master? Why not roast that person? Zhongliemo grew increasingly irate. Do they truly believe I am easy to bully? Juke, biting her lip, felt a twinge of guilt. We are not in the upper realm. If I were to kill someone here, it would surely attract attention. Your cultivation has yet to be restored. If they find you, the consequences would be dire. Not to mention the impending life and death battle with Tianhui. You may allow him to breathe. Zhonglimo's deep purple eyes were laden with danger. Juke remained silent, hesitant to voice her thoughts on the potential cruelty of such an act. Do not be angry. Yanshi soothed, standing behind him and patting his head. Tonight, I shall prepare a delectable meal for you. Consider this one as fodder for dogs. Fodder for dogs? A fitting metaphor. Zhonglimo's mood lightened considerably. Very well. I shall attend to my business. Yanshi sensed she had reached a pivotal point in her cultivation. Should she succeed in her breakthrough, her power would surely ascend dramatically. Zhongliemo frowned, begrudgingly stating, in the future, do not touch my head so often. Nor be overly affectionate. For the sake of your culinary skills, I shall overlook it today. Understood. Yanshi dismissed his words, aware of his temperament, gratefully acknowledging his reminder. Zhongliemo replied with a perplexed understood. After using his spiritual power to tidy the dishes, he departed the residence, stating, "I shall return after the 16th. If there are urgent matters, have Juke seek me." He cast a glance at her but said nothing. Yen sure knew he had heard her. She left the courtyard with a light step. Once she was gone, Zhongli Mo realized his stomach was growling. As the commotion caused by Su Lian and the others had prevented him from eating. "You are a divine beast. Do not change your nature." Zhongli Mo, ever disdainful yet maintaining a refined demeanor, remarked on a certain farm animal known as a pig, whose daily habits consist merely of eating and sleeping. Zhu Qiue's lips twitched. "There is no need for such blatant insults. I only mentioned it because I noticed your hunger. I have long since ceased eating. Hunger is not an issue." Zhongli Mo maintained his aloofness, adding, "Moreover, Yen sure is not from our demon realm. Do not grow too close to her." Juke was left speechless. Was it truly necessary to bear a grudge over a mere kiss from Miss Yen? Elder Zhao, upon hearing of her intention to enter seclusion for a breakthrough, was momentarily taken aback. Seclusion for a breakthrough? But you have only recently reached the mid-stage of the acquired realm. He scrutinized her, wary of her straying from the path. Is it not too soon? Perhaps my talent is simply exceptional, Yen Shi replied, but she had not yet finished her explanation. Elder Zhao, with a serious demeanor, warned. I have heard of your duel with Class A's Yan Qingao. You need not worry excessively. Such duels require the approval of the class elders. And since you are not in the same class, I shall refuse it when the elder from Class A comes. He was determined to protect her. Such a promising talent must not be harmed by those from Class A. No need. I am not entering seclusion for that reason, Yen Shi clarified. Anxious that Elder Zhao might indeed refuse her duel with Yan Qingao. I simply require a breakthrough as I have reached a bottleneck. Elder Zhao's response was a mix of disbelief and concern. You are not jesting? No, I am serious. Let me take a moment. Elder Zhao's composure faltered. Now you wish to enter seclusion once more. Such talent is unprecedented. Suddenly, he recalled something important, concern flickering in his eyes. If you enter seclusion now, will you not miss the opportunity to attend the Divine Spirit Camp? That place offers a singular chance to broaden one's horizons. It would be a pity to miss it. I will not, Yen Shi replied with a slight smile, politely explaining, I only require a 3-day leave. I shall emerge on the 15th. Do not resort to forbidden techniques or pills to hasten your progress. This could harm your foundation, Elder Zhao urged, his tone filled with worry. If you truly cannot break through, I can request an extension from the principal for your attendance at the Divine Spirit Camp. There is no need. This is sufficient. Yen Shi assured him, speaking truthfully. However, Elder Zhao remained skeptical. To alleviate the pressure on her, he repeatedly cautioned her about various precautions before finally granting her leave to enter seclusion. Chapter 65, A Breakthrough at the Core. Heralding celestial phenomena, Elder Zhao did not conceal this matter. After Yen Shi entered her seclusion chamber, he informed Elder Zhao. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao offered some words of comfort before relaying the information to the dean and the vice dean. Presently, he was in the dean's study discussing the situation. It appears we, the older generation, have underestimated this young lady's capabilities, the dean remarked, his voice heavy yet tinged with relief. Given this, once she joins the Divine Spirit Camp, it would be prudent to inform her of these matters. Could it be too soon? Elder Zhao expressed concern. It is not too soon, the dean replied with a steadier demeanor this time. Considering her exceptional talent and the fact that she can access those 2 realms within the secret territory, she will be able to handle it. Elder Zhou's brow furrowed with worry. If possible, he would prefer not to place such a heavy burden upon this young girl. She is still too young. Thus, it was decided. The dean's gaze swept over Elder Zhao and the vice dean, making a resolution. If Yen Shi had not emerged by the afternoon of the 15th, they would discuss rescheduling with the personnel from the Divine Spirit Camp. Agreed, the vice dean had no objections. In the blink of an eye, it was now August 14th. Yen Shi was at a critical juncture in her seclusion, diligently practicing the technique her master had imparted. the Xiantian divine method. This technique was exceptionally formidable. Previously, she had only reached the mid-stage of the third layer. To test its might, she had challenged her senior brother, whose cultivation far surpassed hers. The memory of that sparring match remained vivid in her mind. With merely the third layer's technique, water drip penetrating stone, she had managed to injure her senior brother, who could have crushed her with a single finger. Though her own spiritual power was depleted and her body on the brink of collapse, she could only exclaim, "Master is incredible! How remarkable it was to possess such a powerful technique." After that encounter, her master had cautioned her that unless it was a matter of life and death, she should refrain from using this technique. It was intended to expedite her cultivation progress. Now, as she resumed her training, she was on the verge of breaking through to the first layer, enabling her to employ the first layer's defensive technique, akin to an impregnable fortress against divine powers. Like the third technique, it should not be used lightly. Otherwise, with her current level of cultivation, she would only exhaust her spiritual energy 999 times. Yanshi mentally recited the incantation as she commenced her breakthrough. Boom! Spiritual energy surged rapidly through her meridians, the first layer of the Xiantian divine method breaking through. Countless streams of spiritual energy swirled in a vortex above her head, pouring into her body, filling her dantian and meridians. Yanshi's cultivation began to soar at an astonishing pace. Peak postnatal stage. First grade core formation. Second grade core formation. Peak ninth grade core formation. Her cultivation ultimately stabilized at the peak of the ninth grade core formation, an unprecedented acceleration in the entire continent. Yanshi opened her eyes, her usually vibrant and lively gaze now chillingly indifferent, as if she had transformed into another person. The next moment, wow! Yanshi assessed her own cultivation, excitement bubbling within her. Ninth grade core formation it was. Indeed, the technique bestowed by her master was formidable. Arriving in this other world was certainly advantageous. Unbeknownst to her, the small brain tiger residing in her contract space stirred at the moment of her breakthrough, its eyes gleaming with a flicker of hope until Yanshi's exclamation shattered its illusion. How could it have anticipated that this whimsical girl would be connected to that individual? Meanwhile, Yan Qingao also achieved a breakthrough. She progressed from the peak postnatal stage to the pinnacle of the third grade core formation, a commendable talent among the 3 types of spiritual roots. After all, most individuals advance step by step, transitioning from the peak postnatal stage to the initial first grade core formation, followed by the mid-stage, peak stage, and then the second grade core formation. Yanshi remained oblivious to Yan Qingyao's breakthrough, concerned that her sudden advancement might attract attention. She retrieved a pill from her space and consumed it, concealing her cultivation level. Except for pulse checking, her true cultivation could only be disowned when she actively utilized her spiritual energy. Of course, when using her spiritual energy, she could control how much of her power was revealed, ensuring her true cultivation remained hidden. Outside the academy, the already darkened sky was now graced with celestial phenomena. Crimson clouds gathered above the seclusion chamber, captivating countless onlookers. The gathering of red clouds heralded auspicious signs. It seemed the individual within the seclusion chamber had triggered this celestial phenomenon. Who could it be? Crimson clouds had been spoken of long ago. It was said that those who evoked such phenomena later became great figures on the continent. I had only encountered this in ancient texts, students murmured among themselves. The dean and others emerged, gazing at the crimson clouds above the seclusion chamber, understanding that the true savior of the continent had manifested. It must be that Yanshi had broken through. On the academy's library roof, 2 figures observed the scene. Su Lian took a bite of the apple in his hand. This year's students possess such talent. No need to panic. The young girl with the divine level memory symbol has yet to be found. Su Lian took another bite, leisurely contemplating that perhaps this celestial phenomenon was her doing. Baiyu pursed his lips slightly, casting a glance at the dean below and silently sighed. In 2 days, Su Lian had thoroughly searched the academy, replicating all the techniques from the 1st to the 10th floor using spiritual energy. He had scavenged the Academy's visible treasures, leaving only the secret realm and treasure vault unexplored. He feared that this individual might once again be pursued by the dean and his associates. Just then, the murmurs below intensified once more. Wow! It's Yan Qing'ao. Truly deserving of her reputation as a genius from Class A, such celestial phenomena are only natural for her. After all, she is the daughter of Marshal Yan, a prodigy since childhood, excelling in every aspect. A goddess indeed. Wait, there's another? That seems to be Yanshi from Class C? Whether Yanshi mattered was no longer significant. It was indisputable that the celestial phenomenon was undoubtedly brought forth by her junior sister Yan Qing'ao, observing her cultivation at the peak of the 3rd grade. What? The new students were all exhilarated. The highest among them had barely achieved the 1st grade core formation, and they could not fathom Yan Qing'ao's cultivation. Yet, they never anticipated she had reached the 3rd grade. Su Lian's enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with delight as he tossed the apple core aside. It must be her. The one capable of crafting the divine-level memory symbol that even I cannot replicate is undoubtedly the cause of this celestial phenomenon. Baiyu remained silent. He would not speak unless assured of the facts. Below, Yan Qing'ao basked in the praises and flattery of the crowd. Upon seeing Yanshi emerge, she feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Sister, are you also in seclusion? Should I go in to eat?" Yanshi casually remarked, exuding an air of indifference. Chapter 66. How can one with such low cultivation compete? Yan Qing'ao was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that with so many people present, Yanshi would speak in such a manner. Naturally, her words provoked a backlash from the crowd. With such a caring and amiable demeanor, Qing'ao was indeed a gem of a sister, and yet, Yanshi took it for granted, wasting such a wonderful sibling. If I had a sister as kind as Qing'ao, I would grant her every wish without hesitation. How can you not empathize with Yanshi? For 17 years, she has been overshadowed by Qing'ao's remarkable talents. It is only natural for her to feel disgruntled. The jealousy is palpable. Indeed, unperturbed by the crowd's remarks, Yanshi chose to ignore them and began to stride away. However, after taking just a few steps, Yan Qing'ao called out to her once more, asking before everyone, "On August 11th, you promised to spar with me. Do you still wish to proceed?" "I'm willing," Yanshi replied, her gaze locking with her sister's. "As long as the loser honors the wager." "Agreed," Yan Qing'ao affirmed. She had recently reached the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. Given Yanshi's aptitude, even with her recent seclusion, she would at most reach the peak of the acquired stage. It seemed like only a minor difference of 3 ranks, but for those with lesser talent, breaking through from the acquired to the foundation establishment stage could be an insurmountable challenge. Elder Bai, Yan Qing'ao addressed the head elder of Class A, formally requesting, "I wish to spar with my sister on August 17th. "That is not permissible." Elder Zhao emerged from the throng, immediately dismissing her request. "It would be disgraceful. You are all ganging up on my dear Yan girl." The crowd turned in surprise, not expecting such a strong reaction from Elder Zhao over a mere sparring match. Elder Bai maintained his composure, inquiring, "Why is that not allowed?" "Yanshi is far too formidable. Sparring with Yan Qing'ao would be akin to bullying her." Elder Zhao provided a gracious excuse for Yanshi. As long as he opposed the match, no one would suspect him of dishonesty. To preserve the dignity of Class A, this sparring match would be deemed unnecessary. "Elder Bai?" The crowd murmured, "Who has bestowed upon you such audacity to utter such absurdities?" Elder Bai chided him for his audacity. Elder Zhao adjusted his stance, his tone firm. "This is a favor to you. Cherish it. Respect must be earned." Yan Qing'ao stepped forward, her demeanor humble and courteous. "If I truly cannot match my sister's prowess, it merely reflects my own lack of dedication to cultivation. Our Class A can accept defeat." "Yes, we can accept defeat." Spar, spar, spar. The atmosphere grew lively. Whether newcomers from Class A or students from 2nd or 3rd years, they all began to cheer. Elder Zhao felt cornered, wishing he had never made that boast. "Elder, please concede to their request." Yanshi approached him. exuding a sense of calm urgency. Our Class C cannot afford to lose face either. Elder Zhao. He leaned closer, lowering his voice to a whisper audible only to them. Yan Qingao is at the pinnacle of the third stage of foundation establishment. She could defeat you without lifting a finger. No worries, I am even stronger, Yan Shi reassured him with confidence. Elder Zhao? He had thought himself to be quite boastful, yet this girl surpassed him effortlessly. The date was set for August 17th, with the terms of the wager remaining as initially stated. Yan Shi readily agreed, dismissing the surrounding chatter, for Elder Zhao had already consented. When did I? Elder Zhao attempted to protest. Yan Shi interjected firmly, you have indeed agreed. Elder Zhao. Elder Bai was perplexed by their exchange, but he simply desired a sparring match. Very well, the spar will be arranged for August 17th, and both Elder Zhao and I will be present. Thank you, Elder Bai. Yan Shi bowed her head in gratitude. He wished to observe how the young girl, so fiercely protected by Elder Zhou, had developed in Class C. This spar would serve as her trial. Should she prove unremarkable, he would have to persuade her to study under him. Such a four-element talent must not go to waste. Yan Shi was aware that the head elder of Class A knew of her four-element spiritual root and was not concerned that he would divulge this information to Yan Qingao. After all, Elder Zhou had previously assured her that he had taken every precaution to ensure secrecy. Perhaps I can, Yan Shi jested. Elder Zhao was at a loss for words, torn between reprimanding her for her arrogance and choosing not to scold her for fear of hurting her feelings. Before you scold me, perhaps you should first assess my cultivation level. Yan Shi extended her wrist, her clear and bright eyes sparkling with a gentle smile. Elder Zhao was puzzled. Cultivation level? Yan Shi nodded. Elder Zhao, unsure of her intentions, placed his hand on her wrist to examine her cultivation. After only 2 days of seclusion, she should at most have reached the first stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, considering her recent experiences in the secret realm, his thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Elder Zhao's body trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Fearing he had miscalculated, he raised his other hand to grasp Yan Shi's wrist, continuing his careful examination. Elder Zhao was so overwhelmed he could scarcely find his voice. Is this real? His words trembled, revealing the profound shock this revelation had instilled in him. Is it not evident? With your level of cultivation, cannot you discern the truth? Yan Shi flattered him with her words. I will emerge victorious on the 17th. Wait, Elder Zhao called out to her. Yan Shi looked up. You did not consume any elixirs or practice forbidden techniques, did you? Elder Zhao inquired, voicing his greatest concern. Not at all, Yan Shi replied earnestly. Aware that Elder Zhao genuinely cared for her, her cultivation had merely advanced naturally. Very well. Elder Zhao was still reeling from the news, his heart racing. You should go rest. Yan Shi replied, you should also rest early. That night, Elder Zhao was destined to find no rest. Already stirred by the celestial phenomenon, he now struggled to calm his racing emotions. What? Elder Zhao was momentarily bewildered. Yan Qingao had broken through to the third stage of foundation establishment. Elder Zhou, having emerged due to the celestial phenomenon, was unaware that Yan Shi's challenge to Yan Qingao had been accepted. How could a girl with such low cultivation possibly compete with her? Chapter 67. Burn it all, leave not a single strand. Do you harbor any misconceptions about Miss Yan? Elder Zhao's peculiar gaze rested upon him. Elder Zhou remarked, since when has this old fool started calling her Miss Yan? Elder Zhao, with a hint of pride, relished the skepticism directed at him, saying, you need not fret excessively about the contest between Miss Yan and Yan Qingao. With Yan Qingyao's meager cultivation, she is no match for our girl. What do you mean by our girl? Elder Zhou retorted, visibly irritated. Elder Zhao merely snorted, offering no explanation. He was the sole individual privy to Miss Yan's cultivation level, which had reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of elemental integration. Old Zhou remained blissfully unaware. Clarify your words, Elder Zhou insisted, sensing that something was amiss. Elder Zhao straightened his robe, adopting a serious demeanor as he spoke deliberately. Although Yan Qingao has advanced from the peak of the postnatal stage to the third stage of elemental integration during her retreat, our girl is equally formidable. She has also broken through to elemental integration? Elder Zhou inquired. Indeed, Elder Zhou confirmed. Elder Zhou pressed on. To which stage? Guess. Elder Zhou challenged. Are you going to tell me or not? If you are going to speak, do so without resorting to violence. Elder Zhou swatted his hand away, maintaining a stern expression. Elder Zhou's penetrating gaze suggested that if Elder Zhou continued to withhold information, he might find himself on the receiving end of a reprimand. Listen carefully. Elder Zhou proclaimed proudly, as if Miss Yen were his own granddaughter, our girl has advanced from the mid-postnatal stage to the pinnacle of the 9th stage of elemental integration. Elder Zhou's face lit up with ecstatic joy. Incredible. The 9th stage of elemental integration. No wonder you are unfazed. It turns out this girl has made such significant progress during her retreat. Elder Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, then recalled something instructing on the day of the contest. Remember to establish rules prohibiting the use of artifacts above the sacred tier. Miss Yen likely possesses few artifacts. Even if she were given one now, it would not be effective in her hands. It is better to amend the rules. We shall see, Elder Zhou replied, ignoring him. Elder Zhou thought to kick him, but decided against it as he was too elated to harbor any resentment. He refrained from inquiring whether Miss Yan's cultivation was achieved through external means, knowing that Elder Zhou would surely address it. The lack of reaction from Elder Zhou indicated that Miss Yan's cultivation was indeed genuine. Before they could enter the dormitory, Xing Su rushed out, colliding with Yan Shi. Bang! Ouch! Both of them gasped in pain, simultaneously clutching their heads. Yan Shi looked at her, exclaiming, "Why are you running so fast? You nearly made my heart leap out." I heard that Yan Qingao has broken through to the 3rd stage of elemental integration, and you have challenged her to a duel. Xing Su inquired with concern, her brows knitted together. Is it true? Yan Shi calmly nodded, yes. Xing Su was about to exclaim that she had lost her mind but paused, considering Yan Shi's character. After filtering her thoughts, she asked uncertainly, "Are you satisfied with the results of your retreat?" Yan Shi smiled brightly. After ensuring no one was nearby, she leaned close to Xing Su and whispered, "9th stage of elemental integration." Wow! Xing Su exclaimed excitedly, giving her shoulder a hearty slap, just as expected of you. Ouch! Yan Shi rubbed her shoulder, feigning a groan. If you hit me any harder, I might be done for. Stop pretending, Xing Su replied, somewhat harshly, pulling her inside. I've reached a bottleneck in my training. Help me figure out the next steps for the technique your esteemed one gave me. Yan Shi obediently followed her. She mentally disregarded the phrase your esteemed one. For the duration of a half-incense stick, Yan Shi explained the advanced technique to Xing Su. Once you master this completely, you should achieve the 1st level. Yan Shi believed this technique to be of the same elite caliber as the one given to her by her master. She advised that subsequent cultivation should adhere to this method without concern for cultivation levels. A superior technique would facilitate even greater progress. Xing Su trusted Yan Shi's words completely, all right. She embraced the technique and proceeded to meditate and cultivate, while Yan Shi began organizing herbs, planning to refine more pills for later use. Well, if it isn't the celebrity of our class. Li Manqi and He Xuan entered, with the former launching a barrage of cold jibes at Yan Shi. I truly wonder where you find the audacity to challenge someone from Class A, surely. You don't believe that because Yan Qingao is your sister, she would go easy on you? Li Manqi had always viewed Yan Shi with disdain. Yan Shi glanced at her, her emotions barely fluctuating. Where the courage comes from is irrelevant. It suffices to know it does not originate from you. What do you mean by that? Li Manqi retorted, displeased. Yan Shi could not be bothered to engage in further dialogue. Noticing that Xing Su was focused on her cultivation, an idea sparked in her mind. Stop! Li Manqi shouted angrily as Yan Shi headed for the door. Yan Shi ignored her completely, exiting the dormitory to request Elder Zhou's permission to move out with Xing Su to rent a small courtyard. Elder Zhou granted his approval without hesitation, swiftly arranging everything for them. The courtyard Yan Shi and Xing Su would occupy was situated within the same larger compound as Zhongli Mos. Zhongli Mo resided in the first courtyard, while Yan Shi and Xing Su were assigned to the second. Meanwhile, in Zhongli Mo's domain, he sat as always in the courtyard, clad in a fitted purple robe. His youthful face now bore traces of anger, and his violet eyes sparkled with a chilling intensity. The small form of the vermilion bird perched on the table, fluffing its feathers. "It's freezing." A tall, handsome man, with a clear and striking appearance, burst into laughter, pounding his chest. "You, ha ha ha, how did you turn into a child? Try laughing again, I dare you." Zhongli Mo retorted, his words measured and deliberate. The man attempted to suppress his amusement, but the effort was in vain. Ha ha ha. I can't hold it in. Seeing your face now is too much." Zhongli Mo's thin lips pressed into a straight line as he commanded the vermilion bird, "Burn his hair off." The vermilion bird hesitated, nervously replying, "Isn't that unwise? Everyone in the demon realm knows how much the fifth cherishes his hairstyle. He would rather lose a limb than have his hairstyle disheveled. If it were to burn off his hair, it would undoubtedly be next in line." Zhongli Mo's violet eyes radiated a dangerous chill. The vermilion bird shivered and quickly changed its mind. "Proceed to burn it. Leave not a single strand." The bird spoke rapidly, fearful that it might be the next victim. Chapter 68. Fifth Qingzi. Stop. Fifth Qingzi raised his hand to halt the proceedings, well aware of Zhongli Mo's prideful nature. "I shall refrain from laughter. Let us avoid any unfortunate incidents involving burnt hair." Zhongli Mo's gaze remained icy. Zhu Ke hesitated, uncertain whether or not to proceed. Before him stood a strikingly handsome man with the surname Fifth and the given name Qingzi, who shared both a subordinate and a friendship with their esteemed master. It was a delicate situation. The moment this subject was broached, a chill radiated from Zhongli Mo. He vividly recalled the moment just before he was about to completely dispel the childhood curse, the dog girl falling from the Wuwang cliff. Not only did she fall, but she landed in his arms. And to his utter dismay, she placed her hand on his chest. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Zhongli Mo's face, Fifth Qingzi's eyes glimmered with intrigue. What significant event has transpired? Miss Yan? Fifth Qingzi adeptly seized the crux of the matter. Neither Zhongli Mo nor Zhu Ke responded. Fifth Qingzi leaned in closer, a beguiling smile gracing his lips. "Is she still alive? Have you completed the tasks I entrusted to you?" Zhongli Mo remained taciturn, inquiring instead about the progress of the situation. "The details were of little consequence. Let us first discuss this Miss Yan." Fifth Qingzi's curiosity was piqued, his smile unabashedly radiant. "What transpired after your retreat? How did you treat her?" Zhu Ke's eyes darted about, remaining silent. Given the current circumstances, uttering a single incorrect word could lead to dire consequences. "It is getting late. I require rest." Zhongli Mo evaded the topic, his gaze obscured by the night, concealing any changes in his eyes. "Tomorrow, I must ascertain all information regarding that organization and their intentions. Understood?" Zhongli Mo stood, his youthful voice imbued with authority. Fifth Qingzi, unable to suppress his smile, replied, "Very well." A flicker of annoyance crossed Zhongli Mo's brow. He was well aware that Fifth Qingzi was mocking his current juvenile form. Just then, Yan Shi's voice echoed from outside. She had finally moved out of the dormitory. Yan Shi and Xing Su had hastily relocated to the small courtyard. Approaching Zhongli Mo's yard, Yan Shi instructed Xing Su, "You settle in first. I shall check if Mo is asleep." "Understood," Xing Su replied. Zhongli Mo tensed, contemplating sending a mental message to Zhu Ke to lock the door, but Yan Shi had already pushed her way in. Her entrance undoubtedly caught Fifth Qingzi's attention, for he had heard the name Mo gazing at the enchanting and lively girl standing at the door. Fifth Qingzi took the initiative to speak, his face alight with a cheerful smile. "You must be Miss Yan, correct?" "What?" Yan Shi was caught off guard, momentarily at a loss. Fifth Qingzi raised an eyebrow playfully. "Am I mistaken?" Noticing the additional presence in the courtyard, Yan Shi inquired. Who are you? I am Zhong. Fifth Qingze began, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhong Limo's cold, indifferent question, why are you here so late? I have moved in next door with Xing Su. Yanshi stood at the threshold, making no move to enter. If anything arises, have Shu Ke come find me. Noted, Zhong Li Mo responded distantly. As she departed, Fifth Qingze's interest was reignited. Propping his head up with one hand, he remarked, this young girl is quite charming, far more interesting than those from Xiantian. Zhong Li Mo shot him a glare. He chose not to engage further, turning to head to his room. This time, Fifth Qingze did not impede him. He, too, would not sleep. At his level of cultivation, not sleeping for a day or even several years posed no issue, merely meditating would suffice. Thus, to uncover Zhong Limo's secrets, he engaged Shu Ke in conversation late into the night. If you wish to know, ask the master yourself. Shu Ke resolutely refused to divulge any information, adopting a serious demeanor. Getting him to speak is more challenging than making a steel tree bloom. Fifth Qingze's curiosity flared. You can quietly tell me. And he won't find out if you do. Shu Ke shot him a disdainful look. If it revealed anything, it would be the foolishness of divulging secrets. Ignoring him, it flapped its wings and took flight. Fifth Qingze caught it with ease, nonchalantly declaring, if you refuse to tell me, I'll have no choice but to inquire of that charming young lady from earlier. With my looks, if she takes a liking to me. Do not claim I am competing with Zhong Li for affection. Shu Ke smirked inwardly. Humph. It knew Yanshi's nature all too well. Tossing him a dismissive remark, suit yourself. Fifth Qingze exclaimed, isn't that young girl the one they refer to as Miss Yen? Perhaps you should first contemplate how to report the organization's matters to the master tomorrow, Shu Ke advised. This issue is of utmost importance to him. Any miscommunication could lead to dire consequences. With that, Shu Ke departed, leaving Fifth Qingze alone in the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Yanshi and Xing Su were off to the study hall. Unlike usual, upon arriving in Class B, Yanshi was met with numerous curious gazes. Before she could ponder the situation, Tang Suyu and his companions approached her. We heard you were set to duel Yan Qingao from Class A. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask us. Exactly, Bai Qiu added. Both Yanshi and Xing Su were taken aback by the unexpected attention. All right, Yanshi replied as she returned to her seat, still processing the situation. After all, she was well aware of her previous unpopularity. What was up with Tang Suyu? Why was he suddenly so friendly with Yanshi? Who could say? The Tang family was renowned for their weapon crafting, and as the heir, Tang Suyu had access to exceptional artifacts. If Yanshi truly acquired a divine weapon from the Tang family, the outcome of her duel with Yan Qingao was uncertain. In the distant land of Wuqi, the classification of weapons was distinctly defined: ordinary, high grade, divine, yellow grade, mysterious grade, and heavenly grade. Divine weapons were already considered a remarkable rarity. The morning passed amidst discussions and gossip. When noon arrived, the vice principal summoned the top 10 students from the new cohort for a meeting. Observing the spirited and vibrant youths before him, the vice principal began his address. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, all shall gather at the academy's entrance. Elder Bai, Elder Zhou, and I will escort you to the Divine Spirit Camp. Chapter 69. The Theft of the Academy's Treasure Vault. Remember, once you arrive there, without our instructions, no one is to trespass, the Vice Dean instructed, his tone heavy with seriousness. And under no circumstances should you disturb the members of the Divine Camp. Is that understood? Understood. The crowd replied in unison. Yanshi, come here for a moment, the Vice Dean called her, keeping the Dean's instructions in mind. While the others went off to have their meals, all eyes turned towards Yanshi, particularly those of Yan Qingao and Xing Karen, whose gazes were the most profound. Yanshi followed the Vice Dean. Yan Qingyao's eyes tracked her, sensing that Yanshi harbored secrets, despite her lackluster cultivation, talent. And even having been confined to the small dark room for her mistakes, why was the Vice Dean treating her so specially? Didn't you say so yourself? Xing Jiran smirked, dripping with disdain. Yan Qingao and Luoji were expressions of confusion. Xing Su was also confined, Luoji added. Aside from being confined, I've heard from Class B that Yan Shi also falsified her tasks, Xing Jiran remarked, his attention consistently fixated on his sister. Previously, when Elder Zhao had assigned them to concoct pills, Yan Shi had submitted the pills made by Xing Su as her own. Let us hope that's the case. Yan Qing'ao's gaze remained fixed, her mood somewhat heavy. Her intuition told her that matters were not as simple as they appeared. In the Vice Dean's office, Yan Shi entered behind him and saw that the Dean and Elder Zhou were also present. She began to suspect that the three of them intended to discuss the rules with her. Please have a seat, the Vice Dean said, somewhat courteously. Yan Shi obediently sat down. The Dean exchanged glances with the other two and began to address her directly. We called you here to confirm something with you. Please. Go ahead, Yan Shi replied, maintaining her compliant demeanor. Take a look at this. The Dean handed her a map of the secret realm, his expression tinged with gravity. This map differed slightly from the one Elder Zhou had provided. While Elder Zhou's emphasized the terrain of the secret realm, the Dean's focused more on the markings of the 7 small treasure vaults. Yan Shi accepted the map. The Dean inquired, have you seen this map before? Upon opening it, she recognized it as identical to the treasure-hunting map her master had once given her, and nodded, I have seen it. When your cultivation reaches the level of breaking ground, everything left within the 6 treasure vaults of the secret realm will belong to you. The Dean's voice was solemn as he revealed this crucial information. After obtaining the map to the final large vault, keep it safe. Is it truly a map? Yan Shi asked, slightly astonished. Among the 13 maps given to her by her master, each had ultimately led to a dragon skin map. At that time, her master had said little, and she merely followed instructions to enter the maps sequentially, complete challenges, obtain the maps, and then return them to her master. She had never focused on the content within. Yes, the Dean affirmed, his mood noticeably heavy. This matter concerning the maps is of utmost importance. You must not disclose it to anyone, not even to us. Is it really that serious? Yan Shi asked, perplexed, then posed a pivotal question. What is the purpose of this map? I do not know, the Dean admitted candidly. I only know that a significant secret lies concealed behind the map. What it is, you must uncover on your own. Yan Shi sighed silently. She couldn't comprehend why her master had never clarified this matter for her all at once, insisting instead on a step-by-step approach. There is one more thing. The Dean continued. Yan Shi raised her gaze. The Dean exchanged looks with Elder Zhou and the Vice Dean before stating, you must enter the divine camp based on your own abilities. We cannot assist you in taking shortcuts or provide any help. The divine camp was a realm they could not enter. The standards there were exceedingly high. Understood, Yan Shi replied. The Dean and the others exchanged glances, surprised. Understood? Elder Zhou pursed his lips, concerned that overwhelming her with information might drive the young girl to madness. If you encounter difficulties or need our assistance, feel free to ask. We can provide resources such as medicinal herbs, treasures, and pills, the Dean added. The Vice Dean concurred, indeed. No need, Yan Shi decisively refused, then casually inquired. By the way, where are the other maps that are incomplete? The Dean shook his head, his expression grave. We do not know. We only manage the treasure hunt map. As for how many maps exist and who possesses them, we have no knowledge. Once you arrive at the divine camp, you may discover more, Elder Zhou nodded. She began to understand why her master had insisted on her becoming familiar with those 13 maps repeatedly. Countless trials had tempered her once fiery temperament, allowing her to face subsequent challenges with the utmost calm and patience, rather than the impatience she exhibited during her initial encounters. Are you truly certain you do not need assistance? The Dean began to feel that Yan Shi was somewhat unreliable. After all, the Academy possessed ample treasures. No. Yan Shi was about to refuse again when she recalled the rewards her sect had promised. Why not take advantage of it? She shifted her stance. Is there truly a lot? Elder Zhou nodded, indeed. The dean exhaled in relief and, without further ado, led Yenshur towards the treasure vault alongside Elder Zhou and the vice dean. However, they were utterly unprepared for the encounter awaiting them at the vault. What a coincidence! Su Lian, hearing the commotion at the door, glanced over to see the dean and the others. Are you here to collect treasures as well? The dean responded with disbelief, while Elder Zhou and the vice dean shared similar expressions of shock. They gazed at the treasure vault, now a third empty, as their anger simmered. What do you need? I can help you retrieve it, Su Lian said nonchalantly. The dean's fury erupted, and he unleashed his formidable pressure as a fifth-tier, heavenly-level cultivator towards Su Lian, gritting his teeth as he called his name. Su Lian. Don't shout so loud. Be careful not to ruin your voice, Su Lian retorted with a smirk, scanning the vault before heading towards a few profound-grade artifacts. Boom. Without hesitation, the dean launched a powerful attack at him, flames of rage flickering in his eyes. Su Lian raised his hand to block, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Is it really worth getting so angry over a few items? Su Lian taunted while defending himself. How many items is this? The dean was so infuriated he could hardly breathe. If we hadn't arrived, were you planning to empty the entire treasure vault? Chapter 70. Willing to give away the spiritual talisman, Yenshur silently murmured. Brave warrior. You truly fear no repercussions. The dean trembled with rage. Do not say such things. After all, you are half a mentor on my path of cultivation. Su Lian's words only served to irritate further, his nonchalance evident. Even if he were to infuriate the vice dean and Elder Zhou, he would not manage to provoke the dean. Vice dean. Elder Zhou. Where are their weapons? Yenshur found her focus, scrutinizing Su Lian before slowly stating, You are the master of the Black Heart Pavilion? Do you not know? Su Lian replied, a hint of surprise in his tone. Yenshur shook her head honestly. Upon hearing that they were members of the Black Heart Pavilion in the Grand Estate, she instinctively assumed they were newly dispatched experts. After all, his unreliable persona hardly resembled that of a pavilion master. Knowing now is not too late. Su Lian dissipated the dean's assault, standing with his hands clasped behind him as he said slowly, As the pavilion master, I personally invite you to be my exclusive chef at the Black Heart Pavilion. Would you consider it? The crowd? Yenshur's lips twitched. She declined. My aspirations do not lie in this direction. You should seek someone else. Su Lian wished to persuade her further. With such a handsome pavilion master, are you not tempted? Yenshur fell silent. When it came to audacity, this fellow was undoubtedly the first. Forget it. Su Lian surveyed the surroundings, concluding there was nothing of worth to take. He turned to the dean, stating, I shall not take anything. If I truly infuriate you to death, my heart would ache for a while. Leave the items. The dean was resolute in preventing his departure. Warning. Do not blame me for being rude. No matter how rude you are, you cannot do anything to me. Su Lian laughed carelessly. Bai Yu is waiting for me outside. With his assistance, you are no match for us. The dean was furious. This insolent brat must be dealt with today. However, Su Lian suddenly elongated his words. Elder Zhou seemed to sense an opportunity and asked, But what? If you tell me who forged the god-level memory talisman, I may consider not taking these items. Su Lian's brows furrowed in contemplation, his gaze flitting between the three. What do you say? The dean and the others instinctively turned their eyes toward Yenshur. It seemed not entirely impossible. I agree. The dean and the others. The vice dean exploded. You insolent brat, playing word games with us. You little girl. Su Lian was unperturbed, maintaining his demeanor. Was it just a meal that you cannot forgive me for? Really? Su Lian raised an eyebrow, unafraid of being deceived by the girl. This place he could visit once. And he could certainly return. Yenshur nodded, really. Very well. Su Lian tossed a spatial ring to the dean and then turned to Yenshur. Now you can tell me. Yenshur looked at the dean, who nodded in affirmation, indicating that everything was in order. Yenshur understood. She glanced over the treasure-filled vault and turned to leave. Let us speak outside. Su Lian casually followed. As they exited, The dean immediately instructed the vice-dean and elder Zhou to gather all the items in the vault into spatial rings and storage bags. It is no longer safe to leave them here. Outside the treasure vault, Su Lian's crimson robe billowed flamboyantly. It was evident that he had changed into a new outfit since his departure that day. Can we speak now? The god-level memory talisman was forged by me. Yanshi stated everything at once, unwilling to engage in further dialogue. However, after my recent self-reflection, I cannot bring myself to give you one. Su Lian? He paused for a moment, seeming somewhat unwilling to believe her. You forged it? Indeed. Yanshi replied calmly. Su Lian laughed, feeling inexplicably convinced of her truthfulness. Then, would you like to reconsider your stance? He took a couple of steps closer, his smile perfectly charming. Perhaps she would agree under the allure of his gentle, handsome visage. As he spoke, he closed the distance between them, merely a fist's width apart, their proximity increasing. Yanshi calmly pressed her hand against his forehead, pushing him away with force. No need. I have no interest in a flamboyant peacock. Huh. Su Lian laughed, his every breath filled with delight. Yanshi, weary of wasting time, attempted to leave. However, as soon as she raised her foot, Su Lian used his spiritual energy to immobilize her. Yanshi. He stepped before her, his smile unwavering. In this world, only I get to toy with others. None shall toy with me. If this were to get out, how embarrassing for me. What do you intend to do? Yanshi asked, unable to move and lifting her gaze to meet his. You will either gift me a god-level memory talisman, or I will take you to bed and consummate our union. Su Lian leaned in closer, his words meant to intimidate. Yanshi? She truly believed this man was somewhat unhinged. Su Lian pressed on. Which do you choose? Do I look like a fool to you? Yanshi retorted without answering. Su Lian? Is it worth experiencing a life's shadow over a single talisman? Yanshi, unfiltered in her retorts, commanded, Release me. I will give you the talisman. Su Lian released her, yet his mind lingered on her earlier words. Yanshi, as if providing a tip, placed the god-level memory talisman in his hand, adding, next time, learn from others about the process and attitude of receiving guests. That item cannot simply be obtained with a pretty face. Receiving guests? Comfortable? Su Lian remained perplexed, utterly baffled by Yanshi's implication. Baiyu. He called out into the void. What did that little girl mean? Baiyu appeared, a gentle smile adorning his face, his voice warm. Perhaps she meant that you wanted to consummate the union as the price for her god-level memory talisman. She prefers not to entrust such a significant moment to someone who possesses nothing but a handsome face. She would rather give the talisman away for free. Chapter 71. The objective of the organization. Su Lian. What do you mean by having nothing but a face? In other words, Baiyu's gaze became profound. Laced with a rare hint of mockery, she perceived his inadequacies. Su Lian, amused yet infuriated, felt a surge of mischief. His tone tinged with a hint of danger. This girl certainly knows how to belittle others. The word talk was uttered through gritted teeth. Baiyu seized him, halting his retort. What is there to discuss? She did not speak incorrectly. Su Lian, seemingly questioning his own hearing, reiterated, What did you say? Baiyu, clad in white, remained composed, a smile gracing her lips as she rephrased, You lack practical experience. It's only natural for a young girl to have her doubts. Moreover, the more one feels inadequate, the more they tend to overreact. Su Lian attempted to redeem his reputation. Baiyu. Before he could finish, Baiyu quickened her flight on the sword, their figures vanishing from the academy. The dean, vice-dean, and elder Zhou emerged from the shadows, exchanging glances, finally relieved. This is for Yanshi, the dean said, handing the treasures Su Lian had gathered from the treasure vault to elder Zhou. Consider it our modest contribution to her future endeavors. Elder Zhou accepted without hesitation. All right. When he located Yanshi, she was walking with Zhu Ke towards Zhongli Mo's courtyard. Having intended to dine after giving Su Lian the extraordinary memory symbol, she was surprised when Zhu Ke informed her of an urgent matter awaiting her from Zhongli Mo. All of this for me? Yanshi inquired. examining the contents of her spatial ring, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Indeed, Elder Joe nodded, explaining, the Dean expressed that your forthcoming tasks are fraught with peril, and we cannot offer any assistance. We merely hope these items will safeguard you. Thank you, Yenshi accepted graciously, bidding farewell to Elder Zhou before joining Zhuke to seek Zhongli Mo, ignoring the presence of 5th Qingzhe, who directly inquired, "What important matter do you seek me for?" "Sit." Zhongli Mo's voice was soft yet indifferent. "You might as well tell me what this is about." Yenshi was genuinely famished. Though her cultivation had reached the peak of the acquired stage and she had ceased consuming food, she was accustomed to human sustenance and could not forego her meals. Even if she wouldn't perish from hunger, she still craved food. 5th Qingzhe raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that someone dared to be so audacious in front of Zhongli Mo. After all, this individual could instill fear in the hearts of many with a mere glance. "Do you not wish to know who provided Yan Qingya with her prescription?" Zhongli Mo's tone grew colder, casting a glance at 5th Qingzhe, revealing that he had uncovered the information. "If you do not wish to hear it, I want to hear it." Yenshi decisively took a seat. Zhongli Mo shot her a disdainful look. 5th Qingzhe chuckled. "Speak," he urged. Zhongli Mo's words were sharp as he detailed the composition of this organization, its members, modus operandi, and their objectives. 5th Qingzhe initially appeared perplexed, but soon grasped the underlying truth. Zhongli Mo's intent was not merely to extract information, but to enlighten this young lady. The organization, known as Soul Destruction, was one that everyone in the upper Xian heaven sought to eradicate, 5th Qingzhe explained, adopting a more serious tone. Though it was not well regarded. It was a force to be reckoned with, instilling fear and dread in many. Yenshi inquired, but didn't the elder mention that this organization seemed rather ineffectual? To him, it was a trivial force, yet for most in the 9 Xian heaven, it was a source of both aversion and terror, a nightmare for many. 5th Qingzhe clarified, his tone light-hearted, "In your realm, it is a presence to be revered." Yenshi nodded, beginning to comprehend. The elder's cultivation was immensely high, effortlessly dealing with the weak, dismissing even the divine realm, let alone a minor organization. However, individuals of such high cultivation were few, most were merely ordinary folk. Their sole purpose in descending was to seek the whereabouts of the heavenly punishment empress. 5th Qingzhe took a sip of tea, noting that there was no need for excessive concern. Not only did they have presence in this continent, but they had also dispatched individuals to lower-tier realms. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Mo and Zhuke instinctively glanced at Yenshi. She murmured, "The Heavenly Punishment Empress?" The Heavenly Punishment Empress was the sovereign of the upper Xian heaven, her status on par with the rulers of the 6 realms, governing the heavenly punishment of the upper Xian heaven. 5th Qingzhe elaborated, then added with a note of levity, "However, no one has ever seen what she looks like." Yenshi glanced at Zhongli Mo. Curiosity piquing, "You haven't seen her either? As the overseer of the heavenly punishment, shouldn't she reside in the upper Xian heaven? Why descend to the mortal realm in search?" 10,000 years ago, the empress fell in battle, Zhongli Mo interjected, his voice as cold as ever. The denizens of the 6 realms have searched for her, yet not a soul remains. What does the Soul Destruction Organization seek her for? Yenshi asked, genuinely puzzled. They do not seek the empress herself, but rather her fabled gray eyes. Zhongli Mo's gaze deepened, his tone heavy. Her gray eyes can see through all before her. Nothing can hide. If they acquire her gray eyes, they could resolve their organizational issues and rapidly ascend within the upper Xian heaven. 5th Qingzhe continued. Beyond the gray eyes, the empress herself is a treasure trove. Her blood can dissolve all poisons, break countless curses, and in addition to her amassed treasures over millennia, many covet her. Yenshi paused, astonished. Gray eyes? No wonder after my gray eyes failed, the elder reactivated them. It turns out he regarded me as her. Chapter 72, I will safeguard you that is uncertain, interjected Zhuke. 5th Qingzhe, intrigued, inquired, what do you mean by that? Miss Yan's sister is highly likely to be entangled with the Soul Destruction Organization, Zhuke replied, displaying a clear understanding of the matter. Given Miss Yan's sister's disposition, if she were unable to handle Miss Yan, she might very well enlist the help of those scoundrels. Miss Yan? Fifching's expression shifted to one of realization as his gaze fell upon Yan Shi. He had previously thought he had mistaken her identity. It turned out she was indeed the one. Zhuke exclaimed, "Oh no! I let it slip." With Zhongli's temperament, he would never let go of anyone who disrupted his grand plans. Moreover, his secluded barrier was not something an ordinary person could breach. Perhaps the esteemed one is drawn to my beauty and eloquence, mused Yan Shi, oblivious to the concept of modesty. It would be a pity to eliminate her. The onlookers were momentarily speechless. Fifching's could no longer suppress his laughter. His knowing gaze swept across Zhongli Mo, and he blurted out, in his eyes, "The word beautiful does not exist. Come now, are you fond of this young lady?" Fifching's curiosity flared. Zhongli Mo's gaze was dangerously frigid. With just one look, Fifching's realized he had crossed a line. The caliber of individuals associated with that organization was not to be trifled with. Zhongli Mo shifted the topic back to the previous matter, discussing his cultivation level and the total number of people involved. As of my last inquiry, over 20 individuals have descended. Fifching's, being reliable, ceased jesting. Most of them were newcomers to the organization, with cultivation levels at the very bottom, merely around the heavenly class. Only. Yan Shi's lips twitched. She genuinely wished to inquire if the heavenly class was truly the only level. After all, it was the pinnacle of this continent. If you inadvertently encounter them, you and Zhuke must refrain from engaging, Fifching's instructed, his tone growing serious. I cannot ascertain whether they were commissioned by those few individuals to seek you out. Seek him? Yan Shi inquired, slightly taken aback. In fighting within the demon realm. Fifching's elaborated briefly, noting that in his current state, encountering those individuals would lead to certain doom. But you're here, aren't you? Yan Shi retorted. I still have matters to attend to. I came solely to investigate. Fifching's explained, simultaneously advising Yan Shi to keep a close watch on Zhongli Mo until his youthful transformation spell was lifted, ensuring he did not engage with Zhuke. Understood, Yan Shi acquiesced. Fifching's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a prompt agreement suggested that the relationship between this young girl and Zhongli was far from ordinary. You need not concern yourself with my affairs, Zhongli Mo stated coldly. Yan Shi chose to ignore him, fully aware of Zhongli Mo's petty nature. Now that matters are settled, I must take my leave, Fifching's expressed, showing no desire to linger. He patted Zhuchua's head and added, should you encounter any unavoidable situations, simply relay a message to me. You are unnecessary, Zhongli Mo replied, exuding an air of icy detachment. Fifching's remained unfazed. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Yan Shi, already convinced that something intriguing would unfold between her and Zhongli Mo in the future. At that moment, he abruptly halted, turning back to create a suspenseful pause. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something. What? Zhongli Mo looked over, his emotions notably subdued. Is that all you have to say? Fifching's, intrigued, took a couple of steps closer. Just a simple This matter has long been known to the esteemed one. Zhuke chimed in, a hint of arrogance in its tone. Very well, I shall take my leave, Fifching's concluded, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Are you disappointed that I have not departed? Zhongli Mo's mood soured abruptly, his words laced with sharpness. He had not forgotten how Fifching's eyes sparkled when speaking to Yan Shi. Yan Shi responded, Huh? What? Until you resolve the youthful transformation spell. Do not think of escaping, Zhongli Mo declared coldly, enunciating each word. You must take responsibility for the troubles you have caused. I did not intend to escape. I was merely asking. Yan Shi stammered. Zhongli Mo rose and departed swiftly on his short legs. Observing his retreating figure, Yan Shi rested her chin on her hand, contemplating that the future offspring of this esteemed one would likely resemble his current self. Miss Yan. Do not take the esteemed one's words too to heart, Zhuke advised, fluttering to her side. In truth, this place is far safer than the demon realm. Why is that? Yanshi queried, puzzled. Since the esteemed one is the demon lord, he must have many subordinates. Would it not be more pleasant to remain in the demon realm, protected by them? Though the esteemed one is indeed the demon lord, many desire to usurp his position. Zhuke recounted past events, expressing concern for its master. When he first ascended, several demon lords sent assassins to eliminate him. Fortunately, the esteemed one's formidable cultivation allowed him to capture those assailants and execute them before the eyes of several demon lords. After that incident, while the demon lords became somewhat subdued, the troubles with them were far from over. If the esteemed one remained in the demon realm, he would likely face endless assassinations. The more Zhuke spoke, the more it felt a pang of sympathy for its master. Does he not have highly skilled subordinates? Yanshi inquired. He does. But each has their own tasks, and the esteemed one does not wish for them to squander their energy on him, Zhuke explained in detail. Moreover, in the demon realm, the esteemed one cannot rest easy. Only here can he find a semblance of safety. And Fifth Qingze? Yanshi pondered their relationship, intrigued. Fifth Qingze is busier, Zhuke added. The reason I accompany the esteemed one is that I owe him a great debt, though he does not mind. I feel compelled to stay by his side to repay it. The esteemed one permits me this, only summoning me for information when necessary, granting me the utmost freedom otherwise. Upon hearing this, Yanshi nodded. Suddenly resolute, she assured, rest assured, I shall protect you both. Chapter 73. Miss Yan's jealousy. Regardless of whether they had accepted the commissions from those individuals to locate the master, any unforeseen events were simply intolerable. The master must remain unharmed. Yanshi offered a faint smile, yet her mind began to strategize ways to safeguard the two of them. At that moment, Zhongli Mo re-emerged, his round eyes exhibiting a hint of aloofness. I have heard that you are to compete with Yan Qingyao on August 17th? Indeed. Yanshi nodded. Inflict a grievous wound upon her. Zhongli Mo's tone was devoid of warmth. Though his voice was youthful, it bore no semblance of jest. It would be best to shatter her pride, inciting a profound hatred towards you. Yanshi was taken aback, momentarily believing she had misheard. What? Is my statement not clear enough? Zhongli Mo's tone was slightly frosty. Did you not previously advise me to avoid provoking her? Yanshi, somewhat puzzled, struggled to comprehend the abrupt shift in his approach. Given Yan Qingyao's temperament, should she truly be bested and have her pride and dignity trampled, she would harbor resentment for a lifetime, potentially leading to an unending feud between them. Foolishness, Zhongli Mo remarked with a hint of disdain. Suddenly, a kitchen knife appeared in Yanshi's hands, and she glared at him fiercely. Speak properly. Zhongli Mo. Zhuke. Rather than confront that organization, it is more prudent to face Yan Qingyao directly. Zhongli Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his youthful voice steady. Once you shatter her unwavering pride, and she realizes that her efforts cannot bring her to your level, she will inevitably ally with that organization. If she collaborates with them, they will refrain from sending additional eyes upon you, ensuring your relative safety. Surely not? Yanshi pondered, voicing her thoughts. Although Yan Qingyao is indeed irksome, she would not stoop to collaborating with an organization as despised as that. The malicious young woman possessed a strong sense of self-respect, relishing in praise and admiration. Such a person would never allow herself to descend to such depths. The soul-extinguishing organization may be akin to a pariah, but here, their capabilities rival those of first-rate sects, if not surpass them, Zhongli Mo analyzed, urging her to recognize the reality. Yan Qingyao is not foolish. Even the wicked may redeem themselves. Zhongli Mo uttered the most crucial remark. Yanshi contemplated this, her brow furrowing slightly. Could it be that you are aware of this? When his gaze met hers, he reminded her of a vital truth, although you are not her. Once you reveal your gray pupils, whether or not you are affiliated, the soul-extinguishing organization will seize you and take your gray pupils. Until you grow stronger. It is imperative that you refrain from using them recklessly. Understood, Yan Shi replied. Intrigued by their earlier conversation, she called out to him, "Wait a moment. Is there something you need?" Zhongli Mo's demeanor remained as cold as ever. Back at Wuwang Cliff, did you spare me due to these gray pupils? Mistakenly believing I had a connection with the Empress of Heavenly Punishment? Yan Shi blinked, her curiosity ignited. Zhongli Mo's eyes flickered, and a sarcastic remark slipped from his lips. Perhaps it was because you are beautiful and eloquent? Yan Shi. There's no need to hold a grudge over it. Do not harbor any improper thoughts towards me. Zhongli Mo added with a hint of aloofness, making his stance clear. Understood, understood, Yan Shi acknowledged, her mind racing with imaginative scenarios. For instance, how the master might have harbored secret affections for the Empress, or whether he had felt a surge of hope upon seeing her gray pupils. These thoughts were prompted by his reaction when he first beheld her gray pupils at Wuwang Cliff. He had paused, a testament to the astonishment they had evoked in him. Miss Yen, do not take the master's words too seriously, Zhu Ke cautioned, fearing that she might genuinely develop feelings. He is a classic case of saying one thing while meaning another. The more he claims to be indifferent, the more he hopes for your affection. Yan Shi smoothed Zhu Ke's feathers. Sometimes, what we perceive is not the entire truth. What do you mean? Zhu Ke inquired, perplexed. Your master is not as detached as you might think, Yan Shi said with a meaningful tone. Zhu Ke blinked, momentarily unable to process her words. Yan Shi continued to stroke its feathers. In matters of the heart, let things unfold naturally. Could you clarify? Zhu Ke was utterly confounded. In essence, she conveyed that he should cease attempting to pair her with the master. I do not harbor feelings for him, nor does he for me. Do you comprehend? She could not afford to ruin the master's unspoken affections. Zhu Ke attempted to clarify. No, I must prepare for my afternoon lessons. I shall take my leave. Yan Shi waved her hand and departed the small courtyard. Zhu Ke remained at the table for a moment, finally grasping Yan Shi's words and realizing something significant. Miss Yen, is she jealous? Zhongli Mo's voice resonated within the room as he observed Yan Shi leaving the courtyard and not entering. I am coming, Zhu Ke replied, a flash of red light appearing beside him. Zhongli Mo pressed his lips together, sipping tea while perusing a book. What did you and Yan Shi discuss outside? Nothing of significance, Zhu Ke dared not disclose. Zhongli Mo halted his drinking, his gaze icy as it turned towards Zhu Ke, who trembled in fear. Truly, we spoke of naught, she stammered. You have 3 breaths to contemplate, Zhongli Mo said, leisurely setting his cup down on the table. Do you prefer steamed, braised, or roasted? Zhu Ke. 3, 2. It seems Miss Yen is indeed feeling jealous. Zhu Ke hastily thought of self-preservation, setting aside all else. Zhongli Mo's gaze flickered, maintaining his youthful yet frigid tone. Jealous? Previously, Miss Yen believed that your sparing her at Wuwang Cliff was due to her beauty and eloquence. Zhu Ke spoke earnestly, her heart racing. Just now, you explained that it was because of the Empress's gray pupils that you refrained from acting against her. She must be feeling disheartened and jealous. After speaking, Zhu Ke lowered her head. Zhongli Mo's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile, but he quickly suppressed it, recognizing that such behavior was incongruent with his demeanor. That has nothing to do with me, master. Zhu Ke attempted to persuade him. Chapter 74. Entering the divine camp, Zhongli Mo cast a sidelong glance and inquired, what else did she say? Zhu Ke hesitated. Sensing the unusual regard the master held for Miss Yen, if it were to reveal her words, the master might very well be displeased. Zhongli Mo's violet eyes intensified with pressure. What, is our conversation something I cannot know? No, Zhu Ke stammered, its complex gaze revealing its genuine fear. I simply worry that once spoken, you might become angry. Are you not aware of your own temperament? Zhongli Mo remained in a relatively good mood. Continuing to peruse the book in hand, I shall not be angered. Speak. Miss Yen also mentioned. Zhu Ke faltered, clearly intimidated. She asked me to refrain from pairing you two together, claiming she does not harbor feelings for you. Zhongli Mo replied indifferently. To him, it was quite normal for a jealous individual to utter such spiteful words. Zhu Ke had endured the master's enigmatic moods, yet a mere concluded the conversation. You are not angry? Why should I be? Zhong Li Mo's demeanor remained icy. Zhu Ke fell silent, choosing to keep its thoughts to itself. Throughout the day, it became evident that the master's mood had improved. His words were devoid of barbs, and his tone was surprisingly gentle. This led Zhu Ke to wonder if the master truly found Miss Yen troublesome. Time slipped away swiftly. On the 16th day of the 8th month, at the moment of the hare, Yan Shi, Xing Su, Yan Qingyao, and others gathered outside the academy, led by the vice president, Elder Bai, and Elder Zhou. Observing the neatly attired, spirited students, the vice president reiterated the rules for their excursion. Upon arrival at the divine camp, everyone must adhere to the regulations, refrain from wandering, avoid unnecessary chatter, and disturb no one within the camp. Understood? Yan Qingyao and Xing Ku Ran exchanged a glance, mischief beginning to brew. Yan Shi noticed this and whispered to Xing Su, "Let us be cautious once we arrive. Xing Ku Ran and Yan Qingyao are likely plotting something mischievous." Agreed, Xing Su replied. In the next moment, the vice president concentrated his spiritual power, conjuring a teleportation array before the students. He infused his energy into it, sending a request towards the divine camp. Vice President, what is this for? Someone questioned. The precise location of the divine camp was unknown to anyone. Each visit required the use of a teleportation array. The vice president explained, "This is not a secret. They will only open the passage for us once they confirm our identities." Does that include the emperor? The crowd asked. Yes. The vice president did not conceal the truth. Although the divine camp served the Northern Empire, it was an independent organization. The students nodded in understanding, their hearts filled with longing. While everyone was consumed with curiosity and anticipation, Yan Shi inwardly lamented her master. To rise early for the divine camp at this hour, what a toil. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, revealing a single character. Enter. The vice president commanded the 10 students, step inside and remember to follow orders. Yes. The group entered in a line. Elder Zhou and Elder Bai led the way, with Yan Shi and Xing Su closely following, while the vice president brought up the rear. All felt the blinding brightness of the white light, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a vast room with uniquely designed architecture. Xing Su stared for a while before unable to restrain himself. I have never seen a building like this. I have, Yan Shi murmured. Isn't this akin to a modern high-tech training facility? The structures around them, with walls and columns, embodied modern construction, enhanced further by layers of spiritual energy, rendering them even more formidable. Vice President. A cold, clear voice interrupted as a strikingly handsome young man, appearing around 20, approached them. He exchanged brief greetings with the vice president and clarified his purpose. I am responsible for the new student's visit. Within the divine camp, no one is permitted to wander aimlessly. Should any danger arise from your disobedience, the consequences will be yours to bear. Do you understand? The vice president scanned the group, his gaze stern. The icy man surveyed everyone, his eyes lingering momentarily on Yan Shi before leading them through the divine camp. The tour primarily showcased the training within the camp. Though it was merely training, it proved immensely beneficial for the students. There, they observed the new members selected for the divine camp, 3 individuals diligently practicing on a vast training ground, having not rested since their selection. How long have they been at it? Yan Shi asked. All eyes turned towards her. Yan Shi touched her nose, sensing she had misspoken. Xing Su discreetly moved closer and whispered, the divine camp begins its selection every June, lasting a month, so it has been precisely 2 months. Yan Shi nodded. Realizing it was not her fault, no one had informed her of these details, and despite her extensive reading, she had never encountered anything regarding the divine camp. Vice President. Is it not rather arbitrary to select the visitors this time? The cold man expressed his displeasure, his words sharp. The vice president glanced at Yan Shi, immediately apologizing. I apologize. The student is unaware of the rules. Yan Shi interjected, "Is that truly a breach of etiquette? I did not intend to disregard the rules." The cold man's tone dripped with disdain, as if he held the divine camp in contempt. Spiritual practitioners must remain calm. The vice president offered his apologies while reproaching Yan Shi to come forward and apologize to the practitioner. Yan Shi remained still. Elder Zhou grew anxious. "Yan Shi, I don't believe I said anything wrong," Yan Shi retorted, her gaze clear as it met the cold man's. "Prior to my inquiry, no one had informed me of the selection timeline for the divine camp, and I have not found any mention of it in the Academy's library." Yan Shi. The vice president's complexion paled, growing frantic. "The divine camp stands above the royal family. Even the princes must show respect." This girl, was she seeking to endanger herself? Vice President. Yan Shi's temper flared, her words resolute and resonant. "Do you truly think my question was inappropriate? I neither inquired about confidential matters nor insulted anyone. Nor was I disrespectful. What sin have I committed?" Chapter 75. I have made my decision. I shall not enter the divine camp. The vice dean exchanged glances with Elder Bai and Elder Zhou, their expressions troubled. They were well aware that she had not spoken incorrectly. Such mundane inquiries would not bear consequences. However, if the spirit practitioner was angered, it would indeed be their fault. There could be no hint of doubt, nor any semblance of disrespect. "It appeared you harbor numerous grievances against our divine camp." A frigid man stepped forward, the chill surrounding him intensifying, making it evident to all that he was on the verge of fury. Yan Qingao and Xing Karen exchanged glances. It seemed unnecessary for them to intervene. Yan Shi's fate would likely be dire. "I hold no discontent towards the divine camp. The myriad legends it has left behind suffice to attest to its true prowess." Yan Shi spoke with unwavering composure, her voice resolute. "My only grievance lies with you alone." "Yan Shi, Yan girl." The crowd grew anxious. The cold man's gaze swept across the remaining 9 students, and his wrath was palpable as he growled, "Is there anyone else dissatisfied with me? Step forward." The 9 students exchanged glances, each hesitant to offend this formidable figure. They understood that offending him would obliterate any chance of entering the divine camp. And even if an opportunity arose, it would be exponentially more arduous than for an ordinary person. "I believe Yan Shi speaks the truth." Xing Su stepped forward, his palms slick with sweat. "I concur." Tang Xiu from Class B followed suit. Yan Shi and Xing Su were taken aback. Their interactions with him had always been minimal. Previously, he had offered assistance, but now he risked his chance at entering the divine camp by standing up. This youth, truly perplexing. These youngsters have lost their minds. Elder Bai conveyed telepathically to Elder Zhou and the vice dean, sighing inwardly. "After this, I fear the divine camp may no longer grant us opportunities for visits." The vice dean sighed as well. Elder Zhou remained silent, internally grappling with the situation. After a prolonged pause, he stood beside Yan Shi. Though aged, his demeanor was resolute. "I stand with Yan Shi this time. My current identity is not that of Elder Zhou of the Academy, but simply that of her elder, Grandpa Zhou." "Old Zhou." Elder Bai and the vice dean were taken aback. It was one thing for the children to misjudge the situation. How could he act so? Elder Zhou disregarded their astonishment. They had previously brought newcomers for visits without incident, each time adhering to standard procedures without any student speaking out. This time, however, Yan Shi's voice had awakened him to the reality that the divine camp was not as mythologized as it seemed. "Is there anyone else?" The cold man's displeasure was unmistakable as he scanned the remaining few. 2 students from Class A hesitated, but upon meeting his gaze, they promptly stood at attention, not daring to breathe. "You 3 are disqualified from entering the divine camp." The cold man announced his verdict with an icy detachment. The vice dean's heart sank. He hastily interjected, "These 3 students are the top 3 from the recent freshman competition. They are highly likely to." "Vice Dean, you are aware of the rules of the divine camp." The cold man replied with a tone devoid of warmth. "Those who harbor no reverence for the divine camp are unworthy of entry." "Are you the overseer of the divine camp?" Yan Shi inquired. struggling to believe that such a person could exist in a place so reputed for its stringent selection process. She was unperturbed by the potential offense. After all, she had already crossed that line. You claim we lack qualifications simply because you say so? Yen sure. The vice dean was at his wit's end. This girl. Why could she not recognize when to concede? Vice dean, if the selection for the divine camp is under the purview of this individual. Yen sure spoke each word with clarity, then continued, it would be better not to enter the divine camp at all. Such a petty, vindictive person could only lead the divine camp toward ruin. Yen sure. Yen Qingao stepped forward to defend the cold man, asserting, you cannot dismiss the illustrious history of the divine camp simply because of a misstep. The divine camp is a revered entity throughout the northern kingdom and the entire continent. Indeed. Xing Karen echoed her sentiments. Have you all lost your minds? Yen Shi retorted mercilessly. Did I ever denounce the past of the divine camp? If you cannot articulate your thoughts, then perhaps you should remain silent. What a disgrace. Yen Shi spoke swiftly, leaving no room for interruption. A fleeting glimmer of amusement flickered in the cold man's eyes, only to vanish in an instant, so brief it could be mistaken for an illusion. Elder Zhou fortuitously caught this moment, looking on in bewilderment. The cold man. I acted hastily. Spirit practitioner, Yen Shi has only recently begun her cultivation. The vice dean's tone was exceedingly cordial. It was normal not to be aware of the divine camp's selection criteria and other matters, so I shall apologize on her behalf. Yen Shi bore the weight of tremendous burdens. She must enter the divine camp. If she were to lose this opportunity now, her future would be bleak. Vice Dean. Yen Shi interrupted him, asserting, I have done nothing wrong in this matter. There is no need for you to apologize. You. The vice dean's frustration peaked. I understand your concerns, and I assure you, even if I do not enter the divine camp, I will fulfill my tasks. Yen Shi promised. Her words earnest, knowing that should she gain entry, he would certainly make things difficult for her. The girl is correct. Elder Zhou concurred. Vice Dean? Elder Bai? There is something amiss. Elder Zhou did not elaborate, simply stating, trust me. The two were even more perplexed. What could possibly be amiss? Seeing that the situation could not progress, the cold man sought to resolve the matter. I am indeed not the overall overseer of the new selections, but the candidate list must pass through my hands. If you can defeat the weakest member of the divine camp, I shall permit you 3 to participate in the selection. What say you? Excellent. The vice dean responded swiftly. Yen Shi, do not hesitate to express your gratitude to the esteemed one for his leniency. No need for thanks. Yen Shi remained resolute, granting him no dignity. I have made my decision. I shall not enter the divine camp. She had likely come to a realization. Her master desired her to enter the divine camp, probably because there was a map present. After all, her intention was merely to locate that map. Once her cultivation reached a certain level, she could infiltrate quietly. Just because others were unaware of how to enter did not mean she was lost. She possessed many means of location. Yen Shi. The vice dean's brow furrowed slightly. Yen Shi still wished to refuse. Elder Zhou nudged her arm, signaling her to let it be. After all, he was a revered figure. They ought to offer him a way out. Even if this matter held complications, they could only endure for now. Chapter 76. If she were any slower, her nose would collapse. It matters not if you do not participate. Do not forget about your companions, Xing Su and Tang Xiyu, who share in your burdens. Yen Qingao surveyed the surroundings, articulating each word with precision. In her perspective, the esteemed figure from the divine spirit camp was merely attempting to instill a sense of intimidation in Yen Shi. To her knowledge, no one within the divine spirit camp lacked prowess. Even the least skilled among them could easily overpower their adversaries. As long as you engage in a contest with the weakest member of the divine spirit camp, regardless of the outcome, your 2 companions will secure their eligibility for selection. The cool, detached man spoke again, stating that only victory would confer legitimacy upon her participation. Yen Shi had initially hesitated to comply. She believed her right to compete should not hinge upon such conditions, as she had done nothing wrong that day. Yet Xing Su and Tang Xiyu were innocent. The unscrupulousness of the divine spirit camp compelled her to consider her companion's welfare. Fine, Yenshi acquiesced, her crystalline eyes reflecting a hint of coldness. She stipulated that regardless of whether she won or lost, they must be allowed to participate in the selection process and join the divine spirit camp without any underhanded treatment from him. Agreed, the cool man replied. The onlookers furrowed their brows, perplexed by the sudden shift in dynamics. How could the man who had been enraged by a simple question from Yenshi now relent so easily when faced with her retort? The cool man, aware of the stark contrast in his demeanor, had no intention of explaining himself to the bystanders. Where shall we compete? How will the contest be conducted? Yenshi inquired thrice. With a snap of his fingers, a chubby young boy emerged, his bright, shiny eyes suggesting a pleasant demeanor. Take them to continue their tour of the divine spirit camp, the cool man instructed, turning his gaze to Yenshi. I shall accompany him to challenge the waste. Challenge a waste? The chubby boy exclaimed in astonishment. The cool man shot him a look, prompting the boy to promptly lead the others away. Some wished to linger, but fearing the cool man's unpredictable temperament, they complied and departed. Yenshi. Xing Su expressed concern. Enjoy the tour, Yenshi replied with a reassuring smile, indicating that she was fine. Xing Su's heart was a whirlpool of emotions. The deputy dean and elder Bai, aware of the rules of the divine spirit camp, refrained from insisting on staying. Elder Zhou understood as well, but his genuine concern for Yenshi's well-being compelled him to speak up. Spirit Master, may I observe the contest between Yenshi and the divine spirit camp? Not permitted, the cool man declined. Elder Zhou hesitated, his features reflecting worry and complexity, fearing for Yenshi's safety in the event of a serious injury. Isn't it just a contest? What's the issue? Yenshi questioned. As long as you don't mind. The cool man assessed her with his dark eyes, his tone casual. I don't mind, Yenshi retorted, her banter sharpening. With Elder Zhou present. If I were to be gravely injured, at least someone would be there to collect my remains. The cool man was taken aback by her audacity. He wasted no time. With a flick of his hand, he transported Yenshi and Elder Zhou to the combat arena of the divine spirit camp. The arena was vast, and upon their arrival, the cool man gestured, causing a circular combat platform to rise from the ground. The one you will compete against will arrive shortly, he stated, conjuring 2 chairs for them. After seating himself, he indicated for Elder Zhou to sit as well. You may wait on the platform. Yenshi strode forward, not granting him even a hint of courtesy. It was evident that she harbored no affection for him whatsoever. Elder Zhou, wanting to voice his concerns, but apprehensive of offending the cool man and tarnishing the school's reputation, hesitated. Speak your mind, Elder Zhou, the cool young man, now unexpectedly courteous, urged. There are no outsiders here. Speak freely. Surprised by this abrupt shift in attitude, Elder Zhou, driven by his concern for Yenshi, finally voiced his worry. Anyone from the divine spirit camp can easily crush a mid-level expert. The one competing against Yenshi. Surely they wouldn't be using their full strength, would they? Do not fret, merely observe, the cool man replied tersely. Elder Zhou's anxiety mounted. How could he not worry? Yenshi was a prodigy he had painstakingly found, possessing both a kind disposition and exceptional talent. If she were to suffer any harm, he would bear the guilt for a lifetime. Yenshi, on the other hand, was far less troubled. Her thoughts were simpler. Once her opponent arrived, she would first inquire about the rules of engagement. If the match allowed for unrestricted tactics, she would unleash her treasures. After a brief wait, a man clad in black, his face obscured, appeared on the platform, radiating an aura of coldness. Yenshi was startled by his sudden appearance. Do you not make a sound when you walk? She exclaimed. Let us begin, the black-clad man rasped, his voice low and gravelly. Wait, Yenshi interrupted. The man tensed involuntarily, only relaxing when Yenshi continued. The rules of the contest have not been established yet. What is permissible and what constitutes victory or defeat remains unclear. Can we not be more professional? We shall not use spiritual energy, only pure techniques. The contest concludes once one party concedes, the man stated succinctly. Yenshur paused, momentarily bewildered. Pure techniques? That meant her treasures would be of no use. My cultivation level surpasses yours significantly. It would be unfair to compete, the black-clad man added. Reluctantly, Yenshur conceded. Very well, no treasures, just pure techniques. Thankfully, her third senior brother had insisted she learn numerous ancient martial arts techniques. Otherwise, she would have been at a severe disadvantage today. The contest commenced. The black-clad man showed no mercy, delivering lethal strikes with astonishing speed. As Yenshur fought, her confusion deepened. Every blow left her arms tingling. Her opponent effortlessly countered all her moves, disrupting her offense and defense with ease. Who is this person? Wait. Yenshur called for a halt, sensing something amiss. A fist sliced through the air toward her, and she narrowly dodged it, the force brushing past her nose. If she had been a mere moment slower, her nose would have crumpled. Disregarding the contest's rules, she activated her defensive barrier as the black-clad man launched another strike. Bang! His palm collided with her protective barrier. Chapter 77, Third Senior Brother, Chu Yuanxin without the use of spiritual power. He was forced back several steps by Yenshur's defensive energy. Elder Zhou's heart trembled. This is disastrous. How could this girl violate the rules of the competition? Even if she wins, she is unlikely to enter the divine spirit camp now. Yenshur fixed her gaze on his hand. She paid little attention to what he said, only feeling that the arm she saw slicing through the air seemed somewhat familiar. Extend your hand. The man in black. Yen girl. Elder Zhou hastily ascended the competition stage, feigning reprimand. How could she speak to a spiritual practitioner like that? In the divine spirit camp, regardless of status, everyone is addressed with the respectful title of spiritual practitioner by outsiders. The previously aloof man was one, and now this man in black was another. I demand you to extend your hand. Yenshur glared at him fiercely. This girl has endured considerable distress today, so I kindly ask the esteemed one not to hold it against her. Elder Zhou apologized, his heart aching for her. I offer my sincere apologies on her behalf. The man in black remained silent. Elder Zhou tugged at Yenshur, but instead of showing any sign of remorse, she stepped forward to tug at the man's mask. Elder Zhou was horrified. You have lost. The aloof man spoke in place of the man in black, extending his hand to block the latter, halting Yenshur's actions. According to the agreement, you are not qualified for selection into the divine spirit camp. Who says I lost? Did the rules state that using spiritual power equates to losing? Yenshur's gaze remained fixed on the man in black, defiant. He stipulated that one must concede verbally to be considered defeated. You wish to compete with me in spiritual power? The man in black spoke in a deep voice. Elder Zhou was terrified. Yen girl. Elder Zhou. This is a matter between him and me, Yenshur asserted, her tone laced with complexity. Rest assured, I shall not bring any trouble to the academy. The aloof man cast a glance at the man in black. The latter gave a slight nod, and the aloof man led Elder Zhou away from the competition stage. In a contest of spiritual energy, you are no match for me. The man in black's words were unwavering, his abyssal black eyes resembling a vortex. Yenshur met his gaze. How would you know unless you try? The man in black fell silent. In this round of competition, Yenshur attacked first. Divine fire erupting from her palm, its power immense. Even someone as skilled as the man in black dared not confront it head-on. This was no trifling matter. It's time to put an end to this. He casually gathered a sphere of spiritual energy in his palm, estimating the damage it could inflict, and hurled it towards Yenshur. Impenetrable as a fortress, Yenshur recited the first layer of the Xiantian divine method. The man in black. He could no longer care about whether his identity was revealed. He dashed forward, pulling her hands apart, his temper flaring. Have you lost your mind? Did I not tell you this method cannot be recklessly used? What method? Yenshur's hands relaxed, her clear eyes locking onto his. The man in black froze. She had seen through him. It's nothing, he coughed lightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Then why were you holding on to me? Do you have a crush on me? Yenshi took deliberate steps towards him, forcing him to retreat. Lowering her voice, she revealed his identity. My third senior brother, Chu Yuanxin. Chu Yuanxin's face, revealed beneath the black mask, bore a hint of helplessness. How did this girl discern his identity? He removed the black mask, exposing his breathtakingly handsome face. With a bright smile gracing his lips, how did you recognize me? I originally didn't. The black attire diminished my suspicions, Yenshi replied candidly. A hint of pride in her tone. But your wrists gave you away. Third senior brother was perfect in every way, except for his aversion to black clothing. She had never seen him wear it throughout her life. Wrist? Chu Yuanxin raised his hand. To know me so well, could it be that you are infatuated with me? Chu Yuanxin teased. Yenshi shot him a disdainful glance. Chu Yuanxin playfully tapped her on the head, his tone affectionate yet concerned. If you knew it was me. Why did you resort to the Xiantian divine method? Did Master not instruct you to refrain from using it casually unless in life and death situations? Who said I was using the Xiantian divine method? Yenshi lifted her chin defiantly. If she had a tail, it would certainly be standing upright now. Chu Yuanxin, not? I merely recited the first technique of the Xiantian divine method, Yenshi explained, praising her cleverness. The technique I executed was a deliberate ruse to deceive you. You little rascal. Chu Yuanxin pinched her ear, feigning sternness. Are you now bullying your senior brother? Yenshi retaliated with a kick. Chu Yuanxin was compelled to release her. Wei Lan, I wish to catch up with my junior sister, Chu Yuanxin communicated with the aloof man, his tone brimming with unmasked joy. You lead Elder Zhou and the others from the academy to join the others. Once they depart, I will escort Yenshi back. Wei Lan responded, understood, Captain. Chu Yuanxin grasped Yenshi's hand, and with a surge of spiritual power, the two vanished from the competition stage. Elder Zhou quickly rose, anxiety etched across his features. Elder Zhou, they still have other contests to conduct. This is a closely guarded secret of the Divine Spirit Camp, Wei Lan explained. You will join the other members of the academy, and after the tour of the Divine Spirit Camp, Yenshi will surely reappear. Elder Zhou wished to voice further concerns, but was forcibly sent to join the other academy members by Wei Lan. Meanwhile, on Yenshi's side, she was taken by Chu Yuanxin to his residence, which could more accurately be described as a villa. How did you end up in the Divine Spirit Camp? Yenshi marveled at the fusion of modernity and the cultivation world while curiously inquiring about his circumstances. It has only been around 2 months, hasn't it? Did Master not leave a message for you? Chu Yuanxin asked. Yenshi replied, he did. I was asking why you managed to enter the Divine Spirit Camp while I am still fretting over how to gain entry. Yenshi expressed, furrowing her brow defiantly, clearly. I am quite formidable as well. Chapter 78, tricked by my own third senior brother. Chu Yuanxin smiled as he poured her a cup of tea. We arrived around the same time, but I have spent significantly more time here than you. What does that mean? Yenshi felt her thoughts lagging behind for the first time. Chu Yuanxin, savoring his tea leisurely, showed no intention of clarifying. In frustration, Yenshi kicked at him, her temper flaring. Spill it. How could someone of her status still be so irritable? Chu Yuanxin teased, setting down his cup and elaborating. I was transported by Master 3 years ago. You are here now. What about the eldest senior brother and the others? Yenshi pressed. I have no idea. Chu Yuanxin replied earnestly. I truly don't know. Sighing, he continued, Master activated a teleportation array, instructing us to develop well and come help you, but said nothing else. Supporting her head with one hand, Yenshi felt a bit more at ease. After a moment, recalling the earlier incident, she furrowed her brow slightly. So, the spirit user who targeted me earlier was your doing? Not at all, Chu Yuanxin quickly deflected. He's simply that kind of person. From afar, Wei Lan spat blood. Squad leader, don't you have any conscience? Yenshi stared at Chu Yuanxin, clearly skeptical of his words. All right, it was my arrangement, he conceded. A hint of resignation in his tone. I just wanted to see if you still held the same lofty ideals, unyielding to wealth and power. Yenshi shot him a disdainful look. With one hand outstretched, She coldly demanded, "Give it to me." "What?" Chu Yuanxin was taken aback. "The map," she stated bluntly, without an ounce of politeness. "Don't tell me you're unaware of this." When she was honing her skills with the map, her senior brothers and sisters were well aware, and they had even participated in the later stages together. "I can't give it to you yet," Chu Yuanxin stated plainly. "As soon as you become a member of the divine camp, I will tell you." Yanshi clenched her small fist. Chu Yuanxin pointed at her. "That's what Master said. Don't think about acting out." "Why the rush?" He tugged her hand, leading her to a forbidden area outside the divine camp. "Let me show you the treasures of the divine camp." Confused, Yanshi followed him. Upon arrival, she realized that these were not treasures at all, but rather modern weaponry airplanes, Barrett rifles, and various advanced modern items. "Don't look at them like that," Chu Yuanxin explained, his expression serious as he spoke of these items. Though they appear modern, their actual usage has undergone a profound transformation. For instance, that bomber can execute 10 types of attacks: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, force, and light, and dark. Chu Yuanxin elaborated on the improved functionalities, meaning that anyone who operated them would wield full capabilities. Yanshi was somewhat taken aback. Chu Yuanxin lifted his chin, a hint of pride in his demeanor. "Aren't they impressive?" "Not bad," Yanshi replied, determined not to inflate his ego. Chu Yuanxin raised his hand as if to strike her playfully. He intended to show her more, but then received a message from Weilon indicating that the academy members were departing. Reluctantly, he escorted her to meet with them. Before parting, he cautioned, "Remember, don't let any man lead you astray, understood?" "That's not certain," Yanshi teased. "If they treat me well and keep gifting me things, it's hard to refuse." Chu Yuanxin was left speechless, about to inquire who that person was when the academy members approached. They all bowed in unison to Chu Yuanxin, expressing their respect. "Yanshi." Xing Su rushed over, worried but hesitant to ask. Chu Yuanxin ground his teeth, his gaze roaming over her. Ultimately unable to resist sending her a sound transmission. "Which fool has their eyes on you?" Yanshi shot him a provocative look but remained silent, turning to join the vice president and the others. Since he wouldn't reveal the map to her, she thought it fitting to let him experience a taste of her feelings. "Humph. Spirit user, Yanshi, she hasn't caused any trouble, has she?" Elder Zhou inquired, pursing his lips with lingering apprehension. "Yanshi, what a dog." Everyone was taken aback, their gazes fixating on her in shock. Utterly unprepared for her to express such sentiments towards a spirit user. "Very well," Chu Yuanxin was satisfied. "Is it really unacceptable to thwart a romantic pairing?" "Little thing." The vice president and the others once again bowed before finally leading Yanshi and the other students away from the divine camp. With a flash of white light, they arrived at the academy. "Yes," everyone echoed. As soon as Yanshi was taken away by the vice president, discussions began. The first to speak was Yan Qingao, her tone dripping with schadenfreude. "What a disgrace to our academy," swooning without regard for the occasion. "One must speak with evidence," Xing Su retorted, defending Yanshi. "Just because you say she isn't doesn't mean she isn't." Xing Karen dismissed his sister's defense, noting that everyone had heard the spirit user's words, though they refrained from stating so openly for the sake of appearances. It was evident that Yanshi had developed an interest due to the spirit user's looks, clearly trying to take shortcuts. "Are you a worm in the spirit user's belly?" Xing Su bristled, feeling displeased. "How do you know something the spirit user hasn't mentioned?" The disdain in Xing Karen's eyes was palpable. "How about we make a bet?" "Let us bet." Xing Su agreed readily, knowing Yanshi was not that kind of person. "If Yanshi has indeed developed improper feelings, you will leave the Xing family and cripple your own meridians, understood?" Xing Karen stated emphatically. Xing Su locked eyes with him. "And if she hasn't, you will apologize to Yanshi and do the same. Leaving the Xing family is one thing. That disgusting place suits you well enough." Xing Su retorted bluntly. This marked the first time in the academy that they publicly expressed their dissatisfaction with one another. Chapter 79. The presence of men is quite normal, Xing Karen acquiesced. Yan Qingao exchanged glances with her, both harboring a slight sense of triumph. After a visit to the Divine Spirit Camp, their only impression was overwhelming. The competition was fierce. The strong exerted immense effort in their cultivation, and they could not afford to slacken. As for Yanshi, she stood obediently in the vice principal's study, enduring the wrath of the vice principal, Elder Zhou, and Elder Bai. The three were genuinely incensed. What were you thinking? That place is the Divine Spirit Camp. How could you entertain such thoughts? They berated Yanshi, each taking turns to scold her mercilessly. Yanshi was forced to endure their tirade, unable to explain herself. The third senior brother had said that nepotism was strictly forbidden in the Divine Spirit Camp, while it was acceptable for those within to know. It could not be disclosed to outsiders. Therefore, she could not reveal that he was her senior brother. Why are you silent? The vice principal exclaimed, his chest heaving with indignation, his face a mask of fury. Did you even hear what we said? Let me tell you here. Only one's own abilities count as true merit. Relying on others is futile. Only self-reliance can ensure your standing. Do you understand? The vice principal's voice grew louder with each word. Yanshi nodded in agreement. I understand. Do you really look like you understand? The vice principal's anger showed no signs of abating. Elder Zhou's brow furrowed with concern as he spoke earnestly. At your age, it is natural to develop admiration for those who are attractive, but do not forget that cultivation is of utmost importance. Everything else is mere illusion. I truly harbor no improper thoughts towards that spirit practitioner, Yanshi protested. He has deliberately distorted the facts. Yanshi. The vice principal called her name in a furious tone. The sudden amplification of his voice startled her. Do you even know who he is? The vice principal took several deep breaths to calm himself. He is a squad leader in the Divine Spirit Camp. There is only 1 brigade and 2 battalions in the entire camp. Would he tarnish his reputation because of you? You think a promising talent would lose their way simply because they met a handsome man? Yanshi began to comprehend. The third senior brother had made that remark to draw the attention of the vice principal and the others, thus forcing her into a position where she could only focus on cultivation and study, with no opportunity for distractions. A clever strategy indeed. While the vice principal speaks to you, what are you thinking, girl? Elder Zhou adopted a serious tone. Vice Principal Elder Zhou, Elder Bai. Yanshi's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with their agitation. I possess discerning taste. The squad leader's appearance does not fall within my criteria for romantic interest, nor within the realm of my affections. The three were taken aback. To resolve this predicament, Yanshi bent the truth. The person I admire must be exceptionally rare in beauty. Is he not handsome enough? The three thought simultaneously. That visage, even among the most striking individuals they had encountered, was undoubtedly among the finest. Yanshi, undeterred by the prospect of reprimand, approached the vice principal, took a piece of paper and a pen, and sketched the likeness of Zhong Liemo, presenting it to them. This is the type that captures my eye. Remember, it is merely to catch my eye, not to stir my heart. The three were momentarily stunned, instinctively accepting the drawing. Upon viewing it, they were visibly taken aback, each silently marveling at how such an exquisitely handsome and charismatic individual could exist. Well, Elder Zhou pursed his lips, acknowledging that he was indeed slightly more attractive than the spirit practitioner, though the difference was not particularly vast. However, this individual not only possessed beauty, but also exuded an exceptional aura, making it entirely reasonable for Yanshi to appreciate him. That spirit practitioner spoke with me after the competition, inquiring about my future plans, Yanshi fabricated. I mentioned that I intended to cultivate diligently and eventually marry someone, leading a tranquil life. I never expressed any feelings towards him, nor would I. Yanshi became increasingly earnest, nearly convincing herself of her own fabrication. Elder Bai concurred. There is a possibility of that. Not a possibility, but a certainty. Elder Zhou felt a slight relief, knowing that the spirit practitioner had only advised Yanshi to refrain from romantic entanglements without mentioning anything else. Yanshi exhaled a breath of frustration. already harboring resentment over the matter. The next time they met, she would prepare an exceptionally fine gift for him. Upon returning to her small courtyard, she was immediately called by Xing Su, who had been anxiously waiting outside. Naturally, she revealed her wager with Xing Jirun. If Xing Jirun does not honor his promise, you must help me cripple his meridians. Never place your safety in the hands of others, Yanshi thought, feeling touched yet more concerned that misplaced trust could cost her a lifetime. I trust you. However, I cannot act in such a manner. My future must rest in my own hands. Xing Su smiled warmly. All right. Having a friend feels truly wonderful. By the way, that spirit practitioner did not make things difficult for you, did he? Xing Su's concern for her was evident. How did the competition go? Rest assured, everything is fine. I can participate in the selection for the Divine Spirit Camp alongside you, Yanshi reassured. We will trample Yan Qingao and Xing Jirun beneath our feet. Xing Su agreed. Good. As for the upcoming competition with Yan Qingao, neither felt the need for worry. With Yanshi currently at the pinnacle of the 9th grade of Elemental Foundation, defeating Yan Qingao would be effortless, and there was no cause for concern. After some light-hearted conversation, Yanshi rose to visit Zhongli Mo. After all, she had just utilized his appearance. A visit could serve as his remuneration for the privilege. Mo, why are you still here reading? Would you like to go out and have some fun? I can take you to enjoy some delightful activities. Yanshi smiled brightly. Just as Zhongli Mo was about to respond, an unfamiliar aura emanated from Yanshi, causing his finely shaped brows to furrow in concern. What is wrong? Yanshi noticed his change in demeanor. Have you been in contact with other men? Zhongli Mo asked directly. Of course, Yanshi replied casually. The Divine Spirit Camp is not a realm exclusively for women. It is entirely normal to encounter men. Chapter 80. Guidance from the Master. The meaning behind the words of the esteemed one was clear. You have engaged in physical contact with other men. Zhongli Mo's brow furrowed instinctively, a chill emanating from her. Pure techniques? Zhongli Mo inquired. The other party believed my cultivation was too low. That battling with me would be akin to bullying. Yanshi briefly recounted her experiences in the Divine Camp and proposed a contest based on pure techniques. What's wrong? Yanshi did not perceive anything amiss. Zhongli Mo pressed her lips together, her youthful face betraying an unexpected maturity. Do you not sense that this person is taking advantage of you? What advantage? Yanshi continued to pour herself tea. Zhongli Mo, unfazed, replied, seizing the opportunity to have physical contact with you, taking advantage. Pfft. Yanshi inadvertently spewed her tea, which Zhongli Mo caught entirely, her expression darkening in an instant. I'm sorry. Yanshi hastily apologized, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at the water on his face. I just didn't expect you to say that out of the blue. That person was her third senior brother. It was inconceivable that anyone could take advantage of her. Zhongli Mo allowed her to pat his face, his irritation bubbling beneath the surface. Should we wash up? Yanshi tentatively suggested, sensing a potential disaster. Shall I have Zhu Ke bring water? Zhongli Mo's gaze was sharp as a blade. Calm down, Yanshi feigned composure. Shall I fetch it myself? Use your spirit water to wipe my face. Zhongli Mo's youthful voice turned fierce, eager to see if this foolish girl would relent, and after it was done, provide him with a fresh basin for his face. All right, Yanshi replied decisively. If word got out, they would surely be accused of squandering resources. Spirit water. A treasure of immense value, rare and sought after. To think it would be used for a mere face wash. Zhongli Mo was taken aback by her prompt agreement. His gaze lifting slightly. Are you truly willing? What is there to hesitate about? Yanshi's confidence surged. Not only a basin, but if you wish to bathe, I shall bring it. There was plenty of spirit water, but there was only one esteemed one. She knew well which was of greater worth. Next time, I shall have you strapped down while Zhu Ke turns you into jerky, Zhongli Mo threatened, word by word. Yanshi readily agreed, of course. With the face washing and sweet words exchanged, Zhongli Mo's mood finally settled. Once it was over, Zhongli Mo turned his soft face. adopting a semblance of seriousness. If anyone ever proposes a contest of pure techniques again, do not agree mindlessly. Understood, Yan Shi replied with a standard smile, her agreement prompt. Zhongli Mo averted his gaze, no longer looking at her. This foolishness was too naive. As Yan Shi contemplated the contest the following day, she hesitated before asking, "Are you certain you want me to defeat Yan Qingyao? Not just defeat her, but to utterly overwhelm her." Zhongli Mo laid down his items, locking his purple eyes onto hers. Only then will that organization refrain from sending others to monitor this area, ensuring your relative's safety. All right, Yan Shi acquiesced. However, Zhongli Mo managed to squeeze out a word. Yan Shi blinked. Zhongli Mo was not jesting this time. Should Yan Qingyao truly become a member of that organization, you must double your training. Otherwise, it is highly likely you will not be able to overcome her. Yan Shi, is she really that formidable? The organization's cultivation method progresses at a staggering pace. Zhongli Mo expressed disdain, yet retained some knowledge. Though Yan Qingyao's innate talent may not match yours, if she cultivates that method, it won't take long before she catches up to you. Such a miraculous method, is there no downside? Yan Shi inquired, intrigued. Indeed, it shortens one's lifespan. Without reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, those with unstable mental states are prone to demonic deviation. Zhongli Mo's voice softened, directly addressing the reason they sought the gray-eyed empress. Only by obtaining the gray eyes can they identify and amend the flaws in the technique. Yan Shi nodded in understanding. No wonder. A thought struck her. If I were to help them identify the flaws and improve the technique, would they not revere me as their leader, obeying my every command? Zhongli Mo cast a disdainful glance her way, unable to fathom how the gray eyes would come to rest in the hands of someone so dim-witted. Just as Yan Shi prepared to defend herself, Zhongli Mo spoke. Do you believe that those whose conscience has been overtaken by darkness know what gratitude is? Do not hope to reform them. They will only seize and plunder. Zhongli Mo articulated. Yan Qingyao has committed numerous vile acts, yet compared to those individuals, she is relatively benign. Engaging with her is not as perilous. Fair enough, Yan Shi conceded, pondering aloud. Is it rather cruel of me to do this? Zhongli Mo? Allowing someone to be forced into an organization despised by all, is that not a touch immoral? Yan Shi mused, trying to justify her thoughts. She had always believed in direct retribution, striking back when wronged. This roundabout manipulation was a first for her. No one is compelling you. If you are utterly defeated at her hands, would you make a deal with the devil? Zhongli Mo's lips parted slightly, though his youthful tone was imbued with authority. Moreover, if you have resolved to eliminate her, extract every ounce of her value before doing so. That is true vengeance. Zhongli Mo elaborated. Yan Shi nodded in agreement. Yet her thoughts remained somewhat tangled. It was akin to a person accustomed to walking in straight lines being told that a winding path would be more advantageous. She would still prefer the direct route. It's all so convoluted. I'm exhausted. Zhongli Mo's brow knitted with displeasure. What do you mean by fine? Should you one day inadvertently fall into the hands of that organization, regardless of their threats, you must never reveal the gray eyes. Zhongli Mo warned, his tone grave. As long as you do not reveal them, they will not kill you, but once exposed, your eyes will be gouged out. Yan Shi quickly covered her eyes. How frightening. You are not the gray-eyed empress. You are merely you. She possesses gray eyes, while you have black. Zhongli Mo's lips pressed together, his voice low and serious. Do you remember? Yan Shi nodded. I remember. Thank you for your guidance. A flicker of emotion crossed Zhongli Mo's features. There was something peculiar about those words. I shall take my leave to rest now. Yan Shi stood, not overly concerned with her connection to the gray-eyed empress. You must also be cautious around Juke. If anything arises, let me handle it. Do not expose your identity. Chapter 81. Xingsu's Breakthrough. Here, she could manage the situation. At worst, she would sacrifice her treasures to protect them. However, if a powerful figure from the demon realm were to arrive, given her current state, she would only be crushed. There's no need for you to worry. Zhongli Mo felt his mood brighten considerably due to her words. Yan Shi, accustomed to his contradictory nature, offered a few more instructions before leaving the courtyard to focus on her cultivation. Having completed her reading of the books from the first to the third floor of the Academy's library, she found no information regarding the rejuvenation spell. The only option left was to advance her cultivation to the second year to gain access to the fourth to sixth floors. The Academy's regulations were quite clear. To skip grades, one must have a significantly higher cultivation level than that of the current year's students. For instance, to advance to the second year, she needed to break through to the Earth realm. Only then could she indeed skip grades. Returning to her small courtyard, she sensed a breakthrough aura emanating from within before even entering. She quickened her pace, knowing that it was Xing Su inside, who was actively protecting her to prevent any disturbances that might hinder her cultivation. After half an incense stick's worth of time, they heard Xing Su's exuberant and excited voice from inside. Wow! Is this technique really that powerful? Upon hearing this, Yan Shi understood that her breakthrough had concluded and stepped inside, inquiring, "Did you break through?" "Ah!" Xing Su sprang up and rushed over to embrace her, her eyes filled with joy and excitement. "Yan Shi, I love you." Next door, Zhongli Emma was taken aback. "Zhuke?" Yan Shi chuckled softly and, upon examining her cultivation, noticed a hint of surprise in her expression. "How is it? Isn't it impressive?" Xing Su, devoid of any previous aloofness, eagerly pressed on. "Do you want to cultivate this with me? It's incredible. I've only grasped the first move, and I've already reached this level. If I complete the entire cultivation, wouldn't I become a super powerhouse?" Indeed, Yan Shi sincerely praised her. To leap from the acquired stage to the seventh tier is remarkable. This technique is truly exceptional. "Where is your fiancé?" Xing Su, unable to contain her excitement, immediately asked, "I need to express my gratitude to him. Without his guidance, I would have only just broken through to the foundational stage." "What fiancé?" Yan Shi's attention was abruptly diverted. "The one with the purple eyes." Xing Su's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Don't pretend with me, it's just the two of us here. I won't scold you for being shameless." Yan Shi playfully slapped her shoulder. Xing Su looked perplexed. "He really has nothing to do with me," Yan Shi stated earnestly. "Let me share a secret with you." "What is it?" Xing Su was skeptical. "He is not a child," Yan Shi deliberated before revealing, "but rather an adult cursed by the rejuvenation spell, which caused his body to shrink. Once the spell is lifted, he will return to his original form." Haha, Xing Su chuckled dryly. "Do you think I would believe that? Does that innocent and pure gaze seem like that of an adult?" "You must be joking." Yan Shi reiterated, "I assure you, it's the truth." Xing Su replied dismissively, "I believe you." Yan Shi raised an eyebrow. "Does your expression convey belief?" "I want to say more. I need to express my gratitude to him." Xing Su disregarded her image, stating, "If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have found my enemies nor advanced my cultivation so swiftly, giving me hope for revenge." "I'll be on my way." "Hey," Yan Shi called after her. But Xing Su dashed off faster than a rabbit. The esteemed figure had mentioned that the technique bestowed upon Xing Su ranked among the top 10 across countless realms, so surely the technique given to her master was equally exceptional. With a single breakthrough to the 9th tier, each technique could easily surpass several levels in combat. Who exactly was her master? Xing Su hurriedly arrived at Zhongli Mo's courtyard, and upon entering, she spotted him. Unlike her impulsive demeanor in front of Yan Shi, she approached Zhongli Mo with respect and performed a formal greeting. "Greetings, esteemed elder." Pfft. Cough, cough, cough. Zhongli Mo inadvertently choked. "Esteemed elder?" Xing Su blinked in confusion. "Did I say something wrong? What brings you here?" Zhongli Mo composed himself before responding calmly. "Thank you for granting me such a powerful technique." Xing Su expressed her gratitude, her tone filled with reverence. "I, Xing Su, owe you a great debt." Zhongli Mo shrugged off her gratitude. "This was merely a means to an end in my feud with Tianhui. Helping you is simply to add another ally on the path of revenge. You need not take it to heart." Zhu Ke nodded in agreement. "You are correct. To you, it's a trivial matter, but to me, it's a significant kindness. If you ever require my assistance in the future, as long as it doesn't involve Yenshir's interests, feel free to ask. Zhongli Mo raised an eyebrow, a rare hint of satisfaction flickering in his violet eyes. Zhu Kei felt somewhat relieved, grateful that no melodramatic scenario unfolded where one would offer their body in gratitude. Otherwise, it would have complicated matters with Yenshir later on. If Xing Su were to know of this thought, she might have exclaimed, "Have you seen how your master currently appears? Who would dare offer themselves to a child?" Really? Zhongli Mo's gaze shifted slightly. Xing Su affirmed, "Yes, even if you require my help to pursue Yenshir, I assure you I will fulfill it." Zhongli Mo. Zhu Kei's eyes lit up. However, Xing Su hesitated. Yenshir is quite particular about certain matters. Given your current condition, even with my help, it would be challenging to win her over. You will need to wait a few more years. Your master is not a child. Zhu Kei interjected bluntly. He was cursed by that wretched Tian Hui, which is why he appears this way. Xing Su? Xing Su. Her eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined Yenshir's words to be true. Tentatively, she asked, "So, you are the demon lord of the demon realm?" Zhongli Mo? Zhu Kei solemnly confirmed, "Indeed." Zhongli Mo shot at a glance, signaling it to mind its own business. Xing Su pondered for a moment and concluded without dwelling too much on the implications. "So, you are not Yenshir's child or husband, but rather her fiancé." Zhongli Mo paused. Normally, upon hearing Demon Lord, one would think of the dichotomy of good and evil, the divide between gods and demons, wouldn't they? Rest assured. As long as you truly care for Yenshir and treat her well, I will do everything in my power to assist you in winning her heart. Xing Su became increasingly convinced that this endeavor could succeed. "Thank you for the technique." With that, Xing Su exited the courtyard. She gave no thought to the rift between gods and demons. She only knew that Zhongli Mo was cared for by Yenshir, and her kindness towards him indicated that she did not harbor disdain for him. With a formidable ally by Yenshir's side, her future felt considerably more secure. Chapter 82, The Battle with Yen Qingao, Part 1. Returning to the courtyard, Xing Su embraced Yenshir and planted a kiss on her cheek. Her words dripping with affection. "Thank you, Yenshir." Ugh. Yenshir pushed her away with a look of disdain. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing the goosebumps on her arm. "Look at these goosebumps. Whatever happened to your previous cool demeanor? Return my proud and independent Xing Su." "Not a chance," Xing Su huffed. "Who told you to provoke me?" Yenshir couldn't help but laugh at her audacity. "This girl." Xing Su tugged her inside, nonchalantly shifting to a serious topic. "When you decide to get married, will you seek out a big shot?" "Who?" "The big shot, of course." "The big shot?" Yenshir furrowed her brows. "The one from the adjoining courtyard," Xing Su candidly replied, her eyes sparkling with gossip. "I believe you two are a match made in heaven. It would be a pity not to be together. Did you receive some benefit from him?" Yenshir squinted at her, a dangerous aura rising. "Of course not." Xing Su quickly changed the subject. "Aren't you supposed to have a duel with Yen Qingao tomorrow? Hurry and prepare well to defeat her." Yenshir regarded her with suspicion. Xing Su pushed her inside and decisively closed the door, leaving the space to her. Perhaps she was being too hasty. She needed to take her time. Before long, August 17th arrived. Due to the duel between Yenshir and Yen Qingao, after consulting both their opinions, the duel was scheduled during a coinciding spirit energy class for both classes. At the designated time, Class B and Class A formed a circle around the dueling platform. Under the arrangement of Elder Bai and Elder Zhao, Yenshir and Yen Qingao stepped onto the platform, standing face to face, each radiating an imposing aura. For the sake of fairness in the duel, Elder Bai began to announce restrictions, worried that Yenshir might lack adequate treasures, intending to prohibit the use of sacred-grade artifacts. Elder Zhao interrupted him. "What do you mean by prohibiting their use? Since it's a fair duel, let them rely on their own abilities." Elder Bai responded incredulously, "Are you out of your mind?" Students from Class A chimed in, voicing their opinions loudly. Elder Zhao is right. A fair duel. A fair duel. Elder Bai, you are our grand elder. It's one thing not to show favoritism towards Qingao. But why show bias towards Class B? Exactly. What do you mean by favoritism? Didn't you hear Elder Bai say it's for a fair duel? If one has poor talent, they should work harder, but if one lacks intelligence, there's no remedy. A duel between sisters, is that fair? I think it's you all who lack intelligence. Yanshi just began cultivating this year. In this regard, Yan Qingao has the upper hand. Is it really fair to compare someone who has been cultivating since childhood with someone who just started? They are from Class A, why fear jokes? Class B was also unwilling to concede. While many did not harbor fondness for Yanshi, today's duel, although between her and Yan Qingao, represented the dignity of both classes. They all wished for their representative to prevail. Do you even know what you're saying? Elder Bai's voice carried irritation. Yanshi's cultivation is already inferior to Yan Qinggao's. If treasures aren't restricted, Yanshi will only suffer a more humiliating defeat. Class A has always had more resources than Class B. Elder Zhao chuckled dismissively. It's fine. Elder Bai grew more agitated. What on earth was this man thinking? Did he not realize he was pushing Yanshi towards defeat? Elder Bai, let us proceed as Elder Zhao suggested. Yanshi interjected. Recalling that previous sparring sessions had no restrictions, it was best to determine the victor based on their abilities. Elder Bai's frustration peaked. After several deep breaths to temper his anger, he asked, "Are you certain? And you?" Elder Bai turned to Yan Qingao. "Anything goes," Yan Qingao responded with a smile, adding, "But they are correct. It is indeed somewhat unfair for me to duel with my sister after years of training. If my sister requires, I can suppress my cultivation to the first level of the qi gathering stage for our match." Wow! Yan Qingao is truly generous. Indeed. No need, Yanshi firmly declined. Let us rely on our own abilities. Good. Yan Qingao had been waiting for that response. If Yanshi had genuinely agreed, she would have worried that suppressing herself to the first level of the qi gathering stage might not be enough to win, as she had no idea what spiritual symbols truly were. Seeing that matters had reached a conclusion, Elder Bai took a deep breath and sighed. Class A's Yan Qingao will face Class B's Yanshi, relying on their abilities. The duel will end when one side concedes, and no outside interference is allowed. With his words, Elder Bai and Elder Zhao stepped down from the dueling platform. Watching the two begin to engage, Elder Bai frowned in dissatisfaction. What on earth are you thinking? Yanshi's cultivation is already lower than Yan Qinggao's, if treasures are not restricted. Yanshi will only suffer a more humiliating defeat. Who told you Yanshi's cultivation is lower than Yan Qinggao's? Elder Zhao replied with a hint of pride. Elder Bai had not thought much of it. Isn't she lower than Yan Qingao? His words trailed off. As if recalling something, his eyes widened slightly with a hint of excitement. You mean, Yanshi? Elder Zhao nodded, signaling that he was right. Elder Bai was thrilled. Fearing he was imagining things, he asked again, really? Of course it's true. If it weren't, would I let her duel with Yan Qingao? Elder Zhao spoke bluntly. His eyes filled with seriousness. Don't forget, she is my student. My student. Then that's good. Elder Bai finally exhaled in relief, but then seemed to realize something, his previously relaxed brow furrowing once more. Wait, what's wrong? Elder Zhao asked. Even if Yanshi's cultivation is not much lower than Yan Qinggao's, she still has little chance of victory, Elder Bai stated plainly, his expression complex. Yan Qingao possesses numerous treasures, just one of them could easily crush her. Elder Zhao snorted softly, remaining silent. Are you saying that Yanshi is only a little higher in level? She is significantly higher than Yan Qingao. Besides, Old Zhou had quietly informed me that Yanshi possesses treasures that far exceed Yan Qinggao's. The two elders engaged in an animated discussion. Meanwhile, the duel on the platform was intense. Yan Qingao struck first, wielding her whip towards Yanshi with tremendous force. The onlookers held their breath, focused intently. Yanshi deftly dodged and circled behind Yan Qingao. With a resounding crack, the whip struck the dueling platform heavily, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Seeing her attack miss, Yan Qingyao's pupils constricted, and the crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 83. The Battle with Yan Qingyao, Part 2. What transpired? Yan Shi. Did she just evade that? How is that possible? Even among those of the same rank, evading Yan Qingyao's recent attack is no small feat, let alone for Yan Shi, whose cultivation is inferior. Can anyone explain what just occurred? Is it conceivable that Xing Su interjected amidst the murmurs, glancing sideways, noting that Yan Shi's cultivation exceeds that of Yan Qingyao? Surely, those hoping for Yan Shi's victory must be out of their minds, scoffed Xing Karen. The others began to ponder deeply. If Yan Shi did not employ a magical artifact, it could only indicate her cultivation level surpasses that of Yan Qingyao. She has barely trained for 3 months, right? Indeed. Is she truly that extraordinary? Yan Shi, standing behind Yan Qingyao, heard this and chimed in with a melodious and cheerful voice. Oh dear sister, your attack speed is rather sluggish. Wouldn't you agree? You. Yan Qingyao's eyes glinted with coldness. To prevent others from saying that I, as your elder sister, am bullying you, I shall allow you another strike. Yan Shi adeptly employed provocation, warning, if you don't seize your chance, you may find yourself defeated. You cannot possibly win. Yan Qingyao retaliated with another lash. Yan Shi effortlessly dodged. However, this time was not as straightforward. Yan Qingyao had long since laid a trap, the moment Yan Shi evaded her whip. She fell into the fiery snare Yan Qingyao had prepared in advance. The third-grade flames incessantly scorched Yan Shi. The crowd from Class C erupted in outrage. Yan Qingyao is going too far. Is this not deceit? They insisted that this was a contest, and on the arena, one must rely on their own abilities. The people from Class A defended Yan Qingyao, asserting that Yan Shi's entrapment was a testament to her own folly. The Class C members were equally incensed, caught between acknowledging Yan Shi's impressive cultivation and lamenting her lack of strategy in the contest. How could she so easily fall into another's trap? What a foolish blunder. Yet, Yan Shi felt no pain. Instead, she concentrated her own fire elemental energy in her palm, counterattacking Yan Qingyao's flames. In mere moments, Yan Qingyao's fire vanished entirely. Yan Qingyao was taken aback, genuinely shocked by Yan Shi's rapid development. She could hardly believe that Yan Shi had grown so swiftly. Now it is my turn to retaliate. Yan Shi did not resort to her water elemental root, which counters Yan Qingyao's fire, but rather utilized the same fire elemental root. She formed seals with her hands, summoning a colossal flame that surged towards Yan Qingyao. Yan Qingyao raised her hand to block it, but the flames seared her, causing her immense pain. How could Yan Shi have advanced to such a level? Boom! Yan Shi intensified her energy output, and Yan Qingyao, unable to withstand it, found herself ensnared by the flames. The searing agony almost unbearable. Yan Shi. Yan Qingyao retrieved a sacred water artifact from her storage space, extinguishing the flames surrounding her. Yan Shi observed her fury and, recalling the words of a mentor, resolved to unleash a relentless offensive against Yan Qingyao. Yan Qingyao was thoroughly overwhelmed. Had she not just broken through to the third-grade cultivation and caused a phenomenon in the heavens? Who could say if that phenomenon was truly her doing? Or perhaps it was Yan Shi. Yan Shi's dominance over Yan Qingyao was a clear indication of her superior cultivation. This Yan Shi possesses extraordinary talent. Both Class A and Class C were astounded, never anticipating such a fierce battle. Look, Yan Shi has begun to make her move. Is she wielding a whip? I recall her stating that her greatest skill is not with a sword. Laughter erupted. I see. Yan Shi intends to demonstrate to Yan Qingyao that she can defeat her even with a weapon she is untrained with. Go, Yan Shi. Class C. We're rooting for you. The arena buzzed with excitement. Perhaps you should keep that remark to yourself, Yan Shi quipped as she wielded the long whip. A precious gift from the Academy's leaders just days prior, classified as a sacred artifact. If you don't give it your all, you shan't have another chance to strike. As she spoke, Yan Shi swung the whip, creating a perfect arc in the air, infused with spiritual light, which struck Yan Qingyao in the abdomen. Crack. Ah! Yan Qingyao could not suppress a pain scream. The wound burned fiercely. making her acutely aware that Yen Shi had indeed landed a blow. Swish! Yen Shi's whip arced back perfectly. Yen Qingyao, utilizing her third-grade cultivation to evade, found it utterly ineffective as the whip struck her arm, leaving a vivid trail of crimson. Crack! The sharp pain jolted Yen Qingyao's consciousness back to clarity. It seemed she recalled something, locking eyes with Yen Shi, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Did you not just evade using a spiritual talisman? Do I need a talisman to fight you? Yen Shi taunted, her disdain palpable. Yen Qingyao trembled. It was not a talisman. Nor had she observed Yen Shi employing any artifact. This meant that Yen Shi was using pure spiritual energy, and her effortless evasion indicated that Yen Shi's cultivation had far surpassed her own. How could this be possible? Yen Qingyao's mind raced in denial. It was not her unwillingness to believe, but rather an impossibility. Who could advance so significantly in less than 3 months, even with the aid of advanced elixirs? Enough. Yen Shi retracted her whip, feigning dissatisfaction. Your cultivation is simply too low. Fighting you feels like bullying. Ha 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 ha. Yen Shi, you are magnificent. The Class A members could hardly have envisioned a day when they would be so thoroughly outmatched by those from Class C. Amidst the laughter, Yen Qingyao, realizing her sister's prowess, swallowed a medicinal pill to alleviate her injuries, summoning a jet-black whip into her palm. Now, prepare yourself. So, Yen Qingyao had been holding back for Yen Shi all along? No wonder Yen Shi seemed so formidable today. While the crowd murmured, Yen Shi focused intently on the whip in Yen Qingyao's grasp. Chapter 84. The Battle with Yen Qingyao, Part 2. The whip appeared to be a celestial-grade weapon. Upon noticing Yen Shi's gaze, Yen Qingyao opened her mouth slightly, silently conveying to her, "You are destined to lose." This whip was bestowed upon her by certain individuals who had assured her that few could rival her while wielding it. Old Zhao, have you noticed something peculiar about the whip in Yen Qingyao's hand? Elder Bai was constantly monitoring the battle, his attention fixated on Yen Qingyao's whip, which exuded an unsettling aura. It is indeed somewhat strange, Elder Zhao concurred. The others seemed oblivious to its oddity, except for Tang Xiu. He furrowed his brow imperceptibly but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of Zhongli Mo, he and Zhuke were observing the duel between Yen Qingyao and Yen Shi, with the events on the combat stage being vividly displayed. Zhuke fluttered its small wings and voiced its confusion. Mastered this whip. It seems oddly familiar. It does seem familiar. Zhongli Mo mused while caressing the cup in his hand. Zhu Chue's eyes darted around as it pondered. Suddenly, its eyes widened in shock. Isn't this item from that organization? How did it end up in Yen Qingyao's possession? Relay a message to Yen Shi, instructing her not to employ the divine fire or the gray eye. Zhongli Mo softly commanded, his voice retaining a hint of youthful innocence. This whip must have been deliberately given to Yen Qingyao by that organization. The divine fire is particularly effective against it. Should Yen Qingyao's whip be damaged, the organization will immediately suspect the divine fire. But without it, how can Miss Yen possibly defeat Yen Qingyao? Zhuke expressed concern, noting that the whip was forged from a rare, ancient black iron and enhanced by the organization's unique refinement techniques. Even those at the Earth level or the elders with celestial level cultivation from the Academy would struggle to damage it. Zhongli Mo's violet eyes reflected a trace of worry. Master, must we be this cautious? Zhuke blurted out in haste. You mentioned that Miss Yen has no ties to the Empress of Heavenly Punishment. Even if that organization discovers it, they could investigate the truth. Zhongli Mo's cold gaze swept over Zhuke, causing it to shiver. Do not speak out of turn. Convey what I just told you to Yen Shi. He refrained from elaborating further. Zhuke flapped its wings and departed. Zhongli Mo felt a twinge of irritation as he focused intently on the battle between Yen Shi and Yen Qingyao. He was certain that Yen Shi was connected to the Empress of Heavenly Punishment, though whether it was reincarnation or inheritance remained uncertain. It was best that as few people as possible were privy to this knowledge. The only solution was to establish a heavenly barrier to eliminate the threat. However, doing so would jeopardize his own body. As he contemplated these matters, Zhuke stealthily flew over to Yen Shi, whispering, "Miss Yen, the master instructs you not to use the divine fire or the gray eye." Startled, Yanshi instinctively searched for Juke. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Qing'ao struck at Yanshi with her whip. With a crack, the whip made contact, leaving Yanshi's arm lacerated, black mist emanating from the wound. Juke gasped in horror. "This is disastrous." Cracks began to form on the cup in Zhongli Mo's hand, though he remained oblivious. "Yanshi!" Xing Su exclaimed urgently. Yanshi winced, glancing down at her injured arm. Black mist? Suddenly, the whip lunged at her once more. Yanshi, having anticipated the attack, dodged swiftly. Yet she was astounded by the whip's accelerated speed. Given Yan Qingyao's cultivation level, even in the brief moment of distraction, she should have been able to evade the whip strike. Yet she failed to do so. It was evident that the whip possessed an enhancement in speed. Ha ha, how laughable. Wasn't Yanshi quite arrogant just moments ago? Now she can only evade. Some members of Class A began to mock her. Ignoring her injury, Yanshi resolved to confront Yan Qing'ao barehanded. "I cannot use the divine fire, but my spiritual roots are still at my disposal." Yan Qing'ao, satisfied with the wound she inflicted on Yanshi, channeled her spiritual power, launching the whip towards her for a fatal strike. Boom! The fire root ignited, flames surging from Yanshi's body and enveloping Yan Qing'ao's whip. At the same time, Yanshi activated her strength root, seizing the whip with her right hand. What is happening? Despite the blood oozing from her hand due to the whip's barbs, Yanshi resolutely held onto it. Her body engulfed in flames as she advanced toward Yan Qing'ao, leaving deep footprints on the arena with each step. After a few breaths, the arena's automatic repair mechanism began to mend the imprints. Look at the footprints behind Yanshi. Footprints? Incredible. That arena is remarkably sturdy, possessing self-repair capabilities. How could Yanshi leave such marks? Wait, Yanshi couldn't possibly possess dual spiritual roots, could she? Are you suggesting a fire root and a strength root? Only those with a strength root can leave such deep impressions. Strength roots are exceedingly rare. It's been centuries since anyone awakened one. This cultivation waste, Yanshi, has awakened two types of roots at once? This is terrifying. Yan Qing'ao was equally taken aback. No matter how she tugged and pulled, the whip remained steadfast in Yanshi's grip, causing her to feel a surge of panic. Understand this, as Yanshi approached her, enveloped in flames, she remained unfazed by her bloodied hand. A sister is always a sister. No amount of wicked means can triumph over her. What do you intend to do? Yan Qing'ao's gaze turned sharp. I initially planned to destroy your whip, but seeing that this is all you possess, I shall spare you out of pity, Yanshi declared. Brandishing the whip before her, her aura shifting dramatically. Yan Qing'ao flinched at the sight of her bloodied hand, preparing to speak when Yanshi's next words interrupted her. This match must come to an end. With that, Yanshi swiftly coiled the whip around Yan Qing'ao, binding her tightly, then produced a binding talisman and a spirit-locking talisman. Applying them to her forehead, in an instant, the flames from the fire root began to scorch her. With her body immobilized and spiritual power sealed, Yan Qing'ao could only endure the searing agony of the flames engulfing her. Chapter 85, Yan Qing'ao's defeat. Yanshi, what are you doing? Elder Bai exclaimed. Yanshi's actions undermine the fairness of the competition. She is toying with Yan Qing'ao's life. With her superior cultivation, how can Yan Qing'ao withstand such flames? A chorus of voices erupted in protest. Yanshi awaited Yan Qing'ao's concession, dismissing the blood on her hands as she addressed the members of class below. You need not worry excessively. I have refined the flames. They will not scorch your sister Qing'ao's clothing or hair. This fire only poses a threat to a person's meridians, dantian and soul. The skin is not within its consideration. However, prolonged exposure could render her incapable of cultivation for life. Yanshi spoke candidly. Elder, Yanshi's behavior is harming her peers. Indeed, she should be punished. The Class A members were unwilling to concede. You what? Xingsu simmered with indignation, feeling a pang of sympathy for Yanshi. If we speak of harm, isn't Yan Qing'ao's conduct even more excessive? Look at Yenshir's hands and shoulders. They are still bleeding. That is merely a reflection of her inferiority. Xingsu retorted mockingly. Oh, you acknowledge her inferiority, Xingsu scoffed, dripping with sarcasm. You. Xingsu's irritation grew. The Class A members attempted to voice their grievances, but soon realized there was little to argue. Yenshir had indeed not prevented Yan Qingao from speaking. Elders Bai and Zhao were filled with anxiety. These were promising students. They hoped nothing unfortunate would transpire. Yet, the rules dictated that only a concession would conclude the match. And without Yan Qingyao's acknowledgement, they were reluctant to intervene. At that moment, Yan Qingyao's voice, strained with suppressed frustration, emerged. As if she had summoned all her strength to utter 3 words, I concede. What? Yan Qingyao concedes? Speak up, we cannot hear you. The commotion from Class C grew louder. Yan Qingyao's chest heaved with anger as she clenched her teeth and repeated, I concede. She could have conceded sooner. Yenshir waved her hand dismissively, and the flames vanished, along with the 2 spirit talismans affixed to her forehead. With a clang, the whip fell to the ground. You had no chance. Yenshir offered no reprieve, meeting Yan Qingyao's gaze with an air of ease. Let me share a secret. Today, I did not even exert 1/3 of my strength. Do you understand? Why you? Yan Qingyao's voice trembled, laced with provocation. She felt acutely that Yenshir was declaring war on her past, seeking revenge for previous grievances. Next time, I will surely defeat you, Yan Qingao declared, each word deliberate. Then hold on to that thought and strive diligently. Yenshir turned, leaving behind a parting remark designed to provoke further, after years of cultivation. You still cannot match my efforts of less than 3 months. What do you plan to use to win? Yan Qingyao's ire intensified. The crowd murmured. Is this how you show respect? Wow! Yenshir! 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 The members of Class C began to cheer. They had not anticipated that the girl they had initially looked down upon had now reached a level they needed to aspire to. No, I must cultivate harder. With Yenshir this formidable, if I do not strive, I shall be left behind. Wait for me, I am going to. Why must going to Class C mean becoming so competitive? It became evident that even those without innate talent could surpass those with it. Class C, keep pushing forward. The crowd cheered in unison. Class A, witnessing the exuberance of Class C, quickly dispersed. Although Yenshir's words were harsh, they held a kernel of truth. Her cultivation in less than 3 months had far surpassed Yan Qingyao's, and if the so-called geniuses did not hasten their pace, they would soon find themselves overtaken. Before long, the spirit energy field was nearly empty. Luoji hurried over to support Yan Qingao, concern etched across her face. Do not take her words to heart. Ah! Yan Qingao inhaled sharply, pain coursing through her. Yenshir's flames had genuinely injured her meridians, a torment more unbearable than being burned. I will fetch some medicine. Luoji offered, aware of Yan Qingyao's injury. No need. Yan Qingyao's eyes glinted with hatred. Ordinary fire elemental injuries could be treated with medicine. But Yenshir had targeted her meridians, and the elixirs for such injuries were rare and expensive, likely unavailable at the academy. She is so cruel, Luoji exclaimed. Visibly upset, to refine fire elemental energy to harm your meridians. Upon hearing this, Yan Qingao and Xing Karen's expressions turned grave. Xing Karen, understanding her thoughts, spoke gravely. To refine elemental energy, one must possess celestial-level cultivation. Yenshir has only just reached the foundational stage. How could she have refined fire elemental energy? I do not know, Yan Qingao pondered deeply. You are injured, Luoji worriedly noted. Yan Qingao brushed off her concern. Having already made a decision, it is nothing. Wait for me in the dormitory. All right, Luoji acquiesced. Meanwhile, Yenshir mused, that approach is rather effective. After a moment of silence, she murmured, Xingsu, you do not understand. It is not merely a whip. Do not underestimate it. That whip is far more formidable than we can imagine. Yenshir recalled the scene, her tone growing somber. I had to exert my elemental root strength to restrain the whip. I intended to break it, but it would not yield. If I had used celestial fire, it would have been effortless. Yet, the higher-ups forbade me from doing so. Could not break it? Yan Shi's expression reflected disbelief, as if she had heard something utterly astonishing. Did you not see her plight, wielding a mere weapon so unremarkable that it was hardly worthy of the stage, deliberately leaving it for her? Am I that foolish? Yan Shi sighed. I said that merely to provoke her further. If I could have broken it, I would have done so long ago. Why would I leave it intact? What if you encounter her again? Xingsu expressed concern. We could not afford to confront her bare-handed as we did this time. Chapter 86. Do you truly understand the essence of romance? Xingsu, perplexed, inquired, Why did you not strike earlier? Unexpectedly. Yan Shi candidly confessed that her thoughts were solely occupied with resolving the issue concerning Yan Qingyao without giving much consideration to the whip. Moreover, the power of her life sword was immense. If she failed to control it, what if she inadvertently harmed Yan Qingyao? The esteemed figure had instructed her not to kill Yan Qingyao, so it was imperative to keep her alive. To Yan Shi, this matter seemed trivial. As the two continued their walk, Elder Bai and Elder Zhao hastily approached from behind, calling out, Yan girl. Yan Shi and Xingsu halted. Why has your wound not yet stopped bleeding? Elder Bai asked, his brow furrowing slightly as he produced a healing elixir to offer Yan Shi. You must take this hemostatic pill. Yan Shi declined, stating it is of no use. Elder Bai's hand hesitated. Of no use? This. Elder Zhao's face registered guilt. All right, Yan Shi acquiesced. As she and Xingsu moved on, Elder Bai and Elder Zhao's expressions turned grave. Elder Bai gazed at their retreating figures and remarked, Do you believe Yan Shi is upset with us for not providing her with such a powerful whip? She even refused the elixir. Refrain from making baseless assumptions about our Yan girl, Elder Zhao retorted with a huff, dissatisfaction etched across his face. Did you not notice her pallor? I did not mean that. I know not what you mean. You should focus on caring for your Yan Qingyao from Class A. Elder Zhao had no desire for further discourse, especially after such a dismal defeat that might have shattered their confidence. With that, he departed, leaving Elder Bai bewildered. Unable to comprehend how he had offended him when their earlier conversation had been amiable. After parting from Elder Bai, Elder Zhao sought out Elder Zhou, questioning why no heavenly-grade weapon had been prepared for Yan Shi. Unbeknownst to Yan Shi, this was transpiring. What are you doing? Yan Shi grasped her arm. Going inside to stop the bleeding, Xingsu replied matter-of-factly. The esteemed figure possesses numerous treasures and can surely tend to your wound swiftly. She had already formulated her plan. With Yan Shi injured, if the esteemed figure showed her some concern, their bond would strengthen. Such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered. I can manage it myself. He is not needed, Yan Shi asserted, dismissing the notion. This way is closer. Come on, Xingsu urged, pulling her into the courtyard and pushing open the door. Look at your face. It has turned so pale. Yan Shi's lips twitched. She had never noticed before how adept this individual was at fabricating nonsense. Although her wounds had bled consistently since their infliction, the blood loss was minimal. How could she appear pale? Zhongli Mo and Zhu Ke were still in the courtyard. Upon seeing the blood on Yan Shi's hand and the wounds on her arm up close, their brows furrowed involuntarily. Yan Shi ceased her struggles and seated herself before him. Placing her hand in front of Zhongli Mo, please take a look. Zhongli Mo. Zhu Ke leaned closer. Xingsu? She stood there, dumbfounded, her gaze fixed on Zhu Ke in disbelief, not comprehending why it had suddenly begun to scold her. Hey, Yan Shi exclaimed. My life is resilient. No one can just take it away. Zhu Ke said no more, urging Zhongli Mo, esteemed one, please tend to Miss Yan. Zhongli Mo's demeanor remained aloof as he retrieved 2 porcelain vials with a flick of his palm. How utterly foolish, a mere third-grade chi formation wound can incapacitate you. His frosty violet eyes swept across Yan Shi's face, uttering disdainful words, yet his hands moved with surprising gentleness. He meticulously wiped the blood from her hand. Seemingly irked by his slow pace, Yan Shi conjured a cleansing spell with one hand, instantly erasing the blood from her shoulder and arm. Zhongli Mo paused momentarily. Xingsu sighed, gazing skyward in exasperation. Does this fellow not comprehend the true essence of gentle romance? Zhongli Mo's grip on the handkerchief tightened, his youthful face displaying traces of irritation. It was evident to all that he was displeased. The esteemed one is flustered due to concern, not thinking clearly. Zhu Ke hastily interjected, placing the round porcelain vial in Zhongli Mo's hand. Now that the wound is clean, it is time to apply the medicine. She is more than capable. Let her administer it herself, Zhongli Mo snapped. Zhu Ke felt a pang of frustration. Give it to me, Yanshi said, taking the vial herself. She opened the lid and applied the ointment to the injured area still shrouded in dark energy. Her movements were fluid, as if self-medication had become second nature. How much of this should I take? Yanshi capped the vial and reached for another containing pills, casually inquiring. Zhongli Mo's irritation grew. Zhu Ke, visibly distressed, replied, 1 pill. Yanshi complied, taking it without hesitation. In mere moments, the dark energy dissipated, and her wounds began to visibly heal at an astonishing pace. Yanshi raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing her features. I must admit, the efficacy of your medicine is rather impressive. This remedy is specifically formulated for your type of injury, Zhu Ke explained, aware that their esteemed one was feeling frustrated. Should you experience any discomfort, do not hesitate to inform us. Chapter 87. The collaboration between Yan Qingao and Soul Extinction. Yanshi rose from her seat, her emotions remaining remarkably unchanged. She pulled Xingsu over and simply stated, let us go. We have an herbalism class to attend this afternoon. Xingsu, perplexed, asked, is that it? Shouldn't there be a more typical sequence where the esteemed one expresses concern, tending to your wounds, evoking feelings of affection in you? Why does it seem as though there is no spark between them? You might want to have a word with the esteemed one about competing with Yan Qingao. Xingsu thought quickly, an idea forming in her mind. Understanding the whip strategy would better prepare her for future encounters. That works, Yanshi conceded. However, her intention was not to discuss the whip, but rather the message from Zhu Ke. A hint of confusion crossed her brow as she pondered why he had departed so hastily. Once seated again, she spoke directly. Why did you instruct Zhu Ke to tell me not to use the divine fire? She understood the significance of the gray eyes, but was perplexed by the connection to the divine fire. The divine fire is an extraordinary flame, a rarity in the realms, Zhongli Mo explained, observing her displeasure. If that organization becomes aware of it, it could potentially endanger your life. Is that all? Yanshi queried, baffled. Zhongli Mo was taken aback by her nonchalant demeanor. Yes. That's it. If they come, let them kill me. Yanshi brushed it off, adding, besides, didn't you say they descended to gather information on the Empress of Divine Punishment? Why would they resort to theft over a treasure? Since they come from the higher realms, they would likely prefer to keep a low profile. Zhongli Mo, visibly irritated, retorted, I told you not to use it. So refrain from doing so. The divine fire belongs to the Empress of Divine Punishment. Your low cultivation level would only bring you trouble if exposed. How foolish, she remarked, her gaze piercing as she lifted her chin defiantly. If there is something that cannot be used, say it clearly so my plans are not disrupted next time. There is nothing left, Zhongli Mo replied coldly. Are you certain? Yanshi pressed, prompting Zhongli Mo to raise his violet eyes, causing the air around them to chill considerably. Zhu Ke shivered at the sudden drop in temperature. All right, there's nothing, Yanshi relented, standing up to depart. Miss Yan, Zhu Ke called out, nudging its master with its wings. Yet, Zhongli Mo remained as immovable as a statue. What is it? Yanshi inquired, noticing its silence. Please take care of yourself. Zhu Ke finally spoke, its eyes earnest. After losing to Yan Qingao, she will likely contact Soul Extinction. You must protect yourself. Once she exited the courtyard, Zhu Ke sighed, expressing discontent to Zhongli Mo. Weren't you just worried about Miss Yan? Why did you argue with her without saying much? Miss Yan was injured because of the message you asked me to convey. And when she arrived, you showed no kindness. Are you intentionally driving her away? Juke felt exhausted. At this rate, not only will you fail to unite Miss Yen and yourself, but even maintaining a good relationship will be difficult. Have I been too lenient with you recently, emboldening you to speak so freely before me? Zheng Li Mo's frustration only intensified. What did he mean by not showing kindness? It was clearly Yen Shi's lack of sensitivity that disrupted his hard-earned concern. Juke, startled, folded its wings and quickly apologized. Juke acknowledges its mistake. Please forgive me, esteemed one. I require solitude, retreat and cultivate, Zheng Li Mo replied icily, emotions swirling intensely in his violet eyes. Juke nodded obediently and departed. Meanwhile, on Yen Qingyao's side, after the competition concluded, she exited the academy, ensuring she was alone. In her palm, she produced a black origami crane, infusing it with spiritual energy before it vanished in the blink of an eye. Approximately 15 minutes later, a black origami crane reappeared before her. She tapped it lightly with her fingertip, and a message materialized. Tonight, at the initial hour of the high, meet at the summit of the back mountain of the academy. Upon reading it, Yen Qingao tucked the crane away, her hands clenched tightly by her sides. Yen Shi, I will ensure your disgrace. Nightfall arrived swiftly. After casually informing her dormitory mates, Yen Qingao stealthily made her way to the summit of the back mountain. By the time she arrived, 3 figures clad in black awaited her. Miss Yen, you are late, one of the men in a black cloak spoke, his tone laced with a chilling undertone. Yen Qingao, wielding a whip, approached them with a confident stride, meeting their gaze evenly. I am not late. You arrived early. A chuckle escaped the man in the middle, who wore a similar black cloak. Yen Qingao could not discern their faces, as the hoods obscured half of them. The only certainty was that the figure on the left was a woman. Have you truly considered collaborating with us? The man in the center asked, a hint of mockery in his voice, making it difficult to grasp his true intentions. Yen Qingao affirmed, yes. Good, he replied readily, conjuring a book with a flash of spiritual energy and tossing it towards her as a token of their meeting. Though this technique will accelerate your cultivation, be warned that if your temperament is unstable, it may lead you astray. My temperament is steadier than any of yours, Yen Qingao replied, placing the technique into her storage space. Now, tell me what you require of me. I will not engage in acts of bullying or harm the weak. We need you to mobilize all your forces to help us locate someone, the woman on the left stated coldly, her voice reminiscent of ice, her gray eyes piercing. Locate someone? Yen Qingao responded, slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated that such formidable individuals sought her assistance for this purpose. The middle-aged man smirked slightly indeed. With your capabilities, you require my help? Yen Qingao inquired, puzzled. We can only search discreetly. There are places where you are better suited than we are. The middle-aged man explained leisurely. As long as you assist us in finding this person, the reward is yours to determine. Upon hearing this, Yen Qingyao's eyes brightened slightly. She had formulated a plan and slowly replied, there is a way to mobilize the entire continent to help you search. Chapter 88. Su Lian sold Yen Shi what? The man's voice rose slightly, tinged with curiosity. Find the Starry Sect, Yen Qingao replied decisively. The Starry Sect is well informed about the affairs of the continent. As long as you can persuade the sect master to cast a divination for you, locating the person should not pose a significant challenge. The Starry Sect is a first-rate sect on the continent. Any divination they produce will soon spread throughout the land. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat astonished. The Starry Sect? Indeed. Yen Qingao confirmed. However, the person we seek may not be disclosed to us, even if the so-called Starry Sect does divine their whereabouts. The man chuckled softly, seemingly unfazed by Yen Qingyao's awareness. That individual is of great importance to us. Yen Qingao did not fully comprehend. The middle-aged man bluntly laid out the stakes. Let me put it this way. You are currently affiliated with our organization. If the person we seek is found by other forces first, you will also be in danger. That individual represents justice. At this statement, a hint of disdain flickered on Yen Qingyao's lips. Justice? What justice exists in this world? I can provide you with a method, she contemplated, choosing her words carefully. But you must agree to one condition. Speak, the middle-aged man seemed amenable. If I cultivate your techniques and still fail to eliminate my sister, I require your assistance. Yan Qingao declared, harboring nothing but disdain for Yan Shi, even to the point of wishing her demise. Assistance includes, but is not limited to, creating disturbances in her life. As long as your method proves effective, these are trivial matters, the middle-aged man readily agreed. Merely killing someone. Too simple. You may first approach the starry sect. If the sect master refuses to assist, you can take control of him. Yan Qingao began to strategize, her tone surprisingly calm for a young girl. With your capabilities, usurping the position of the sect master should not be difficult. And then? The middle-aged man pressed, evidently satisfied with her words. Once you have replaced the sect master, fabricate a rumor that those with gray eyes are harbingers of doom. Yan Qingyao's mind was astute. Anything that originated from the starry sect would be believed by practitioners across the continent. The woman beside them spoke coldly, her eyes glinting with a chilling aloofness beneath her cloak. Are you certain the starry sect wields such influence? The starry sect's influence here is on par with that of the heavenly path, Yan Qingyao asserted. She was well-versed in the affairs of the martial world since its inception. The sect had predicted several significant calamities and opportunities, all of which had come to pass. To many, the starry sect was akin to a deity. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man appeared greatly satisfied. He removed his hood, revealing a cruel and icy smile. Allow me to introduce you. This is Chasing Soul. She is chasing spirit. And he is chasing wind. I wish to know why you would allow us to destroy the deity of your continent. Chasing Soul took a couple of steps toward Yan Qingao, revealing hands devoid of any color. Once the prophecy is cast, I hope the starry sect will come to the academy to recruit disciples. Yan Qingao stated her intentions with unwavering clarity, without a hint of hesitation. At that time, if someone named Yan Shi wishes to join, you must remember to tell them she is a calamity bringer, and those who associate with her will face endless misfortunes. Yan Shi. Is she your sister? Chasing Soul elongated the last syllable, his tone laced with amusement. Yes, Yan Qingao admitted openly. Chasing Soul laughed, resembling a demon, his porcelain white face devoid of color. Agreed. Before his words had fully settled, the three of them had vanished before Yan Qingao. She felt a slight heaviness in her chest, but it dissipated quickly. This conversation, aside from the three members of the Soul Extinction Organization and Yan Qingao, remained known only to them. Even the Academy's head and others had not sensed their presence. In the blink of an eye, time flew by. Without accomplishing much, it was already the 8th day of the 9th month. Yan Shi and Xing Su diligently focused on their cultivation, learning, and research. On that day, as school let out for the 8th of September, Yan Shi and Xing Su headed outside the academy, intending to gather information about other sections. They had already perused the academy's books and believed they had acquired the necessary knowledge. However, while dining at an inn, they overheard a conversation. After ordering a few small dishes and a pot of wine, they settled at a window seat. Just as they had taken a few bites, they caught snippets of discussion from the neighboring table. The Black Heart Pavilion? What is that? Just a rogue sect. The one that exchanged 50,000 taels of gold for information, right? Exactly, it's them. Absolutely outrageous. Yan Shi raised an eyebrow. Xing Su blinked, cautiously asking after swallowing a piece of meat, Does the Black Heart Pavilion know you are the one who forged the divine level memory symbol? Yes, Yan Shi nodded, tightening her grip on her chopsticks. How shameless of Su Lian! How could such an unacknowledged rogue sect possibly know who the elder who forged the divine level memory symbol is? Others at the nearby table joined in the conversation, discussing the significance of the divine level memory symbol. Indeed, only a fool would believe it. The Golden Light Pavilion and the Butterfly sect believed it. What? The first-rate Golden Light Pavilion and the second-rate Butterfly sect? Yes. Is this news credible? It cannot be false. The Golden Light Pavilion has ample resources. They wouldn't mind losing 50,000 taels of gold. Even if deceived, they could retaliate against the Black Heart Pavilion. So, Is the information from the Black Heart Pavilion true? Currently, it remains uncertain. I heard the Golden Light Pavilion and the Butterfly Sect are heading towards the Northern Kingdom's capital. Yanshi fell silent. Xing Su pondered, analyzing. The Golden Light Pavilion has always acted with integrity, so there's no need for excessive worry. As for the Butterfly Sect, none of this matters. Yanshi bit into her food as if she were gnawing on Su Lian. If I ever encounter anyone from the Black Heart Pavilion again, I will surely make them regret it. Damn it. Selling her out. Miss Yen, a cold voice suddenly emerged as a young man clad in black, around 20 years of age, appeared before them. Yanshi and Xing Su were startled. Chapter 89. The concern of Zhongli Mo in the shadows. Xing Su's eyes narrowed, and words slipped from her lips. Who are you? When did you appear? Yanshi wore a befuddled expression as well. This fellow, wasn't he the one named Hire who had come earlier? A member of the Black Heart Pavilion, Yanshi remarked, grinding her molars. Xing Su's lips twitched. It was as if the figure of speech had come to life. Speak of the devil, and he appears. This is the share of profits that the boss asked me to deliver to you, Hire stated, producing a stack of gold notes from his bosom. His words audible only to the three of them, a total of 90,000 taels of gold in notes. As he finished speaking, he extended the gold notes toward Yanshi. Yanshi paused for a moment, hesitating to take them. What's going on? What profits? The boss instructed me to inform you that he sold the news of your status as a master of the divine memory symbol to various sects and some esteemed elders. Hire explained the sequence of events. 5,000 each, sold 6 times in total. Yanshi glanced at the notes he offered. Selling it 6 times should amount to 300,000 taels. A 30-70 split. Hire, with a straightforward demeanor, replied. You take 3, the boss takes 7. Xing Su interjected. Yanshi, clearly taken aback, continued. The boss originally intended for me to tell you that the information would cost 10,000 taels each, and then a 90-10 split. Your share 1, the boss's 9. Hire divulged everything as if there were no secrets to keep. Xing Su clicked her tongue, casting a sympathetic glance at Yanshi. How pitiful. Yanshi was already fuming. Then why the change of heart? We should inform the boss that in this world, you cannot hide the truth forever. Hire spoke earnestly. His honesty palpable. Eventually, it will come to light. Moreover, the compensation seems rather insufficient. Yanshi inhaled deeply. Where's my sword? Hire, completely oblivious to her fury, persisted. Miss Yen, your gold notes. Miss Yen, Hire remarked with an air of sympathy. Yanshi, still irate, retorted. What do you want? Not to mention that it's impossible for the boss to give you all the money, but to say that we could take down the Black Heart Pavilion. Hire scrutinized her closely, resolutely concluding, you cannot accomplish that. What did you say? Yanshi's gaze darkened, filled with a murderous glare. Hire glanced around, sensing that the atmosphere had shifted. Are you truly not going to take these gold notes? He repeated his question as if he hadn't heard her refusal. I don't want them. Yanshi exclaimed angrily. Xing Su swiftly seized the gold notes, shooting Yanshi a look. Why not take them? First collect the interest, then go demand the principal later. Yanshi raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? Xing Su replied, helping you collect the money. Yanshi snapped back, 3. Just 3. 3 it is then, Xing Su conceded, but if you refuse to take it, given this fellow's boss's nature, he could easily turn 3 into 0. And you'd end up with nothing. Yanshi fell silent. Reflecting on Su Lian's character, she realized that this was indeed something he might do. This is for Miss Yen, Hire said, his gaze locking onto Xing Su, his expression tinged with displeasure. Hand it over. Hire scrutinized her, his gaze peculiar. Why are you looking at me? Xing Su responded. You two couldn't even defeat our lowest-ranking members who sweep and wash dishes, Hire stated seriously, without a hint of jest. Xing Su was taken aback. What? Yanshi was left speechless. Hire departed swiftly. Xing Su scoffed. This guy is too arrogant. What does he mean by saying we can't even defeat their cleaners? That is indeed the case, Yanshi sighed. Xing Su was bewildered. What? The members of the Black Heart Pavilion have at least reached the 5th level of the earth-breaking stage, Yan Shi explained, lamenting, we truly cannot compete. Earth-breaking. Xing Su's voice lifted slightly, as if realizing the gravity of the situation. She tentatively asked, 5th level? Yan Shi nodded. Xing Su was stunned, incredulous. She questioned, how could such powerful individuals be part of a loose sect? Because their leader only recruits experts, Yan Shi recounted her past encounters with Su Lian, elaborating on the membership requirements of the Black Heart Pavilion. Even knowing it herself, voicing it again felt somewhat surreal. Xing Su was at a loss for words. This is simply too. We should hurry and eat, then explore elsewhere, Yan Shi suggested slowly, though her mind was occupied with thoughts of how Higher had managed to find her. Xing Su agreed, all right. While they dined, their minds were preoccupied with the imminent arrival of sect powers and formidable experts. After finishing their meal, night had already fallen. Observing the serious expression on the elder's face, she casually strolled over, greeting him. What's wrong? That organization has established a connection with the Xingqiu sect, Zhongli Mo dropped a bombshell. Yan Shi was taken aback, mishearing. With whom? The Xingqiu sect. Zhongli Mo raised his violet eyes, locking onto hers, enunciating each word. That's impossible, Yan Shi pondered, taking a seat. The Xingqiu sect was righteous and would never associate with an organization like Soul Destruction, universally condemned, even under duress. What if it's not coercion? Zhongli Mo's youthful voice grew somber, his brows knitted in concern. Yan Shi turned her gaze. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, you mean they have taken over the Xingqiu sect? Given their nature, that is likely. Zhongli Mo's eyes reflected a measure of concern, though his tone remained indifferent. The Xingqiu sect holds significant influence here. If they control the sect leader and others with authority, you may be in grave danger. Zhu instinctively glanced at him. From its understanding, the master had never shown interest in lower-tier realms, let alone the sect powers here. In the brief time since it learned about the rumors surrounding the Grey Eyes, barely a quarter of an hour had passed. How did the master come to know of the Xingqiu sect's influence in the distant Qizjiang continent? Whatever, Yan Shi shrugged, unfazed. I hardly use that thing anyway. It doesn't matter. Chapter 90. Average appearance. Beautiful thoughts. I am not jesting with you. Zhongli Mo's voice suddenly deepened. He held his breath, grappling with words he wished to express, but found himself at a loss, uncertain if he should voice them at all. Rest assured, I will safeguard myself, Yan Shi asserted, noticing his displeasure and rephrasing her earlier statement. Zhongli Mo's violet eyes darkened slightly. It was evident to him that Yan Shi did not take this matter to heart. After a moment's consideration, he met her gaze. There is something I believe you have the right to know. What is it? Yan Shi inquired, raising her brow. Though you're not the Empress of Heavenly Punishment, the gray eyes you possess are intricately connected to her. Zhongli Mo aimed to instill a sense of caution in her. Once they discovered it, they would treat her as they would the Empress. Yan Shi nodded, yes. I understand. Is that all? Just yes? Zhongli Mo furrowed his brow. Your concerns hinge on one condition, the exposure of your gray eyes. Yan Shi's lips curved into a relaxed smile, her demeanor untroubled. As long as I do not utilize them, everything you fear will not manifest. Even if their spies are scattered across the continent, they will find no trace. You are the only one who has seen my gray eyes, she concluded. The last 4 words struck Zhongli Mo's heart like a blow. He averted his gaze, his expression a blend of aloofness and discomfort. Do as you wish. If something goes awry, I shall not intervene. Very well, Yan Shi responded cheerfully. Zhongli Mo's frustration deepened. He could not comprehend why other girls might feel a tinge of disappointment upon hearing such words, while she appeared almost elated. By the way, Yan Shi recalled a pertinent matter. Are you certain my blood has no effect on your rejuvenation spell? None whatsoever, Zhongli Mo replied coldly. Are you absolutely sure? Yan Shi pressed. Is there any need for me to deceive you? Zhongli Mo questioned, baffled by her sudden curiosity. Who knows? Perhaps you find me charming and lovely. and cannot bear to take my heart's blood, she mused, seemingly casual yet keenly observing his reactions. Solemnly Mo's brow furrowed slightly, soon giving way to a mocking retort. Average appearance, beautiful thoughts. Hand it over, she demanded. What? Your hand, Yenshur said, pulling him closer. Solemnly Mo was taken aback, glancing at her hand, which was not much smaller than his own, resting on his wrist. In a moment, I will channel my spiritual energy through your meridians to examine your rejuvenation spell, she explained, aware that he might resist. Do not reject me. Allowing another spiritual energy into one's meridians was akin to relinquishing one's life force to them. Such trust was unfathomable to him. Stop hesitating, Yenshur chided, tugging him closer and glaring at him. It's not as if you're actually turning into a child. What's there to fear about a little examination? Solemnly Mo. Just as she prepared to argue further, a wave of warm spiritual energy surged through his meridians. Instinctively, he wished to reject it. But upon meeting the earnest and solemn gaze of the girl, he restrained himself. This instinctive trust left him momentarily stunned. Not to mention, Juke, who had been observing them closely, was now in a state of fervent excitement. Juke exclaimed. Since the day it met the master, it had never witnessed him allow anyone's spiritual energy to enter his meridians. Even those he trusted most had never been granted such privilege. But now, the master was permitting Yenshur to channel her energy into him. No wonder he had sought to understand the influence of the starry sect on this continent. Ever since learning of the Soul Destruction Organization's emergence, he had begun to gather information to protect Yenshur's safety. Ah, Juke's heart raced with exhilaration. The master has finally awakened. Is this the rejuvenation spell? Yenshur inquired, probing her meridians and noticing something before looking up at him. Solemnly Mo's expression darkened. Yes. Yenshur withdrew her hand, and her spiritual energy transformed into a blade, piercing her own chest. Gee, Miss Yen, what are you doing? Solemnly Mo's youthful voice dropped suddenly, tinged with an unperceived worry. I'll extract my heart's blood and give it a try, she stated, producing a drop of blood and promptly ingesting a medicinal concoction. My blood can break countless spells. If you believe it has no effect, it is likely due to the disparity in our cultivation levels. The gap in their powers would significantly diminish the effectiveness. She wished to ascertain its efficacy for herself. Solemnly Mo's gaze fell upon her still bleeding chest, a weight pressing down on his heart, filled with mixed emotions. Why are you dawdling? Drip it on your rejuvenation spell, Yenshur urged. Why? Solemnly Mo's violet eyes lowered, fixating on the suspended drop of blood. What do you mean, why? Extracting heart's blood requires piercing the heart each time. The pain is nearly fatal, she explained. Solemnly Mo met her gaze, his youthful voice surprisingly steady. I have already stated it has no effect. Why do you insist on offering me your heart's blood? Yenshur smiled gently. Have you forgotten our agreement? Agreement? Solemnly Mo's mind was blank. After a moment, he could not recall the terms. At the bottom of Wuwang Cliff, you protect me, and I help you unravel the rejuvenation spell, she reminded him with sincerity. You have been considering everything for me. I wish to do my utmost to help you break free from your constraints. Such a person, with a cold exterior but a warm heart, deserved kindness. Solemnly Mo's heart fluttered, an unfamiliar sensation swirling within him. Compelled by an impulse, he posed a question. Are you not afraid that once the rejuvenation spell is lifted, I will kill you to avenge my century-long plan? You would not, Yenshur replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips, soothing his spirit. Those 3 words echoed in Solemnly Mo's heart, causing his indifferent disposition to crack open a door to his emotions. It had been so long since anyone had believed in him so resolutely. He realized his tone had faltered, quickly reverting to an icy demeanor. Not only would I kill you, but I would also extract and refine your soul. Yes, you are right, Yenshur said dismissively, tilting her chin. Now, may I drop my heart's blood onto your rejuvenation spell? Solemnly Mo coldly reiterated. I truly would. Chapter 91. The Prophecy of the Starry Sect. I understand. Yanshi continued her nonchalant demeanor. What do you expect from a dog girl who is so dismissive? Zhongli Mo retorted. If you do not use your heart's blood, the effect will be significantly diminished, and I may have to stab myself again. Yanshi kindly reminded him. My chest still aches, you know. Zhongli Mo glanced at her and obediently wrapped his heart's blood with spiritual energy, allowing it to drip onto the child reversion spell. In that fleeting moment, he could distinctly feel the spell becoming thinner. This time, its effect was greater than before. Yet, even so, breaking the child reversion spell would require numerous drops of heart's blood, and Yanshi's body could not withstand such strain. What now? Yanshi observed his expression, noticing a lack of effect. Zhongli Mo had deceived her. He did not wish to make her suffer through this method, so there was no need for her to waste her efforts. I do not believe it, she declared, seizing his hand to investigate. Her actions were quite forceful, lacking any trace of gentleness. This made Zhongli Mo question his existence. Was this dog girl truly a lady? Why is there no effect? Yanshi inspected him before setting his hand aside, launching into a lecture. The current child reversion spell was considerably weakened, with consistent application of heart's blood. Its resolution was merely a matter of time. She had thought there was no effect, believing her blood had lost its potency, only to realize that it was this fellow who could not comprehend the situation. Effectively, there is none, Zhongli Mo replied coldly. At this level, it is equivalent to 0. Even if given 3 years, you would still be unable to unravel it. Do you understand the principle? Yanshi propped her head up. What principle? Zhongli Mo asked. Perseverance leads to success. Gradual accumulation is key. Yanshi explained. Until we find a way to break the child reversion spell in one fell swoop, this gradual method must be pursued. Opportunities favor those who are prepared. If you are only hoping for success in 1 or 2 attempts, then you may as well wait aimlessly. Zhongli Mo turned his purple gaze away, inwardly cursing. So foolish. Yanshi poured herself a cup of tea and continued, I will bring you heart's blood every day. In time, the spell will naturally be broken. Unnecessary. Zhongli Mo remarked, ignoring her. Yanshi began to tease him. If you do not obediently comply, I will kiss you every day. What about my face? Zhongli Mo's ears turned slightly red as disdainful words slipped from his lips. Such an important thing should naturally be stored away. Yanshi pinched his tender cheek, grinning. If you truly do not wish to break the spell, I support that decision. Your face is simply too delightful to resist. With a sudden movement, Zhongli Mo stood up, glaring at her in anger. You dare tease me. Perhaps if she came to pinch him daily, his mood might improve considerably. Yanshi continued to provoke him. I will not grant you that opportunity. Zhongli Mo's youthful voice was filled with indignation. Heart's blood will be delivered on the 1st and 15th of each month. Do you understand? Is it that you do not want to? Yanshi smiled playfully. You are simply being contrary. Zhongli Mo's expression darkened. You are too presumptuous. Yanshi's kindness towards you is excessive. She is willing to provide you with heart's blood daily to break the child reversion spell. Even the Zhuke spirit was astonished by Yanshi's decision. Despite the availability of rapid recovery elixirs, the process of extracting heart's blood was never a pleasant experience. Is that so? Zhongli Mo ground his teeth. The Zhuke spirit hesitated, its voice faltering. Is that not undesirable? She is merely attracted to your youthful visage. Zhongli Mo's tone dripped with disdain. The Zhuke spirit dared to ask, have you gained any wisdom, my lord? If Miss Yan were truly only captivated by your appearance, she would not bother to assist you in breaking the spell. Zhongli Mo's glare was sharp enough to cut. The Zhuke spirit gulped nervously, my lord. Miss Yan is genuinely kind to you. Indeed, Zhongli Mo replied curtly. As the Zhuke spirit observed its master engrossed in a book, it could not help but recall the rumors it had overheard during its previous escapade. When the gray-eyed emerge, all life perishes. The demon of destruction walks among us, leaving a sea of blood. It had not anticipated the extent of devastation inflicted by those souls. Initially, It believed such rumors would not circulate in the northern region for at least a month, given the starry sect's distance. Yet, to its astonishment, the tale had spread throughout the capital overnight, even reaching the academy. On the 9th day of September, as Yan Shi and Xing Su were en route to dine, they overheard a discussion. Have you heard? The starry sect has issued another prophecy. What prophecy? Your news is quite outdated. The prophecy states, when the gray-eyed emerge, all life perishes. The demon of destruction walks among us, leaving a sea of blood. The demon of destruction? Is there anything else? Goodness. There have long been rumors that our continent will face a calamity, but this is happening far too swiftly. It's merely a prophecy. Why take it so seriously? You clearly have not grasped the significance of the Starry Sect, a premier power that has accurately predicted numerous disasters and opportunities since its inception. Exactly. The gray-eyed emergence and the demon of destruction. Does this imply that the demon possesses gray eyes? Xing Su furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Could it be? What is it? Yan Shi continued walking alongside her. Previously, I had a fierce rival who was a disciple of the Starry Sect's leader. During an argument, she inadvertently revealed one of their divinations. A calamity will befall the continent. Chapter 92. The Xing family is a den of wolves and a lair of tigers, is it true? Yan Shi blinked her eyes slightly. Indeed, Xing Su replied earnestly. The individual in question was prideful, buoyed by an extraordinary talent for divination and their affiliation with the Starry Sect. Their arrogance was palpable. She would not fabricate a lie. As Yan Shi walked, her thoughts deepened, her brows furrowing with gravity. Could it be that the salvation of the continent spoken of by my master and the dean refers to this? Now that the Starry Sect has provided a prophecy, we ought to be more vigilant in the days to come. Xing Su's words were laden with significance. If we were to encounter someone with gray eyes, caution would be prudent. Yan Shi hesitated, sensing a weight in her heart. Noticing the look in her eyes, Xing Su inquired, "What is it?" "There is something." Yan Shi hesitated, caught in a cycle of wanting to speak yet holding back, uncertain whether to share her thoughts. "What is it?" Xing Su pressed. The words lingered on Yan Shi's lips until she caught sight of Xing Su's clear, untainted gaze. This prophecy is very likely false. False? Xing Su exclaimed in surprise. Yan Shi nodded soberly. Yes. How could that be? A hint of reverence colored Xing Su's admiration for the Starry Sect, which had never erred in its prophecies. It was unfathomable that an error could occur now. Well, Yan Shi faltered. The gray-eyed individual was a matter of great consequence. She was not concerned about Xing Su revealing her secret or distancing herself. Her true fear was that if anyone were to probe her memories, she would be treated as an accomplice of the gray-eyed figure, leading to an unwarranted disaster. You cannot possibly be suggesting that you have encountered the one with gray eyes? Xing Su's curiosity piqued. By chance, is that person your friend? Yan Shi quickly dismissed the notion. No. Then why do you claim it to be false? Xing Su remained perplexed. I can only speculate at this point. Yan Shi decided to shift the blame onto Zhongli Mo. Last night, Mo shared some information with me. I will take you to him shortly so he can explain. No need, Xing Su replied resolutely. Yan Shi was taken aback. Why not? Before she could voice her confusion, Xing Su, with a serious expression, declared, since it was said by the esteemed one, I believe it without needing to inquire further. Yan Shi's lips twitched. You trust him so implicitly? This is not merely a matter of belief. It pertains to his capabilities. Xing Su asserted earnestly. Someone of his stature has no need to fabricate such tales. Yan Shi fell silent. She had never anticipated Xing Su's unwavering trust in Zhongli Mo. To the world, gods and demons could not coexist. Should anyone discover her ties to the demon lord, their immediate reaction would be to assume her in league with the fiend. Let me clarify, I do not harbor any affection for him, Xing Su, noticing Yan Shi's silence, hastily explained. Do not misconstrue my relationship with him. Of course, you have no jealousy. Xing Su shot her a knowing look, an expression that conveyed understanding. You need only to know that, now and in the future, I shall never hold any affection for your esteemed one. All interactions henceforth would either be for revenge or to facilitate their relationship. She left that last thought unspoken. Yanshi attempted to clarify, but Xing Su pulled her away. Outside the courtyard, in that fleeting moment, a sense of vigilance enveloped Xing Su, her smile vanishing. She fixed her cold gaze upon the newcomer, seemingly reverting to the haughty second miss of the Xing family. "What brings you here?" "This does not concern me," Xing Su replied, her demeanor prickly. "What did you say?" A sudden tension gripped Xing Su. "Mother." Yanshi sensed something amiss, worry etched upon her features. "A few days ago, the patriarch had already received word of your mother's whereabouts." The steward stood with his hands clasped behind his back, leaving the choice to the second miss. With that, the steward departed first. Xing Su remained frozen in shock. Yanshi squeezed her hand gently, silently assuring her of her presence. "I am here with you," Yanshi affirmed, gripping her hand tightly. The Xing family was indeed a den of wolves and a lair of tigers, and Xing Ran was also among them. "Very well." Xing Su sniffed, steeling herself. Upon their arrival at the Xing residence, they found the family patriarch and Xing Ran enjoying a warm meal together. The scene radiated familial harmony. Yanshi felt a twinge of anxiety. She intended to inquire about the situation. But Xing Su approached the middle-aged man clad in ornate robes directly. "What news of my mother?" At her words, the atmosphere in the dining hall turned icy, and all eyes fixed upon Xing Su, especially those of the patriarch. Xing Su did not even glance at her mother. Madame Xing set down her chopsticks, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Some individuals are truly consistent in their audacity. Offering you a meal is merely a gesture of goodwill, and yet you flaunt your arrogance. Who are you trying to impress?" In the past, Xing Su would have retorted without hesitation. Yet now, her thoughts were consumed by her mother, the one who had vanished shortly after giving birth to her. "Did you not say you would inform me of my mother's whereabouts after the meal?" Xing Su pressed, her voice rising. Bang! The patriarch slammed his hand upon the table, the resounding noise echoing in the unnervingly quiet atmosphere. Xing Su remained undeterred. Xing Ran watched the unfolding drama with amusement. "Where is your sense of propriety gone?" The patriarch barked, glaring fiercely. "Do you not see I am dining?" "Please continue," Xing Su yielded, guiding Yanshi to a seat beside her as they awaited the conclusion of the meal. Madame Xing exchanged a glance with Xing Ran, a rare smile flickering in her eyes as they resumed their leisurely dining. After what felt like an eternity, they finally finished their meal. As they rose to depart, Xing Su sprang to her feet, demanding, "What news of my mother?" The patriarch was on the verge of losing his temper once again. "It was you who promised to tell me after the meal," Xing Su insisted, her palms clammy with sweat. As the head of the Xing family, he could not possibly lack even this modicum of integrity. The patriarch cast her a displeased glance before finally conceding to the hall. Chapter 93, Xing Su's Meridians Severed. Dantian rendered useless Xing Su and Yanshi followed the head of the Xing family as they made their way to the hall. Before Xing Su could press further with her inquiries, the patriarch had already taken his seat and begun questioning. "I have heard that you have been quite restless at the academy lately." "You have been misinformed." Xing Su replied patiently, "I have always behaved myself at the academy. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the elders. You are not in a position to require me to personally investigate your matters," the patriarch retorted coldly, devoid of any paternal warmth. Xing Su continued to endure the harsh treatment. Yanshi clenched her fists in frustration. Unfortunately, without the information Xing Su sought, she too had to exercise restraint. "If you wish to know about your mother, you must first defeat Ran in battle," the patriarch declared, offering this challenge, "once you lie on the ground. Your meridians severed, I will divulge your mother's whereabouts." "You!" Xing Su sprang to her feet. "If you wish for your mother to suffer due to your recklessness, you may choose to refuse." The patriarch remained unmoved, his tone chilling. "The choice is yours." Xing Su tightened her hands at her sides. Yanshi could no longer contain herself. "Patriarch, is this not a bit excessive? Do you have any right to speak here?" Mrs. Xing interjected without a moment's thought. Yan Shi retorted fiercely, "Am I addressing you?" Mrs. Xing was incensed. The patriarch, calm and composed, replied, "Miss Yan, out of respect for your father, General Yan, I have allowed you a modicum of presence here. Matters of the Xing family do not concern an outsider like you." "I accept," Xing Su interjected. "Xing Su?" Yan Shi exclaimed, alarmed. "What are you thinking?" "I will handle this matter myself," Xing Su said, casting a sidelong glance, her eyes reflecting a complex depth. "I miss her." Yan Shi paused, her brow twitching with anxiety. She cautioned, "Your actions may not guarantee news of your mother. Even if you find her, how will you protect her?" Xing Su replied, "Only by being capable can one hold onto happiness." Yan Shi's heart ached as she tried to counsel her. Xing Su was well aware of these truths. "Yet sometimes one has no choice, I know. As long as you comply with my earlier statement, I can assure you that both you and your mother will live without worry for the rest of your lives," the patriarch added, his gaze fixed on Xing Su. Yan Shi remained skeptical. "You." "Yan Shi," Xing Su interrupted, her words laden with complexity. "Let me handle this, please." Seeing her resolve, Yan Shi refrained from further persuasion. "Very well. Restoring her meridians, healing her dantian, she could manage that." Both the patriarch and Ko-Ran exchanged relieved glances. As though a weight had been lifted, the patriarch commanded, "Go." "Yes, father." Ko-Ran stood up. Xing Su inhaled deeply and, as she stepped into the courtyard, left a warning, "Do not forget your words." The two faced each other. Xing Su raised her hand to seal her own cultivation, her eyes glimmering with resentment as she met Ko-Ran's gaze. "Let us begin." Boom. Ko-Ran showed no mercy. With his breakthrough to the second rank, he unleashed a powerful attack that surged towards her, overwhelming her meridians and dantian with immense spiritual energy. In a single move, Xing Su, deprived of her own powers, was sent sprawling, blood spilling from her lips. Witnessing this, Yan Shi's heart raced, her hands instinctively tightening. Suddenly, a little tiger spirit appeared at her collar, whispering, "Aren't you good friends? Are you just going to watch your friend get beaten?" Yan Shi replied, "Indeed." The little tiger remarked, "It seems your relationship isn't as strong as I thought." Yan Shi snapped back, "Be quiet." The little tiger continued, "Her meridians are already severed in several places. If this continues, her cultivation will be utterly destroyed. After all, it was a partner bound by contract. Concern was warranted. Just one more hit, and it will be completely ruined," the little tiger noted. Yan Shi remained focused on the fight, her palms growing clammy. The little tiger exclaimed, "Is this really a friend?" It was utterly baffled. Is this something a friend would say? "I cannot intervene in this matter. She must make her own choices," Yan Shi explained, easing her own tension. "There is a saying among humans, no destruction, no establishment." The little tiger queried, "Can you speak plainly? Not all of us understand such things." Xing Su's contracted divine beast is called Fire Phoenix, Yan Shi offered kindly. "Fire Phoenix?" The little tiger tilted its head in thought. Suddenly, its eyes widened in disbelief. You. Goodness. This girl is scheming. Are you planning to use a portion of Fire Phoenix's blood to help Xing Su reconstruct her meridians and dantian, granting her the ability to be reborn like the Fire Phoenix?" The little tiger voiced its incredulity. Yan Shi raised her voice slightly. "Your mind is quite sharp. If she hadn't considered this, she would not have allowed Xing Su to proceed. The matter of meridians was not to be trifled with. This requires exceptionally high-level medical expertise." The little tiger fretted for Xing Su, feeling that Yan Shi was unreliable. "Can you manage it?" Yan Shi did not respond. If she could not, she would not have suggested it. Xing Su and Fire Phoenix had already formed a fateful bond. Drawing a portion of its blood would not cause fatal harm. In fact, once Xing Su's meridians were reconstructed, it would benefit as well. Boom. Bang. Ko-Ran launched another fierce attack. Xing Su's body finally could not withstand the onslaught, uncontrollably collapsing towards the ground. "Xing Su, Yanshi instantly teleported to her side, catching her. Ku Ren observed her wretched state, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he turned to the patriarch, bowing, "Father, Xing Su's meridians are severed, and her dantian is destroyed." "Good." The patriarch was quite pleased. "You. Now." Xing Su struggled to maintain her composure. "Can you tell me about my mother?" "Of course," the patriarch replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face. Hope flickered in Xing Su's eyes. Were it not for this news sustaining her, she might have succumbed to unconsciousness. 2 days ago, I received news that your mother perished in the Xian Beast Forest, the patriarch stated nonchalantly, his gaze betraying a tinge of disdain for Xing Su. "If you wish, you may go to the Xian Beast Forest to search for her remains. However," the patriarch surveyed her condition, "given your current state, you would not even be able to enter the outskirts, let alone the depths of the forest." Gag. Pfft. Xing Su, overwhelmed with rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. She never imagined that the news she would receive would be of such a nature. "You." Xing Su was engulfed in a profound hatred. Chapter 94. Not something that can be solved with just words. Yanshi observed that something was amiss with her state, swiftly raised her hand, and pressed twice on her chest. Xing Su's vision darkened, and she fainted. Yanshi embraced her, her jet-black eyes shining with a chilling intensity. The head of the Xing family is indeed excessively tyrannical. What of it? Xing Karen gazed down at his handiwork with satisfaction, a gleeful smile gracing his lips. "Can you truly seek vengeance for her?" Yanshi murmured an incantation, then pointed her index and middle fingers at Xing Karen. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. "What are you doing?" Xing Karen panicked. "Nothing much," Yanshi replied tersely, a displeased glint flickering in her eyes. "I am merely helping the young master of the Xing family ascertain whether your heart is truly red or black." She was not a fool. With her current cultivation, she could not contend with the head of the Xing family, whose prowess had reached the first rank of the Earth realm. Yet, stirring up some trouble was still within her capabilities. "Miss Yen, it would be wise for you to temper your actions," Xing's head coldly cautioned, his expression rife with discontent. "Do not squander the authority and reputation your father has painstakingly built. Instead of worrying about me, you ought to be more concerned for yourself." Yanshi rose, still cradling Xing Su, her gaze steady. Even a tiger does not consume its young. The actions of the head of the Xing family are indeed more beastly than that. "You." Xing's head was overcome with fury. Yanshi met his gaze. "What, after having just brutally slain your own daughter, do you now seek to bully another's? Begone." Xing's head erupted with rage. As she departed, Yanshi left with a parting remark, "Take care of yourself." Upon exiting the gates of the Xing family, a white shadow detached from Yanshi and darted into the depths of the Xing residence. "Understood, MOG," the little-brained tiger retorted, vanishing into the confines of the Xing manor in an instant. When Yanshi arrived at the academy holding Xing Su, she attracted the attention of several onlookers. At this hour, most were taking their afternoon rest, yet some still wandered outside. "Isn't that Xing Su? Is she dead or alive? Who knows?" The news quickly reached Elder Zhao and his companions. Yanshi had just administered a vial of life-preserving water to protect Xing Su's heart veins, preparing for their subsequent bloodline fusion. Knock, knock. "Miss Yen, are you there?" Concerned voices of Elder Zhao and Elder Zhao echoed from outside. Yanshi pulled the blanket over Xing Su before rising to open the door. "Elder Zhao, Elder Zhao." Elder Zhao and Elder Zhao exchanged glances, sensing something was awry. They became serious. "Speak." Upon exiting the academy, if students engage in private duels, does that violate the academy's regulations? Yanshi inquired. "In principle, yes. But according to the academy's rules, it does not count," Elder Zhao explained in detail, noting that the academy was not overly strict about external matters. The second question. Yanshi's mind was already made up. Should a prominent family come to the academy seeking trouble with a student, how would the academy respond? "Is it the Xing family?" Elder Zhao asked with concern. Yanshi nodded. Elder Zhao, without hesitation, proclaimed, If the Xing family seeks trouble with you, the Academy will certainly stand by you. She is a treasure of the Academy, a hope for the future. We cannot let her come to harm. Thank you, Elder, Yan Shi replied with a nod. Elder Zhou promptly urged Elder Zhao, hurry to check on Xing Su. Her breath is alarmingly weak. Elder Zhao wasted no time. However, upon touching Yan Shi's pulse, his eyes widened in shock, and his spirit trembled. What is it? Elder Zhou asked in a low tone. Her meridians are severed, and her dantian is destroyed. Elder Zhao's heart sank, his voice hoarse. In this lifetime, she may never be able to cultivate again. What? Elder Zhou was taken aback. Elder Zhao, his demeanor grave, released Xing Su's pulse and questioned Yan Shi, who inflicted such harm upon her. Xing Karen. Yan Shi did not conceal the truth. Xing Karen? Elder Zhou's expression was one of confusion. Is his cultivation not lower than Xing Su's? The fact that Xing Su had broken through to the 7th rank of the Foundation establishment stage had astonished all the elders, like Yan Shi before her. Elder Zhao and Elder Zhou had even asked her if she wished to join Class A, only to have Xing Su decline. The head of the Xing family used coercion against Xing Su, leading her to willingly suppress her spiritual energy, allowing Xing Karen to shatter her meridians. Yan Shi succinctly explained, her anger boiling at the thought of Xing Karen and the head of the Xing family. This, Elder Zhao was astounded. He never anticipated the head of the Xing family would be such a person. Elder Zhou, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the pale Xing Su, resolved, Elder Zhao, stabilize Xing Su's condition over the next few days. I will summon Elder Qin. He should possess a method to restore her. Elder Qin, one of the 5 9th-rank alchemists, had a reputation that resonated throughout the continent, yet was known to be eccentric and difficult to approach, having secluded himself for countless years. How could one possibly summon him? Elder Zhao expressed his concerns. Even if he is reluctant to come, I shall invite every remaining 9th-rank alchemist in turn. Elder Zhou was genuinely fond of this talented girl. Her exceptional gifts must not come to an end here. Elder Zhao, feeling the weight of the matter, eventually nodded in agreement. Yan Shi called out to them, there is no need to summon anyone. What? Elder Zhou thought he misheard. I have a way to restore Xing Su's meridians and dantian. Yan Shi met their gazes, her expression serious for the first time, but it would require half a month's time. This is no trifling matter, Elder Zhao said gravely. Should we miss the optimal window for meridian restoration, Xing Su will truly. Yan Shi nodded. I understand. This. Elder Zhao hesitated. Let Yan Shi treat me. Xing Su opened her eyes, her voice frail and barely audible. I believe in her. Xing Su. How do you feel? Xing Su shook her head, as pale and fragile as a porcelain doll. Uttering that single phrase nearly exhausted her entire strength. Elder Zhao, his brow furrowed, was filled with urgency. In that case, let us first conduct a series of tests on you regarding various herbs, healing techniques, and your understanding of different symptoms of meridian conditions. If you can surpass my knowledge, I shall permit you to proceed. He still dared not risk Xing Su's well-being. This matter, indeed, cannot be resolved with mere words. Chapter 95, Assisting Xing Su in Reconstructing Her Meridians and Cultivating the Phoenix Physique. The 9th grade elixir, which was fervently sought after at the auction in the capital, was concocted by me. Yan Shi retrieved a porcelain vial from her spatial realm, containing the remaining elixirs from that particular batch. Elder Zhao and Elder Zhou were momentarily taken aback. Yan Shi offered it to them. Please inspect it to verify if it is indeed a genuine 9th grade elixir. Upon opening the vial and inhaling the fragrant aroma, both elders were astonished. Is this truly your creation? Elder Zhao's face lit up with excitement. Indeed, Yan Shi affirmed. Why didn't you brew it yourself during class? Elder Zhao recalled the incident where she had submitted an elixir for Xing Su, and he felt it inappropriate to bring it up, realizing that submitting that elixir would have only led to further disbelief on his part. Yan Shi remained silent, pursing her lips. Elder Zhou, observing the situation, suddenly became convinced of Yan Shi's abilities. I consent to your treatment of Xing Su, but should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform us. You are still quite young, and a lack of experience could lead to complications. Early notification would provide both you and Xing Su with an added layer of protection. Understood. Yanshi nodded. Is there anything we need to keep confidential? Elder Zhao inquired before departing. No need for excessive secrecy, Yanshi replied. She trusted that Elders Zhou and Zhao would understand and could decide how to respond if anyone inquired. In an instant, both elders comprehended her intent and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, we shall safeguard this secret. Thank you, Yanshi responded politely. In accordance with Yanshi's request, Elder Zhao granted her and Xing Su a 2-week leave, during which they would not attend classes or study sessions, allowing them to focus on their own matters. Once they departed, Xing Su reopened her eyes. Yanshi closed the door and formed a seal with her hands, ensuring its security. To further fortify the barrier, she retrieved a spiritual talisman from her spatial realm and affixed it to the door, guaranteeing absolute safety. If it doesn't work out, it's all right. Xing Su murmured, her voice barely audible. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm not stressed, Yanshi retorted sharply, her frustration evident. I never intended to treat you. What I said earlier was merely to create an excuse to avoid punishment after I give you a swift end. Xing Su managed a pale smile. You fool. Do you think I would believe such an excuse? Do you wish for a swift demise or a piercing to the heart? Suddenly, a gleaming knife appeared in Yanshi's hand. The heart, perhaps, Xing Su whispered, her gaze filled with unwavering trust. A cut to the throat. Might be a tad painful. I thought you were unaware of pain. Yanshi placed the knife on the table and sat beside her bed. The sight of Xing Su's pallid face only fueled her desire to confront Xingke Ran. Do you wish to merely restore your meridians and dantian, or do you aspire for your talents to ascend to greater heights thereafter? Yanshi inquired. Xing Su was taken aback, struggling to catch her breath. Is it truly possible? Noticing her difficulty in articulating her thoughts, Yanshi produced an elixir for her to consume, followed by a cup of spiritual water. As the effects of the potions began to take hold, Xing Su felt her breath ease. Is it really possible to recover? Hope ignited in her eyes. Indeed. Yanshi genuinely desired to instill some wisdom in her, yet couldn't bear to be harsh. However, if you choose to elevate your talents, the process will be excruciating, more agonizing than death itself. I fear nothing, Xing Su declared resolutely. She was determined to seek vengeance against the Xing family head and confront Xingke Ran. Moreover, she sought to recover her mother's remains. Let us release your phoenix. Yanshi began addressing the matter at hand. I will merge part of its blood essence into your meridians, allowing you to experience a rebirth akin to its own. There's no need to worry about the phoenix's safety. Drawing a small amount of blood will not harm it. Yanshi explained everything to minimize Xing Su's need for excessive conversation. Xing Su's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. So, does that mean I won't perish? However, if your cultivation level remains comparable to theirs, then you should be fine. A look of relief washed over Xing Su's face. For the first time, she felt that her current predicament, her severed meridians and wasted dantian, was worth it. Phoenix, Xing Su called out with her thoughts. The phoenix fluttered its wings and appeared, its eyes filled with concern for her. It had wanted to assist its sister, yet she had not allowed it to emerge. There is something I must inform you beforehand. Yanshi, having completed her preparations, regarded Xing Su with a mix of complexity. Reconstructing the fire phoenix meridians would be an excruciating process, one that penetrated the very soul, rendering pain-relieving elixirs ineffective. No worries, I can endure it, Xing Su smiled softly. After Yanshi acknowledged her resolve, she provided her with a pain relief elixir and gently guided her into a deep slumber. The phoenix flapped its wings, its round eyes glimmering. Sister Yan, how can I assist? Every hour, please place half a cup of blood into this container, Yanshi instructed, presenting a cup resembling a teacup, alongside several herbal materials. These are blood-replenishing herbs. Time is of the essence, and I have no opportunity to refine elixirs. Although the taste may vary, their efficacy remains commendable. The phoenix nodded eagerly. Understood. It will sting a little. Yanshi grasped its tiny paw, feeling a pang of reluctance. Just bear with it. It's nothing. I'm not afraid. Before it could finish its sentence, the phoenix let out a cry. Yanshi activated her with spirit root to heal its wound. A warm sensation enveloped the phoenix, and it immediately felt relief from the pain. Yanshi placed the blood beside the bed and retrieved a gathering spirit talisman from her spatial realm. Placing it beneath the bed, an endless vortex of spiritual energy surged towards Xing Su and Yanshi. Yanshi removed all of Xing Su's garments and activated her gray pupils. The phoenix gasped in astonishment, flapping its tiny wings in excitement as it beheld her gray eyes. You, Shu. Yanshi placed a finger to her lips, her gray eyes emanating a coolness. This is our secret. The phoenix nodded obediently. Yanshi's gray pupils scanned Xing Su from head to toe, channeling spiritual energy into her severed meridians, marking all the fractured areas. Had she not employed her gray eyes to survey Xing Su's entire meridian system, there was a significant risk of missing connections or requiring invasive procedures to integrate the blood of the fire phoenix. If it were simply a matter of restoration, a single elixir combined with medical skills would suffice, rendering the process far simpler. Chapter 96. I can hear all your thoughts at this moment. Her intention was to enhance Xing Su's constitution by infusing it with the blood of the phoenix. If successful, the outcome would surpass the fully awakened phoenix spiritual root that Yan Qingao had long sought, yielding even more remarkable effects. The sole drawback lay in the overly intricate process. In the future, she would undoubtedly develop a pill capable of automatically integrating with the blood, thereby alleviating the need for such exertion. With the marking complete, she retracted her gray pupils. Channeling her spiritual energy, she infused the blood-tainted essence into Xing Su's meridians, commencing the suturing of her first severed vein. In her slumber, Xing Su let out a muffled groan, as the pain, as Yanshi had described, pierced deep into her very soul. Sister Yan. Wang gazed at the thin sheen of sweat adorning Xing Su's forehead, her soft voice imploring, could you perhaps be a tad gentler? Sister is afraid of the pain. I am already being gentle. There was no further room for delicacy. For an entire day, Yanshi's focus remained solely on Xing Su, meticulously stitching her veins and thoroughly integrating the phoenix's blood into her body. Her heightened concentration had nearly depleted her spiritual energy several times. Each time she reached her limit, her resolve propelled her past the threshold without rest. Again and again, so much so that Yanshi had lost track of time. She was acutely aware that Xing Su's veins remained unstitched. Another muffled sound escaped Xing Su, her pale face etched with agony. Sister. Huang was filled with concern. If you cannot endure, just call out. Yanshi's complexion was similarly strained. Her spiritual energy hovered on the brink. The courtyard was sealed with spiritual talismans and formations, rendering them undetectable to outsiders. A sharp pang surged through Xing Su. She could no longer withstand the torment. Yanshi did not cease her efforts, continuing to restore the veins, stitch by stitch. Had she not previously arranged talismans that gathered spiritual energy, she would have long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhongli Mo possessed formidable spiritual awareness. Although Yanshi could shield their activities from the dean's scrutiny, she could not obscure them from his perception. He did not pry but remained vigilant of the happenings within. Zhu Ke stood nearby, acutely aware that his master's mood was not particularly favorable. You need not worry excessively. Miss Yan is merely assisting Xing Su in restoring her veins. There is no significant danger. Who told you that I was concerned about her? Zhongli Mo's temper flared. Zhu Ke sighed for the umpteenth time. Well, if you are not worried, I am. Zhongli Mo was even less pleased. Zhu Ke dared not speak further. If it inadvertently provoked his ire, it would be the one to suffer the consequences. Silence is golden. Silence is golden. Silence is golden. Repeating the important things thrice. You are becoming increasingly bold. Zhongli Mo's icy gaze fixed upon it. Juke, what have I done? What is wrong? Zhongli Mo informed it of the situation. You have begun to deceive me. I have not deceived you. Juke's face was a portrait of confusion, genuinely unable to comprehend where it had gone awry. It had been dutiful and compliant, fearing to incur his displeasure. If I recall correctly, you previously stated that Yanshi was sacrificing sleep for my sake, asserting that such treatment was unparalleled. Now she is foregoing rest for Xingsu. What is your explanation? Zhongli Mo, with a chilling demeanor, interrogated. Juke pondered when it had ever made such a claim. Suddenly recalling a late-night incident where his master had summoned Yanshi for gold tickets, Juke had casually uttered a comforting remark to appease her frazzled mood. How had his master remembered that? Zhongli Mo's expression turned dangerously sharp. Wasn't he that meant to amuse you? Juke's heart raced as it recoiled slightly. Zhongli Mo radiated an aura of coldness. Juke felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Amuse me? Zhongli Mo enunciated each word, making it abundantly clear that he was displeased. Juke forced a laugh, its heart pounding fiercely. It's over. Completely over. If you are concerned, I shall immediately fetch Miss Yen from Xingsu's room and compel her to rest. In a fit of panic, Juke proposed a new course of action. Zhongli Mo's violet eyes darkened, devoid of any trace of youthful innocence. Go. Juke froze, taken aback. What are you waiting for? Zhongli Mo's attitude was markedly unyielding. Are you serious? Juke's heart quivered. Only Mo's expression was frigid, his words like shards of ice. Do I seem to have time for jest? If I forcibly remove Miss Yen, Xingsu may truly be rendered incapacitated. Juke elucidated the potential ramifications. Miss Yen would undoubtedly harbor resentment against them. Master, why not follow the usual course of action? Zhongli Mo merely lifted an eyelid. You devised this plan, not I. Any resentment will be directed solely at you. Juke considered this. It did seem accurate. Are we not going? Zhongli Mo showed no hint of leniency. Please forgive me this once. Juke slumped over the table, ceasing its struggles, promising never to deceive him again, nor to utter uncertain words in an attempt to placate him. Zhongli Mo's frigid gaze swept over it. The overwhelming pressure made Juke feel as though it might perish at any moment. Between me and Xingsu, who holds greater importance to Yanshi? Zhongli Mo's gaze locked onto it, demanding an answer. Juke was momentarily taken aback. Why was this question posed? While it was true that the spiritual energy it wielded was merely ordinary, devoid of the lethal force associated with combat, the experience of impending demise was still palpable. Surely, it must still matter to the master. You must choose one. Zhongli Mo's stance was resolute, leaving no room for debate. Juke, are you certain you are not trying to make this difficult for me? Is it not evident who is more important? Must I voice it? Only to face your displeasure and subsequent reprimand. Zhongli Mo's gaze bore into it, dangerously. Have you forgotten that you are my contracted beast? Juke froze, its body stiffening. Goodness. It. All your thoughts. Should I wish to hear them, I can. Zhongli Mo's words were deliberate, each syllable sharpened like a blade. Chapter 97. The insect-devouring curse of Xingjiren. Do not misunderstand. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly, Juke exclaimed, thoroughly flustered. That was not my intention. The oppressive gaze of Zhongli Mo intensified. What intention? Juke felt a jolt of fear. It looked at its master with a horrified expression, nervously uttering, "Did you not hear my thoughts just now?" This esteemed one inquired about your intention. Zhongli Mo's eyes seemed capable of piercing through the human heart. Juke cried internally. Why must it encounter its master? It was too difficult. I believe you were trying to put me in a difficult position. Juke confessed honestly, as the consequences of lying to its master were too severe, and it felt the importance of you compared to Xingsu regarding Miss Yen has already been laid bare. Has it not? Zhongli Mo continued to question. So? Of course, you are more important. In a moment of desperation, Juke lied again to save its life. Zhongli Mo's mood lightened considerably. He had no penchant for hearing his divine beast's thoughts unless it was an urgent matter. "Juke, are you polite?" Zhongli Mo noticed its emotional shift. "How so?" "It need not be so tragic," Juke conceded. "Go and protect Yanshir's law." Zhongli Mo no longer wished to tease it, for it would only provoke his irritation. Should it lie before this esteemed one again, he would undoubtedly turn you into a roasted chicken. "Thank you, esteemed one, for your magnanimity." Juke thought of Yanshir as an angel, and off it went. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from the courtyard, cloaking itself above Yanshir's small courtyard to act as a guardian. While on guard, it spotted a little brainy tiger sitting outside Yanshir's door, puffed up with indignation, muttering to itself, "How excessive! I shall never assist her again." Yanshir had indeed forgotten her little brainy tiger. Upon her return, all her thoughts were consumed by Xing Su, and she had been preoccupied with helping him stitch his meridians, her mental focus entirely on the task at hand, thus neglecting the happenings outside. Meanwhile, at the Xing residence, as the latter part of the night approached, anguished howls erupted from a courtyard within the Xing estate. Ah, bang! Xing Karen's room was in disarray. He scratched at his face and body in torment, experiencing a sensation akin to 1,000 needles piercing him and another like countless insects gnawing at his flesh. Bang, bang, bang. There came an urgent knocking at the door. "Young master. What has happened, young master? Get away." Xing Karen's voice was hoarse, and in his discomfort, he wished to rend his body into pieces. Hearing this, the servants rushed to inform the head of the Xing family. Xing Karen attempted to suppress the pain with his spiritual energy, but to no avail. In fact, the more he employed his spiritual power, the more pronounced the itching and pain became. In less than a quarter of an hour, numerous bloody scratches had appeared on his body. With a loud bang, the door to Xing Karen's room was flung open by the head of the Xing family, who entered alongside Madame Xing, followed by a throng of servants and guards. "Young master, get out." Xing Karen did not wish for anyone to witness his disheveled state. The servants and guards dared not approach. The head of the Xing family, his face stern, reprimanded, "What is this disgraceful appearance?" "Calm yourself." Father Xing Karen's eyes were red-rimmed, his hands incessantly clawing at his body, drawing forth fresh blood with every scratch. "I cannot calm down. It feels as if countless insects are gnawing at my body and meridians. Please kill me. I beg you, put me out of my misery." Xing Karen was tormented beyond recognition. Madame Xing, filled with concern, approached. "Karen mother, please, just end my suffering." Xing Karen's sanity had crumbled under the torment. "I truly cannot endure this any longer. Master, you must think of a solution." Madame Xing, who adored Xing Karen dearly, was frantic. If this continued, he would be driven mad. The head of the Xing family furrowed his brow, observing the bloodied scratches on Xing Karen's face, neck, and other visible arms. He utilized his spiritual energy to immobilize him and promptly commanded, "Summon the physician." "Yes, head of the family." The guards quickly departed, unable to scratch at his body. The unbearable itching and pain left Xing Karen's face flushed, his eyes bloodshot. Madame Xing's tears fell freely. What has happened to Karen? He has never experienced anything like this before. I do not know. The head of the Xing family had never witnessed such symptoms either. Fortunately, the physician arrived shortly thereafter. After a thorough examination of Xing Karen, his pupils constricted. "This can it be dispelled with spiritual energy?" the head of the Xing family inquired. The physician furrowed his brow and shook his head. "It cannot. The insect-devouring curse feeds off spiritual energy. The faster the spiritual energy circulates, the more pronounced the sensations will be. What can be done? We cannot simply allow Karen to endure this forever." Madame Xing was consumed with thoughts of Xing Karen, her mind racing with the question of who could be so malicious as to cast such a vile curse upon him. Is there a method to break the curse? The head of the Xing family pressed, his brow furrowing deeply. If the spiritual energy is dispersed, the insect-devouring curse will automatically dissipate. The physician provided a solution. But once the spiritual energy is dispersed, it cannot be used again for a month, nor can it be subjected to any spiritual attacks, otherwise it will resurface. Is there no other way? The head of the Xing family instinctively rejected this notion. The physician shook his head. Madame Xing was in a state of frantic desperation. Master, you must uncover the identity of the wretch who cursed our Karen, flay them alive, and cripple their cultivation. Let them live as a reviled waste of space. The head of the Xing family appeared deep in thought. The physician added a suggestion to provide clarity. The insect-devouring curse activates within half a month after being cast. You need only investigate whom the young master has interacted with or offended during that time. It must be that wretched girl. Madame Xing's face contorted with realization, her eyes blazing with fury. After Xingsu was rendered incapacitated, that girl from the Yen family must have directed her spiritual energy towards our Karen. It has to be her. Someone. The head of the Xing family suddenly commanded. The guards promptly appeared. Head of the family, go to the academy and bring Yanshi to me. The head of the Xing family would not tolerate any affront to his authority. Understood. The guards replied in unison. Wait. The physician called out to them, offering an explanation under the head of the Xing family's displeased gaze. This curse likely was not cast by that young girl. The insect-devouring curse is one of the more challenging spells to learn, and to date no one of her age has mastered it. Chapter 98. Where is your face? Who else could it possibly be but her? Madame Xing clung to Yanshi, for apart from her, our Ku Ran would never harbor enmity with anyone. Such a fine child, who would even conceive of torturing him with such malicious means. There is someone. The head of the Xing family's gaze darkened. Madame Xing paused, her eyes wide. Who? The Bai family. The head of the Xing family's voice suddenly grew grave, enunciating each word. Just days ago, the head of the Bai family met with us, speaking in a mocking tone while praising Quran. Are you suggesting that the curse was likely cast by someone from the Bai family? Madame Xing pondered, bewildered. The head of the Xing family nodded. Madame Xing was perplexed. Why? We have no grievances with him. What harm could we wish upon him? Sometimes, extraordinary talent incites jealousy. The head of the Xing family spoke with solemnity, his expression dark, suggesting that perhaps our child's gifts surpassed those of his offspring, prompting such malevolent thoughts. Madame Xing grew even more incensed. The head of the Xing family helped Quran disperse all the spiritual energy within him and administered a spirit-stopping pill, ensuring that for the next month he would not inadvertently absorb spiritual energy. After attending to these matters, dawn had already broken. Yanshi had also completed her tasks. Upon confirming that all the severed meridians were meticulously stitched together, she exhaled a breath of stagnant air, her spirit finally relaxing, causing her to faint within the room. Sister Yan! Huang Wang exclaimed excitedly. Yanshi did not respond. In her lifetime, she had never engaged in such a focused endeavor. Her previous pursuits in cultivation and alchemy had always been accompanied by wandering thoughts. Zhongli Mo's violet eyes narrowed slightly. The hand holding the book tightened, revealing his concern. She collapsed in the room after stitching together Xing Su's meridians. Juke, worried for Yanshi, asked, should we give her some spirit-replenishing pills or something to restore her vitality? That foolish old tiger knows. Zhongli Mo coldly rejected, asserting that we need not fret unnecessarily. The little brain tiger was locked outside by Yanshi. Juke spoke cautiously, unable to enter. Zhongli Mo. He impatiently set down the book in his hand. Juke recognized that he needed an excuse to relent and swiftly suggested, you should go check on her. Not for any other reason, but in appreciation of Yan Girl's earnest effort to lift the childhood curse for you. If not for her, I would have no means to avenge myself for the grievances at Wuwang Cliff. I certainly wouldn't go. Zhongli Mo set aside his book and walked quickly. Juke followed, agreeing, yes, you are right. Please continue to be proud. It would be best if you were so proud that Yan Girl went to someone else. Upon arriving outside the room prepared by Yanshi, Zhongli Mo halted. What is it, Your Excellency? Juke inquired softly. You can go in. Zhong Li Mo produced a porcelain vial, generously stating, "This is for replenishing spiritual energy. Take it inside and have her consume it. She will be well shortly." "Zuke? Haven't we just arrived at the door?" Zhong Li Mo urged. "Aren't you going? If you personally feed Yen girl, she will feel your concern for her more deeply." Zuke spoke earnestly, weaving sweet words that, over time, would not only lead to delicious meals, but also to her only loving you. Zhong Li Mo's demeanor darkened. His cold words carried a bitter chill. "I do not wish to repeat myself. I shall go immediately." Zuke, not daring to delay, grasped the pill bottle and hurried inside with great speed. Only upon entering did it realize why the master was unwilling to go in. Observing Xing Su clad only in a white undergarment, it felt the vial in its grasp grow somewhat heavier. Zhong Li Mo stood outside, bored and slightly irritable. He was unaware that Xing Su was dressed only in undergarments. From the moment Yen Shi placed the gravely injured Xing Su on the bed and began to unfasten her clothes, he had ceased to pay attention to the commotion within. His reluctance to enter stemmed not only from the concern of witnessing something inappropriate, but more importantly, as the esteemed demon lord Zhong Li Mo, he would never casually enter a woman's quarters. Unbeknownst to Yen Shi, "Am I not a woman? Why did you not have this awareness when you entered my room before?" The little brain tiger, observing him, rolled its eyes. "Are you also locked outside?" Zhong Li Mo? This foolish individual is both dull and naive. The little brain tiger expressed its disdain, grumbling, "I truly do not understand why you would send me to her. You could choose to leave her." Zhong Li Mo offered no respect. The little brain tiger huffed, "Where else would I find such a foolish person? A mind like this is difficult to cure." Zhong Li Mo's violet gaze swept over it, his words lightly mocking, "I suggest you find a new brain." "Little brain tiger? Is he insulting me? Is he?" "Your Excellency." Zuke emerged, unhindered by Yen Shi's sealing spell. "The young lady has already awakened." Zhong Li Mo rose to leave, showing no inclination to linger. With a creak, Yen Shi opened the door and stepped out, her previously vivacious demeanor now tinged with fatigue. She called out to him. "Mo." Zhong Li Mo paused. Zuke turned, flapping its wings, expressing its excitement to Yen Shi. "Thank you." This time, Yen Shi did not tease him. Recognizing the pill was given to Zuke by him, and promised, "Once Xing Su's health is restored, I shall prepare a sumptuous meal to express my gratitude." "No need." Zhong Li Mo tossed off a sentence and departed. "Can I prepare a meal for him first? Little brain tiger? Little brain tiger." It fixed its amber gaze upon her, seemingly seeking to comprehend what sort of audacity allowed her to utter such words. "Not wishing to speak with me any longer?" Yen Shi remarked as she walked, the fatigue of her body dissipating with that pill. "I wonder when you will temper that proud disposition of yours. You only exhibit such good humor with me. Were you to encounter someone else, you would have long since been slaughtered and stewed." Yen Shi settled into a chair within the room, sipping tea. The little brain tiger could no longer contain itself, leaping onto the table. Its youthful voice tinged with indignation. "Where's your face?" The little brain tiger was incensed. Was it asking how to handle its face? Taking several deep breaths, it bared its teeth, glaring at her. "I am asking where your face is." "Right here." Yen Shi pointed to her own face, raising a hand to stroke its tiger head, asking, "What, do you wish to kiss me?" Little brain tiger. Chapter 99. What about its 40-meter-long sharp claws? What of its 40-meter-long, razor-sharp claws? It intends to scratch this foolish woman to death. "It is not that I am unwilling to kiss you. Perhaps you have never bathed since your birth." Yen Shi, with an air of scrutiny, continued to stroke the tiger's head, promising that she would give it a bath later, and only after it was clean would she bestow a kiss. "I am a divine beast." The small-brained tiger could no longer contain itself. Yen Shi raised her brows in mild confusion. What of being a divine beast? Do divine beasts not bathe? Divine beasts are inherently clean from birth, countless times cleaner than you even after a wash. The small-brained tiger declared, its tone mockingly fierce, asserting that it was cleaner without needing a bath. Yen Shi responded simply, "Oh." The small-brained tiger was left flabbergasted. After all it had said, all it received was a no? Could she not show it a modicum of respect? Do you dare to believe I will scratch you to death? The small-brained tiger was infuriated. Yen Shi extended her hand, utterly unfazed. Go ahead, scratch me. The small-brained tiger felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on its own ire. How could there be such a foolish woman? Were it not for the seal I placed at the door, locking the room, how could I have entered? The small-brained tiger began to chastise her, harboring a myriad of grievances. This seal was set by me. It is my lock, not anyone else's. Yen Shi pinched its paw, questioning, how could you not enter? As long as it is your contracted beast, without any special settings, you can enter your own established barrier. Only barriers set by others, which separate you from it, could block entrance. This creature, could it be that its intellect was lacking? How did I manage to come in then? The small-brained tiger retorted with indignation. Surely you did not simply charge in without utilizing our contractual connection? Yen Shi scrutinized it, arriving at a conclusion. The small-brained tiger froze momentarily. Could it admit to having forgotten? Yen Shi clicked her tongue, both hands affectionately ruffling the small-brained tiger's fur. You are indeed quite clever. A dark line formed across the small-brained tiger's forehead. Though it sounded like a compliment, why did it feel like a reprimand? What information had been gleaned? Yen Shi did not dwell on this matter, shifting to the main topic. Upon mention of this, the small-brained tiger instantly perked up, its curiosity ignited. As it opened its mouth, recalling its previous attitude towards Yen Shi, it immediately adopted a haughty demeanor. Why should I tell you? 3, 2. Yen Shi began to count. The small-brained tiger shivered involuntarily, unsure why it felt a tinge of cowardice at her countdown. Xing Su is not the biological daughter of her father. Yen Shi was taken aback. Fearing she had misheard, she asked again, are you certain? What is there to be uncertain about? It was the patriarch of the Xing family who said it himself, that the dirty water of Xing Su has finally been thrown out of the Xing family. The small-brained tiger scoffed, adding that her mother had initially been with him while pregnant. The situation was rather complex. Yen Shi's heart sank as she pressed on. Do you have any news about Xing Su's mother? None. The small-brained tiger engaged in a question-and-answer mode, but from their discussions, the information regarding Xing Su was false. They had no idea where her mother was. What? Yen Shi paused, utterly unprepared for this revelation. I cannot explain it clearly to you. Your human affairs are far too convoluted. The small-brained tiger produced a memory recording talisman, handing it over, stating that their entire conversation had been recorded, urging her to see for herself. Yen Shi took it, infusing it with her spiritual energy, and the images projected into the room. The faces of the patriarch of the Xing family, Madame Xing and Xing Karen appeared. The entire scene captured significant content for about half a stick of incense. After viewing it all, Yen Shi's fists tightened. No wonder the entire Xing family treated Xing Su with such disdain. No wonder the patriarch had never shown her care or affection. So it was. Xing Su's mother had encountered the patriarch while intoxicated, and he had forcefully taken her, despite her being pregnant. When the elder members of the Xing family learned of this, they pressured the patriarch to marry Xing Su's mother to preserve the family's reputation. 8 months later, Xing Su was born. Now, the current Madame Xing believed the child was born prematurely yet appeared so robust, prompting a bloodline test that revealed she was not the patriarch's child. Naturally, Madame Xing was pleased, while the patriarch was furious. The elders of the Xing family also reproached Xing Su's mother, who ultimately revealed the truth, denouncing the patriarch's actions. Eventually, under pressure from the elders, the patriarch acknowledged Xing Su. In this continent, bloodline tests are infallible. Your sister's situation is truly tragic. Huang rubbed her eyes with her wings, feeling a pang of sympathy. On a brighter note, Yen Shi's emotions were complex. She had yet to consider how to convey this to Xing Su. At least her sister's mother might still be alive, and this unworthy father was not truly her father. Thinking this way brought her a modicum of relief. Yet, knowing how much Xing Su cherished her mother, if she were to learn of her mother's tragic past and the hardships she endured in the Xing family, It could leave her unable to find peace for a long time. For the next few days, you two must keep a close watch on Xingsu. Yanshi rose. The seals on the door and the gathering spirit talisman beneath the bed still intact. Whenever she awakens, inform me. Her meridians are repaired. We await her recovery. As long as she awakens, full recovery is not far off. The small-brained tiger began to speak, but Yanshi had already stood and exited the room, leaving it with the sight of a closing door. The small-brained tiger was left bewildered. Is that it? No reward of some candy beans? Hoo-hoo. Huang flew before it, her tone gentle and soft. Is your relationship with your sister not very good? What do you mean? The small-brained tiger's attitude towards Huang was infinitely more amiable than towards Yanshi. Every time I help my sister with something, she praises me and ruffles my head, saying I am wonderful. Huang's eyes sparkled with happiness, continuing to speak in a soft tone. But it seems Sister Yan has never praised you. The small-brained tiger silently cursed Yanshi for being stingy, then replied proudly, that only proves your sister is easier to get along with. Mine is rather difficult. Sister Yan is a very good person, Huang praised earnestly, adding, could it be that your reluctance to be close to Sister Yan is the cause? Close? The small-brained tiger instinctively denied that notion. It did not need her closeness. Look, here are the snacks my sister gave me. Huang pulled out a large stash of elixirs, her words brimming with happiness. Every time I act cute, she showers me with plenty of candy beans. Chapter 100. Is your mind not functioning properly? The little cerebral tiger gazed longingly at the elixir, swallowing hard. It was tempted. Do you wish to partake? Huang offered, extending a pill. No need, the little cerebral tiger replied, continuing its haughty demeanor, unwilling to compete with this small creature over food. I have no interest in such things. Huang raised an eyebrow, surprised. Oh! A divine beast that does not relish jelly beans. After leaving the courtyard, Yanshi sought out Elder Zhou. There remained a crucial step before Xingsu could fully awaken her fiery phoenix bloodline, one that she could not resolve alone. She required the Elder's assistance. Upon seeing her, Elder Zhou immediately set aside his tasks. Yan girl? Elder Zhou, Yanshi greeted politely, explaining her purpose. I apologize for intruding, but I require your help with a matter. Elder Zhou stood and approached her. Speak. I have made some improvements to Xingsu's meridians. When she fully recovers, there may be some disturbances, Yanshi elaborated. She was aware that Elder Zhou was not a malevolent individual. Could you possibly persuade the Vice Dean and others to help establish a celestial barrier? A celestial barrier? Elder Zhou inquired, slightly perplexed. Indeed, Yanshi confirmed with a nod. Elder Zhou pondered for a moment. Yanshi continued, there is no need to suppress the disturbance. Merely obscuring its range will suffice. Let everyone know it is in the northern capital but not within the academy. Are you suggesting an illusionary barrier? Elder Zhou asked. Somewhat astonished. Yes, Yanshi affirmed. This requires the dean and vice dean's involvement. Elder Zhou stroked his beard and agreed. Rest assured, I will persuade them to assist. Yanshi felt a slight relief in her heart. Thank you. By the looks of it, have you resolved Xingsu's meridians and Dantian? Elder Zhou probed cautiously. Glancing around, Yanshi noticed his discomfort. What is it? She inquired. Could you teach me your method for reconstructing meridians and Dantian? Elder Zhou's curiosity surged. He quickly added, if it is inconvenient to share, there is no need to force it. Yanshi smiled gently. It is not the treatment method that must remain confidential, but rather the life essence water. This is crucial. Each time I use spiritual power infused with Huang's blood to stitch the meridians. It must be enveloped in life essence water. Only then can true reconstruction occur. Once the time is right, I will share it with you. Elder Zhou beamed with delight. Excellent. By the way, regarding your inquiry about the students fighting privately, did you do something to Xingkaren? Elder Zhou recalled the day's events. Yanshi was taken aback. Why do you ask? The steward of the Xing family came to the academy to request a leave of absence for Xingkaren, Elder Zhou divulged, treating her as one of his own. She is to return to class on the 13th of September. I see, Yan Shi replied, understanding. Elder Zhou raised an eyebrow. That's it? Yan Shi performed a respectful bow. I shall not take up more of your time. Please discuss the barrier matter with the dean. That little creature was adept at diverting the topic. It fumed, glaring at her from atop the table. Why have I not received a reward? What? Yan Shi was bewildered. I exerted considerable effort to gather information for you, yet received no reward. The little cerebral tiger was agitated. It noted that Huang Wang received jelly beans from Xing Su for even the slightest deeds. Yan Shi raised an eyebrow, comprehending. Do you wish for a pill? Absolutely not. The little cerebral tiger remained proud. How about a meal? Yan Shi teased intentionally. The little cerebral tiger bristled. Who would want to consume your human sustenance? You are just as haughty as that neighboring Momo, Yan Shi remarked, ceasing her teasing. She retrieved a pill from her spatial storage and handed it to it. Consume it. Then come find me. As she spoke, she gently patted its head. Initially, she intended to say more, but ultimately, she refrained. After settling down for the night, she took a pill from the bottle she had given it, sniffed it, and tossed one into her mouth. The elixir crafted by that silly girl was likely subpar. Roar! The little cerebral tiger's eyes sparkled. It hastily grabbed several more pills, stuffing them into its mouth, a look of pure delight adorning its face. Delicious! It appears that silly girl is not without merit. When Yan Shi awoke, it was already evening. Although she had consumed the elixir provided by Zhong Liemo, the exhaustion of her spirit could not be remedied by pills. After checking on Yan Shi and ensuring that the spirit-gathering talismans were continuously channeling spiritual energy to Xing Su, she felt at ease enough to have a meal. In an unusual turn of events, the little cerebral tiger had shrunk significantly, perched atop her hairpin. Perhaps it was an omen of ill fortune or simply a day of misfortune. Upon arriving at the academy's dining hall, she encountered Yan Qingao, who was with Luoji. The two sisters, whose relationship was fraught with conflict, could not avoid a confrontation. Yan Shi. Yan Qingao called her name coldly. Yan Shi had no intention of engaging. However, as Yan Qingao sought confrontation, she did not mind responding. You are mistaken. You should address me as sister. And you think you deserve that title? Yan Qingao sneered, harboring a profound disdain for Yan Shi. Dare you challenge me to another match? I guarantee you will be utterly defeated. Another match? Yan Shi replied with a hint of mockery. There is nothing I fear. Their gazes locked, and she leaned closer, clearly stating, however, I have no interest in those who are untrustworthy with their words. Who are you calling untrustworthy? Yan Qingyao's anger flared. With clear, calm eyes, Yan Shi replied, You. Of course. Have you forgotten that our match had stakes? As it stands, only a few days remain until a month has passed, and you have yet to honor your promise. If you cannot play the game, do not gamble. Flames of fury ignited in Yan Qingyao's eyes. Yan Shi had no inclination to engage further. She simply turned and walked away. Wait, Yan Qingyao called after her. Yan Shi continued forward, offering no acknowledgement. Fueled by rage, Yan Qingyao shouted, So, if I fulfill my promise, you will agree to another match? Is your mind not functioning properly? Yan Shi turned, her tone as sharp as ever. Fulfilling your promise pertains to the previous match. It has nothing to do with this. Chapter 101. Yan Qingyao honors the bet, of course. I shall not compel you to fulfill it. Yan Shi remarked, If by September 17th you have not honored your word, I shall spread the word that you are deceitful, untrustworthy, and a charlatan. She aimed to ensure everyone recognizes the so-called genius, Yan Qingao. Do not overstep. Luoji interjected boldly. Yan Shi cast a languid glance her way, completely disregarding her. Yan Qingao gritted her teeth, wishing she could deliver a sound thrashing to Luoji. I will honor my commitment. She seemed to have struck a nerve with Yan Shi, a hint of triumph in her voice. However, I have heard that Xing Su's meridians are entirely ruined. His dantian destroyed. How can you, as his friend, remain so unperturbed? I have a remedy, Yan Shi blurted out. Yan Qingao paused, and Luo Ji looked equally perplexed by her statement. The remedy you previously provided transformed me from a wastrel into the prodigy I am now. I trust it can restore Xingsu as well, Yan Shik declared earnestly. At that time, I shall follow the instructions of the remedy, bypassing the awakening of the fire phoenix root. If he truly recovers, I shall owe you my gratitude. Yan Qingao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Seeing that Yan Shik was not jesting, she could not help but inquire, "Are you serious?" "What? You mean the remedy you provided to restore my talents is a fabrication?" Yan Qing'ao's beautifully arched brows knitted together. Yan Shik was fully aware the remedy was a ruse, so why was she making such claims? "What remedy?" Luo Ji asked curiously, her brow furrowed. "Qing'ao, why are you supporting her?" "I am not supporting her," Yan Qing'ao denied. Yan Shik left behind a mysterious smile as she entered the dining hall for dinner. Xiao Naohu, listening intently, hummed a cheerful tune, overflowing with curiosity. "What makes you so jubilant?" "I have laid the groundwork for her downfall. Once Xingsu's meridians are restored, rumors will spread through the academy that his recovery is due to the remedy provided by Yan Qing'ao." Yan Shik began her meal, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Once Xingkaren's meridians are ruined, the real drama shall unfold. Xiao Naohu shook his head, transforming into a small figure no larger than a palm, standing atop the table. "How can you be certain that Xingkaren's meridians will be ruined?" "He wagered against Xingsu," Yan Shik explained. "If he fails to uphold his end of the bargain, he will lose his meridians. I would not mind lending a hand." Xiao Naohu shuddered in fear. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Upon finishing her meal, she noticed many individuals making their way to the highest platform of the academy. Driven by curiosity, she followed suit to observe. As she approached, she heard Yan Qing'ao's clear voice resonating. "On August 17th, my sister and I made a bet. Should I lose, I must stand upon this highest platform and declare 10 times that I have murdered my legitimate sister, usurped her spiritual roots, and am a heartless, malicious woman. Today, I come to fulfill this promise, and I ask you all to bear witness." As her words fell, the crowd began to murmur, most acting as mere onlookers. "This wager is utterly uninspired. Indeed, if it were me, I would wager 10,000 gold. Ha ha, me too. Beyond money, I have no interest in any other stakes. Have you not noticed the timing? Yan Qing'ao took so long to honor the bet after the contest. It seems rather suspicious. Stop your idle chatter. After the contest, Yan Qing'ao devoted herself to rigorous training and has only now come to fulfill her promise. True. Yet, Yan Shik's declaration of such a bet only highlights her disdain for her own sister. Yan Shik's aversion is quite evident, while Yan Qing'ao, who harbors dislike, insists on calling her sister in public. How hypocritical. Indeed, following the conclusion of the last contest, Yan Shik's reputation within Class B and indeed throughout the entire academy elevated significantly. People began to favor her and hold her in esteem, naturally diminishing the aura surrounding Yan Qing'ao. "Come now, fulfill your promise," Yan Shik urged, her chin raised with impatience. "If you delay any longer, the dawn will break." "Fulfill it! Fulfill it! Fulfill it!" The crowd echoed in a fervor. Luo Ji's face revealed her irritation, yet there was little she could do about the throng. Yan Qing'ao has murdered her legitimate sister, usurped her sister's spiritual roots, and is a heartless, malicious woman. Yan Qing'ao suppressed her humiliation, repeating the words time and again with bitter reluctance. As she neared the final iterations, she forced herself not to meet the gazes of the spectators, striving to disregard the impact her words would surely evoke. Is a heartless, malicious woman. With the final utterance, her eyes, brimming with repressed fury, locked onto Yan Shik. "The promise has been fulfilled. Are you satisfied, sister?" "Quite well," Yan Shik praised sincerely. The emotion was palpable. What transpired next would be left to the gossipy mouths of the academy. As expected, her departure incited a flurry of speculation. Are you not curious as to why Yan Shik compelled Yan Qing'ao to utter those words? What else could it be? Surely, she is envious of how well-liked Yan Qing'ao is in the academy, Luo Ji quickly interjected. aiming to stir conjecture and tarnish Qing'ao's reputation. Luoji spoke truthfully. Can the students of Class B learn anything valuable? While lacking talent is one thing, must they constantly scheme against others? Exactly. The students of Class B wore expressions of pride and superiority as they spoke. Some from Class A, annoyed by their airs, retorted, "It wasn't even you who won. What's there to celebrate?" A quarrel erupted between the two classes. Yanshik distanced herself from the crowd, and He Yishuan pursued her, a hint of gossip in her eyes. "Yanshik, do you have some conflict with Yan Qingyao?" He Yishuan, a former roommate, looked on with curiosity. "Why did you make the bet to have her say that?" Yanshik offered a casual response. "It's amusing." "I don't believe you," He Yishuan pressed. "Can't you share the real reason?" "I promise I won't tell anyone. Wagering is merely a form of amusement. Isn't it?" Yanshik felt no inclination to divulge the truth to He Yishuan, whose presence she found tiresome. When she received no satisfying answer, He Yishuan's mood soured. And she retorted, "Fine then, I don't care to know." Yanshik remained unfazed. Xiao Now, who looked on with disdain, mercilessly commenting, "Does this person have a few screws loose?" Chapter 102. The improvement of Xing Su's talent. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting thought that Yanshi casually dismissed, her mind preoccupied with the day's lightheartedness. "Shall I concoct some sugar beans for you later?" she proposed. "Not interested," the little brain tiger retorted, its pride evident. "Very well." Yanshi would not indulge it. The little brain tiger, filled with questions, hesitated. "Are you not going to ask me again?" "Perhaps I would relent." A light cough escaped the little brain tiger. Yanshi continued her stride. The little brain tiger raised its paw, tugging at her hair in an attempt to garner her attention. "If you wish to perish, feel free to express it," Yanshi warned, pulling it down from her head, her tone laced with a threat. "I can grant your wish." The little brain tiger turned its head away in a huff. "Foolish woman." Yanshi pinched it lightly, offering a warning, but soon relented. This left the little brain tiger exceedingly vexed, to the point that its thoughts blurted out, "Could you not inquire of me a few more times? Must you be so unfeeling?" "Unfeeling, you say?" Yanshi countered. The little brain tiger sensed the impending danger. "I was merely speaking." Yanshi challenged, "Indeed, I am unfeeling." The little brain tiger fell silent. "From now on, you shall earn your meals through labor." Yanshi resolved to teach this creature a lesson. "If you do not perform to my satisfaction, consider yourself without dinner." "How can you be this way?" The little brain tiger expressed its discontent. "Sister Huang is not like you. You may choose to allow Xing Su to contract with you," Yanshi said without mercy. The little brain tiger was taken aback. "How infuriating. I wish to bite her." Despite its anger, recalling Huang's words, it murmured reluctantly, "I want to eat sugar beans." "What?" "I want to eat sugar beans." It raised its voice, its displeasure igniting. "Can you hear me?" "Yes," Yanshi replied nonchalantly. The little brain tiger furrowed its brow. "Is that all? Will you grant me some?"